what do you mean by insecurity?
When I say insecurity, you have, what's the word? You know, I got third grade education.
Well, let me ask you a question.
When you have a fear, when you have a fear of something.
Okay, now if so, you're saying a man is secure if he allows other men around his woman. He's secure.
He's secure within himself.
What makes him secure that he allows men around his woman that he know?
If she choose to go that way with that man, then she's never been for me. That's up to her, and I move in the way that I need to move.
What makes him secure though? Because he knows that he can't control her, and so if she cheats, it is what it is. That makes him secure.
Period.
So,
damn, for real.
You know, I love you've been rocking with me when they had 10 people watching this motherfucker.
Go ahead, ask your question. What's your question?
Well, you know, just in terms of even an old friend, you know, just considering what was being said, I think Illa has a point. I think you guys have a point in terms of he'd been a friend for a long time. In my head, I'm like, the fuck that mean to me? You know, like that's just how my head, like when I be thinking this shit, I'm a husband now, right? Oh, I don't, what you did generally, I don't, it is what it is, right? But what can he do for her? Can she go to him for the support? Can she go to him for money?
None of that shit.
I'm gonna let you finish answering.
Can she go to him for money?
No, she can't. That's my job.
Can she go to him for spiritual guidance?
No,
that's your job. Shit.
Exactly.
Can she go to him for protection?
No,
like men, they go fight things of that nature. The strong boys would be taken and separated from their family, stuff like that.
Yeah, and they were they're used to. Yes, that's happened.
So when we're criticizing black men, if you think it takes a couple generations to change, right? And we just went through some of the things you acknowledged happened to black men and were targeted specifically just 2 generations ago with your your generation. And then we come at black men like we did it all to ourselves. You don't think there's an apology of some sort in order?
Can I just ask this, Mr. Fantastic? What was the reason that she would mention your pension? Because she's not going to just do that out of nowhere. What happened to make her say, "Oh, I want your pension"? Or was she looking to divorce you for something? Just saying something that you may have done. She wanted to divorce you, and so she mentioned it, and then you beat her to it.
I've explained this at least. This is the last time I'm gonna tell y'all this. We were living in 2 separate things called geobashing, right? She was the one accusing me of doing shit that I wasn't doing. I told her, if you go to this and you keep accusing me when I'm not doing anything. I was in her hometown with her people around all her folks for free.
Let me be clear. Let me be clear about something. Shit. I did not ask him for his pension because that had children outside of our marriage.
You left him for free.
Y'all always get on here. So shut the up.
You not
Y'all
listening.
always get on here.
You not
try
listening.
to dismiss women. Stop
you
trying to
not
be
listening.
in abusive relationships, whether it is
you are not listening.
Or not.
Bro, if you had 2 people sitting there, right? They had a one night stand. He put the rubber on, and you got to tell one of them they was wilding, and one of them they was wilding. You would say the woman was wilding.
Mm-hmm.
She should have made that nigga put a condom on.
Yeah, especially because niggas' dicks be dirty.
Damn! What level of responsibility? Well, not what the stats say. What level of responsibility would it be on? So he didn't put a condom on. She got pregnant. It's a one night stand. Who would you put the onus on for that happening more?
If I had to choose the woman because she gives the access.
Damn. So she should have made sure he put a condom on his dick.
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
Like that. Wow.
Look like Mr. Fantastic was right.
Brother.
Okay. Damn. So putting a baby.
That need to be a mom is huge for women. So depending on who the woman is, a woman with a kid is less desperate to have a baby with any goddamn body.
Okay. All right. But you're saying she's 28. The clock starts getting louder and louder.
Mm-hmm.
That's where the danger comes in.
She have a baby by a homeless person. She don't give a shit. she ready to pull up on her bridge with no panties on.
That guy from he just came home, right? He just got out of jail. What's his name? Meeks. Jeremy Meeks. I think he was a prisoner.
Yes.
He got with a
good hair. Yeah.
He got green eyes and all that.
They wanted to get pregnant by that dude. Ain't got no job, no nothing. That's a perfect example. Yep.
Damn, man.
The dude with the green eyes, she wants her baby with. So that's what I'm saying. She find a whatever type of dude that would make a pretty baby. She online saying, I'm on birth control. You ain't got to wear no condom. Nigga ain't got no job, no nothing, but he got green eyes. She bust it over.
Looks like we're telling the truth.
The problem, y'all come on these panels and you want to crucify Black women. Your intention,
No.
as we talk about a lot of times, y'all talk about intention and you want us to follow you. We can't follow you if your intentions are not.
I don't
good.
want you to follow me. You would get tired.
Here we go again.
You couldn't walk that far.
You're trying to make it about me.
You couldn't follow me because you get tired.
On this panel, and you came on here to spew your hate for Black women, and you are justifying it.
And it bothered you.
You're justifying it by coming on here and making it seem as if you are teaching us something.
I didn't say I was teaching a thing, ma'am.
You can't.
Did I tell you I was teaching you?
Any person that you don't like.
Did I was telling you I was teaching you? Did I say I was teaching anything?
That way.
Ma'am, did I say I was teaching anything?
No, but you got on this panel with the intention of telling us why men don't approach.
What I would recommend is you you get a job, right? You work it, maybe in an industry that you could thrive in. Learn it, right? Without the risk, build a foundation. That way, when you jump into it, you're ready, Are we having a conversation? Are you here? Can you hear me?
I hear you.
Are you responding to me, you think, or?
Who else am I responding to? Mm-hmm. I'm telling you what I hear. You asked what I hear as far as that question.
I know, but as I'm breaking it down for you, is it?
Move on. Let it go.
You are partway chivalrous to like you and yours. Is that truly chivalry? Is it just you protecting your investment or your asset, which is your life? And I want to go back to maybe that isn't as chivalrous because you're protecting your investment, which is your wife. If somebody smacks her
investment,
but the woman on the bus, the old lady on the bus is standing up with a cane, and you gonna sit there and sit your happy hips, your wide hips down that bus, and watch her stand up on that with that cane the whole entire time. That's not chivalry.
Are you saying that me protecting my wife is less chivalrous than me giving my seat up for some old hag?
I think, are you
no.
Are you really chivalrous if you are only protecting your investment?
It's mine, right?
Right, you're protecting what's yours, but are you truly chivalrous if you don't give up the seat on the bus?
A woman that does things for me is enough. I don't need extra girlfriend.
Maddie, you made the point. You made the point.
Yeah, let me make a quick point, right? I think this conversation can trigger women, but to be fair, right, to where Beans was going, because it's not a checkmate, but I understand your point, is that women don't actually believe that they're bringing value to guys like that, because otherwise they would be encouraging men outside their man to have more female friends, and they don't. They actually discourage. Hey, you don't need no female friends. But wait, women are so valuable and important. What you mean I don't need no female friends? It actually shows you what women think.
Even women think about that shit.
There's a lot of nuance there that you could examine.
That's a great point.
That's clear. I agree.
That's from the biological standpoint.
Indeed.
Now they try to change that culturally into women don't have a definition. There's nothing that actually defines it. What ended up happening was this, though. The advent of feminism actually took away what femininity was by saying it was antiquated, it was old school, it was slavery, it was oppressive. But then they turned women into fake men. So everything that a woman do valuable is what men do. She go out work, she go out make money, she go out and get a degree, she go out and get education, she go out and buy things, she go out and she can afford things. These are all the things that men have been using to measure themselves and whether or not they've been successful or valuable or things of that nature. Women had a different set of things.
Been only pursuing so much for the attention of women. This is all, it sounds so new to me when I'm hearing it, but maybe I didn't have this perspective before. Calvin was good. B Love, what's up? but it's just like why we do things. Where does our moral code actually come from? How far are we willing to go to stand on it? Does your moral code have contingencies? You know, I have the clips queued up, but I'm just thinking through it. You know, the double standards. How long can we? I thought they just were a thing, but I guess they have like there's a reason for it.
Direction, choose your own path.
You know, this is the home of We Major, Me Frosty, Unfamous, and the restricted clothing brands. Let's get it.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basic. Pay attention, stay alert, and remember, choose your own path.
Direction, choose your own path.
Don't just wear anything. Wear garments that mean something. We got hats. We got sweatshirts. We got jackets. We even got hoodies. Let's not forget our classic tees. Direction, choose your own path.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basic. Pay attention, stay alert, and remember, choose your own path.
Tell a friend to tell a friend. DJ HAMP about to go live again. So hit the likes, my friend, on your way in. First off, salute the chat. And to all new cousins, welcome back. Heard you searching for the real. Well, this is where it's at. The latest topics and panels and brother, don't get sent to the bathroom. We got all the stats to back the facts in the morning or the afternoon. Tuesday, women's POV, 2 Fridays, dancing jamming tune. It's a community of real, and we better than the world news. This might be risky, I hope you know. This might be risky. Let's go, let's go. This might be risky. No, I love you, real, I love it. This might be risky. Salute to DJ HAMP, it's time to start the show. Salute to DJ HAMP, it's time to start the show. Yeah. It's broadcast.
Yo, check.
It's a stampede!
DJ HAMP the stamp. DJ HAMP the stamp.
Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. DJ HAMP about to go live again. So hit the likes, my friend, on your way in. First off, salute the chat. And to all new cousins, welcome back. Heard you searching for the real. Well, this is where it's at. The latest topics and panels and brother, don't get sent to the bathroom. We got all the stats to back the facts in the morning or the afternoon. Tuesday, women's POV, 2 Fridays, dancing jamming tune. It's a community of real, and we better than the world news. This might be risky, I hope you know. This might be risky. Let's go, let's go. This might be risky. No, I love you, real, I love it. This might be risky. Salute to DJ HAMP, it's time to start the show. Salute to DJ HAMP, it's time to start the show. It's a
stamp. DJ Ham the stamp.
Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, man. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most, man. You hear that shit? You heard? Shout out to my brother Fo in the building. Rolled it up for me, cooked it up for me. 50,000 subscribers, man. We here all day today. You heard? Let's get it popping, man. Salute to the 100 people in the building. Please hit the like button if you can. That helps the channel the most, man. This might be risky in the building. Let me see you in the chat real quick, and we get it popping, man. 50 of them things, you heard? I ain't gonna lie. I'm smiling and shit. I knew it was at 49,900 yesterday, and I knew it was gonna hit 50, but I can't help but smiling. I just got finished wrestling with my wife, you know what I'm saying? Not like that. Get your mind out the gutter. She was sitting on the steps. I gave her a noogie. That's all. Man. So achievements, man. Let me see when it. Damn, man. People, hold on. Teague, what up? Squibulator, welcome. Mahogany in the building. AC in the building. Vet Life, what up? Miss Jilly, make sure y'all say what's up to Miss Jilly in the chat, please. D Majesty in the building. Salute my G, my brother Folk, come through for the kids. Stop, what up? G, I'm bugging. Riri was popping. Good to see you. My brother, he knows. Alibaba was good. Dr. G in the building. Dottie was popping. My brother, Free Zone. Aaron Shalawam was good, kid. Omega Dreads in the building. Impress putting in work. That's always a blessing. Reese, what going on, my youth? Yep, Impress. I like it, man. Let me see. Darius in the building. Homeboy in the building. Salute. Shalom. Hit the like button, man. UFO was goody. Hope all is well. You already. Let me see. My brother Joel, of course. Mel, you already know. Like, share, subscribe, man. Rock solid in the building. Goody. Salute, man. Hit the like button, get the likes up. Truth was popping. DC was shaking, my G. Good to see you. I like it. Let me see. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, man. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helped the channel the most. Yeah, old clips definitely coming for sure, man. DJ Smoke, what up? Almond Eyes, what up? Good to see you, man. Hope all is well, man. Salute to everybody in the chat. My brother Mike Davis came through. I like it. T Mac, what up, kid? Good to see you. Tiff in the chat. Mary with the 20 ball. Perfect. Mary with the 20 ball says, we are the best podcast ever.
Shit like that.
Keep going, Hank. So proud of you. Love you, bro. I love you too, man. I appreciate it, man. Salute to Mary in the building. One of the originals, of course. This might be risky for the first 20 ball of the didn't fit. Rashada, what up? T Will, what up? Let me see. Kurt was goody. Salute. Old Gun was popping. Yeah, man. Folk cooked that shit up, man. Word is bomb, man. Aaron with the $2. Bro got Trey Songz singing a This Might Be Risky intro. Yo, you gotta get with Fo, man. Y'all see Fo every time we go live on Friday, so I make sure y'all get in tune with him because he wrote it, the melody and all that. He actually had a couple different renditions of it too, but that was my favorite one. You know what I'm saying? So salute to my brother Fo in the building. You know, that's what he do for real. I didn't know if y'all knew that. You know what I'm saying? Who that? That Brick? Okay. Tiff missed the dancing on Friday, but we went live Friday night though, I think. So I don't know. I think she was around. All right, I think I got everybody. I got Journey Shift in the building. My brother Fo, of course. Heather, what up? Mike Brown, one of the day ones when there's only 10 people in the chat. Orchid was good. Good to see you. Platform was popping. Let me see. Cali was good. Trey, appreciate you. Brandon, what up, my G? James was popping. You already. Let me see. Drabo, salute, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel. We'll get into the nostalgia of this thing, but we got to get this show started, man. I had to start here, and I apologize for the vibe swing, but I saw this morning, so I said we had to cover.
With me.
Yo, so this video, man, I saw this shit this morning, and it's about the streets, you know? Usually you go to the graveyard by yourself and you go to the motherfucking jailhouse by yourself, and you definitely go to court by yourself. Y'all seen First 48, people telling on each other left and right. That's the thing to do, seemingly, right? That so-called code of honor really don't exist. We've seen it in every movie. We've seen it in all of the drug dealers that we think are heroes. You know what I'm saying? And we don't even be thinking because we be so selfish in these instances. You know what I'm saying? There was one time I was DJing this party at this like little like hole in the wall and shit. And the owner, he get drunk, he start acting weird and shit. So he act like he about to flash dance with it with the hammer, and because he owed me money, but he was drunk as hell, you know. But I'm like a foot away from dude, and so I said, "Yo, if you flash this, I'm gonna do you right here, right?" And I told my brother, "Yo, go outside." My brother, I ain't going no fucking where, right? But we was naked. My bag was too far. We was already in proximity, so I said, "Yo, I could get on him as opposed to trying to go to my bag." You see what I'm saying? But and who knows what would have happened. But my brother was not leaving. Everybody else start like leaving out the place, you know, out the little bar. You know, people start rushing out the door and shit. And my brother didn't move a muscle. He's standing right there with me, ready to get it popping. Whatever happened, gonna happen. You know what I'm saying? He did not run in that situation. But who's selfish though? You know what I'm saying? Because we was at a disadvantage, but my brother not gonna leave me. He just not gonna leave me, right? No matter if we outgunned, it don't matter. He not gonna leave me. You know what I'm saying? There was one time we was in Orlando. Some shit had popped off. So we go back up there. It's like 10 of us, but only me and my two brothers go back up there because something had happened where I couldn't let it slide. So I'm going back up there and shit. And my two brothers is with me. The other 15 niggas we with stay in the car. So boom, they end up pulling a hammer. They start banging the shit, like going back and forth and shit. But we make it back to the car, you know. But all my friends like, y'all good? I'm like, yeah, we good. But I ain't think nothing less of them. But my brothers is coming with me no matter what, yo. Hella high water. You know what I'm saying? Hella high water. And I saw this shit, and it just, I don't know. I wanted to share it with y'all. You know what I mean? And then we'll get into a little bit more of the commentary.
You had these YNs, they get into a when I say this video just brought a tear to my eye, y'all. So you had these YNs, they get into a shootout. None of them get hit. They saying that his boys ran off on him. But not only that though, y'all, they said his big brother came back to save him. And he gets shot up in the process. Good news is that they both survived, y'all. And when he woke up in the hospital, the little brother went to go sit beside his brother's bed. When he wakes up, he wanted to thank him, y'all. And he was letting him know, like, man, I'm so glad you didn't leave me, man. His big bro said, I would never leave you. I couldn't. Look at this, y'all.
I love you, bro. I want to leave. I want to leave. Somebody screen record. I want to leave, bro. I want to leave. I want to leave. Oh my God, I want to leave, bro. I want to leave. God can make me leave you, man. You hear me, man? God didn't make me leave you that day, man. I was bad as you.
Damn, that's deep. Them boys about to get rich together. See, bro, shit like that. Look, y'all boys gotta drop these streets. Y'all gotta go put on some suits now. I don't know. Go to church or something. Pray, go talk to the little young fellas at the little jails or something. I don't know, bro. Y'all need to go do something and be speaking to these kids, because don't try to do no get back, bro. You know why? Because that was the blessing that you had. Went back to go get him, bro. Both of y'all got shut up and y'all both could have died. I didn't. I won't do no get back. I just take this, move on. Oh yeah, and another thing. One's was gonna say something about the boys running and everything. What the fuck they supposed to do? Just stand there? Because they ain't bulletproof. Bullets don't got names on it. Oh yeah, they can run. Just take a real brother, like a blood brother, to go back and go get his brother. He had to do that. But then I can be a hypocrite because if you ask me, like, would I feel a type of way when I wake up and realize niggas ain't come back and get me? I don't know. It won't be the same. When I say this video just brought a tear to my eye, y'all.
Yo, it's so crazy. Like the standards we think we live by, but we don't got standards for nothing else. You know, there's so many stereotypes about us and shit like this. And this is one of them, but it's not actually true. Every nigga that got killed yesterday thought he was gonna make it home. They usually leave you in a puddle of blood by yourself. But furthermore, how selfish are we, man? There's so many things going on around us, so many people that care about us, you know, and people getting shot dead in the streets, forgetting about their family, not caring about their family, you know. My brothers never leave me. But then what's my responsibility to them? Or is it all about me and my ego at that time? You know, they survived that. You know, hopefully they pivot. You know what I'm saying? They do something now that they have an opportunity to do it together. You know, I like when he said they're going to get rich together. Hopefully they do pivot. But when I saw this, it impacted me because just thinking about decisions and how selfish we are because of pride, ego, and testicular fortitude. And we have to have it. But these circumstances and the situations in which I'm referencing, we can avoid them. You know, a lot of niggas I know got killed, can't even afford to die. They leave their mom with a bill. And a lot of time people don't even know what it's over. Even like when we was young, even up to today. Niggas fighting over the same shit. Niggas smoked 3 of his mans at a petty argument when they was shooting dice in broad daylight. Niggas he shoot dice with every day. But that ain't nothing new. We can use movies. The reason why we use movies is because we all know it. Right? But it's a caricature of what actually happens. Y'all all seen Menace to Society. That shit ain't nothing new. Them boys got shot over a dice game a year ago. Know what I mean? But that movie came out, what, 30 years ago now? 40 years ago now? When it's on, I 100% understand it, you know? But a lot of things that we beefing back and forth over, I just want to make sure that it makes sense, right? And you ready to leave everybody in your wake. You know, is it worth it? I don't know. Shit get really real, man. But this video, I literally just saw it like 20 minutes ago. And I was thinking about a couple situations where my brothers didn't leave me. But if I would have left, they would have left. Now, the first situation, I think I was justified because I was too close. You know what I'm saying? I ain't want to turn. I ain't gonna get shot in the back. That's for damn sure. You know what I'm saying? But shit get real fast, man. And people that love you, they still here while you ain't, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Forward it with the $10 says, last year at this time we were at 20,000. Now the big fifth. Let's go. Perfect. Luke to the community and him. Love you, bro. Keep going. This might be rich. Perfect. Bo, man, I love you, my G. You heard? Yo, that shit. That song is amazing, man. Yo, Joe, this ain't that time. You want the link? Cause you don't understand. You be misunderstanding stuff, right? You misunderstand a lot of things. There's several different messages. Let me send you the link real quick. Cause that shit it doesn't make sense, right? We talking about a whole bunch of different things at once, right? If we having a conversation about a woman putting her hands on a man, and at what point does he defend himself, right? That's what we were talking about. Don't conflate the conversation. Here's the link. Damn. Oh, it's doing that. There go the link right there. All right, man. Damn. Saying stupid shit. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. Hit the like button, man. Salute to everybody in the chat. 50,000. I'm going to be here all day today, I think. Unless I go to the gym. Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most.
Yeah! Now that's how you kill somebody, my brother. You get right up on the motherfucker and bam! Throw his brains all over the sidewalk in broad daylight.
Rock the block, baby.
Congratulations. Yeah, man. What's up with the V-neck?
What's the V-neck? It's not a V-neck. I told you my clothes just big. It's not. Look. It's a
Yo.
Look. It's big. My shirt's just big.
Yo, 50 G's, man.
All praise to the Most High, man.
Yeah, man. How you feeling?
Feeling good.
You all right? Why you got your head wrapped?
Why I got my hair wrapped? Because my hair not done. Duh.
Do your hair then. It's 50,000. You knew that yesterday.
I didn't. I was like, yeah, HAMP gonna hit 50,000 this week. They was like, nigga, he already had 50,000.
Yo,
I was like, what? I was like, I just looked, and it was like, it just changed. It just changed. That was at like 2 o'clock this morning.
Yo, man, let me zoom in, man. You look a little. Let me see something. Turn to the left.
What's the left?
Please don't wipe no coal out your eye. Turn to the left. Turn to the right. Damn, I guess, man.
Come in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
Yo, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Why people don't want to get old, Sherelle?
I don't know. I think people don't want to die.
Well, people don't want to die, but even this part, look at this. So look at this.
Had to check a fan real quick after she ran up on him, calling him Unc.
Uncle T, what's up? Yeah. I ain't got on no makeup. I ain't got no makeup. No makeup, so don't play. I know. Shit, I'm damn near 30. You watched me grow up, so I'm damn near 30. You watched me grow up.
The 44-year-old rapper wasn't vibing with the new gen nickname, especially since Sis was pushing 30 herself. Social media users weighed in stating, prime example how ninjas never want to grow up. What's with celebrities getting upset because they old? I thought being called Unc was a sign of respect from the younger generation. That's not a compliment to call somebody Unc. You basically saying they're old. And honestly, celebrities have been making it clear for years. Oprah, Mary J. Blige, and plenty of others have straight up declined the whole auntie thing from fans. Because at the end of the day, it feels invasive when strangers hand out personal titles like y'all family. T.I. himself literally dropped a whole PSA track that went platinum in 2006, telling folks to stop getting too familiar.
So keep your thoughts and your feelings, shout it, you don't know. You might have seen me in the street, but shout it, you don't know. When you holler, when you speak, remember, you don't know.
T.I. had to check a fan real quick after she ran up.
Yo, I seen this. I'm like, why he got so tight? Do you like? Do they call? What do they call you? They call you Unc.
I'm big sis, but I've been an auntie all my life, so it don't make no difference to me.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, but you 45.
He's 44, 45.
He's 45. You big on.
Yeah, I ain't see no problem with it, man. Usually when they call you that, it's because it's a like a term of endearment, a sign of respect. You know what I'm saying?
Like, they trying to be like 30 and 45 is the same. No, it's not.
Hell no. They're not. That's a different generation. 15 years.
And she wasn't even. She's in her 20s. She said, "I'm almost 30."
Oh yeah, she was even younger. But that shit, yo, OG. If they not calling you that, if they calling you by your first name, that's more disrespectful. You know what I'm saying? Like they try to get your attention. If they call you son, they not looking at you like that. You know what I mean? So it's definitely a term of endearment. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. Now I can see if they was calling a woman a TD or something. Because I remember Oprah didn't like that either. They mentioned that Oprah don't call her auntie. At this point, you grandma, but
yeah, that's a fact. She a grandma. Like the kids
ain't got
call
no
you.
kids, so we be calling you auntie.
Yo, yeah, like people like Unc, OG, and all that. That I don't know. It just people find a way to get triggered. You know what I'm saying? And T.I. was carrying his baby's baby, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Your grandfather.
That's
He getting
that's the king baby.
How old is he? T.I.
45.
45? Yeah, man, you a Unc, nigga. You an OG. If I ever see that nigga, I'm definitely calling him Unc. I don't know. It just something. I don't know. I think that we don't be understanding, I guess. Like who we talking to and when, what the audience is, right? I guess intent doesn't matter. You know, it's all about how I feel about the situation.
Pretty much.
Essentially. So if I feel like it's disrespectful, then I can react as such, which I guess is the rules, you know. But if I'm talking to the young boys and they say "unk" to me, I understand they mean it out of respect. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You know, they ain't calling me nigga or no. You know what I mean? They're not talking to me how they talk to each other. You know. But if
My
T.I.
dad don't like to be called sir.
Sir.
Yeah.
Yeah. We was dealing with this lady. She's 79 years old. She was like, please don't call me ma'am. But the guys naturally talk like that. You know what I'm saying? They literally say, yes, ma'am, no, ma'am. And so I told her, I said, we're going to be with you for the next 4 days, you know, moving her and all that. They're not going to be able to adjust it. You know what I mean? I had to tell her straight up. Like, they're not going to say ma'am. They say ma'am all day long, you know? Like, they're not going to not say it. And even when they catch themselves, they kind of like, oh, sorry. But they don't even know what they're saying sorry for. You know?
Yeah, that's it's crazy. I don't know if the origins, if there's some racial origins. My daddy's around that same age. He's 76. But like if you meet him and you like, what's up, sir? He gonna be like, hey, don't do all that, sir. My name Burnell. That's what he gonna be like.
Yeah. Yeah, it's an interesting dynamic, man. But I guess that's the way of society now anyway, right? Everything is offensive anyway. You know, literally. There was a time my Georgie was born, and it was like some trend like ask the baby to change their diaper. Like get confirmation or permission to change their diaper. Like it was a weird.
I mean, they start pooing on themselves before they leave the hospital. They don't let them leave, right? So how can you get permission? Like you have to poop. Don't the babies have to poop before they leave the hospital?
It was something about like when they get. It was a weird trend. You didn't hear that? Probably not. But it was just like it's like 2017, 18. That whole, you know, that's that little bubble of, you know, just all those movements that started.
Super woke.
Yeah,
I did see the one where it was like, they were trying to ban getting little kids circumcised.
Really?
Because they were saying that it was mutilation, and that parents shouldn't be able to cut the foreskin. They should be able to wait until they're adults and decide if they want to do it then.
Yeah. Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah, because children have rights too. LOL.
Yeah. Well, my son got circumcised on the 8th day, so I don't know. It just, but I guess you know you don't get to determine how someone responds to anything, essentially, right? So once a person's offended, they're offended, right? You can either acknowledge the offense, right? You can concede or retract, or you could push forward if you don't think they should deem it offensive. You know, that's just how it is, I guess, generally with everything. You know, but it just threw me off, you know, because it seemed like he in his comedian bag too. it seemed like he was even familiar with her. So maybe they was joking. You know, it could be overblown by how they made it look. But I heard that before. I seen it in another clip. You know what I'm saying? So it's interesting, man. Perfect. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. O'Shea with the $2 says, "Congrats, 50,000." O'Shea, shit talking this nigga, man. Yo.
Oh man, is he in a wheelchair?
Yeah, they say O'Shea house built like a skate park, man.
Who said that?
Damn, man. Hit the like button, hit the like button, hit the like button, man. Let me see. Let me do this real quick. Let's get into this, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Where is the thing I want? Perfect. Yo, what's up?
Congratulations.
Yes,
I love the intro.
Yes, man. I'm trying to catch up to you, Lady Di. You heard?
Yeah, I hear you.
Tiff, what's popping?
Congratulations.
Indeed.
Super dope. The song is super dope. Like, that's a bop.
Shout out to Fo, man. He cooked it up for me, man. You know what I mean? Juan Solo with the $2 says, "Nah, Unc is just like nigga to old niggas." Nah, how old are you, Juan? I'm 39. I just hear it as a term of endearment, you know. When I hear this shit, you know. What you think, Tiff? They be wilding when they call the old heads Unc?
Nah, I've been auntie a long time. And I think in the South it's a term of reverence. It's nothing to be offended by. Oprah was tripping when she said that silly shit, and so was Mary J. Blige.
Mary J. Blige need to hush. Nigga, we done seen Mary when she was high, when she couldn't sing.
Wow.
We don't see Mary. What's the fault? We already seen it with the doobie wrap on, the head scarf. We seen her get cheated on. We seen her not have kids. All type. Mary need to relax. You know what I mean? All right, let's just say Mary need to go ahead and take what she could get. You know what I mean? I'm bugging. Die. What you think?
I mean, hey, you know, as far as these terms go, unc, auntie, and all that, it's new to me. So I don't have no feeling towards it. So if somebody called me an auntie, I wouldn't be mad because I am actually an aunt. Well, from my marriage or whatever. But like, usually, I don't know, auntie, I think they'll call you whatever you look like. So I know like the auntie and OGs are like older. And then big sis is usually somebody that looks younger. So I mean, I don't know. I get called that I look young a lot of times when I'm out. So I don't get the auntie and stuff yet, for real. But it doesn't matter to me. I'm older now, so.
Yeah, nah, you know, I don't know if, I it's different demographics, you know, for sure. Because where I'm from, if they use those terms, it's endearing, right? Because it'll be another person at that same age where they don't use those terms because they don't see them as such, right? They don't show that person deference. There's times where we had like some of the OGs like kind of doing too much, and we'd be like, "Yo, OG, you doing too much, bro." Like, you know, in my head, I'm like, "Yo, we will whoop y'all ass out here," you know. But we kind of let them chill, like, "Yo, chill," you know what I'm saying? Because we always had that level of respect. You know, that was the relationship growing up. You know, they was, you know, maybe like 5, 6, 7, 8 years ahead of us or so. You know, so we kind of be like, "Yo, all right, OG," you know. Mr. Williams with the 10 ounces. Salute, Hamp. This might be risky. His family. I love being old. It's fun. Congrats on 50,000. Let's go. No doubt. I don't know. It's interesting, man. It's just two things I saw, like literally this morning. I said I had to go over these, but that one this shit been bugging me, man. And Medium Man been mining through these statistics more and more and more. You know, in the wake of when the man got his head knocked off, you know, we just been looking at that demographic, you know, but it's not a new demographic. And the FBI report of 2019 is where a lot of the talking points derive from. You know what I'm saying? So when they say like we commit the most murders, the most violent crime, right? The FBI statistic report of 2019 is the one because it's categorized clearly. You know, it's like the last report they did like that, to where you literally can look at every single category and it looks at arrests specifically. So black men are the most violent, largely is based on that 2019 report, you know, but it's an arrest report. Arrest doesn't mean guilt, but there's an assumption there, right? The stereotype is that most everybody in prison is guilty, right? But also it doesn't acknowledge the 57% that get exonerated too, you know, because black men also lead in the exoneration. Now there's multiple reasons why, right? They talk about how soft the policing is in blue states and etc. But this is something that we've seen over and over again, you know, from Buffalo all the way back to Timothy McVeigh. Y'all remember him?
Yeah, you kind of getting muffled too.
Oklahoma
Him?
bombing, OKC.
OKC bombing, and then my bad. Damn, so all of that was muffled?
Just the last part.
Okay. You know, in Buffalo when he shot up the store, Las Vegas,
Oh yeah.
Dylan Roof, right? The bombing in 19 with the three little girls. I forget what his name was. Jeffrey Dahmer. I mean, you had that demographic, you know? And so I was looking at a couple different things. I wanted to discuss this with y'all to see what y'all think. Because usually when I do these topics, the panels are a little bit differently situated. Like we usually do stuff like this on like a Monday, you know? But I wanted to go through it to see what y'all thought. Sherelle, were you able to obtain any of that other information?
I sent it to DJ Hamp. Do you want me to send it to this? Might be risky. Or to
No,
your
you could.
phone?
Nah, you could get it. I'll grab it. You know, like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most.
When I'm traveling. When I'm traveling. When I'm traveling.
How? Let me ask y'all a question. How did? Is it? Are we considered the most violent? Right?
I don't think that's a true statement.
No, considered. Are we not? Are we not considered the most violent?
No, I think white people are considered the most violent.
Exactly.
Okay.
I
So
think
Indy,
it's a per capita thing with us, but overall, white people.
Okay, so consideration in our country, you guys think white people are considered the most violent?
Absolutely.
Nah. No, factually, they're the most violent. What people say and think is that we're the most violent.
Yeah. What's the sentiment?
People clutch their purse or walk on the other side of the street when they see groups of black people. Or when people when you go to low income places and it's a bunch of black people that live there, lock your doors. You don't be in those places long and you avoid them at all costs if you have to. If you don't have to be there.
Okay. Lady Di, what you think?
Yeah, like when you're in the low income, impoverished areas, right? That you'll feel more like you need to go in your car, lock the door, because you don't know what they're about to do, gang stuff, right? But if you're like in a middle class or high class area and there's black people, I don't think we would do that. It's just more in the hood. It's like that. But most of the hood is filled with black people. So, but if a white person walk past you, regular white dude, you're not gonna go hide in your car. But that's just how it is. That's what I see.
Do black men look scary to you?
Only the ones that look like they on the street.
What you mean?
Like they look like they hood, like they don't work. You know, they just on the street selling, doing whatever. It's a look. It's a look.
So you say, so what you saying? What is this look? Oh shit! Hold on, put her right here. what is this look, Lady
Oh,
Di?
God.
What do these black men look like? Go ahead, talk your shit. Let me hear this.
Okay, so like they look like all they do is drink, all they do is smoke. They don't have nothing to do. Like they on the corner, they on the street, they're not doing anything. Now, all of us, right? There's some people that drink and smoke, I'm pretty sure on the panel, whatever. But when you start to look like what you're doing, to me, it just, I don't know. That's just how I look at it. Now, a regular black dude that he may drink or smoke, but you can't really tell. He looks presentable. So maybe I'm talking about presentable, like regular clothes. You just t-shirt, jeans. You look regular, like you about to go to your car, go to work or something. Go to the grocery store. Like it just, I don't know.
Yeah, I get it. So you think are you scared of like homeless people?
No, homeless looks homeless. They look like bums.
They be drinking too though.
They look like they oh my gosh.
Now, because when you said drunken on the streets, I started thinking about homeless people because that's
So now, hold on. So Rel, where do I fit in now?
If she saw you and it was dark at the gas station,
Yeah,
she'll pull off.
No,
because of my hoodie.
No, it's not because of the like. So I wear hoodies too. Like my husband wear hoodies. Okay, it's not just the hoodie. It's the face. Like you look washed up or something. Like you look like you're unkept. I lived in a hood. It's a look. I'm telling you. It's a look. I don't know how to fully explain it to where you understand, but it's a look in the face. You look disturbed. I'm not talking about homeless. Homeless look like you need to take a shower. I'm not talking about that. You know what I'm talking about. The hoodie's not gonna do it. It's not just the hoodie.
So you look homeless? Huh?
No. If you see them with the
Like,
ski mask,
basically,
that means red flags, right?
What?
When they wear the ski mask.
Well, that's a given. I don't think they just walk around with ski masks.
They do.
Like if you was trying to go to a job interview, okay, you don't have to wear a suit and everything to go to a job interview. These guys, they go to a job interview, they're gonna turn them around. Like you don't look presentable. Like I don't know how else to say it.
What do you mean?
Crazy, bro. How do niggas look, man? That we gotta run from them.
Huh? Oh, okay. I guess you know, like how women have the resting bitch face. Okay, there's men who look like they just mean mugging all the time.
But Sherelle said I look mean.
You don't. I already met you.
I look like a
you
pit
look
bull.
fine. No, you don't.
He do.
I said you look what? Like a pit bull. Yeah, you do.
And he look mean.
So, hold on, this is crazy. This is getting crazy, y'all.
Rest in pit bull face.
All right, die. Now, what if he outside like this though?
Not he changing outfits.
What if he got his Timbs on though, with the shorts and all that?
I'm so glad I can't see. Oh my God.
Why your knee and your ankle so close?
Look, I'm saying, what if he got his Timbs on though?
But why is it giving Omega? Just go put the gold boots on.
It's not even focused. It's not even focused, Ham.
I'm just asking.
Don't focus him.
Ham,
Don't.
just come sit down. It's
I'm
blurry.
saying, what if he got the Timbs on and all that? You know what I mean?
He got white socks on. Do he only got one sock on and no sock on the other?
He got small socks on.
Shorts is killing me. Listen, I'm not afraid of any black.
Short. Come on, sit down.
So kneecaps though.
Listen, man, I'm just asking because y'all niggas it's like y'all describing me and shit.
No,
you know what I mean?
not. I'm not describing you.
I'm feeling some type of way.
He is always drunk. Yeah.
I'm never drunk.
But he's always drinking. You're right. I've never seen him drunk. Even if I seen him drink 2 gallons of liquor, he's never drunk.
But he don't look
2 gallons
Diddy's-
later.
Still
He's
Diddy
always
said,
drinking.
"Sit down."
I'm still wilding on the Timbs and the like. What kind of shit is that?
Yo, man.
You said you was bringing out the
You
gold
think I'm
boots for
describing-
50K, so you bringing them out later or something?
He need to pull the gold boots out because at that what he just did with them Timberlands, all I was like, oh, okay, it's giving Omega.
This is what you talking about. This
Them
is summer.
Timberlands
That's
are-
just normal, and he's in Texas, and it's not even Timberland weather.
It's not.
Yes, it is.
It's like
70
75 degrees outside.
Mm-hmm.
So I got a question. These YNs that people talk about,
Mm-hmm.
that's a look, right? Or any young person. What's the difference between a YN and then just a regular 18-year-old? Because I'm trying to, maybe it's the YN look. I don't know.
You might be looking. Yeah, I mean, okay. I just think that the stereotypes, we believe them too. We perpetuate them also, I guess.
I don't think we believe stereotypes. I think we understand the full scope. We know people be dangerous. We know the neighborhoods that's dangerous. We know who sell drugs. We know who rob people. We know, right? So if I'm in a nice part of New Orleans, I could leave my car running. I don't know. We don't always lock the door where we live. But you know what I'm saying? But when I'm in certain parts of New Orleans, I'm like, I'm very more vigilant. I'm locking the doors because I know shit go down around here. Now, this might be where I'm from, but because I know I lived on this street, I know shit go down on this street. I feel a little safer in my particular neighborhood just because I know the criminals. You know what I'm saying? They know me, so they typically leave me alone. But everybody else, I'm gonna have on swivel because if they could catch you lacking, they'll try to rob you. But I don't be scared for my life though, right? Because I don't really think that black men grape. I know some do, but that's really not a black man thing. So I'm never walking and thinking like a black man's gonna snatch me. I feel like it's a white issue. I think white women run through Central Park and there's white men waiting in the bushes for them. But and I don't actually think that they just off us either, right? I think that's be people that know each other.
Okay.
And I'm from the hood, so usually when you see somebody get shot, it's either there was an innocent bystander in the way, but the intended target, they actually have conflict.
What? Okay. But that's the thing, right? The narrative, the rhetoric, the belief, you know what I'm saying, is what we kind of discussing. Because what Lady Di presented, right? I was on her a little bit about it, but she wasn't far-fetched from what a lot of people kind of see and think. Black, white, don't matter. You know what I'm saying? So when I look at this, though, because this is how the stat been presented to us for a minute, I think this is the one I want. Let's see. Is it this one? Hold on. Let me see. No, not that one. Let me make sure I got the right one. I had them in order. Yeah, I think it's this one. Hit the like button, hit the like button, hit the like button. Sure.
Deleting people's tweets who point out FBI. So now Elon Musk is deleting people's tweets who point out FBI proven data about white people committing crimes. This is farther proof that he does not care about free speech whatsoever. He cares about pushing his own narrative. So here's what got deleted. She says, despite making up only 28% of the USA population, FBI data shows that white men are 55% of kidnappers, 56% of rapists, 58% of mass unalivers, and you get the point. There's the rest of it.
So,
She says this tweet got deleted without any explanation by making up only.
So, this lady, Rebecca Jones, said, my viral tweet about how dangerous white men are based on FBI crime data has been mysteriously removed from X without reason. Elon doesn't want to see the truth. Restore the, and then says restore the tweet. So, she says, despite making up only 28% of the USA population, FBI data shows that white men are 55% of kidnappers, 56% of rapists, 58% of mass shooters, 59% of child porn arrests. I think it's 52% of statutory rapes, 53% of prostitution solicitors, and then it says 1938 FA offenders, and then it goes down talking about incest and all that other shit. But
They
it's
only
this
28% of the USA.
men, the white men.
Oh, so wait, the majority of white people are women?
Yeah, I think
That's insane.
it might be eliminating boys too.
Right. Oh, okay.
Yes, it might be eliminating boys too.
Okay, boys, girls, and women is the rest. Okay. That's
Yeah,
still a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
So she pulled this from that chart, you know, and it's framed the exact same way. Despite being 14% of the population, black people account for 50% of the right. When you frame it, and that word "despite" is heavy, and it's usually always more women than men anyway. You know what I'm saying? Just pretty much everywhere, kind of. But when you look at this, right, and she writes it the same way we've been hearing it, what happens? What do you guys think? How real and how dangerous is this? Yeah, my bad. Thank you, T. Will, because I can't see it. His head is in the way. T. Will says 75% of incest perpetrators.
Yeah,
That's the thing.
America has a problem, and until we are like super honest about it, especially after this weekend when we had, I want to say 5 major shootings, and out of that 5, 4 of them were white males. We've seen a number of incest rings. There is a representative in Oklahoma that is getting sentenced right now where he didn't even go up for trial, where he had so many pictures of being with infants and people under the age of 5. Like, these people are wired a different way. And I really firmly believe that the projection of trying to make Black people a boogeyman is because they know how horrible they are as a race. And they've been horrible as a race, to the point to where I want to think it's 1869, where they had to legally say if you killed a slave, you wouldn't be, charges wouldn't be filed against you. Like, these people are violent, and they've been violent, and they like to play coy and want to talk about Black on Black crime when they are the criminals. By and large, they are the most criminals out there.
Yeah, there was a white guy in my neighborhood in DC, and the neighborhood was all black. And to Lady Di's point, he looked disheveled. He was kind of walking through. So I stopped him. I'm like, what you doing over here? What you doing out here? Right? He's like, oh, I'm just walking. Well, no. There's no white people don't live over here, right? They just don't, right? Like, it's just not, you know what I mean? DC is pretty decently segregated. There's little people, you know, here and there, but for the most part. So I'm like, no, you got to get out of this neighborhood, you know? Was I in the wrong? And to your point, he looked disheveled, like what Lady Di was saying, you know?
Right. You know, I think we have to be very weary when we're around them. Like, if they weren't violent, why would you ever need to have a talk? If they weren't violent, like, we know to watch for them. We don't do certain things. Like, how many white people are getting lynched? It's certain shit that we just don't do. It just is what it is. I find the criminality is it's very easy to blame on Black and brown people. It's very easy to try to point out it's you when no, it's you. From white collar crime to small collar crime to people doing drugs. Like, we have the war on drugs. They have a health crisis. We have the criminals, they get mental illness. And it's because the legal system, they see themselves in each other. So even when you start giving those stats, I don't believe it. And I told you, the proximity to whiteness that I have is real close. And those people do not be getting charged. Half the time they don't go to jail. Half the time they're not even getting any charges. I don't believe the stats. It's easier to criminalize Black men and Black bodies.
So is it because the type of crimes, I'm just asking a question, the type of crimes that Black we talk about black men and black or white men, the type of crimes that black men do versus the type of crimes that white men do, are they the same or different?
No, it's the same. Just like if you pull it up, there's a white man that shot 2 police officers and a canine dog. No coverage. This weekend alone, like how many black men do you know getting onto a boat and shooting into a restaurant? How many black men have ever went into a church and shot people at a church? Went into a grocery store and shot strangers. Our crime is typically people we know. It's not strangers.
But they're also not the same. That's what I was saying. It's not the same type of crime that black men would do. You just said it's mostly, yeah. They're like on a high extreme level.
Yes. I'm at a point where I find it very peculiar that we love to talk about single moms and black women when I want to know what white women are doing to raise these evil ass people. You're raising evil people. What are y'all doing in y'all's home?
Well, we already know they don't, just from what I've seen, even now, it's like the same. I feel like there's not a lot of white parents that kind of are very strict, like maybe us blacks will be. Not saying that all black parents are strict, because there's some that they don't care. They just let their kids do whatever. That's why some kids are acting up right in the black community. But as far as like the ratio, I think it's more whites that they're more lenient with things.
I hear what you're saying, but I really like legitimately been pondering on it. And I think, again, like I've thought about even let's just say our government right now, right? You have the president that his parents were absolutely awful. Donald Trump's parents were awful. J.D. Vance, his mother was a drug addict. Stephen Miller. So when you start looking at people that have a proclivity for being ugly and mean, a lot of times it's because their parents are horrible people too. And again, that's that trauma that's passed down generation to generation to generation, because again, we don't do certain things. Like when we are listing off things, have you ever heard of a black man going into a church while people are praising?
I know. I've been to a funeral that got shot up.
I mean, but even then, the person that shot it, was it somebody that knew somebody and they came through like to get back?
Okay, it was a funeral.
I'm not saying it's okay. I'm saying again, the proclivity to cause harm to strangers, to people you just absolutely don't know. If it's a crime in the hood, however we want to talk about that, fine, okay. But it is something to be said about these mass shootings. It's something to be said about the way that they commit crime and how we dismiss it.
But I think, like, to me, if we're comparing, crime is crime, in my opinion. I understand there's levels to it, but it's still a crime committed. How they're charged, that's really not, we can't control how the judge wants to handle that. But as far as the crime, violence is violence. Is it, at this point, is it equal? Like, we're equally creating violence, blacks and whites. Are we equally creating violence, regardless of the type? Are we equally creating it?
No.
Hold on. Hey, Dre, I'm going to drop the link for you. All right. I'm going to drop the link for Dre specifically. We can mine that foolish statement out real quick. Go ahead, Lady Di.
So is the crimes equal? Is it equal though? Like the crimes committed, not the type, but the crimes committed equally from blacks and whites?
I would, if we had real numbers, I would bet that they have way higher numbers. And when I'm talking about all kinds of crime, from white collar crime to stealing to domestic violence to even just brawls, like white boys fight all the damn time. Like that's a thing. They fight all the time. So again, what bothers me is when you don't have a proximity to whiteness and all we know is like our ethnic group, it's easy for us to see criminality in us. But the real criminals are the palm colored people. It's the envelopians. It's not us.
To that point, what Tiff's saying is that a lot of times when we do see mass shooters or criminals in the white community, they still come from 2-parent backgrounds and they come from upper middle class living. They went to the best schools, but something in them still wants to randomly murder people they don't even know, right? So they don't even have this system, because when you look at Black crime, the leaders of it are the people who are living in poverty, a jungle that was created to destroy Black people. The way that they built us, the way that they set the ghettos up, the way they put the interstates through them, the way they marginalized it, is like, we have an understanding of where the crime comes from. But typically, if we go to a upper middle class Black community, we're not scared, even if they're walking around in hoodies. Even if they're even if they're dressed the way that dudes in the hood are dressed, we're not looking crazy if they live in one of those nice neighborhoods in DC, because it's like, yeah, it's all Black people here, but they're not hood Black people.
Right.
But when you go to a white community, the criminals are in the subdivisions. They're in cul-de-sacs. And they leave out a cul-de-sac where they've always been loved, and go to a church and shoot up people.
Grocery stores, Walmart.
I think it's kind of, to me, how I'm looking at it right now, I don't think it's a fair comparison, because we're not raised the same. Like, you talking about white and Black. We're too different. So how they're raised, I can't say like, because they were raised in a 2-parent household versus a Black person raised in a 2-parent household, that looks different. But we're not.
So you saying that it's going to be a better outcome if Black people are raised in a 2-parent household?
That part.
No, I'm just saying it's going to be different. I just think it's different outcomes. That's all I'm saying, because they're raised differently. There's nothing the same.
But I'm saying that the 2-parent household, upper middle class Black people are way less likely to do crime.
I'm not saying they're going to be committing crimes. I'm saying that.
So, Lady Di, let's say this, and I know you're saying that they're raised differently, but again, if we would look at them culturally, they're raised a lot of times in a gun type environment. Hemp has been saying, like, are y'all ready? If something happens, do you know how to do this? Do you know how to do that? These boys be shooting from the time that they can hold a gun.
That's the point I'm saying. They're raised differently. They're raised training to shoot.
But that means that you have a proclivity, since you've been a small person, to be violent and to not value life.
But you made my point. They're raised differently. I wouldn't want to teach my sons right now how to shoot at this moment. Not yet. I feel like it's a maturity level that you have to meet in order to be taught that. The other race, they don't care. They're already hunting. I'm talking about majority. I'm not saying Black people can't hunt and they can't teach their kids. Right. But on a majority level, they're being taught this at a young age. They don't, like, I remember when we got my first pistol. Mm-hmm. The person that sold us the pistol, he told me to get this type that had a certain type of grip, just in case, like I'm washing my kids in the bathtub and it got a grip, right? He said that he got five daughters and all of his kids know how to shoot, and the youngest was like 5. Mm-hmm. And I looked at that man, white man, I looked at him like, wow, that's crazy. Like, I would never do that. But this is what they teaching them. So all I'm saying is, we're raised different regardless if we have 2 parents or not. It's a different culture they got going on over there. I'm just talking about on a majority level.
Okay. But
another example, you feel like their culture is worse? Because I'm saying that the outcomes of the people that are doing the crime are coming from upper middle class white homes. Because nobody reports trailer park crime like that at all. They don't. They handle all of their stuff. People who live in like rural areas, I've delivered to rural white. They have their own everything. The own sheriff, the sheriff live on the same block where everybody else. They own all that land. Ain't nobody coming out there reporting nothing. They handle this on their own.
And it doesn't even have
sundown towns. Why you think they call them sundown towns? Because they handle everything on their own. You go there, you're coming missing, and they're not calling the FBI to report you missing. It ain't talking to the police to report nothing to the government. Niggas know they shouldn't be here after a certain time, and if you don't know, you're gonna learn. And
another point I wanted to make, Sherelle, it doesn't even have to be rural. Like, dead in the center of Dallas, there's an area called Highland Park. Highland Park is literally the richest area in Dallas. They have their own cable system, their own police system, their own schools district. These white people manage things very differently. So when people come in and they love to talk about our stats, I'm like, these stats are skewed. And because you lack a proximity to whiteness, you don't even get what's going on. Like the fact that we had 5 mass shootings in 24 hours. You had a 40-year-old that was a veteran. The other guy that was 29 was a veteran. There was the one dude was black, and then I think the guy that went into the church. All of these people were all of a particular persuasion, and we didn't hear where were the mothers at, where were the fathers in the home, what school did they go to, how were they raised. You didn't get any of that. Nothing about their upbringing was questioned. Nothing about the parents were questioned. Like, that don't make sense to me. But we quick to talk about. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, I just wanted to Lady Dottie clarify what she was saying, because you're saying that we're raised different. So are you saying that the white people raise their children worse? Because if when we put us in a positive neighborhood and we compete at the same level, we're coming from the same level, same backgrounds, they're more likely to do the crime.
So it depends on what the person feels is worse. So let's say in my household, we teach our kids how to fight from jump. My 3-year-old wrestling and could slam somebody down at his age, right? Across the street, they not teaching them how to do that. They teaching them how to shoot a gun. So that's up to how you look at it if it's worse. What would you think? Which one would be worse? I don't know what the outcome is going to be. My kids knowing how to fight and their kids knowing how to shoot. They don't mean they're going to use the gun when they go to school. And it don't mean that my kids is going to be slamming people when they get to school either, right? Because you get kicked out, get expelled for that. So it's kind of like, that's what I'm saying. The levels of crime is going to be different. How we are raised culturally is different. What you think is worse is going to be different. I don't know. I'm just saying this is what I'm looking at. I don't think it's a fair comparison. That's all I'm saying. From black and white. We're not raised the same.
Even in the fact that we're not raised the same, and you don't have to make it black and white, how many Asian people are doing mass crimes?
Well,
how many Mexican people are doing mass crimes? It is.
But now we're going to a whole nother space. We're just talking about United States right now, right?
No, Asian people here in the United States. I'm talking about people in the United States, Latinos, Asians, Filipinos. You have a particular type of person that creates these type of crimes, and they are white men. And until we stop trying to insert us in it and understand and say white people need to have a conversation with white men. Why are y'all so damn angry? What is going on? How are you raising these kids? Because your children are not safe. They're not safe in school. They're not safe at church. They're not safe at a grocery store. You are raising animalistic people. What is going on in your home? And
that's what I'm saying.
No. But hear what I'm saying. Instead of us inserting what we do, we need to turn the mirror on them. Y'all have a major problem. Y'all have an issue that's affecting everybody.
But see, you're making it, but this is what you're doing. Everybody need to have a conversation. People in the black community, they need help. And they need conversation to help the black people committing crimes over here. White people need to help their situation too. I think both of them need to help each other. You're just making one bigger than the other. They're both bad. And then saying Asians, that's a whole nother culture. They do stuff differently. You cannot bring Asians and stuff in America and say, oh, because you was raised in America. Most of those Asians raised in America are raised by full-blown Chinese or Japanese cultural people that just moved here. Right? That's different. Black people here, they've been living here for many years. Okay.
We trying to get we trying to assess this demographic.
It's something
we assess our demographic a whole lot, right? We look at the stats over and over. So I just want to get an assessment of this demographic. So, Lady Di, what's your overarching point so I can understand?
I don't think. I'm just saying. I don't think it's a. If we're comparing black crime and white crime, I don't think it's a good comparison. Like we shouldn't be comparing which one is worse.
Well, are we
That's what I'm saying.
assessing? Well, I think what it is we assess, the crime statistics, the data about, the black demographic a bunch, right?
Mhm.
So we looking at this thing that seemingly is glossed over, right? It somehow became a black and white conversation, or black people got involved when it was not a white man who did the shooting that turned the world on his head, 3 weeks ago,
Mhm.
right? Black HBCUs were on lockdown because of threats and things of that nature, you know.
But
So
now,
we assessing it, so we need to look at like, wait a minute, what's actually happening in totality. So like when she pulled those statistics, this is the report that she got them from, right? And so it has black, so it doesn't have by gender, but it says white and black, Asian, Native American, right? You see that one?
Mhm.
So when you start to scroll and look, right, it gives you the numbers. So murder 51%, 45%, right? 69%. And the assumption is most of this is done by men, So when she broke it down to 38%, the numbers get a tad bit more drastic. And I guess it would work in the same for us, right? Because it would be 7%, whatever the case is. But when you're looking at it, there's still
look at
a disparate number, you know.
like
Can
So
him
you go
looking
back?
at
Can you
basically,
go back
like,
up,
let's just
Pam?
talk about
Yeah.
This
the
is
black.
because I want to say this. It's
embezzlement.
not a racist thing that I say when I say black men don't rape. But look at the percentages. It's really not typically a black crime. At
Yeah, that one.
69% is white men.
And
That's
then
what
here,
shit
At
that they
fraud
do.
and
so like
embezzlement.
look at this one, right? So also just in I'm only scrolling this one, Sherelle, because it's along,
Right.
adjacent to a rape essentially. So sex offenses 74%, drug violations, which we kind of know about that. And so this
Okay.
was she was looking at, the lady when she pulled this.
And even if you go to fraud, like there's why do we even have criminality that's different when you have white collar crime? Like, come on, we understand, and that's the thing. It's just like black people need to get real for real about these laws and where they come from and how they're used against you. Vagrancy laws were used against black people. The war on drugs, cocaine and crack had two different sentences. So if we want to take things and make it seem like we are the worst of the worst, you need to look at the laws and how they're drafted to work against you. And again, when we're talking about white people, we don't have to bring ourselves into it. We can say by fact 63% of mass shootings, I think it's white men. There is something going on, specifically when you have I'm glad Hemp brought it up. How in the hell did this boy shoot this other man, CK, in Utah, the whitest of the white states, and HBCUs are getting threatened? We ain't got nothing to do with this. Why are you threatening black college campuses? It ain't enough black people in Utah for us to even give a flip. White people have a very specific way of being terroristic, and they've been this way. But we are so deprivating. Like, yeah, you absolutely right. Our crimes are not the same. Their shit is heinous, heinous, horrible, horribly, like the worst of the worst, the worst of the worst.
Yeah. So maybe I hear you. Maybe I'm confused on the point of this conversation. Are we comparing black men and white men's violence, or are we just talking about white violence? Hemp. Which one is it?
Well, I think what it is we talk about it all. What we haven't done is level set the conversation probably ever, right? We kind of ignored that column when looking at this chart, right? So now we're not ignoring the column and we're looking at the chart and seeing where it shows up, right? Because we assess this violence ad nauseum to say black men this, black men that, right? Nobody's ignoring that, right? We haven't ignored it, but now they've been highlighting this other column now that these crimes have been seemingly being more prevalent. at the very least, they're showing them to us more. You know, like I had the 2 news clips of the 2 quote unquote mass shootings that just transpired. You know, and so now that they're kind of putting into the forefront, just like we assess black male violence, right now the assessment is being had.
Okay,
Right,
so we're
because they're saying,
assessing
go ahead.
white violence right now. I just keep hearing not you, but I just keep hearing the black going. But it's like we see the white violence, we're assessing that, and then now I'm hearing, well, black people don't do this the same, and like let's just assess the white violence, because to me, if we're gonna keep going back and forth, I already gave you my argument. It ain't the same. But if we're assessing white violence and saying, hey, this is what's going on, this is what we think is happening, this is why we think it's happening, then that's a conversation.
Mm-hmm.
That's just my
well, yeah, because this is an arrest distribution, right? And so when we're even talking about the black men, right, who got arrested for these crimes, the other stat that needs to be put into the equation that hasn't ever until probably recently, it's 57% exoneration. Right? Because you're arrested, you're innocent still. And then when your case is tossed or thrown or whatever the case is, now it's done. Right? They walk at that point. You know? So we're just looking at this arrest graph because that's what we've been assessing for the last 5 years. And now it's been highlighted by white people like, well, wait, look at these crimes. Like, I was going to show you guys the 2 shootings that just happened, but let me show you this first, right?
Can I ask a real quick question though? And I'm it's not an attack.
Is it a question or is it a comment? Just so I'm clear.
No, it's a question. Why do you believe, if we're even talking about crime, why do you want to connect black versus white? Do you believe that white people, when white crimes happen, do you believe that they see themselves in that criminal? Like, we did a thing versus no, that person did something versus with black people
black men. Why do I include myself?
No, not you. No,
I've been in trouble before.
No, not you. I'm asking why, if we're even talking about criminality, why do we even bring us into it? If we're talking about white men, like it says Caucasian male problem, I don't even understand why black men are even brought into this.
Well, we did it in this conversation ourselves, right? Okay. So I did it, you did it, Sherelle did it, Lady Di did it. And I'm not saying you like it's a bad, but you like we were saying black people don't do this, right? Black people will shoot each other because they have a direct issue, not go shoot up a Walmart. So that's how it got intertwined.
Okay.
You know, so it's okay, but that'll convolute the conversation.
I got you.
You know what I'm saying? Even like when we were talking about white people to shoot up X, Y, and Z, I said, well, there's a funeral that I attended that got shot up. Just in Pittsburgh, there was a funeral that had got shot up. Nobody died, but 4 people got shot. You know, the boy died. He was at his funeral. They came and shot 2 guys, shot the funeral up in Pittsburgh. So that's how it gets conflated. And I think that's okay, but it does convolute the conversation.
Right.
You know, Lady Di, take a look at this. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Let me read these real quick. UFO was popping. Salute, my G. Hey, every time I do music sets, all UFO do is put who the artist is in the chat. Like, he know everything. You don't know all the artists, my nigga. You know what I'm saying? But salute the UFO in the building for the 50 ball.
And when I'm feeling broke, E and J by my side, Henny like $40. This shit like 25.
Salute, my G. Perfect. Appreciate you, God. JT with the $5 says, congratulations on the 50 stack milestone. Hamp, salute, OG. By the way, I'm past Unk status. I'm OG now. That's a fact.
Perfect.
Robert Watkins with the $5. Major achievement. Congrats. Head down. Get it. Opposition is not always bad. Be well. This might be risky. Yeah, 100%. No, I don't mind the civil discourse and operation. I box. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not against opposition whatsoever. Ronnie with the $5 says, to the general, salute. I think we was at like 10,000 or 15,000, man. Salute. 10-15 in the building.
Wow. Perfect.
Salute to the Stampede. Salute to the 50,000. Salute 1015 in the building, man. My brother, my Ak, I appreciate you. Cali with the $2. Why Hamp short?
I mean, we did see a lot of
Cali.
We saw them thighs and knees.
I hope that white man work you to death today, Cali.
Perfect. It's because your knees so close to your ankle.
We wear short shorts. If you're there for a short
Frederick.
You know what I'm saying? Your legs.
Thank you,
The
Lady
leg
Di.
part not long.
Thank
Or
you,
the
Lady Di,
thigh
for being a bigger person. These two knuckleheads.
She probably taller than you. Lady Di, you taller than him, huh?
No, I'm not.
Jesus.
Yo,
Right.
Hamp is not like, y'all making it seem like this nigga's puny. Like, he is not. He's solid, yo. Y'all gotta stop.
Solid like a rock.
They can throw with the $5. Congrats on the
him.
50,000. Salute. Aaron with the $2. Can't wait to hear the excuses for the FBI stats. Bet life. Perfect. Bet life in the building. He says, salute, Hamp. Ladies, congrats again. To your point, Hamp. No, you were not wrong. If the people here in Jacksonville asked questions to that Dollar General shooter in our neighborhood, we possibly could have prevented it. You remember that shit? Because it's like they noticed him. He was out of it. Didn't make sense, right? He was like out of you could tell. Like if you see something, say something, right?
Right.
Aaron with the $2 says, "Trailer park white boys aren't the mass shooters." TIQS, salute. My G with the $5 says, so now it's veterans' fault. Veterans deletions don't pale in comparison to Planned Parenthood. Yeah, no, I don't think it was like blame on the veterans. I think that he was a veteran, the guy who did the shooting, but he was a white guy. I don't think the veteran part was what was being honed in on.
No, they both had PTSD, and it was two of them.
Well, now you are speaking to the veteran part now.
No, but okay.
Yeah, that's what that does. So perfect. Yeah, I don't think. Well, LaDroit with the 20 ball says, salute to the 50,000. Salute, my G. Good to see you, LaDroit. DC DMV area in the building, man. Salute, man. I appreciate you. But let me play this.
Sends his regards.
Yeah! You know how I love money.
King Sonny with the $10 says, the red side been pushing black men as poster child for crime. The white Christian been pushing it too. Crimson. Crimson Cure in the building, man. One of the first top tiers. This is my first interview ever, man. I asked Crimson can I do the interview. She was delighted and humble, and I was honored to do it. That was my first interview. I think I did like 20 after that, man. But that's how I got my feet off the ground, Crimson. So I love you. I appreciate you, man. 100%, man. Salute the Crimson Cure in the building.
Doing that shit on purpose, baby. That wetter than some water, let me serve it, baby. He don't like me, but it love me. Got kicked out the house at 14, I was still thinking. She ain't that so much I need.
Salute. Reese with the $2 says, Sherelle looking all good like American top model. Will, what up? My brother Will in the building. First person to ever kick somebody off the panel. Ever. But this might be risky. Yep. First person ever. Let me play Sherelle for you.
See the line with the sign to see. It calls me. And no one knows how far it goes. If the wind my sail on the sea stays behind me, one day I'll know. If I go, there's just no telling how far I.
Salute. Reese with the $2 says, them shorts and Tim's def gave hoodlum vibes. JR, what's poppin'?
Shit like that.
Shout out to JR.
Hell yeah, man. JR was goody. Lapeef with the 50 ball says, congratulations, 50,000. Hamp the GOAT. Salute to the perfect. OG JR in the building, man. I never forget, man. This Risky was doing a hell of a job. JR hit me like, hey, man, I see what you're doing. I like what you're doing, man. I want you to be on the panel, man. I got butterflies and all that. You know what I mean?
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like
Then
that.
the day of, he's like, oh, you moderating. I said, hold on, my nigga. Perfect. You gotta let somebody know that. Hey, man, I think Di was in the chat that day. I'll never forget her comment. She's like, you know, she did like the old ladies say. She's like, you better moderate that panel. Like, you know how y'all say that shit. Harrison with the $5 says, salute, my G, man. Love y'all, man. Thank you, JR, for everything, bro. I humbly appreciate it, man. Hey, man, it's what it is, man. When you care, every football game. You know, Mike Tyson said he was afraid before every fight. Imagine that. Imagine that, bro. Mike Tyson. Damn, man. Yo, is Lady Di here? Let me show y'all this, man. Hit the like button, hit the like button. Salute to the $50,000 subscribers show, man. We gonna grind this out, man. I got coffee. I'm staying here, B. I already told my coach, man. Unless I feel like going to the gym. Yo, Di, you here?
Yes.
She got the baby.
The number one offender type is biological fathers, but by far it is being done by middle-aged Caucasian men. Many, over half of them, college graduates. Many of them are educated, good jobs. This isn't just who we're thinking about. Like they're technical savvy, and I think that it is time that we call them out. Like that, we can't stand by and stand back. Like we have to stand up and say, not only are we not doing our job as men, it's actually the opposite. Instead of being defenders and protectors of our families, we're hurting and abusing. The number one offender type is biological fathers, but by far it is being done by middle-aged Caucasian men. Many, over half of them, college graduates. Many of them are educated, good jobs. This isn't just who we're thinking about. Like they're technical savvy, and I think that it is time that we call them out. Like that, we can't stand by and stand back. Like we have to stand up and say, not only are we not doing our job as men, it's actually the opposite. Instead of being defenders and protectors of our families, we're hurting and abusing. The number.
Hamp, you see the caption where Elon Musk's father is actually getting charges pressed against him, where it says 79-year-old billionaire Elon Musk has been accused of sexual abuse.
His father, not Elon Musk. His
No, it's his father of 5 of the children since 1983.
1993.
Come on.
Well, I'm listening to what Tebow said, right? He pointed out a specific demographic. He said middle age, right? We know that's the bulk. Wait, are the baby boomers still the bulk?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So that demographic, he said what he said. That's a very large demographic. That's the active demographic, that middle-aged demographic. Those are the leaders, right? And he clarified the point. It ain't the trailer parks. It's these men who are successful, technologically savvy, et cetera, et cetera. He's looking at a demographic that can have a huge impact, right? And he's like, these are people who are high functioning. You know? What you guys think of that? That's Tim Tebow. I have an affinity for my people, but I ain't never seen Tim Tebow do nothing bad ever. Like, except for play quarterback. He stunk. But other than that, like Tim Tebow, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think that was more on the lines of what I was saying, was just that the violence in the Black community seems to be curated. It seems to be for them to be set up to follow a certain path from childhood because of the conditions and things like that, where is the opposite is happening in white neighborhoods, and yet they're still the leaders of these crimes, which makes it harder because when we see black people, we can think, okay, well, these are good black people and these are bad black people because we can say, oh, this is how they dress and this is where they live. Well, white people, the criminals all dress the same. They all look the same. It's so easier for them to do the crime because people trust them. Because they don't think, because they put somebody else as the boogeyman. The black man is the boogeyman. The white man is safe.
Mm-hmm.
It's the easiest way for them to just get away with a whole bunch of shit. Because of course we're gonna trust old John. You know what I'm saying? Even though we got a black John. You know. But yeah, I think that's. And I agree. Somebody else as the face of crime when you're really the face of crime is a good way to be the crime.
It's diabolical. And the fact that we have bought into it, like, it frustrates me to no end. Like, these people are far more violent. And it's very easy to be like, what about black on black crime? Like, you don't hear, what about Asian on Asian crime? What about Latin on? You don't hear that because specifically, as Sherelle said, it's very easy to make the black people the boogeyman. We're 13% of the population. We're 13% of the population. No, it's you, my guy. It's you. Hold up a mirror to whiteness. On top of, not only do they be diabolical with it, they'll throw some Christianity on top of it. Like, they move way wild. It is what it is.
So we're not in control of, like, so the president, I'm just saying, president is white. Most of the stuff ruled is by white people, right? So of course they're gonna pin issues on the other race so they don't have to be to blame. That's just how it's gonna be.
We don't have to buy into the stereotype, though. That's the thing. When everybody else is talking about criminality, then you need to be able to talk back to them about their stats and what they're doing. And they bank on us trying to soak it in versus saying, what about what the hell y'all got going on? Why are y'all raping so many people? Why are you embezzling so much money? Why are y'all the bulk of mass shooters? Why are y'all the people that are lynching folks? Like, they're not out here and they don't get to skate on criminal behavior. And more black people need to call white people out on their shit.
Yeah, I think, like, with me, so I spoke about the type of black man that I will go in the car and lock my door. It's not all black men. It's a certain type, right? I already explained that. But when it comes to white people, I go in my car and lock the door too. And they don't have to look. What Sherelle was saying, they really don't have no face. They all look the same. So I can never know what they're going to do. So I always go in my car and lock the door when I see one, period. If I'm by myself, I'm talking about. I do that anyway. But I was just discussing blacks and what I do for that. But for the other race, I do the same exact thing, but it's a different look. It's a different look. They don't really have one. That's the scary part about it. So I agree with what Sherelle was saying on that.
And even in what you're saying, that's the scary part. They don't have a look. They're not told, or when somebody says they're educated, they have college degrees, they have good jobs, so you're automatically going to put your defenses down, or some people will, and think, oh, well, these are the good guys. No, the good guys are really the bad guys. And the people that we've been told are the bad guys, I won't say it's a rarity, but per capita, it's way more them than it is of us. And I'm not trying to excuse any type of criminal behavior. I just don't believe black people should be the poster child. Like, nah, I'm not with it. I'm never going to be with it. And I've been around them my entire life to the point to where I can speak with a certain type of way. Like, no, when they do the crimes, they do the crimes.
But
go ahead.
But the thing is, remember how I was talking about how a black man that I will lock the door for looks a certain way, right? I say look hood.
Right. That's
a look. But if I say a white man walking past me, I can't really give you one. They don't wear a certain type of clothes. You get what I'm saying? If this white guy is looking hood, the other day was walking the park and it was just a white guy that was looking like he was from the hood, okay? And I was like, I'm gonna go on the other side. It's a look, but it's an image though. Now, I'm not saying everybody. I know Hamp came on here and put a hoodie on and was trying to say, "Oh, anybody with a hoodie." No, it's not anybody with a hoodie.
Mhm.
But it's the image that people in the. I'm just saying people in the hood because these are the ones that are shooting each other. Correct? They have a look.
So, and when you say that, I'm like, white boys have a look too. Like they put North Faces on, they wear Sperry's, they might put a Lacoste on, and they have Docs on. Like they have a particular uniform as well. There's a look, but again, if you're not around them, you don't see it. Even to the point to where you saw the Proud Boys, where these people had on khakis, black shirts, either Cohan, Sperry's, and a hat. There's a particular type of way where they will be able to blend in, but it's a reason for that. Again, that's what I'm saying. Like, why do we buy into our boys wearing hoodies as that's a thing when white boys be wearing mad hoodies all the time? Like, we've got to stop associating clothes and when we see black people, specifically black boys, and think danger, danger.
But I don't think a lot of black people just be saying like, oh, if I see a young man with a hoodie, that they're out for me. It just depends on where you grew up. So that's not a lot of black people doing that. I'm gonna be real, because not all black people are from the hood. Not all black people were raised in the hood. Like for example, like my kids at first, we were in a mixed area. And it was kind of mostly white and some foreigners, small percentage of black. Mm-hmm. So that type of school was very different. Mm-hmm. When we moved to where I'm at now, it's mostly black people. It's predominantly black. Mm-hmm. We had to like teach our son, because he wasn't used to all black area. We had to teach our son that when you go to this black school, see, it's going to be different. There's going to be a lot more fighting there. Right. But in those other schools that he went to, there was pretty much not even one fight. Not saying there weren't bullies. Bullies are everywhere. But it wasn't too many fighting going on. I didn't have to prep him. He didn't go into a fight. He didn't have none of that. But that's why I was saying to crime, there's levels to it. Black and white, it's levels to it. I don't know if we could say we fight a lot more. I would say so. Because compared to my experience, all the schools that I've been to when I was growing up, all the schools our oldest son went to growing up, it wasn't a lot of fighting going on there. But as soon as we went to that black school, it was like all these fights. But that's what I'm saying. There's levels to crime. There's levels to all of these things.
Let me ask you this, because again, when I say white boys brawl, how many black people have you seen when their sports team wins or loses? Have you seen flip over cars, light things on fire?
So I was saying earlier, we're raised different. What black mother and father is going to teach their kids?
No, that's not. I hear me when I'm saying this. It's not about who's raising. I'm saying based on certain things, we excuse certain behaviors because we write it off as that's that white boy shit, instead of saying, no, that's criminal type shit. You're a criminal. If you flip a car over because your team won or lost, you're a criminal. But what we do is we will write that off as that's white boy shit. They love to brawl. How many times have you seen even with their sports, hockey, they brawling. White people fight.
But I don't know. I'm not from an area where they say that's white boy shit. That shit is just crazy, period. It's criminal. I'm not raised in a place that talk like that. So maybe that's why I'm confused. Nobody that I know that would say that. They would be like, we need to stay, more alert and like be mindful of these type of people. They doing this. No.
But I'm asking you, if you go to a Prairie View game, a Grambling game, a FAMU game, when we have homecoming, we have homecoming. When they have homecoming, you already know the area that we live in, we know they're going to be fighting, it's going to be drinking. Like, it is a thing for them. St. Patrick's Day, they have to have extra police officers. On Juneteenth Day, they're not finna have no extra police. These people are violent criminals. And
I agree.
Okay.
I agree they're violent. I never said they wasn't violent.
Okay.
I never said they wasn't violent. I agree that they're violent.
And they fight. They squabble up. And the difference is when they fight and the police come, you know what they do? They have a conversation. Hey, Mrs. Ryan, John and Caleb are in here. We're not going to do anything. We're just going to have them be suspended. They're not getting criminal records. And we know that's a thing. Like when you look at suspensions, black girls and black boys get suspended far higher. And it's not because the behavior is so drastically different. It's easy to criminalize black people. White people see themselves in those systems and they behave accordingly.
That's what I was saying earlier. We're not the ones in control, though. It's white people controlling everything. So of course it's going to be like we're the worst thing ever. That, you get what I'm saying? But
right.
What black people are thinking, that's what you're saying. The view of black people.
But
I
even
say like we don't look at it that. So like how they look at each other is different how we look at it. I wouldn't say that majority of black people are saying that white people are not violent.
Okay.
Like, I'm pretty sure they go and lock their cars too.
Okay, so let's use CK as just an example. And we're not going deep into it. When he was answering a question, and they legitimately, the question was about mass shooting, and he conflated mass shooting with gang on gang violence. Because anytime we talk about how they behave in mass, the first thing that happens is black on black crime. When we either need to say, no, we're specifically talking about you as a demographic, or would you like for us to pull out the stats and you can get a real picture of how y'all are out here moving mad?
Lady Di, one question I have is you preface Baby Boy's experience with they will be fighting more here, or he went to the school and said, "Hey Ma, this is different."
No. So because I told him, he didn't know. And this is why, because I've lived in different places, not just New York or whatever.
No, but I'm asking, that was after he went to school or before he even went?
Before, because I already know how it's going to go down. And I was right. It was exactly what I thought it was going to be. It's just how it is. And it's because of my experience growing up, I've seen the difference. I've been to 4 high schools. Like, I've been to different schools, I've been different places, different schools. I've seen the difference. Just my experience is what I've seen in different states. So unfortunately, it's just what it was. The schools that he was at, he went to 2 different schools. It was mixed. It was kind of not more blacks. It was more whites and foreigners. And then that black school that I just said, I prepped him. The school is bad as shit. I don't know why, because where I live is not hood at all. So I always get confused on why these kids are acting like this.
What school was it?
I can tell you in the back, but it's so weird to me. I don't live, and we never lived, like, since me and James been married, we never lived in the hood. Okay, we made sure that we're gonna give our kids a different life. We live in good areas, period. We come to another good area, it's an all black school, already know what the hell was about to go down. It's exactly what I thought it was. Bad as shit. They fight too much. I don't even know why they fighting. I get many videos on our kid's phone fighting every other day. He went to the mixed school. It was nothing like that.
All right, so we're talking about niggas today. Okay.
But I don't live in the hood. You get what I'm saying? These kids are not hood. I don't know what they're doing. It's weird. So it's just based on what I've seen, I'm saying.
Yeah, they I coach football, well, in this place called Glen Arden. So Glen Arden is a part of PG, but it's the upper echelon of PG, and so they have money in that
echelon.
Mm-hmm. They have
echelon. We knew what you meant here.
Mm-hmm. There's money up there, up that way. There's another school called Wise, where it's a very affluent area. This is Upper Marlboro, Woodmore, right? There's money up there, but they had to put metal detectors in Wise for a bit just because they had fights breaking out and things of that nature. Now Wise probably has maybe 5 to 10 Division I football players every year, right? Those are well-known school. Nick Saban goes there, that level, and yet it does happen like that. They do transgress like that, even though the area is affluent. KG with the $5 says, Shalom, Ak, congrats. Salute, Ak. Good to see you, baby. Hope all is well, man. Shalom. Night is with the 10 ball says, salute to the 50 ball. You deserve it. Thank you, Knight. Salute to the OG Knightish in the building, man. Please go check out Knight. He be cooking early mornings. I think it's like late night, early mornings. He be doing his thing, man. God bless. Life for cash. Perfect. Salute, my brother. The 50 boy says for the 50K. Indeed, man. We grown. I'm going to have to play the thing for a few of these. I don't want to interrupt the conversation too much, but I want to make sure I show the right amount of love. Perfect. Marcus was popping with the 50 ball. Said, what up, brother Hamp and Lady Doc? Congratulations on the 50,000 subscribers. Keep up the good. Keep putting numbers on the board.
Shit like that.
Perfect. Thank you for being one of the best brothers in this space and having one of the best platforms in the space. Perfect. You are appreciated, big bro. Appreciate you. I'm proud of you, man. Keep grinding. Hope all is well, man. Thank you for the love, man. And live with the 50 bosses. Wait, there will be no Tim Tebow slander because all he did was win. LOL. Gator Nation all day, every day, big dog. Congrats on the 50,000, big bro. Keep shining. Perfect. He was a hell of that's a college football playing motherfucker, boy. You know, he made $300,000 winning those, getting to the playoffs and winning those 2 games. I think they paid him $100,000 for every one of those wins. It was something crazy. Winning them 2 games, he won like an extra $500,000 because he also hit some other milestones. You know what I'm saying? So, all right, man. Salute to Tim Tebow, man. Frederick with the $5 says, biology, culture, environment. We must learn this. Shout out to Crimson Cure. Saul with the $5 says, shout out to the 50K. All praises to the Most High. That's a fact. And the work you're putting in the community. Salute, man. All praises to the Most High, man. Saul. Becoming a member. JT with the $5 says, Hamp, check your DM. I sent you a link to what Lady Di is talking about as far as look. All right, I'll take a look. Aaron with the $2 says, Red Sox and Yankees. White boys wild out after games. Robert with the $5 says, you a bully at DJ Hamp and a threat. Sad you can't throw a rock and hide your hands. Best future to you. Stop being scared. What is this, dude? I don't understand this, man. Salute to Robert in the building. Free zone. With the 50 ball says, congrats on the 50K.
Rock. Shit like that. Shit like that.
Salute, man. Appreciate you, Free Zone, for rocking out in the Discord, cooking up with us, man. Hope all is well, man.
And when I'm feeling broke, E and J by my side, Henny like $40. This shit like
Salute. Darlene. What's up? Thank you and the team for keeping us engaged, entertained, and informed. Congrats on the 50,000. Perfect. Yo, I got a link for Robert. Let's see what he's talking about. He avoided it the other day too, so I don't really expect nothing different. Let's figure it out. Damn. So where were we? Oh, I was gonna say something. This one I want to show you.
We use words, they use bullets.
This is the man who shot Charlie Kirk. This is the man who shot Trump. This is the man who killed Melissa Hortman. This is the man who tried to kill John Hoffman. This is the man who tried to kill Paul Pelosi. This is the man who killed an Obama-appointed judge's son. This is the man who hired hitmen to kill Democrats. This is the man who ran over a left-wing activist and killed her. This is the man responsible for the Austin bombing. This is the man who sent pipe bombs to Obama, Biden, and Hillary Clinton. This is the man who shot Gabby Gifford. This is the man who tried to kidnap Gretchen Whitmer. Oh, and this man, and this man, and this man, this man, this man, this man, this man, this man, and this man. This is the man who set Josh Shapiro's house on fire. This is the Oklahoma bomber. This is his accomplice. These are just a few of the men who beat police officers on January 6th. I can think of a few things they have in common, and it's not the way they use their words or their left-wing politics.
See the pattern here? There's only one theme here when it comes to this. And it's the one thing that never gets talked about. We know who the most violent people are in America.
We use words, they use bullets.
This is the man.
And there it is.
What y'all think? What's up, Jalen?
Perfect.
Okay.
Oh, whoa. Is that a
Can y'all hear
shit?
me?
Well, but hold on a second.
Oh, exactly.
Fucking God, nobody can see it, dude. Nobody can see it.
You better go get you a jacket. You got a North Face back there somewhere.
You didn't throw that North Face.
Turn up the AC, put on that jacket.
No, they really can't see it. There you
I
go.
can see it. Nigga, I ain't a fool.
You're 40, you can't see shit.
I got
Whoa,
2015.
the ageism, no, the ageism.
Tiff, that is true. You can't see a motherfucking thing, Tiff. So that is one thing that's true.
I've wore glasses my entire life, sir. It don't have nothing to do with age.
Furthers the point. You really can't see now. I have 2015 vision though. I can see well, and I can see your shoulder.
2015?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. You didn't know that was a thing, huh?
It sounded like you slew-footed in my eye, but okay.
No. 20 is perfect. 15 is beyond perfect. You know that.
Yeah. Sure.
Glasses niggas can't talk about eyes. Like, y'all niggas not the authority on eyes. You wear glasses. Just trust me on this. 2015. Go ahead and get your coat, nigga. Get a shawl or something, whatever old people wear. Damn. What y'all think? Y'all think
go back to where the breakdown was? I don't
Say
know
again?
what I said, can you go back, just kind of let it go through where they put the breakdown? Because the incest number was 74%. That's nuts.
All right.
Yes.
I'm back.
Go ahead, Jalen.
Damn. People have embedded themselves so much in racial division and propaganda that I think people forget race is a social construct. It's not biological. So you can't really associate behaviors with race. I don't know how you can do that and actually make a sound argument for it. I think culture, your environment, things of that nature influence you way more than the color of your skin. Like I've been on both sides. Like Lady Di's example of schools, went to a black school. It was predominantly black, but it was in a inner city underfunded area with less resources. So automatically you put any race in that environment, they're not going to thrive. That's just the environment.
Well,
it's not because they're black kids.
Well, where the schools I was referencing it's the richest black county, second richest black county in the country. You see what I mean?
Yeah, but you can't associate it immediately with race.
Well,
if they allow their kids to watch anything, be with anybody, anything could be influencing them to act that way. Why is it immediately a racial conversation?
Well, because you have a similar demographic in Montgomery County that doesn't act that way. So you have Montgomery counties, like top 5 richest counties in the country. When you look at the black demographic in PG County, it's top 2 for black counties, but the behaviors aren't the same. But they both have money. The environment is well funded. So
what's the policies at the school?
I don't think any school policies say you're supposed to fight each other.
No, but I'm just saying there's way more to look at than a person's skin color as to why they act the way they do.
So why is there a proclivity to rape and have sex with your cousins for white people?
Hey,
is it natural?
Environment. Environment.
I think
culture.
You don't think that there's a disposition for such things?
Disposition biologically?
Yeah.
No, I think there's something wrong with you as an individual. I don't think most white people are out there fucking their cousin. Just like most black people ain't out there committing crimes. But yet bad behavior mostly is associated with black, and more par behavior is associated with white. Neither of those are biological constructs whatsoever. So I think we play more into their game by doing that, by
What
saying
makes
that
race?
black people are bad
Well, I
or
guess
associate them with bad behavior.
what makes race a social construct?
Because it's not biological. It's something that was made up.
What do you mean? So you have Caucasoids, Mongoloids, Negroids. That's not biological. Yeah.
Black, white, brown, the Hispanic, Mexican. That's not biological.
You said race.
Race,
You're
black,
saying,
white. Yes, race.
so you're saying Caucasoid is the same as a Negroid? I'm asking because there's also things that we outdo them in overwhelmingly, right? So when you look at athletics as an example, right? Why are the best boxers black? Why are the best athletes just pretty much overall black? There has to be a difference in the races. Otherwise it wouldn't be such a prevalent discrepancy.
Okay.
Right?
Fair. But if we walk down that slope, we gotta accept the fact that bad behavior is mostly associated with us, which I don't think any of us agree with, unless I'm wrong.
Well, that's the thing, Jalen. The slope might be slippery. Doesn't mean it's not the right slope to go down. You know,
It's the wrong slope to go down because it bleeds into every other facet of our lives.
Well, let's talk. We got to
Politically,
talk through it.
religiously, people make excuses to say how black people are evil and cursed in religion. Like, you'd have to accept all of it.
Yeah, well, that's what we're talking about now, right? The acceptance of things, baselining it, right? Because we never talked about that other column. We always skipped over it and looked at the column that was about black people, right? But if there is an overwhelming representation, does that need to be discussed? Now that we discussed it, now we got races on a baseline in which we could really talk through it.
Okay.
So I'm just thinking about it. It's interesting. Hold on, I gotta go get this thing. I'll be right back. What you think, Sherelle?
Yeah, race is not a social construct.
Why not?
Because it's just, I think even when it's just, we find the very small differences between races of people, because there's like different genetic coding within us, it's just valid to understand that we wasn't all created the same or equal or even technically by the same things. I think like historically, as we studied this, we've understand like we didn't all evolve from one thing, right? But I mean, in the way of the construct, I would believe the racism, the racist construct, I would agree with is the one where we feel like one is better than the other, or smarter than the other, or whatever. I think people are just different, you know. And some of us have strength in one area, and the others have strengths in other areas, or whatever. But yeah, just us just being, I don't know.
So
because the divisiveness, I do feel like is a social construct. I don't think we was created to just be bickering. I don't think different races was created to bicker and fight and war and all of this over our differences.
I'm only saying race is a social construct because it's divided amongst skin color, facial features, hair texture, things like that. There's no really like solid foundation of I can associate this behavior with a black person based off of their DNA or their biological structure. That's not associated with race.
Okay. Yeah, the proclivity to be violent
It's not a black
is
thing.
it's not a black thing, it's a human thing. That's what you're saying.
Right.
No, I agree
Basically.
with that. I would say the conditions that have been created is why I say that violence within black people is curated.
I agree. And now
So
we have this propaganda because of the environment that was created for us to be in. I don't think we were just born to be animalistic or barbaric. That is literally being exactly what white people want us to be, which is bigoted to our own people. That's why that's pretty much my whole argument. I don't think we should play into that.
Yeah,
I think we
and
have
I mean,
plenty
of
of
course, people
positive examples of our own culture.
Yeah, so I mean, of course, people believe that we've originated from monkeys, so we're all kind of like animals or whatever. That's not what I believe, but not all people anyway. I think some people did evolve from cavemen.
I don't know. So
What you went got a chaser? What you went got liquor? What you got?
That nigga got lunch.
No,
What?
I got this.
I thought it was liquor. I'm knowing it's liquor.
Of course, that's your lunch. Liquor.
That's breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I'm drinking Remy Martin over here.
So
38.
So when you look at this, Jalen, what you saying?
I'm saying we sound like white people.
Huh?
When we say that behavior is associated with a specific race, we sound like white people.
What it is it's looking at the behaviors based on arrests, right? And so these behaviors are also violent, right? Maybe to your
Yeah.
point. But the point is we have ignored that column for a long time, right? So what I'm pointing out is important to look at this to say, okay, to your point, is this black people? Is this a American culture thing, right? Because we have the most people imprisoned, right? As an example.
Yeah.
So maybe it's important and maybe it goes along with what you're saying. Well, no, look at these violent acts, right? I would argue rape and molestation, the worst things you could do to somebody aside from killing them. She might as well be dead if you rape her. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So we looking at it like, oh, is there an actual disparity? Or when you include all the columns, the behavior of being violent, right, is there amongst the races? I mean, maybe to your point.
I would say it's American.
American?
Yeah, I would say it's
I'm
American.
gonna drop the link. I'm gonna bring a few people
made me
up.
choose.
No, just thinking through it. You know what I'm saying? Like literally just thinking through it. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell.
My bad. Go ahead.
Your timing already bad. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm horrible. I'm just saying, like in countries where they, people ain't allowed to buy guns, like they buy their socks. You don't see mass shootings, school shootings, people shooting little kids, drive-bys, all this extra shit. You don't see that because
In places where
they
they
don't
don't
have
have
access.
guns.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, they said Orchid just said it. They say you can get your ass whooped in Australia for sure.
Yeah, you get
But
your
they ain't
ass
have
whooped
guns
in
a while.
Australia. You could get knifed up in the UK. Like,
Yeah.
it's not. You could just buy a gun and shoot somebody on the street, and that's it.
Yeah.
You actually got to know how to throw hands.
Do you believe in epigenetics, Jalen?
Yeah.
All right, now. Because if you can pass down proclivities, if you can pass down dispositions, if you could pass down trauma, now it becomes less cultural.
Yeah, biological.
It becomes biological at that point.
That's why,
right?
Yeah.
But it would make it. But that also, if it's biological,
not
would make it more racial, though.
How?
Well, because that group of people are passing down things to that group of people, right? Similarities are being passed down. It's just interesting. I'm not trying. I'm not even negating on you saying. It's just interesting about what it actually is. I think it's a good combo. Let me read these super chats. We'll get John, then Mr. Williams, and I got my brother True, my brother Tommy in the building. It's whatever with the $10 says. If DNA is information from most humans, actions are hardwired and definitely passed down. Folks do what they do without even knowing why. I've seen that before. And saying with the $2 says Jalen avoided answering the genetic question. There was a genetic question.
What's your genetic question?
Mm-hmm. You gotta clarify. Cheek in the building with the $10 says I gave my last $10 to celebrate. Damn, back to cleaning these goddamn toilets. I love you. Marcus with the $2 says 40 isn't old. Shaking my head.
40 is
Kira with
old.
the $5 says congrats on the 50K HAMP. Yo, let me hold something that up north shit. Perfect. Yo, let me hold. Robert with the $2 says I'm cool. Celebrate. Oh, see, Robert. Now they done told me, man. You be looking for a little bit of attention, man. I thought it was genuine. You heard? Hit the like button. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. John, what's going on?
What's up, Cam?
How you
Good
doing?
to see you, man.
Yes,
Congrats
sir.
on 50K.
Appreciate
Congrats. Yeah. I randomly popped up and I saw the topic. I was like, I'll be the face of the oppressor for a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess.
Colonize. Up here to colonize the panel.
What's up, John? What you think? Wait, how long have you been here? Just so I know where you starting from. How long have you been watching?
I've been watching for like half an hour, maybe on and off.
Okay.
But
so did you see a
I
few of the
can't.
clips I played?
Yes, I think the last thing I started from like the statistics you pulled in. You pulled in the
Okay. All right. So
statistics.
you had a good play. You had a good play. Okay.
I'll put in 2 cents about genetics. I think you just briefly talked about the question of pretty much nature versus nurture.
Uh-huh.
And in biology, nature versus nurture is a very highly debated thing in evolution and DNA studies. Right now, actually, just recently, maybe 3-4 years ago, there was a Swedish study, which was a twin study, which studied how twins, pretty much how the twin genetic makeup reflects on their preferences in like entertainment, their aesthetics preferences, and so forth. Mm-hmm. And they found actually a pretty decent correlation that their genetics played a pretty large role in what types of entertainment they choose over their family upbringing. So it's not really a clear topic of how much genetics affect the society or affect the person's behavior or affect the person's predisposition towards things. But it's also another question of if you have a genetic makeup, you immediately behave like your genetic makeup. It's a question of predisposition, I think. And you can clearly see it if you meet people from the same kind of genetic makeup in different parts of the world. You can definitely see certain similarities. And whether they play a major role, whether they play a minor role, that's absolute debate. I think that's all I wanted to put in.
Yeah, no, that's the debate part. But like you said, the what shows up prevalently in those people from that place lends itself to, genetics, biology, and that's where the race thing becomes in contention. You know what I mean? So I think I can't concede it, Jalen. I don't think race is socially constructed because of the genetic factor.
Hey, we black. Fuck it.
I think just saying that race is a social construct is a very dismissive thing to say in general. I mean, the scale of how much it plays a role, very up to debate. But just saying that it's a social construct, there is no biology in it, there is no genetics, there is no nothing. Just ignoring a very big part of science, I guess. Out there.
Yeah,
I would disagree, but
Jalen, let me ask you a question though to follow up what he's saying. If race, we can even say race is a social construct. However, do you believe how whiteness has been passed down? That now certain patterns or certain behaviors are embedded within their culture.
He said that. He's saying race isn't a social construct.
No, I'm asking her.
Yeah.
Like,
you're asking her. My bad.
Yeah, like how they. So there's a book called When the Irish Became White. Like when they first came over here, Irish, Italians, they weren't considered to be white people. They were minorities. So within that, because they were being outnumbered, they absorbed them into European culture and then classified them as white. However, what I'm asking is, there are certain
They
behaviors.
are white.
There are certain behaviors that have been associated with Europeans since they came here and established the colonies, meaning colonization. Do you believe that once you are classified that way, you adopt that maladaptive behavior?
Like,
You mean
just
like manifest destiny?
unconsciously, like.
I think it's like at some things, like, you know how culturally we do certain things culturally because of the way that they perform violence. So again, when we talk about lynching, when we talk about burning towns down, when we talk about incest, when we talk about rape, even to Sherelle's point, she took the numbers. There are certain behaviors that, based on classification and race identity, we almost know instinctively who did the crime. When you hear mass shooting, you don't think black. And when we hear it and see it, it's like, oh, it's a one-off.
Jesus Christ. I understand what y'all are saying, but y'all don't understand how y'all sound, which y'all may do. Sherelle and Hamp, y'all are pretty sound in y'all's ideology, but I don't think y'all really get it. Like, this is exactly what they do.
Hold on, Yardi. Hold on.
This is exactly what they do to justify treating people like shit, aka minorities. This is exactly what the fuck they do.
But you're taking an argument in the sense of systemically, I as a black woman can identify their behavior and I don't have the power to racialize them. They, however, can weaponize black crime and use it against us. So what we've not done a good job of is identifying certain social behaviors that they have and putting it back on them. So I understand exactly how I sound as a person that's been in white spaces, a person that's been called nigger multiple times. I'm highly aware of how whiteness is weaponized.
Then nothing will ever change. If
Well,
it's
no,
just
it's not about. Here's what Tip's saying real quick, Jalen. Here's what Tip. So here's how you already just. I think you've been here before, but usually I get everybody in. They say hi to everybody, then we go. All right. I just want to baseline this, make sure they kind of. I want your input on it. I just want to make sure that they. So, Jalen, here's the thing, right? We never had. Not saying never, right? But I've rarely heard the conversation about, hey, look at the violence in the white demographic, at the very least with arrests and et cetera, right? Because who fits the description? Profiling is what you're talking about, right? How people were targeted based on the color of their skin, right? And how they conducted themselves, right? And what the stereotype was about them, you know? But what Tiff is saying is, hey, there's a stereotype on that side too that gets glossed over. So now we have to baseline this thing and stop saying, oh, just black men are violent, because look at the rape, look at the molestation, look at the incest. Those things are violent also. But when we have the violent jacket, it's only put on one side, right? So now it's important to have the baseline conversation. We can say, oh, it's cultural, American culture, not just black people. It gets ignored. That's the part.
Wait, so Tiff, thank you for breaking that down. Tiff, you think it's more so an American culture type of thing, and it's not like a who does it more racially?
That was me saying that. She didn't say that part.
No, that's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
To see.
I think that there are certain crimes that white people commit. Like, if you're colonization is colonization, and it looks the same way. If we go to different areas and look at any area that's been colonized, there are certain weapons of war, i.e. raping people, i.e. stealing people's land, pillaging things that are conducive and connected to European behaviors.
Strictly European?
That's what she's saying. She's not saying strictly, because we know that there's people that,
or a majority.
People do everything. Yeah, she's saying that there's a proclivity for them to do certain things. That's what she's saying.
I'll let
It's
it go.
interesting. It's
I'll let it
interesting.
go.
I got time today. So let me get now. So here's the thing. Mr. Williams was next. Mr. Williams, if you would like to relinquish the floor to Yardi, then I get Yardi in. You good? True, Tommy, what's goody? I'll get y'all in. Yardi, what's popping, my G?
What's going on, people? What's going on to the panel? Shout out to y'all.
My bad. There we go. All right, that was your intro. You already go. You got the floor.
All right, so yeah, to the conversation, right? There's a thing called social hereditary, where you pass things down socially, like like say you have a household and your grandparents used to cook certain things or dishes, and you pass it down to your next generation. That's social hereditary. So apparently, white people, when you look at Vikings, when you study the Vikings versus the Anglo-Saxons, when you study European history, that's something they do to each other. You look at the Vikings, the Scots, the Irish, their wars, even when you look, that's what they did to each other. They went to war. There used to be a thing in Europe where how they tortured you, they used to take an iron rod and shove it up your you know what? This is the thing. Remember, they had the barbarians versus the Roman Empire. They had that war. So this is something that goes on within their group, right? So now when you look at the statistics, and you had Charlie Kirk, I guess, painting an image on black people, then you look at all those statistics on the FBI Uniform Crime Report, which I did 4 videos on it, breaking it down, even doing the maths on it. We should be able to say maybe we should pathologicalize white men like we did black people, or particularly black men, because remember, the core of his argument was what? Painting on black men being lack of fathers, black men committing most of the violent crimes. So maybe just like we can watch history and watch how Europeans fought each other, watch how they went to war, even amongst white people, when they were against a certain group of people, like with the Irish, the Jewish, and the Italians, right? At one point in time, the dominant white people group did not like those smaller groups. They have all kind of racial names for those groups before they absorb them. So maybe we should start profiling them like they profiled us, based on the stats we've shown, which I've done, I think, 5 videos on it. Even did the per capita mathematical equations, broke it down, all of that. So maybe we should profile them like they've been profiling us based on that. And I rest it there.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, making a profile question.
How would you enforce that profiling?
The same way you had jump out boys in Brooklyn, stop and frisked out in Brooklyn, which I'm a victim of. And I'm not a street ninja, gangbanger, none of that. But remember, that data on the FBI crime report says arrests, and it doesn't say equal convictions. So, for example, I've had police walking down Queens, Cambridge Heights, Queens, going to school in Rosedale, or going to meet relatives in Brooklyn. I've had police stalk me, jump out the car. You know what I'm saying? And then arrest me, took me to the station. A lot of times, because it was my first time offense, if I didn't do anything within 6 months, they expunged that from my record, but they still count that arrest as something towards the crime. So it's shit like that. Shout out to DJ HAMP, shit like that, right? So maybe we should do
shit like that. Maybe
we should do the same thing that we've done to a lot of black boys, black men during the 80s, the 90s. They have books like The War on Drugs and Poverty by Elizabeth Hinton. Maybe we should do the same thing to white people. Remember, if you go back to that crime statistic, 74% of white people are on drugs, drug abuse, addiction. Just like we profile black people for drugs, why don't we do that to white people? And I rest it there.
Tommy, true. And let Jalen have something else.
Well, we could do it. Only thing is,
good morning, Tommy.
Oh, good morning, everybody. When they push propaganda, like they got the machine, so we could try to push it all we want to, but who gonna hear us? They have the echo chamber. I mean, that's the reason why we look at America the way we look at it. I tell people all the time, when the pandemic happened and Americans couldn't travel, the world wasn't happy that we couldn't travel because of black people. It's because of white people. We don't travel enough for them to care. You know what I'm saying? But it's the arrogance and stuff that we move around the earth with as Americans. And that's what's pushed out, is that, you know, the only place you can have a decent life almost is what's pushed out with America is here. And so that's what's pushed out to the world. But did you hear what happened in this weekend with the Steelers?
No.
One of the players got jumped and robbed in Dublin, Ireland.
Really?
What was his race?
Look it up. Huh?
What was his race?
It was Dublin, Ireland.
But
The
the
dude they got beat up though was
But
a white
I
dude.
asked the question for that
The
reason.
white dude.
Yeah, the one that got jumped was white. But yeah, he got jumped and robbed in Ireland. I was like, I mean, that's
But Tommy, just to push back a little bit, and especially to what you just said, you can't say that we don't have the echo chamber when the highest thing that's put out there is Black culture. Even in you saying specifically the NFL, like we don't get to say that they can consume our music, they can consume sports, they can consume all parts of the things that are predominantly Black, but then also not be in charge of how we are marketed, right? You have a way to push back to that. We don't do it, and that's the issue. We never
yeah,
push
because it's control, Tiff.
but
Like
do we push back in mass? Do Black people push?
oh, of course not, because they trying to get the check. But that's my point. Like they got the check. So when you have somebody like when they ask Young Thug about Sonny, he go, "We don't care about nothing about that. We trying to party. We trying to vibe." Like that's the mentality of a lot of these cats that they let make it. But again, they have control of that. So we might have the culture and they might list, but it's under their control. They're in charge of all of that. So they're gonna
White
let you
people,
release with it.
did white people make Young Thug popular, or did Black people make the Young Thug popular? So again, when I'm talking about we have control over the narrative by who we push, because whatever we do, they're gonna follow. Motherfuckers, they done put bling bling in the dictionary. So if we control, and HAMP is saying this, the image that we put out is the image that white people will have in mass if you allow yourself to be criminalized and not, again, hold the mirror up and say, no, absolutely not. And here's the reason why. And then you combat that with stats that we have to be able to push back. We have to be able and feel empowered. And it's not about being able to get a paycheck. Facts are facts. And if somebody gets upset because they want their image to be a particular way, then don't commit the most crimes. That's how you fix the white image with criminality. Don't be criminals.
But at the same time, if we're doing that, are we holding our race accountable?
This is weird. Y'all are weirding me out a little bit. I ain't gonna hold you, right? We're presenting something in terms of, hey, here's what's happening that's been ignored for a while.
Yeah.
And we start saying, don't do what they did to us. No, we saying, hey, here's the numbers. Here's the statistics that people are weighing arguments on to then make determinations or hypotheses regarding Black people. Right? I haven't heard the race argument because it said Black women do this, Black women do that, Black women do this, Black women do that. Now we simply point out the crimes that white men commit, white people commit in mass, and now we talking about Black people again. We haven't even had the conversation. Hold on, we haven't even had the conversation thoroughly about the numbers and things of that nature.
Right. To DJ Hamp's point, right? Remember Charlie Kirk, I think in one of his videos, they were saying that they need to over-police Black culture, which was already being policed, over-policed. Why he didn't make that same argument about his own culture? And to my point, I want to ask the panel something, and DJ Hamp, because you've been in this space for a while now. If Black women were saying the same things that Charlie Kirk, how do you think most Black men in the manosphere would have responded?
They would have agreed.
They'd have been on his ass or her ass.
You don't think that you don't think there'll be Black people in the manosphere or the red pill saying you Black women are wrong, and they're pulling up the stats that we showed that why are you saying this against a Black man? Why are you pushing that narrative of against Black men? If it was Black women saying what Charlie Kirk was saying, but somehow they let Charlie Kirk pass. But if it was a Black woman up there saying it, they would have flamed her, left, right, and center.
Right.
Well, when I brought up the Black people make up 50% of their prison that he quoted, and it was blatantly wrong, and nobody found nothing wrong with him going around spouting that out, that just kind of showed you where people sit with it. Like I say it again, Google is free for everybody.
That's
so
what
if
I'm
he really
saying.
wanted the true numbers, he could have gave the real numbers. But
And
what he wanted to push out was
you could go to ChatGPT or Perplexity, and you can ask that question, and it'll give you the sources to go to. And you can look in the sources, like how they went to the FBI crime report. It's easier now to find the information now than it was maybe the 80s and the 90s that people were just reciting things.
I do want to ask a question though. Why don't we talk about them little white weirdos in their basements that are going around shooting up the churches and all of it though? We don't discuss that enough.
Because they try to look at it as like isolated incidents. Like that's their way of it not looking like it's a problem amongst them. It's, oh, that's an isolated incident. Oh, that's an
Or some
isolated
mental
incident.
issue.
Wait, that
Yeah.
you answered that in the context of white people. He said, "Why do we?" So I think the black community does talk about those instances.
Oh yeah, no, we
I be
definitely
seeing them
we
talk
talk
about
about
it
it
on
amongst each
Black
other for
Twitter.
sure. Yeah.
I mean, we talk about it all the time. What they do. So real big conversation amongst us.
Let me get said and said. What's popping?
Yo, what's good with you? What's going on, everybody?
What's goody?
All right. Hey, so here's my thing with it. I think a lot of people always overlook the fact that this country of South America was established by some of the most violent people for those violent people to do what they want to do with it. And within that construct, they've been so violent over the years. Now, in order to try to keep us, black people, in our place and to try to keep the people fearing us, they switched it up to make it seem like we are what they are. Because they know if we really came together and really did what they did to us, that we couldn't be stopped. Because we've already said, and you said, that we're naturally stronger, faster, more athletic, more whatever. We succeed at everything that we do within most things compared to them, whether it be intellect, whether it be athletics, on all levels overall. So now, somehow, some way, they got the power that they have. How we let that go, we'll never know. But now it's at a place where they can't let us come together and fix our problems. But if we fix our problem, then what's going to stop? How are they going to stop where we are and what we choose to do? And that's what's overlooked. So now all the stats and all the BS, those are in somewhat of a vacuum of their numbers. Like, who knows who come up with them numbers? Just like they said with the police chief in D.C., they said his numbers were all wrong. They can make the numbers look how they want to look. So that's one of the things I hate when everybody start spitting out these stats and all that stuff. It's no way to really get to the bottom of it unless you really, really research them. And most of the people not really researching them stats and where they come from. Now you've added a whole nother chapter to it. It makes it look totally different. So yeah, we've been arrested as a group more, but we've been acquitted more too. So that's where the issue comes in.
And then the thing with it said is that, remember, the arrest does not equal convictions. Like, for my example, I'll use, right? They expunged whatever I did. If 6 months in New York City, if 6 months pass, you don't do anything else, they take that off your record. But they still count that arrest towards the arrest stats. So you have that as well. That's there too.
Yeah,
but then you also look at the fact that they don't get charged with the severity that we get charged with the same crimes. That's also a stat. That's also a known fact. So you have to look at all these varying factors to figure out where the actual baseline of who's more violent. And like I think Tip might have said, the black on black crime. I hate that term because you don't never see that. Crime is proximity. So if you live in a proximity of a high crime area, which unfortunately most of us have been put in from whatever situations of the past, here we are. Now we are having a proximity, people being on top of each other, people fighting for scraps. It's going to be violence. It's going to be that.
Get to your point.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on. Wait a minute. Whoa, my money here. Get the fuck out of here. Get him the fuck out of here. Put him in the bedroom.
Niggas want me dead. The prices on my head. Pop my shit and I pop my
Wolf with the $5 says, God created one human race. We have different nations, but we all are one race, human. If I start talking about God, I'll lose a lot of y'all. But Leslie, salute. 50 ball for the 50K.
Shit like that. Shit like that.
Congrats, Hamp. Much love, success. No way.
like that.
Appreciate the edification, the emails, man. That information goes a long way for me. It means a lot, man. Salute, young OG. Appreciate you. Trigger Mike with the $5 says white and black Americans are still at each other's throats. Meanwhile, Amir, Olamide, and Wang building their family empires right under the nose. Shaking my fucking head. What's Olamide? What's that? African or something?
Yeah.
And Trigger might be wondering why they be smoking his boots with that shit too. King Sonny with the $2 says he is suspected WS. I don't trust him. What's that?
White supremacy.
Oh. Scribulator with the $5 says 2025 crime, incarceration stats, and arrests show whites at the top. Hit the like button. Oh. Aaron with the $2 says, y'all been at HAMP a lot. Just hit the link. They ain't saying nothing. When they come up here, motherfuckers get starstruck. You know what I'm saying? It's all good. True, what's good?
Perfect. What's going on, family? What's
How
up,
you?
Nano? I'm good. Congratulations to you, my guy. 50,000.
Salute.
Definitely deserve that.
Appreciate you,
Yeah, for sure. Y'all not gonna gloss over Jalen's point, man. I think she set a good foundation of topic, and Tommy, I think, touched on it a bit, that we don't travel enough to see this as an American thing. Like, amongst other cultures abroad, we're all American. There's not white, there's not Asian, we're all American, right? And there's an attitude that exists in this particular part of the land that we all see. Now, I don't know why we're so fixated on color and the divide of it. I mean, even listen to some of the people's commentary. It's almost like we want white people to suffer like we suffered. That's what I hear. Doesn't mean that's
What?
accurate. Go ahead,
Why
Tiff.
do y'all do this? Like, it's mind blowing. Because I promise you, if white people were having this same conversation, you know what they're not going to do? Try to justify things. Like, why can you not sit with the fact that there are white people that are freaking criminals? And we're talking about America has a white issue. I don't care about what's going on in Europe. We're talking about white men are creating mass shootings. The shootings that happened in Allen, Texas, in Outlet Mall, a white man did that. The shootings that happened at a school where them babies were praying, a white man did that. The shooting that happened where these people were on a boat in a restaurant, a white man did that. The shooting where the people were in the church, a white man did that. The shooting that they went into the church where the black people were, a white man did that. Walmart, white. So you have got to stop doing that. We are talking about white people. Stop inserting yourself in your blackness when we are talking about something completely different. It is irritating. And I don't understand the desire to try to protect whiteness. They do a great job of protecting themselves. They don't need you to do it.
I don't understand how all of what you just said I never said. So I'm glad that that's your opinion of what I said, because that's not what I said. And if I can get a chance to actually finish my point, I much appreciate it. I'm saying that we doing just what you just did. I'm not trying to protect white people. I'm speaking to the culture that I think we're wasting our time trying to balance the scale of what white people do. The news says what white people do. You go outside, you see what white people do. How does that serve you on an individual level? How does that serve the community on an individual level to point out the facts of what white people do? I don't care what white people do, nor should
how did
you
that
really
serve
care.
Charlie Kirk to point out what black people were doing?
Say that again. I'm sorry.
How did that serve?
Hold on. Let him finish. You guys' interjections are slightly untimely. I'm thinking that we hear it, so we gotta get what he's saying in totality.
Well,
True.
Yeah, no, I think that we can all have our opinions, Charlie Kirk and whomever. What I don't understand, whether it's Charlie Kirk or whomever, we all on an individual level, male and females, have their lives. Then we have our family lives. Black people spend a lot of time talking about the balance of fairness. There is no fairness. There is no equality. So it's a fallacy that I don't understand why we give so much energy to. Be better, do better. It's really just that dang simple, but we make it about color and all these other things, which I don't get. And on a global scale, Tiff, if you have not, traveled abroad, it is an actual thing. When you go to other parts of the world, they don't have these conversations because it's a dominant,
Yes, I've traveled outside the United States.
Hold on, Tiff.
No.
So True. Here's the value of it, right? In my estimation, we have the conversations, right? And if we're saying it's an American thing, right, then we can't allow it to just be propagated that black people are the most violent, oh so violent, etc. For a long time, we've been ignoring that white column, and we see a disparity in particular crimes. In which case, if it is an American thing, then we have to make it an American thing by also discussing those violent crimes. And then we understand, oh shit, American men, right? Black men are more willing to be violent like this, and also white men are more willing to be violent like that. You see, that's been ignored for a long time. Also, we've been assessing this 2019 chart of arrests, right? But then we ignore exonerations, which black men are 58% of, right? So if we're going to have a who's violent conversation, let's have the conversation in totality, right? And so when we're trying to converse about the white man's column, we saying stuff like this, and I catch your drift, but the conversation is the conversation.
Okay, fair. I can accept that, and
That's what I was
guess,
coming from. You see, that's why I was analyzing it. That's what I'm saying.
What I heard when Jalen presented the topic matter, she was speaking on the fact that race is a social construct. Then we made it, regional as far as America is concerned. So we're having a conversation of who exemplifies more violent traits or whatever. Then cool, yeah, we can have that conversation. I personally don't understand. Again, this is what I surmise. There seems to be this desire that we need it to balance, that there's more crimes being committed. Now, I do agree that there's a lot of disparity as far as what's viewed, because white people typically belong on both sides, the most violent as well as the most successful. They own both sides of the duality of American life or whichever. That's what it seems, because they control the machine, like Tommy said.
Okay,
so
good. So yeah, the machine is, we understand who controls the machine, but like even that last statement, I haven't heard that often. The fact that even the violence part is kind of because like for instance, when they say, okay, there was a mass shooting in Chicago or in Buffalo, remember he shot up the grocery store? Immediately, what about the mass shooting in Chicago? You don't even get the conversation about what archetype or stereotype of man does those things, right? It's always said, well, there's a mass shooting all the time in Chicago. Okay. But what about Sandy Hook? What about Las Vegas? What about Buffalo? Like we don't even get to have that conversation thoroughly.
So what I would want to know is, what do we gain from the conversation being developed from those facts? If
understanding.
It becomes more, understanding. Okay.
Yeah, fair. You gain understanding. Even when we talk about the black demographic, about 51% of the crimes, right? But then when you look at the raw numbers, it's a nominal number of black men, right? So even though we overrepresent in that demographic, that jacket is cast on all black men because we don't converse about it to gain understanding.
Okay, fair.
Give you a perfect example, Ham.
Fair.
Nah, I don't. Hold on.
Okay,
I just want to make sure me and True. You see what I'm saying? True. It's not a thing like white people, and that shit don't work with me, right? I'm saying me specifically. If I'm talking about this type of topic, right? Because I got a dad, right? So that shit don't work with me, right? I've been in trouble, came out of it. I'm successful. So you know what I mean? It's not about crying wolf. It's about having a conversation. I'm not coming from a deficit mindset. You see what I'm saying? We just conversing about a topic.
But see, I could trust that coming from you and maybe even some people on this panel. But as you know, we're always speaking to a class of people who are listening that may have that energy or not have the maturity to be able to expand the conversation past, just like I'm saying, the fairness, the balance. Like, I don't see what the community gets from saying, oh, well, no, y'all do more. Yeah, facts and figures. So maybe amongst us, sure, that's fruitful. I would like to see more of that. Me personally, I've never wasted time thinking about the clear people and what it is they do or don't do. History says what it says. I'm assuming we're all healthy and capable to do better. So
we are, and I just think the edification needs to be there, because it's just there's so many assumptions and propaganda, right? But we have the conversation clearly, right, and succinctly. I think that people be like, oh shit, what is it more cultural than racial, right? But race, and the Jalen and I conversation, race isn't just a social construct, because there's too many things that are emphatic, and we just look at physical capability as one thing, right? Not to say that's all of it, but the fact that the physical capabilities are so disparate, like in sports, that means that that race has to have a physical advantage that isn't just from learned behavior.
Yeah, I heard you mention that.
Yeah,
I mean, we can touch on
that's
that
a
another
different type
time.
of, but just
Yes.
yeah, you know.
Yeah.
So
Hey, so can I hit him with the
no,
when he
so I
says that?
said I
What?
cut Tommy off when he was trying to
Okay,
interject.
go ahead.
I want to make sure.
Go ahead,
The
Tom.
point I was gonna make is we talk about it so little that when the situation happened to the young lady on the subway, the retort that I heard was, "What if this was the other way around?" Literally in 2020, Nia Wilson was done the exact same. It literally damn near was the exact same situation reversed, but it's talked about so little that people literally came out of their mouth and said, "What if it happened the opposite way?" It literally did.
18-year-old Nia Wilson.
That's my
She's getting
homegirl's
off the
little
train
sister.
to transfer, like many other people in the crowded station. But watch again. This time, don't look at the girl. Instead, watch the man behind her in the white and gray hoodie. He follows her off the train, pulling his hood down and taking off his sunglasses. He looks around, as if to plan an escape route. Then, he reaches down, pulling something out of his pant leg. Look closer. The item he pulled out is a knife. He quickly covers it up with his sweatshirt, but he has it at the ready, and no one else in the busy train station has noticed. The girl he's following, Nia, is on her way home with two of her older sisters, Tashaya and Latifa. They just called their dad to let him know they should be back soon, and they wait for the train doors to open. But moments later, the man attacks. Taking advantage of the panic that follows, he blends in with the crowd. He runs down the stairs and exits the station, running through the gate before seeing police outside, recorded on an officer's body.
Tommy,
what's up?
He literally killed her on camera, right?
Absolutely.
Because they stopped. They didn't show us that part, but if you see the blur, there's a camera right there.
Yeah.
Where they could have released that film to us.
Yeah.
All right, I'm just playing just so y'all can have context of
I
what
grew up with her. I grew up with her older sisters.
Yeah, I just want to play it just because I want to make sure Tommy mentioned it, so I want to make sure that we have context as we continue to discuss it, because this girl got stabbed to death as well for seemingly no apparent reason on camera.
He pretends to be a witness to the attack, telling them someone was injured on the platform. He waves them up, and they run to the scene to help the girls, unknowingly letting their attacker get away. He escapes from the station without anyone chasing after him, and he runs to a nearby parking structure. Then, he changes into a different hoodie, putting the other in a backpack, and he takes off his shoes and sweatpants. Next, he runs out and over to a bus stop. When a bus pulls up, he fakes an injury so he can get a free ride. After getting off the bus and away from security cameras, he disappears. He believes he thought of everything to escape justice, but in this footage, police will find the crucial mistake he made during his getaway that will ultimately lead to his capture and avenge the sisters' attack. Pay attention to the girl in the white shirt.
Okay. Go ahead, Tom. You can finish your point.
So what I'm saying is, so the fact that people's retort to what happened to the other young lady that recently happened on the subway was, what if it happened the opposite way, shows you that there was never even a conversation about this, because it didn't happen that long ago.
Well, let's be real. We don't care. If we're talking about like the white community, we just don't care. One way or the other. We literally just don't care.
What do you mean?
And we've actually skipped over the starting premises of why violence is bad in the first place. Everybody's just basically said, oh, it's bad. Nobody's explained why. We absolutely, historically, I don't give a damn what race we're talking about. I'm talking about like the last 8,000 years. We celebrate violence. It's how countries are formed. It's how tribes compete with each other. It's been this way for like the last 7,000 to 8,000 years of recorded history. Now, all of a sudden, in let's just say 2025, it's bad. Why is it bad? We can sit here and go down a damn list of pros and cons. Like, okay, well, it's bad because somebody died. What's wrong with death?
That's not the conversation. Let me ask you a question. Did you speak?
No.
Did you speak, Josh?
Did I speak?
Yeah.
What do you mean speak? Like say hi to everybody?
Yeah.
Greet the panel.
Oh, apologize, because I wanted to answer his question. He had a really good question. And what's up, everybody?
What's going on?
I was
What was this
raised.
question?
I was raised by wolves. Just to be fair, this
Oh,
is actually true.
no worries. Do you what was the question? I missed it. I walked off.
His question was, what if the roles were reversed? Right? Like
No,
so,
no, no,
like
no, no. That wasn't my question, Josh. I'm saying that was the question that I heard when the situation happened with the young lady on the subway. Was what if the roles were reversed? And my point was, when it happens to us, the conversation is completely not happening, and that kind of shows it. Because the first thing I heard was, "What if it's reversed?" Well, hell, it already was. So that was my point.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead, John. You got a look on. You want to say something before I get Miss Fantastic in?
It's a very simple question. Why violence is bad? It creates more suffering. That's why it's bad. I don't see anywhere else you need to go with that. That's why violence.
What's wrong with suffering? What's wrong with suffering? Suffering tends to
What is
build
wrong?
character. Yeah, suffering tends to build character.
Your mental work tends to build character, and suffering can be a driver towards building character. But by itself, suffering doesn't build character necessarily. It also breaks people just as well.
Self-suffering, wouldn't that be like the concept of harming yourself versus harming other people?
No. By suffering, I mean very generic. Like, there are different kinds of suffering. There's emotional suffering. There's physical suffering.
Okay.
There's suffering for others. There's suffering for yourself. There's suffering for the whole community, or for the whole planet, or for the whole people around you, or for animals that died next to you. There's a whole bunch of sufferings in this world, and violence just increases it very drastically. And I mean, if you want to lead any kind of good society, if you want to build any kind of good future for us as people, then we should definitely strive away from violence and away from increasing suffering. We should give targeting reducing suffering. That's a simple answer.
Couple questions in here. The first one is, do all of us on panel agree that suffering ought to be eliminated from life, society, or whatever? Like, is
I
that
said
ultimately
reduced,
our
not
goal?
eliminated. You cannot eliminate it. Reduced. Very important.
Oh,
Definitely
okay,
not
reduced.
increased.
Reduced.
Definitely not increased.
So if I
That's
were to
really
answer really
important.
quick, Josh, to your point, and I want y'all keep having the conversation. What I've seen is Black people specifically, we put a lot of trauma in our triumph. We think that triumph has to come from a place of a deficit or trauma, right? What I found is when we look at our counterparts who don't come from these tough situations, they're successful, right? So we look at it as a need. You know, we put a lot of value in it. But there's people who aren't suffering that are successful and have good lives. So I don't think
that we're
trauma.
aware of.
Yeah, that we're aware of, right? We can only just going off of what we know, right?
Right.
And so we put so much value in it, but I see other people around me just as happy, just as successful based on what we can see. So I think we give it more credence than necessary. So reducing it, I don't think it would be an issue.
I don't even think reducing it is pretty much effective to its point. So here, I'll give you an example. So like school shootings, technically increase laws. They increase profitability in schools. I mean, there's an economical benefit to killing.
What?
Yeah, I'm just flat out put it out there. It increases industries in the funeral industry. You want to make money? Go be an undertaker. I'll sit here and take the most evilest argument here.
No, because you still got natural debt.
Wait, Josh.
You still got natural people that
Let John. What do you think? I want to make sure that white on white crime is. You guys get an opportunity. What do you think, John?
I think school shootings are not really. There's a symptom. There's a symptom of a long degrading problems. I don't think they're a good example of, of particular violence outburst.
I agree. But still, what's wrong with it?
What's wrong with school shooting?
Don't like kids harmed.
Well, for example, it restricts society. When you have school shootings, people become more scared. It makes society less free.
They invest in security. They invest in usually gun sales.
It also serves as a very good talking point for people who want to increase animosity between groups.
Political agendas
And
tend to change.
I would agree with you
Yes.
that there's, generally speaking, there is an economical profitability to certain types of killings, for sure.
Mhm.
There is, people do it for materialistic reasons as well. Although school shooting is not a good example of that. A lot of wars are, for sure.
Sure, and I'll concede the concept of political agendas. Generally speaking, that's kind of like how we, I guess, selectively pick who we want to represent us within, like, say, legislation or local law, right? We pick
But you
people
don't
that are, well, I mean, you vote in some weird format, right? I'll give you that one, but that's kind of like I'll concede the talking point to it, right? Political agendas, and we all have different political agendas. I'm still trying to see the negativity here, because it's all competitive, right? Let's say the other black people on the panel, they have a different agenda than, say, I have, right? I'm going to want my agenda to be promoted. Well, sometimes violence tends to work with that direction.
How are you justifying?
You said,
Josh, you're a particular age. Did you ever do a school? You didn't do drills like that. Like, why are we even justifying that? Specifically with people who are probably 40 plus. You've never done that. At best, you did a tornado warning. The fact that kids are in school and having to do school shootings, that's not okay. That's a bad point. Like, just change that, please, because that's just not okay. That's not
why
okay.
is it not? I'll say it again. Why is it not okay? You're just saying it's bad for the sake of calling it bad. Why?
Because people.
The first school shooting, I think, was in 1783. Guy drove up to a truck and had like some kind of fuel in the back of it, blew the front of the vehicle or blew the front of the school apart, and then shot a bunch of kids and a couple teachers. 1783, something like that.
Was he white?
We've had school shootings.
Yeah, he was white, and it was a bunch of, I guess, apparently, I think Indians.
Right.
I think it was
1783, 17. Like end of
it
18th
was like
century.
1783. Yeah, when they still using muskets.
But we've had school shootings after that, so I don't know.
Yeah,
That's
they've always been a thing.
It sounds like.
Was it?
I think it's a very different context from modern school shootings. Very different context. Incomparable.
Well, okay, the context of why it happens, or the fact that it does happen, and we just don't want it to go away.
So why do we? So you understand that kids die. Parents get affected. People that affects the community. So why do we have to go through that to make sure we pass laws or to push our agenda? Why do we have to go through something drastic where it's going to affect somebody's kids? Somebody's kids is not there anymore. Now they're going to have to hire extra security at the school. Basically, put it on lockdown. And what I was going to say to this case right here. Oh, my fault, DJ HAMP.
No, it was an accident, I think.
Because we oppose another community.
I shared the screen for the thing for the information y'all was asking for. That's it. That's what it is. Huh?
Okay.
17.
The feathers did it.
Yeah, that I think that's the one.
Oh, it's the Lenape. Oh yeah.
Yeah, but it's Native Americans attacking a school. It's like a war situation, not really like a social school shooting.
War situation, yeah.
We're supposed to be. We have school shootings now amongst
We're
Americans by Americans we're supposed to be in a civilized society.
We are not. We're in a civilized society, because that's kind of very subjective here, right? Because I would say that people that eat with sticks, like chopsticks, those are animals right there, right? Cavemen, because that's what cavemen did. What's the definition of civilized here? That we all get along? You'll never name a single society in history that's ever done that.
But in China, they may eat with sticks, but I don't know. Do they have mass shootings over there? I don't know about China.
China has the record.
They seem to be pretty peaceful people. They worship Buddha and stuff. So, I mean, they eat with sticks.
Not true at all. China holds the world's record on school killings. It's 311 with a freaking sword of all.
Okay, but we eat with spoons and silver spoons and gold spoons and bronze spoons.
Yeah,
and they make an argument that maybe we eating too much metal spoons that's making us savage.
It's going to come down to how you define civil society. We're not civilized in that concept.
Well,
I mean, we have laws and people.
So we a little bit adjacent to. We're a little bit adjacent to the conversation. Now it's about violence and the value of violence. And so I don't think Josh gonna move. I mean, he made one concession, but I don't think he's gonna concede the point entirely. I think what it does point out is maybe the lack of empathy or the detachment that potentially white people have. Although John doesn't agree with Josh, so now you two are representing all white people in the whole wide world. So I guess we gotta figure out. Well, let me get Mr. Fantastic, and then we'll circle back. Mr.
That's why you
Fantastic,
should
what's
profile
popping?
them.
Brother. Yo, man, first and foremost, man, hey, congrats on the 50K, man. You know what I mean? 100 right around the corner. You feel me? But nah, man, I just look, man, it's a celebration, bro. Damn, everybody likes stats now. we all trust the stats now. So when it's about the white folks, we don't trust the stats, right? You know, we trust the stats wholeheartedly. Again, right? So when I guess the white folks tell the truth about themselves, but they lie on niggas. I don't know. I'm just trying to figure it out, right?
Who said they don't?
But no, all in all, man.
Sad said it. My bad. Go ahead, Memphis. Go ahead.
Oh,
no, Fred said the stats are BS. So no, that's what I said.
Oh, so y'all lying on the white man too. So the white man lying on everybody. Okay, I guess. Hey, well, I guess we back to square one. So either way, this is what I'm saying, man. Shout out to HAMP, man. And his I don't know, y'all not an organization, but what is the HI? What do they consider? Nationality, right? Shout out to him, his nationality, man. Hey, the white man is who he said he was, right? Has he ever changed? Are we surprised? Right? Rob, rape, steal, kill, right? Still the same, right? And he the majority of the people, right? So again, I'm not to have the conversation to have the conversation. Shout out to my man True Table that of course, for the sake of the conversation, this is extremely important, right? To point out that the white man has never changed. So why are you niggas surprised? And luckily, he's more focused on getting rid of himself than us nowadays. Back in the day, different. Now though, we should. Hey, I ain't got no problem. I ain't got to worry about no white man doing shit to me, bro. I don't ever walk around nowhere and see a white man and get scared. Okay, it's gonna stay that way. Okay. I just think this thing of pointing out, violence and things. I have a huge problem and issue with it being a cultural thing. It's not cultural. I think like you can't say that something is nominal when we talk about crime as overall. And I think when you do all criminals out of the complete total population, you might get 5%, right? So it's not a cultural thing. It's a criminal thing. Criminals break the law. Okay. PDF files, people, evil, despicable people that should meet their nearest wood chipper. Okay. Do things against children. Men that are pieces of shit and can't accept the word no, force women to do things against their will. So I think when we say it's American culture, we then encompass ourselves and reiterate or, reinforce bullshit. No, it's a very, very small contingent of people of all races that commit crime. So that's the only contingent. I refuse to say that this is an American thing, right? No, because it's not just America. As you said, everybody get all these activities happen on every continent except Antarctica. We can admit that, right? We can agree to that.
Yep.
All right. So criminal activity is for criminals. It's not a cultural thing for the most part. We're long past the conquering and going to take people's shit. You feel me, by force and with horses and boats and shit like that. All right. I know you niggas hate the military, but that's not the same. Okay. So I just think this conversation does bring a focus that needs to be had to give black people a reminder that they should be happy to have. White people are violent too, right? White people are violent. They never stop being violent. They're the majority of people in this country. But like True Table said, outside of the conversation, I'm not taking away from it. This is a wonderful conversation to be had. I'm just curious as to why we always and only compare ourselves to the negative. White people do it too. We never talk about the fucking good shit. Okay. We never talk about the successful shit. We never talk about what the Asians doing. We never talk about what's the name. So again, this is not to take away from the big old bad white man. Okay. But again, HAMP, read, brother. He ain't never changed. He been who he always fucking been. So be cognizant of that. And I did come into a conversation where shout out to Lady Di. Lady Di was having the same conversation. And HAMP says this and reiterates this all the time. Are you prepared? Okay. Are you prepared? Are you ready? If this shit was about to jump off, and you so worried and scared about the big bad white man, you training to shoot? You training your kids to shoot? Do you even got your kids in any type of physical combat, mixed martial arts combat? You know what I mean, to get them prepared? Probably not, right? So what you gonna do? You just sit back on the internet, cry and whine about the big old bad evil white man that ain't changed since he motherfucking been here. That's all I got for now. Again, shout out to the 50, by the way, bro.
Hey, Hamp. So True and Mr. Fantastic basically to respond to both of them at the same time. So True said in other countries, Americans are looked at as Americans. The problem is in America, blacks aren't looked at as Americans. And that's what I've been saying for a long, long time. As black Americans, we don't have international connections to support us. Our connections is here in America, which they tell us a lot of, obviously not all, but majority of, go back to where you came from, right? Where do we come from? This is who we are. So when we compare ourselves to our brothers, let's just say our brothers are technically the white Americans because, again, we're all Americans allegedly. So we comparing what we have to deal with within this system that has been created compared to what our brothers have to deal with within this system that is created. So every other country look at blacks in America as Americans, but the whites in America don't look at blacks as Americans in America. That's where the problem comes in. That's what we're facing, and that's what this whole topic is about. So it's not about comparing ourselves to the negative of this, Asians and all them. None of them are Americans overall. Overwhelming.
Can you give me an example, please?
Wait, what? No, Josh. Josh, you're talking to me.
No, I'm talking to both of y'all.
I know exactly what I'm saying. You're responding to something I said, so Josh don't.
I'm responding to something both of y'all said, but go ahead.
What I stated was that we are viewed as Americans from a global perspective, black, white, Asian. That's what I said. So I agree with you that in this country we may have a disparity of where the white Americans don't classify as Americans. That's a separate issue. I'm saying on a global scale, we all fall under American culture from a cultural eye. You have a blue passport, you're American. It doesn't matter if you're white. It don't matter if you're Latin.
I agree.
I said.
I agree. However, when you look at Asian quote unquote Americans, most of them aren't that far removed to where they have ties to their Japanese whatever side. Period. Yeah. Us as black Americans, we aren't connected to Africa. So we can't say African American, right? Africa's not coming to help us. We're looked at as Americans. A Japanese American is looked at as Japanese. They still have the support of Japan, point blank. That's just what it is. White people, this is their quote unquote country because white men developed this country for white men's pleasure. They're not European. Europe's not coming over here to help white Americans.
But that wasn't
the whole basis is European, so that's why I say you again. No, bro, no. Once a Japanese person becomes a fucking American citizen, they no longer have support from the fucking Japanese embassy or the Chinese embassy. It's only you're an American citizen. You gave up your citizenship to that country, so you can't go over there and call and ask for help.
So it's not a dual citizenship thing that don't exist no more.
For the most part, bro, if you get fucking American citizenship, you have to
can have double citizenship, dual citizenship.
That wasn't my argument.
And again, I'm gonna say this again. For the most part in America, if you get your fucking citizenship here, you denounce the shit everywhere else, bro.
But I don't think that was his argument. I think the argument.
It's not about him being his argument.
No. But
that's not from the argument. Go.
1 second.
Not everybody jumping in.
But hold on, fantastic.
Well, let me respond to him first before you jump in and add something to it.
He's talking about.
He's still talking to me and True Table. True Table got to respond. I didn't.
Tiff, do me a favor. Let him finish it, and you could jump in.
Damn. Now, again, bro, this is the thing. True Table said the most important part. You're seen as American globally. Being an American has a lot of power behind it. Okay, if you've ever been in a place where they got a whole bunch of Africans around, and you see the disparity between the way that Africans are treated and fucking they recognize you fucking American, bro, night and day. That blue passport got fucking power everywhere around the world. Now, again, this thing about this assumption, hey, you killing us with that goddamn mic, bro. You got to mute up when you ain't talking. You know that trucker mic undefeated. All right, so what I'm saying is this, bro. What percentage of white people don't see black people as American, and what percentage of white people is telling niggas to go back? That's what I'm saying. That's not the norm. This is not. We keep acting
No,
like
that is a no. That's the majority. I'm gonna say majority.
but that's crazy. The majority, so at least 50.1% of white people feel like black people aren't Americans. All right, and that rises a whole nother issue and problem as to where, again, man, y'all really are afraid of the white man. Y'all really are think that they thinking about us like that, and they making ways to motherfucking do something against niggas only. That's crazy.
Let me just say, well, let me get go ahead, Tiff. Go ahead.
All I'm gonna say is, one, I don't like the argument because to Said's point, even if you are Japanese, you are still tied to a home country. A lot of foundational black people are not tied to an African nation. I don't even like when we just say Africa, because Africa is a continent. There are many countries connected to Africa. Talking about, again, the topic was Caucasian male problems. And again, we start to talk about inserting blackness into it. You've got to make me understand, to your point, Fantastic, if we are talking about the negativity of their society, why can we not talk about the negativity of their society? Nobody attached blackness to this. We are talking about white men, mass shooting, and the criminality of a different race. So the stats that we're qualifying and quantifying today are white people. Why do we keep bringing black people into this?
Are you done? I don't want to cut you off. You muted. Okay, so you're done. So, Hamp, did I not say the white man was exactly who he's always been? And that's what I fucking started my whole statement off with.
You said it. You did say it, but I
said it multiple times. I opened and closed.
Okay, you said it, but it was a little bit of a glossing over.
Well, it wasn't a glossing over. It was to establish, like you said, to speak to the topic and the truth, right?
Okay.
Right? Speak to the topic and the truth, and to acknowledge that the white man be killing shit, stealing shit, raping shit, robbing shit, right? And having sex. I'm sorry, I left out. Having sex with they family members, and I brought, you can't say that about the kids stuff, but the PDF file shit, right? So yeah, just to add those to make sure, right? Tiff, I'm simply saying all of that shit is cool and fine for the sake of the conversation. What black people do. Black people take, oh, well, the white people really doing this shit and doing that shit and this and this and this and this to excuse the shit that niggas is doing when niggas is doing it. I don't give a fuck about what the hell a white criminal got going on if a black criminal got a motherfucking gun in my face. Okay? That's all I'm saying. That's why I acknowledge the conversation. I said it again. I don't know if you heard me. Maybe you was off, or maybe your hearing going. I don't know. You're getting a little old, right? I said, for the sake of the conversation, I understand. But there's layers to this. When we apply this in real life, how is this helping us? And why are we never taking the good from any other group and saying, hey, we should do that too, versus, oh, they do it too? That's my whole premise.
But was Charlie Kirk doing the same thing with black? Can I say something?
Wait, let me reply and you can go. The conversation today is not about, oh, they do it too, oh, justification. The point that I'm bringing up is mass shootings in mass. We don't commit. Now, hold on. Don't you hit me with the 3 or more of mass shooting, because I kind of know where you're going to go. But I'm going to say the situations of going into grocery stores, going into churches, going into civil safe havens where you think you're going into it and being safe. I've not seen a large amount of black men or black women that are committing those same type of crimes. So over the weekend, we had 5 mass shootings, right? School shooters. There are certain type of things that are connected with some particular races. Hamp brought the stats up. We went through the stats. And for me, I guess my concern is anytime it's about criminality, we're really quick to put us on the thing. We do this, we do that, but we never hold the mirror up to there are other people committing heinous crimes. And when they start talking about black on black crime, we need to also address white on white crime. We need to address, why are your people so angry? We need to address the things that are going on now. If you want to say as an American society, that's fine. But right now, I thought we were drilling down to the point of white men and the issues that they're having within their culture. We do a great job talking about us. And I get what you're saying, steal, what'd you say, steal, rob, pillage, all of the things. But you as a learned man, you know that. But a lot of people, when we start talking about crime, crime has a black face in the America.
Okay. So my bad. Yeah.
No, go.
Okay. You're done. I want to cut you off.
No, I'm done. Go ahead.
Cool. So yeah. So damn, it's quite strange. You kind of read my mind on that one, because now we got a real conversation, because y'all was so mad at the white guy that got assassinated a couple weeks ago because of his response, and y'all purposely took it out of context to his answer. So if we do qualify and go by the FBI standards of 3 or more, and not just school shootings, it's a whole different conversation. Niggas commit a whole lot of mass shootings, right? Hamp, I just heard Hamp say, Hamp, did you say you was attending a funeral that got shot up? Wow, that's a mass shooting. I never heard of it. Chicago, that shit happen all the time. A lot. Innocent people that ain't got shit to do with it. And a nigga already dead. Last time I checked, you can't kill him twice. You shoot the funeral up.
But I'm asking you, when it comes to who the face of crime is in America, not outside of America, because I have a blue passport and I've traveled extensively true outside of the country. However, when we're talking about certain things, fantastic from my point of view, when you hear certain things, it is immediately assigned to blackness, and it may be cultural, but also
the same thing with whiteness though. Like I said, when we say school shooter, we got jokes about Columbine. We got jokes about snipers. We got jokes about, cousin fuckers, right? That's not black people, right? So that's what I'm saying. So I had to kind of, even Josh laughed. Okay, we know when we say that, we're not talking about black people. Right. So that's what I'm talking about. Even though it exists, I'm not saying we ignore it. And this is the point that I think Truth's still here. There's a cultural difference, and as much as we think we know white people, we don't. We're not white, right? Just like as white people may think whatever they know about black people, they don't. They not black. Now, if you Paul Wall or somebody, you probably you know a little bit more.
Got a point with Paul Wall.
You feel me? But you know what I'm saying? Unless you grow up in it, directly in it, and you grow up around black people and have black culture surrounding you 24/7, 365, you just have an assumption and take a lot of what you said, Tiff, from media representation and all this other.
Are you talking about me personally? Because the elementary that I went to, there was 6 black people. I teach yoga, sir. So I have been immersed in white culture.
I'm not making it. I said most.
You're saying?
If I didn't say most, I meant most.
Okay. Most. So, but that's again, when Lady Di was up here, I'm like, a lot of times when we're talking as black people, when you don't have proximity to whiteness, assumptions are being made. But when you are immersed in white culture, you can even see the way that crime or the way that things are handled is completely different. And the examples that I gave were like a football game. When there's Oklahoma versus Texas, we already know somebody fighting that weekend. When we win games, we don't flip over cars. There are certain things that are assigned where it's just boys being boys versus those thug kids. There are certain things culturally that are placed on black men that when white men do the same behavior, the assignment and the criminality is completely different. And we have to acknowledge that.
Yeah, no, I'm not discouraging that. I'm glad all of a sudden now, people are concerned with the black male the straight black male image. I
do agree with Fantastic on that.
I hope this continues. I hope now, Ain't Can't Don't Want starts to die down. I highly doubt it.
I'm saying, like Mr. Fantastic, we jumped on. For the past since COVID, before COVID, since Manosphere started, the whole context has been black men clearing our image of certain things from what another gender of our culture is saying. Now with this Charlie Kirk situation, everybody's concerned with how black men look to the public, which I agree with, right? I do agree with that, because when Charlie Kirk was saying that, black men need to step up with our fatherhood, now we go to the stats and show that no, black men are the most involved father. But during COVID, these panels and in the 80s and 90s, black women was saying niggas was ain't shit and don't or deadbeat dads, correct? Now we're bringing up the stats, and I'm seeing black women doing it too, bringing up the stats that black men were the most involved fathers. So I hope after this Charlie Kirk situation and him making black men look, we going into the FBI stats, clear black men's image when it comes to violent crime, whatever. I hope moving forward, black women don't make use the same thing that Charlie Kirk was saying to make black men look bad. Now that y'all using the stats now to clear black men's image. Hope moving forward after that the same comments.
Yeah, no, but that has nothing to. Yeah, they're not doing anything for the sake of black men. They're doing it for themselves. So they're doing it
Mr. Fantastic, I understand that, right? I understand because black men, because Charlie Kirk, right? He was making most of his stats against specifically black men. I think
but what you can argue though, when you deliver that, and that's why I think we need to do a better job. You can't say we're just involved. The measure of what he was talking about is in reference to the actual formulation of family, marriage, the building of the communities. It's still factual that black men are not married at a high clip. That's still factual. Yeah, and that's what he was speaking to.
No, but the fathers are still, when you look at the stats, even breaks down the context. They're still involved. They're still talking to the kids. They're still changing. Mr. Fantastic, not to get into your business. My father divorced my mother when I was 5. He was still very much involved in my life. Mr. Fantastic, I believe he has a similar situation where he's involved in his kid's life, right? So that still doesn't take away from the fact that the fathers are there and present, still at least giving some type of influence to the child. And there's also a stat that that now black men are more residential fathers with their kids, so they're in the home.
But I think that you take that. This is just what I'm hearing. That's applauded. That we can applaud that. But most of the time, we're speaking to hard facts. We got to speak to the structure, and it's lacking structure. The community just lacks structure. In that context, we can be helicoptering, we can be in proximity. But if you're not attached, if you're not in the home, if you're not actually there, it is still statistically factual that it's not performing at the same level. I think that's what he was speaking to, and that typically is what the stats are speaking to.
Yeah, but remember the argument.
Love was popping.
Shit like that.
Goody, where your shirt at and all that, my nigga?
Oh God.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, but you up here wilding. You got a shawl or something?
I don't. I came to say congratulations and what's up.
All right, I love you, my nigga, but you naked.
I mean, I do have boobs. I mean, I'm a woman. I do have body parts. What you talking about?
All right. I love you. I want you to stay, but you look very.
I'll be back.
Yeah,
I look what?
You're scantily clad, man. You know.
Whatever. I'll be back.
You going 1:30 in the afternoon? What the hell going on?
Man, I don't know who she thinks she is, man.
It's a freaking tank top.
What nightclub? At 1:30. Goddamn.
Yeah, man.
Hair is pretty.
That nigga must be doing the right thing at the wrong time, man. Get your ass out of here. Put some clothes on, nigga. Tell that nigga I said what's up.
Nigga, don't. I'll be back. Bye.
Let me read these real quick, man. Solution. Damn, Mr. Fantastic. LI with the 100. Man, you gotta go, big dog. Or you can pay your way back up here. But damn, can we get a white man some shine since you want to take the light off them and keep it on us? LOL. You want to apply to this?
I mean, damn. First and foremost, like, I got a $50 credit.
Yeah, you got a $50 credit. So
because I send him his money directly without fucking YouTube taking 30% and him having to wait till the 21st.
You cussing out LI?
Motherfucker. But hey, man, it is what it is. I didn't know bounties was on, but hey, man, it is what it is.
Yeah, I'll turn them back on, but it's hard to keep Mr. Fantastic down, man.
This might be risky.
I need $50 to bring Mr. Fantastic back, man, but it's hard to keep him down. I ain't gonna lie. Aaron. Yeah, Aaron with the 2. Let me read these real quick. Aaron with the 2000. HAMP hit 50K and all pale faces.
Damn.
Wolf for the 2000. Fantastic. Thanks for showing how dumb some can be. Reese with the $5 says, Tiff, the Irish were always considered white as they are Celtic. They are just ostracized because they were Catholic. It was never a race thing with them.
Reese, please
Man, go. They had a lot of racial jokes about the Irish.
Go get the book when the Irish became white, because clearly you don't know your history, and we know that from the Discord.
No,
just the Discord.
we saying, Tiff, we don't give a fuck what they told us they were. They white, and we always knew that.
Your servants.
I don't give a damn what they were. They white. That's what we saying. It don't matter how they classified them. They reclassified the so-called Native Americans that wouldn't move as black.
This is true.
Yeah,
we lost classification. True.
Come on.
But that means classification matters.
No, it just means that the perversion don't make the rule. That's all I'm saying.
I get
Reaper with a $10 says crime bill, hospital mistreatment for black moms, stop and frisk, corporate hiring for blacks, all driven by misperceptions and biases pushed by the other side. Thus why it's important to have the conversation. Nas, what up? Nas with a 20 call. Race is an abstract 19th C white anthropologists group people like caste systems before them. Nothing new under the sun. Can't just oversimplify it as a genetic or cultural. It's not black versus white convo. No pun intended.
Perfect.
Nas, what's goody, my boy? Good to see you, kid. Aaron with a $2 says, remember the guy in the Matrix who wanted to stay in the Matrix, saying they run the system don't mean stay hooked up to the system. Mike with the $5 says, maybe this is a better question. If white men are the cause of most of the chaos, why do black people care so much, especially when it doesn't affect you?
Because Trigger Mike, he
got to hit the link. He got to hit the link. Mike ain't been listening. He been popping in and out, man. Miss Val. Miss Val in the building. Hope the kids are doing well. To Miss Val in the building with the $100. She said, congratulations on the 50. Thank you, Miss Val, for all the love and everything else, man. Hope the kids are doing well. Salute to Miss Valerie Smith in the building, man. Miss Val revealed one thing to us on the stream through the comments, saying that she was going through a particularly difficult time and all that, different changes in life. And she said that a lot of the pods and the entertainment help us get her through a lot of that. So that happens, man.
Perfect.
Salute to Miss Val in the building, man. I'm going to play the things in after. Aaron with the $5 said the CIA agent say they are investigating more into white males ages 18 to 35. And here are black people. Like, why are we looking at white people? CIA said that? I didn't even see that. Send that to me. Miss Val said, hello, everyone. Perfect. What we know, JT in the building with the $5 says, if Young Thug music is a representation of black music, then that's major representation of violence.
So, tell me when you're done.
Hold on. Y'all be chomping at the bit. Hold on. Freezy! Perfect. Freezy in the building with the $5. Congratulations. I keep inspiring. Keep your foot on their neck. I got you.
Perfect.
Shit like that.
My brother UT been a member for 2 years.
Perfect.
Yeah, L.I. What Miss Fantastic do to L.I.?
Perfect.
I got faith. I got faith in the Fantasticals, man.
The Fantasticals. That's
what
nasty.
are they called? The Mr. Fantasticals? Oh, the Forever Four. Wait, what's this shit called?
The Fannies.
Fantastic Fours.
The Fannies.
Wait, can Fantastic Fours be more than 4 people?
No.
Fantastic Ites. There we go.
The Fannies.
No, he don't like that. Don't do that. He ain't up here to defend himself. Damn. All right, Yardy, what's good?
All right, so I post a link into the private chat that shows you the stats with the residential fathers. And second thing to trigger Mike, remember, white culture, Charlie Kirk was talking specifically about black culture. By your logic, why he didn't focus on his own house and his own culture instead of pointing out black people and what we're doing. That's like you telling black people why we talking about white people, why they were talking about us. When they're natural bigger group, they're the natural part of the ecosystem. So obviously, there's a lot of crime in their ecosystem that they should be focused on instead of focused on what we're doing here. Remember, those crimes that are happening, like for example, those of y'all who live in New York City, I don't know if you're a New York nigga like I am. When you go to East New York, Brooklyn, most of the East New York, Brooklyn, Bronx, Harlem, whatsoever, Queens, Merrick Boulevard, whatsoever, those are specific areas where you might have high crime rates, right? So when you look at the 50%, it's not the 50% share of the population, it's 50%, like Mr. Fantastic was saying, of the criminal element going on in Black culture in concentrated neighborhoods like East New York, Brooklyn, maybe Merrick Boulevard, South Jamaica, Queensbridge. That's not the entire Black population. But Charlie Kirk was talking about Black culture when he should have been talking about his own culture. Second, I keep bringing up hip hop and rap music. Yet you got Call of Duty that are teaching white kids how to be trained snipers, go out there and shoot guns and bust guns and kill people. I just watched a thing with the FBI dude. He was on DJ Vlad, and he was talking about how a lot of the kids were teaching those white nationalists how to shoot guns based off how they learn how to play Call of Duty. So now, do we ban Call of Duty? Right.
Who's we?
Is not teaching nobody how to shoot a gun, brother.
And who's we? When you say do we ban, who would be the one to ban?
But I was responding to something in the super chat. Somebody was using Young Thug and to be the representation of violence. But we can see Call of Duty and video games being that showcase violence, that influence kids to go do certain white kids to go either pick up a gun or go to a gun range or inspire them to shoot guns. It's in the same realm of entertainment.
Most of the gun owners in America are people who don't look like us, just numerically. So I get what your point is, but
and Call of Duty is inspiring people who own guns to go do violent things, just like rap hip hop music. Young Thug is representing music. And he in the super chat he said that Young Thug speaks about violence in hip hop, and it's a representation of our culture.
To your logic, that means that most people who consume hip hop are Caucasian people. So
yes,
when
you go to the concerts, when you go to a DMX concert, when you go to there was an artist, I forgot his name. It was mostly white people reciting the nigga lyric while he was in the crowd. It was mostly white people in the crowd. Most of the concerts that we look at too, it's mostly white people in the crowd. It's mostly white people buying the records. When you go to Wall Street in New York, it's white people listening to Young Thug, but know the difference to shut down Young Thug's music when they're going into that company or into that CEO, into that boardroom.
So I'll ask you directly then, because I don't want to assume this is the thought of everybody. What would it service you for there to be a balance of delivery of who's committing more crimes and who's doing the malice things? What is it going to do for you personally?
No, me personally, the same way. We've been vilifying Black men as the face of crime and criminality and profiling us. Why don't we do the same for them? If Charlie Kirk has been talking on our culture instead of ignoring his own culture, just like we want us to stop Black people from talking about them and what they're doing, why he was talking about us and what we were doing when clearly he has a problem with his own culture.
I think we're always going to be the topic of discussion amongst all masses. And like Tiff said, she's traveled, I've traveled, I'm assuming you have. We have a heavy presence in the human capital of society on every continent, across all cultures. That's just the calling and the plight of being Black people.
In America, we're 13% of the country. White people are 58% of the population. I get it if we were talking about maybe Trinidad or Jamaica, where the dominant population is Black faces. I get it. But we're talking about America Pacific. The minority of the culture, 13%, which is 43 million, versus 58%, which is 190 million. But we're talking about a small percentage of niggas committing crimes against each other in concentrated neighborhoods versus white people, who's the natural ecosystem. Yet 45% of their cultures do what? Murder, negligent manslaughter. 69% of that group is rape. 74% of that population is drug abuse. They have a drug problem. You don't see the people videos when they show these people, white people in Philly, in LA, they had a chick that was I guess she was a sex worker, and she was lacing people. She was giving people fentanyl and killing them with fentanyl. Obviously, fentanyl is a serious issue in America. Yet you're focused on but Charlie Kirk is focusing on what Black people are doing. Remember, Black niggas wasn't bringing in fentanyl. That was something that they said allegedly was from I don't want to say what country that is on the panel, from a certain country used by another country close to ours to bring that in. Why didn't Charlie Kirk talk about that in his culture? But he focused on what we doing. At least when a nigga selling drugs or gangbanging.
Why are we so focused on him? Well, why we
Because
keep...
that was the messenger of the right.
That was also the response to a question. Kirk never actually brought it up. He was responding to a question. That's what Kirk did. He went on campus. People asked questions. He went back at it. He just happened to pick out some stats.
Yeah, but then he didn't say the stats properly. Did he and his right? Because
I'm about to drop y'all myself. So what is the conversation? Because all I hear is people talking about what they covered before. So what's the argument? What's the argument?
I was asking who's we, because he made a reference in why don't we villainize it like they villainize. So I wanted to know who the we was, who the committee was behind this agenda to go ahead and balance out the
said in the super chat by Trigger Mike. Why are we talking about them? My argument back is, why was they talking about us when they have clearly have a bigger issue in their community than us being a problem to them? They have a threat. They have a threat within their own house. The issues going on in their house is bigger than us, bigger than Nino Brown.
Do you believe that the one? I guess two questions. Do you believe that the white people actually give a damn like what happens in, say, like, I don't know, downtown Atlanta or something like that? A predominantly
they don't give a damn. But we was the part of the topic and conversation.
Sure. Based off of
they didn't give a damn.
Based
about
off of a political. Yeah, I get it. I get it. Based off the political conversation, like I get it. I get the whole point of it. That's he's pushing the right side agenda. He's pushing Republican agenda, specifically conservatives. I'll give you that one, right? Now here's the question of it is do y'all really give a damn about our side of the thing?
Yes,
outside of politics.
When y'all are coming into our churches and going to black grocery stores or going to some place like El Paso and you're creating crimes against people.
Are you stabbing that chick that was on the bus?
Yes, we care.
Sure. So
we also, hold on, Josh, we also care about blue cities and how it is kind of peculiar that the cities that the National Guard is being sent to are chocolate predominant cities. So again, when we're talking about politics and policing, because what we get to do is say, see, the black crime, that's bad crime. So I'm going to come and we need to help you. But the top 10, I want to believe they're mostly southern states and southern cities. So again, where white people have the highest amount of criminality, somehow these places get to skate. But when it's black bodies, we want to police them. We want to militarize those places. So yes, we have to absolutely talk about white crime because of the way that
Let me ask you, is it a political agenda or is it a race agenda?
It's race.
Start there.
It's race. It's always been
We're
about
just picking out cities that are predominantly black.
It's a political agenda.
It's race and it's political.
It's political.
Race is political.
It's mainly political.
For context, because I'm not aware, what white cities are most predominant in crime? Off the top of your head.
So like where they're talking about DC, right? But they could have he did go to Memphis. But if we pull up the top 10, out of the top 10, I think maybe 2 have a high population, but where they're trying to send people, LA, Chicago, they talked about Atlanta, they have them in DC. So when you look at the population, we have to just be honest. Like, I don't understand why we can't have an honest conversation in the sense of everything is political that you do. And a lot of our politics are governed by race. And we know that it is a thing because, again, we wouldn't have a thing called gerrymandering. Like if we have to go to policing and how it started and how the criminalization of black bodies post freedom, when you have the black codes, from the black codes, you get Jim Crow. From Jim Crow, you get the New Deal, which we weren't a part of. Then you go into 1965 civil rights. From 65, you go into board versus education. If you go from there, you get the crime bill. All of these things were to police black bodies and to steal black wealth. And it's happening from white men who at this point have the presidency, you have the Congress, you have the Supreme Court, and you are still angry. You are the majority. You control everything. Why are you still saying you won't replace us? It is a problem within white society that at this point, white people want to be victims. And the victimization of mediocre white men is making our country extremely violent.
Yep.
There's
That's
a
a
lot
fact.
of accusations in there. I can't address all of them, but like, so the first one is do you believe that? Okay, let's start with the claim. You believe that the majority population within the United States is playing the victim card?
Yeah, I think that white men play a victim card, and I believe that white women facilitate the victimization. Yes.
This seems like a whole lot of perception because effectively, as best as I can tell,
well, Josh, how many black people are walking around saying we won't replace you? How many black people? Here's the thing: when that happened in Utah, why were HBCUs targeted? Why is it anytime crime happens, they want to pin it to black people? And
wait.
Go
Stop
ahead.
one point by one. What are you
Go
talking
ahead.
about? The thing that Utah, Kirk, or some school shooting?
So we had 2 school shootings, one in Utah, and we can just say CK because I don't want to keep having this conversation about him. When he was shot, why were 7 HBCUs threatened? Why did that happen if race was not a problem?
Pull up the stats in the last 10, 15 years.
That's not what I'm. No, you don't.
How many times how many times?
Question. No. Why was?
Because it's always been that way. That's why.
It's always been that. Thank you.
Yes. People have been trying to find ways to basically shut down left-leaning schools for I don't know how long. If you're talking about the Kirk thing, there were 3 predominant speakers on the right-wing side that actually had access to the universities. The rest of the speakers.
I'm not talking about the crime happened in Utah. There were 7 historically black colleges that had to
correct, and they've always had bomb threats. They've always been for the past 10, 15 years. You don't want to look at the stats.
Because anytime y'all are violent, you look to take it out on other people.
What makes you think that? Wait. What makes you think those predominant people that called in those fake threats to those schools were white? The vast majority of them were students.
Yeah, okay.
For the same reason that we might go to school and release pepper spray to the damn school, so we don't have to take a test today. We always look for the easy way out.
Yeah, but Josh, right after that, you had MAGA people going up to the school unannounced to have a debate about DEI. When both liberal and conservative, you had MAGA people going up to debate on the HBCU campus in Tennessee, I think it was, about DEI and immigration.
Yes,
when hold on. When white
DEI has been a big thing.
When white women on either liberal or conservative benefit more from DEI than black people do.
Sure, but the point.
So why did they go on that campus to debate them about DEI?
Because the voter base
people about DEI.
Maybe this is the part you don't understand. The voter base, where you're going to get new voters, are always going to be universities. You don't go to the damn. You don't go to the opposite end and go to nursing homes looking for people that are getting ready to die out of the population, right? You're looking for new voters. But Republicans themselves have always focused on schools. We just only look.
Black schools, though.
But Josh, I remember I told you.
Yes, black schools.
But Josh, remember I told you. It's
black people can't be Republicans. I'll march five of them right.
But hold on, Josh. Remember, the people that benefit from DEI mostly is white women. We don't know if they're conservative or liberal, but it's mainly white people that benefit from DEI, not black people as a whole. So why go to a black campus to talk about DEI or immigration?
Exactly.
Why not go to a white liberal campus to debate them about DEI?
Because if you want to reverse DEI, like at a Senate level, right, you need predominantly a vast majority of seats within House, within Senate, and you need a voter base. That voter base is only going to come from the vast majority of population.
Okay,
that vast majority of population that we can.
That don't make no sense.
So based on the last election, right? Who dominated the votes in the last election? Who dominated the votes? Was it black people or white women?
And it was the one.
It was pretty much right being the right side being the people that
besides,
basically
as a whole, whether it be right or left. When it came to the
I don't know outside of my own region. I don't know what the voter base is across the entire United States.
You didn't watch the election on the screen when they was telling you the group of people that voted for what?
No, because we never believed those surveys. Those surveys have been wrong for like 8 years.
So Donald Trump is wrong.
It's not about the concept of being wrong. They're surveys. We don't put faith in surveys. What people say. You're asking for numbers that we don't have.
Interesting.
Now, the concept of targeting specific universities is because, yes, we want more Black Republicans.
No,
Really?
maybe you're misunderstanding because one, we have polls that happen post-election, so that's a thing. Two, maybe you're not understanding. If a crime happened at a white campus by a white person in a predominantly white state, why were historically Black colleges threatened to the point to where they had to shut down? Because when things happen to you guys in mass, the first thing you look at to try to blame somebody is a Black body, to the point to where they had people tell Trump.
Who's blaming?
What do you mean? Who?
Tell Trump
Look
to let us
online.
go.
Who is blaming?
Tell Trump to let us go.
Look online.
Right. No, one second, because you haven't said anything.
Who is blaming?
There's a lot of people.
Once they realized,
okay, a lot of who?
No,
a lot of white people, dude.
Once they realized it was one of y'all, all the "we want crime, start civil war" was, well, maybe he has a mental illness. Well, his family was really good. Well, why don't we need to pray for him? So it
The governor of Utah said.
Let me interject this real quick. Let me interject this so I can get Shango and CJ in because they just got here. Shango was popping, CJ was popping. There was a Josh from anecdotal experience, and I think this is a fair extrapolation. Is I went live that day, right? And I wasn't versed in Charlie Kirk, right? So I went live trying to figure it out, and even in the live, I'm like, hey, I need to drop the link so y'all can help me with this topic, right? A white man, well, you know the name Imperious.
Oh God, yes.
Right. He came up. Well, no, he didn't came up. He sent a super chat. His super chat said, "White," and I didn't even say nothing bad about Charlie Kirk. We're just covering it, like a news story, right? Breaking news.
Right.
And I showed the white girl getting stabbed on the train, just because I named it the stream violence, right? He said, "White niceness is over. Repeal the 13th Amendment." And it was just now you have I gave you the name so you have context, right? You're not so, but the fact that it was like said, and I didn't even say anything about any, you know what I mean? Like, my entire premise on the Charlie Kirk thing has been, if you really think that these people are your enemies, why are we still so fat? Right? That's been my whole premise. Like, are you prepared if this shit is true? Right?
Yeah.
But you see, so when they're now looking at this process, it was like so many assumptions that were made, you know. I'm looking at that as a decently safe extrapolation of the bigger premise.
Okay, so let's run with that. Does some of you or been around know Imperious well enough? At least if you've been over to CT's,
Just
damn
me,
sure
really.
he is, right? Would you expect Imperious to be anything remotely that resembles the white community?
Yes.
Well, that's the thing, and so that's the thing, Josh. He doesn't feel, and I'm saying feel like an outlier. And then when you take that and then look at all the propaganda after that killing happened, it can be justified by everything that you start to see after that happened.
Imperious is definitely a right wing in the terms of Christian nationalist. He would be up there. I'm a Christian nationalist. So we believe in the concept of violence, religious rule, basically.
This
and then
makes
we're considered
so much more
far right.
sense.
Yeah, we're considered far right extremists, but we're also a fringe group. We are not by far even close to a predominant.
So what
we're
it
fringe.
is,
We're never going to be a majority.
Yeah. So and that's up for
That's not true.
speculation and debate, right? Essentially, see, Jay said that's not true. So
Like,
let me do this. Let me do this. Right. Because I want to hear your rebuttal. Let me do this then. Let me get Shango because Shango been up for a little bit. Then I'll get your rebuttal. Then we'll get CJ. All right.
No doubt. I'm in the hood right now in Chicago, and ain't no violence going on right now. So there's that. Number two, literally, I'm walking around right now. Ain't nobody bothering me. I'm cool. So that fucking
So
narrative
are
needs
you?
to die. Go ahead. You gonna cut me off?
You can't say that, brother. You're not in
No,
all.
go ahead. Go ahead, Shango.
What do you mean I can't say? I'm
Shango,
gonna
make it.
just walk
Yeah,
past
make your point. Make
Yeah,
your point.
let
Make
me
your point.
that's a non sequitur ass. Anyway, the point is though, man, my phone's gonna die, so I'm gonna make it quick. We need to analyze white on white crime because they keep trying to push shit on us. That's the essential, quintessential, solid base of the talking point, right? That's what it is because we get criminalized for this other shit that people do. There is a clear distinction in how we get treated, and it's not complaining, it's not whining. You feel me? Don't nobody give a fuck about people's sensibilities until they start trying to pass laws and things of this nature and put forth narratives that set up people. That's the problem. So there's a real world analog takeover from this shit. That's the only thing, man. Ain't nobody trying to bag on white folks, man. Personally, me, I'm not trying to do that. You know, there's good white people, there's bad white people. That's not the point. The point is we're getting overrepresented for bullshit. So I just want to leave that there. White on white crime is a problem. We need to solve it. Be easy. My shit dying right now.
He made his point though. All right, let me get salute to Django, man. He probably be back. He outside walking around and shit. You know, I be doing that when it be full of kids in the house. Well, my kids, when they all get home, I just walk outside, me and the dog. Like, fuck them kids, bro. I can't. My wife like, where you go? Me and the dog just outside. No shoes on, none of that shit. Jalen, what I'm on my trigger mic shit. Jalen, what was your rebuttal to for Josh?
For him to say Christian nationalism will never reach the majority stage is frankly bullshit, especially when we're talking about America.
That wasn't my claim.
Then what did you say?
Authoritarian Christian nationalism. We're the violent ones. Christian nationalists by majority are very passive, unfortunately.
Okay. Y'all are both on the same side of the coin, though. Y'all are both Christian national. Y'all are both Christian nationalists.
Christian nationalism is just a political movement. If you're talking about it, the concept of who believes in basically authoritarian force. It's like calling somebody a fascist. We're not fascists, but one step below it. These are minority fringe groups. They would be the same thing as like any militia groups, like the 1%ers, 2%ers, 3%ers, all of those.
That is literally because fascists understand how to maneuver quietly.
Yeah, but fascists are
that's
on the
why
left.
That's why you've seen extremist ideology all of a sudden. It's an influx of it because they have been hiding quietly, maneuvering how they need to get objectives done in America.
No,
they've think that fascists are a minority is crazy considering the influx.
Fascism would be on the other side. We're on this side. Fascism is on that side.
Here's the reason, Jalen. Let me interject this. Here's a reason why it being a fringe group is inconsequential, right? Because criminals are only 4%, 5%, right? So you only need 1 or 2% to get the results. So that's why when we're talking about minorities anyway, it being a fringe makes no never mind. It doesn't make any point moot because
we
it's
have to
enough
utilize
people,
violence.
Well, 1 second, it's enough people to have the impact regardless.
Yeah,
right? Because criminals are only 4%.
You have to utilize violence to affect any type of policy change. I'll give you an example. Rodney King. Everybody rioted and burned the damn city down, but it did effectively begin to put a curb on police brutality. They stopped doing that in that state, at least to some degree, right? But it took a whole lot of violence to make that change.
That's not true because the civil rights movement was absolutely pushing nonviolence, and even with Gandhi. So you don't always have to assert violence.
It still resulted in a lot of violence. How many towns do you want to see?
On whose behalf and who was doing it? Who burned down
For
Tulsa?
anybody that opposed it.
No.
For anybody that opposed it.
So are you saying that Black people they burned down Rosewood. Black people burned down
No,
Tulsa.
no. See, it's not about the concept of blame.
but
It's about
it is a blame. You are violent people. If we
you
go all
want
the way
it to be about blame. We want it to
Justifying
be
violence.
about an effective change.
He's justifying violence by saying violent change often comes after violence is enacted.
and I get it, but that's the way he said it was you have to have violence when you do not have to have violence, because you can have political resistance without being violent.
Diplomacy
and an
fails.
example is this. No, and we can go really current and it's lightweight, but look at what happened with Jimmy Kimmel. Nobody did anything violent. They canceled fucking Hulu and Disney. And you know what they did? They brought him back. So there are many ways to boycott and to progress change, and violence is not always a part of it. It is not.
What do you mean? Oh, okay. So they didn't utilize violence to get rid of Kimmel, right? And so they brought him back, meaning no change. That's the whole point. If you want something to change, you're going to have to utilize violence.
Remember, they brought him back because of freedom of speech, right?
Why is there a need to separate? Like y'all are all one group. There's no reason to separate.
Absolutely not. Whites
you guys
are not
agree.
in one group.
Jeez. I'm talking about Christian nationalism, white Christian nationalism.
Even within that, we're not one group.
You
Andrew
are.
Andrew Wilson, in a prime example. Andrew Wilson, he supports monarchy.
Yeah, don't go over my limit of name dropping. All right.
Oh, sorry. Apologize.
All right.
No, we don't. We don't even have the same prescriptions. Not even the same government.
You don't have the same. You don't have the same prescriptions, but you guys all agree the fact that you guys are Christian nationalists.
Yes.
Okay, so you are one group with subsets.
Correct. And we fight against each other constantly.
Great, that's any group. But on the worldwide global stage, you are all Christian nationalists, whether you want to agree that being nonviolent is a way to do it or being violent is a way to do it. Y'all are all the same because you identify as a Christian nationalist.
But you're basically now basically adding perception in there. What people look. We don't care what people think or what it looks like. We care about the effect that it has on it. Okay. That's the difference. And this is why we kind of promote the idea of violence ultimately is how you settle a problem. Sorry, Tiff. Diplomacy always fails. It delays the inevitable. Fight now, fight 25 years from now. But eventually there's going to be a fight.
Why do
y'all
have
fight 20 years from now?
I don't know how that was.
Let me ask you a question. Why do y'all want to fight so bad? Why is it that you feel like you got to fight to get change?
Guys, listen. He's saying fighting is inevitable.
And I'm
right? And he's saying that through proof of concept too, right? Violence have enacted a change overwhelmingly throughout history, right? That and hit that point is hard to argue because you just look through history and see people fought and then got the results that they were looking for, right? It's hard to deny that. I think the conversation is that the only way? But that's the only way we know.
Yeah, but DJ HAMP
overwhelmingly, you know what I'm saying?
Two effects.
But DJ HAMP, I rather delay it
violently.
But
like, hold on. To now, what violent breakouts have we had?
Say again.
From 1965 till now, I'm asking what major violence.
Desert Storm was in 1985, right?
No, I'm talking about you're not U.S. soil, like within not like a civil war. Meaning we've had the most amount of progress in the past 40 to 50 years, and there's not been mass violence.
No, so you would look at it like even the George Floyd era, right? I don't think black people took advantage of that violent situation happening. Charlie Kirk gets killed. Oklahoma now has what's this organization called?
Turn Up USA.
In all its schools, when the Japanese salons were getting attacked, the Asian crime bill happened, right? So violence is always prefaces the change. We've seen it most often.
But my fault, not to cut you. But
just saying what just making. I mean, that's just what he's saying. I mean, it's been proven. Is all I'm saying.
But my thing is right. He said, "Do we have it now? Or do we delay it 20 years from now?" I'd rather we talk about a situation here and now, and maybe delay it 20 years from now, and then prepare for it then. So now we can prepare for it then, come up with a solution for it then, and then the thing is right? Society is always going to have crime and violence in it. The question is, do we mitigate it to reduce it to a level where it's not on a massive scale?
Well,
I would agree.
Well,
If you're asking me,
I want to get CJ in, because I like the conversation. I just want to make sure, right? And just if I were to answer real quick, Josh, it has been reduced, right? To Tiff's point, we haven't had an all-out civil, and you know what I mean. We haven't. I mean, January 6th was one of the last. If I use the word insurrection, I don't think I would be far off, right? Just based on how people see it, right? It's probably 50% people see it as such, 50% of people don't, right? And y'all know I don't say both, but I'm just saying I could say insurrection and it would have merit from a large portion of people. You know, maybe that's one of the more overt violent situations. But I'm not trying to gloss over. We can circle back to it. I just wanted to see what CJ said. Let me just read these super chats real quick. Hit the like button, hit the like button, hit the like button, man. So Ms. Val, Mr. Fantastic got timed out for 150 minutes. Tony, salute.
Perfect.
Tony Golden in the building, remember, for 19 months.
Shit like that. Shit like
Your
that.
juxtaposition is faulty. You can't compare gaming to music, which is a culture in itself. If Thug's music is violent, it's a reflection of that environment.
Spoken gaming. Remember, they had a ban on Grand Theft Auto years back because of how because in Grand Theft Auto you had people unaliving police officers.
MJ was popping with a 50 ball.
Shit like that.
Shaming them is not going to have the same effect as it did on our community. I'm not saying that it should not happen. However, I don't think that it should become the priority. Being prepared should be the priority, and that should come second. Perfect. Yeah, I think the key is if we're willing to prepare, then we have to know why. I think this gets glossed over so often, and the assumption is that we are just overtly violent, and it's a huge disparity, right? So I think it goes hand in hand, but I 100% agree on preparing for whatever you may face. I'll play the thing in a second. Li with the 100 ball says perfect.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here.
Damn, I want to hear what he said. LOL, CJ out of here. You look like you come to save the day. Respectfully, ain't nothing worse than a super safe.
Wow. Put him in the Put him in the fucking bedroom.
Onika with the files. Is that infamous Josh or new Josh? Either way, what up, cracker? 50,000 wheat up.
Come on.
JT with his $10 says Tiff is double talking. She says that white people are so violent, yet she surrounds herself with them and, by her words, immersed in white community. Contradiction.
She's a school teacher.
Like, do I need to show my back wall? I participate in capitalism, beloved. That's what I do. Okay.
Ms. Val says for the show. Salute Ms. Val in the building. NTAT with the 2,050,000 achieved. Next step 100K. Let's go, Hampton.
Perfect.
Somebody tell me how that nigga Li got so much money, man.
He's selling insurance.
Jesus.
Eric with the $5 says, "Why should black people worry about white on white crime when we should worry about stopping our violent crime problem?" Yeah, I think I would agree if worry was the conversation. You know, I think it's about preparedness, understanding, and edification, right? Because these things get glossed over. You'd be surprised when people understand why they're doing something, how much better they do it. You know, AMC. I don't know if the CJ like got the
God damn. I had some good points for y'all too, man. He a hater. He don't want to know. He don't want progress. I had a dream that
why
one
you
day.
the that Sparta cake?
Hey Jalen, good job, man. Jalen, you up here cooking. I'll see y'all later. What a hater.
They'll bring you back. See,
this might be risky.
Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, man. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most.
Um,
Damn.
Man.
Can I respond to a super chat earlier that was made earlier? And then
Which one?
I'll jump off the panel and let somebody else come here and talk.
Go ahead. Well, we got 5. Go ahead.
Years back, long time ago, right? There was an issue with the video game called Grand Theft Auto. Just kind of making it with Grand Theft Auto, and in the game, because there were in the game, right? You can shoot police officers. I think in New York City, right? They had a campaign against that game because it was shooting. There was violence against police officers, and they didn't want to teach children that were playing that game to do that same thing against police or an authority figure or whatever. So to say that Young Thug's music is not in the same realm of a video game that everybody's playing on their phone, everybody's playing on the Xbox, the violence is on there, you even got titties and stuff showing on the video game, the certain video games, right?
Yeah.
You have a lot of
it's not rated for kids though.
Hold on.
So why are you buying your kid GTA?
But kids still play it. But kids still play it.
Why are you buying your kid Grand Theft Auto? Why are you letting your kid play Grand Theft Auto and Call of Duty?
They still playing it, right? But hold on, but the same logic.
That stems to a bigger problem.
Hold on,
it's
remember,
not the video game.
But hold on, there's ratings on your hip hop music, and you can turn off your hip hop music.
That's a problem with
video game,
people that have kids that aren't really parenting their kids.
Okay, then people who are parenting their children who listen to Young Thug.
Like you said,
hip hop music has a rating on it.
I know, yeah.
It's like the video game has a rating on it, yet still kids listen to it.
Yeah. Kids aren't adults. Kids don't have authority, meaning that you, as their parent, as the adult, have the authority to tell them what they can and cannot listen to. If you are not doing that, that is on you, that is not on the music, and that is not on the video game.
But that's my point. No, remember, he said something about Young Thug. He said something different between a video game and Young Thug's music is that the game is not in the same.
Mike, I'm not even paying attention to Trigger Mike. Hamp already told you he got to come up here. Don't pay attention to Trigger Mike. He knows how to get up here to talk to you.
Well, then Trigger Mike, bring your ass up here then.
Yeah, that's how you do it. Tell him to bring his ass up here.
Drive by.
He only said $5 for each of those.
Stop it. What's going on, KG? What you got to say, brother?
No, I just came over to say, well, I'm at work, so I just came congratulate Hamp. And,
that's good shit.
Yeah.
You probably stepped away for a minute, but let what do you say? Type shit, 50K type shit.
Mm-hmm.
Josh, did you have you had to take a smoke break? Are you ready to? I cannot believe you actually said that you were a white nationalist. Like I'm taken aback.
Hold on though, but Tiff, you have black nationalists too, so it's like.
To be fair, I'm a Christian nationalist.
Hold on, Josh. You could be a nationalist of your country. You're a national of your country. Mm-hmm. You understand? You could be a black. You have black nationalists. Remember Malcolm X and those people, right? You can make an argument as these people being negative to the environment or the ecosystem or not. You can make that argument.
Okay.
There's nothing wrong with being a nationalist of your group or of your country or society.
And I am a proud American. I love our country, so I definitely can say that. However, I guess
stop teaching women yoga.
What? Why would
if you love America, stop teaching women yoga.
Why would I do that? Yoga is committed, so it started. Technically, I'm doing what comes natural to me. So why wouldn't I want to do?
It's just one step down from twerking. Right. I mean, next thing you know, you're going to have Hamp having to take over the classroom, put him in tights or something, teaching that crap. No.
Did you see his shorts on the day? Just a step away from tights. Did you see his knees and his thighs?
Damn.
Why would men notice that? You know what I'm saying?
Look, he giving me the look. KG, he back. Let me mute.
I'm good. What up?
KG, what up?
Congrats. Congrats. But there's one thing I gotta say. In the Bible, a lot of change did come when blood was shed. They said you cannot, like, I pulled it up. I think it was Numbers 33. You shall not pollute the land in which you live. Blood that pollutes the land, no atonement can be made for that land. The blood that shed in it cannot set the blood from the one who shed it. So our blood was shed in this land. So technically, this land will never be clean until the people who shed our blood in this land is shed. So if you want to be technically, that's the only way change will happen for our people.
He ain't wrong.
Yeah, I wasn't. Yeah, they were. That's what I was saying. Josh' point is, I mean, it's been proven, right? And we can read it. But violence is the conversation about violence is interesting, you know. But I just want to make sure that we properly discuss the title, because what I realize is quite often we'll converse thoroughly about the decrepit nature of our community. And I get it, that should be the conversation, right? In terms of fixing those things, right? But when we broach another topic about just baseline and understanding, we can very rarely get through it because people want to redirect, right? But you have topics about several things. If I'm talking about football, it would make no sense for Mr. Williams to come up here and start talking about basketball, right? But I think in order to understand things, you have to understand it from all different facets. We kind of just rush, you know, like we look at an arrest sheet and then cast that aspersion to say these people are responsible for the crime when knowing we're innocent until proven guilty.
Facts.
So it's just like, how do we properly converse? Josh has been a gem to this conversation because his disposition gives credence to the stats, right? Josh has a desensitized modus operandi, right? It's about concepts, about prescriptions, what makes sense regardless of the moral fallout, right? That's less important than getting to the goal, getting to the reason. How effective was it? How valuable was it, right? When Josh says these mass shootings are an economic benefit, he don't care that it was 5-year-olds in Sandy Hook because they all needed to have a funeral. So when Jalen say it ain't a race thing and it's a construct thing, I vehemently disagree for dispositions like that. We got our shit for sure, but we having a conversation, right?
We all have.
And I'm not using that against Josh, but I'm using it because that's what was presented in the conversation.
We all have our agenda, and it should be the case that whatever your agenda is should be consistently and constantly pushed.
Yeah,
ain't no vacation time.
But the problem, the pushback I have with that is now if your agenda is not going to take a stat from a certain website to manipulate into a way to paint another group a certain way, but then you don't look at the same stats of the same stats that everybody got the 13 or 12% account for 50% of the crime came from the same place that DJ Hamp showed you. And when you look at the stats, you look at
why can't we do that? Why can't we? I'll agree to you. You can take any stat and push it any direction you want, right? You can just rephrase it a little bit and push an agenda. Why can't that be done?
Because it's a lie. And then you take away from why can't the agenda be shit? Why we as white people, as white men in our culture that are supposed to be the patriarchs of our culture, there's honestly an issue going on in our culture. Maybe we on the right should hold ourselves accountable and clean up our own house. Just like you had the Nation of Islam back in the day. Shout out to Captain Zarzark with the Hebrew Israelites, and they go into black communities and they hold all people accountable, right? Why couldn't Charlie Kirk and a group of white nationalists, as you say, march through white communities talking about the drug abuse, talking about the R word, talking about the whatever other issues that we saw on that crime stats is heavy in your community? Why could that not? Why is there not a white nationalist group pushing accountability within your?
I will absolutely 100% agree with you. If I just take just HAMP's community, right? Like roughly about 800 people. And the entire time I've ever been there, I think I've only ever had a problem with 2 people. 2 people out of 800? That's crazy to me. Everybody I've ever met within the Black community, at least within HAMP's community, right? Never met what I would consider to be a bad person. Actually quite wholesome people, right? But you boil this down, again, everybody's got an agenda to push. Why can't they do it? Why does propaganda have to be honest?
Because it makes the other person look bad, and then you pass law and legislation to monitor that group of people.
If you're opposing another
hold on,
group,
Joshua. Hold on, Joshua. We're talking about white nationalists. You're asking white nationalists, their whole objective is to preserve white people, to be empathetic and not lie, and push truthful propaganda to still be impactful with preserving white people. I hope you don't believe what you're saying right now. I hope you don't even think that's a viable question to ask a white nationalist.
Okay, and just like your ask, hold on, but just like your ask a Black nationalist.
Hold on, Jordan, because for some reason, and we talking about agendas, you have name dropped that man about 40 times since you've been on the panel. So that's making me wonder, do you have a damn agenda?
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
Wait.
So hold on. So we can't name drop a person? They name drop MLK and a bunch of Black people.
But you keep doing it.
So what? They name dropped a bunch of people on our side. MLK, they said he wasn't a good person, right?
You're not getting it.
They dropped a bunch of Black people.
Don't worry about it. It went over your head.
Regardless of the name dropping, it's just a rule. It's just a rule to not name drop. That's it. Let's skip past that.
Well, I'm not on DJ Hamp's
just don't name drop people. Know that. Yeah, that's Hamp's rule. Stop name dropping. That's his rule. Okay, past that. Why are you asking a white nationalist to be empathetic and to be truthful?
To his own group?
Yeah.
It's his group. It's his group that has issues going on in their culture.
The objective of a white nationalist is to preserve whites by any means necessary, even if it means lying to them.
So then the crime statistics that show that they have crime in their community, that's them ignoring that is preserving them?
Yes. If they're
he
said propaganda.
That's how psychological warfare works. Like, y'all don't study this?
No, but he said when he said propaganda, then at that point you already know that an agenda is being pushed. So if you're able to disprove the propaganda, then you do that. But that would be like asking, to me, somebody from the NOI, from the nation, to go preach love and like, nah, he's doing what he's supposed to do. If this is fundamentally what he believes in, then he is going to preach propaganda to get people to believe the lie. Because we can see from the numbers, right? So again, he's doing what he believes to be true with conviction.
Okay. As long as y'all want to accept that. I just want to know. I just want to know.
The white man said some messed up shit. Cool. I don't know why the focus is on him, but cool. He said some messed up shit. However, in the background, his wife got PragerU on a federal level to be implemented in the Department of Education. If you don't know about PragerU, look it up. It's very fucked up what they're teaching kids through PragerU. Neither here nor there. They're doing things systemically to get their objective done. You're focused on the clown doing all this egregious shit, and you're not focused on the legislation that they're actually implementing in front of our fucking face. So sure, you could talk about what he said. It's fucked up. I fully agree. But when are you going to start focusing on the shit behind the scenes? What Josh is talking about, everybody's going to be up in arms about it because he's saying violence is necessary. But what about the other Christian nationalists that are doing psychological warfare behind the scenes, that are actually doing things that will affect us for generations to come? i.e., what they did to us with slavery and Jim Crow and all this extra shit.
So let me ask you a question. Were you aware of these people? Do you know the other people behind the scenes? And did you make a YouTube channel talking about these people?
Did you know about what I just told you about PragerU?
No, I didn't.
Okay,
So
that
why
should
did you
answer
make
your
a
question.
YouTube channel talking about that? Did you make a YouTube video talking about? Because I didn't know.
Did
right? The whole point is you're talking about a clown, right? That had a message that was representing a group of people.
I feel like you missed my point.
No, I didn't miss your point. The clown that you're speaking about, he pushed a message for his group of people, right? So when you're debunking a message he's putting, when we're debunking a message that he's pushing, that's a message from his own side. We're debunking that side.
You're focused on the message and not focused on the actions of what they're doing in front of your face, because you're not paying attention to it. You're paying attention to the egregious words. I get it. They're egregious. They're meant to draw you in and to keep you distracted from what they're actually doing that will affect your children and the generations that come after you. That's like we keep doing that shit. Every generation we keep doing that shit.
And
You're acting like they're not affecting change, and and then by the time we actually see it, it's too far fucking gone. And everybody's like, "Oh, we can't do shit. They're powerful. I don't know what to do," because you weren't paying attention.
There's only one thing you can do. You grab these people by the collar, you drag them to the edge of town, and you throw them out. If they come back, you whoop their ass, throw them back out, throw their bodies out the other side of town too. You only got force. These are your only real options. You have to take whatever agenda, whatever moral standards you have, and you have to apply it by force.
So who's going to apply that to your Christian nationalist group, as Jay was saying up there?
We're already fighting amongst ourselves, right? Like, I mean, it just is what it is.
Okay.
You keep talking about his people. We need to worry about our people, because using force, with our own people, like, hey, we got to get our shit together. I don't really care about what's going on in his community at all, not one little bit, because I know what he is. No offense, Josh, you the devil.
No, it's okay, KG. I got you.
You know what I'm saying? But I already know his people's are the devil, so I know if it's a snake, it's going to bite me. Come on now. So I don't really care about what's going on in his community at all, not like one little bit.
KG.
I care about our people.
KG.
Yeah.
So here's the thing, right? You are a fighter, right? By trade, right?
Yeah.
You watch film?
Yeah.
So it's important to understand what opposing sides are doing. That's the reason why we prepare and watch film. You see, to ignore it will leave you at a deficit, right? Not to say you worried, but you are. That's a part of preparation, edification. You see what I mean? Now, we've been edified because we understand. We can read it, But all people who don't read, you have to show them examples of why in which them being so lazy and so lackadaisical is an issue. You see what I mean? So it's not so much about not caring, it's about understanding, right? So if you take the young boys and say, hey, if you indeed think that the people that don't look like you are a problem, let me illustrate just how much of a problem it can be. And now I'm wondering why you aren't preparing yourself if you indeed think it's a problem. You see? So it's not like we concerned, but it's like, hey, understanding to be better prepared, You know what I mean?
And they're not coming after the ones that are headstrong and know what the fuck they're doing. They're coming after your children.
And KG, I'm gonna mute you. You just got a little wind. There you go.
Like, they're coming after your children. The best way to get through the children is to psychologically brainwash them. So you could focus on what they're doing everywhere else, but their children is their main object. The children is their main objective.
Or separate them from government schools so that it's only your influence as parents versus the state's. Because if we have any say in it, we're going after the state. This is what it is. Like, Jay's actually spot on right here. Like, it is the case that if you want to protect whatever your culture is, however you define it, right, you have to instill that in your children. And you got to stop the outside influence on top of that. Damn, Jay, that was actually a
And
really
that's
damn good
both
point.
sides of the aisle. They're coming after your children. Their brains. They're coming after them. Whatever negativity you view on liberal or conservative, they want your children because they're the important new generation of people that they need to brainwash in order to keep America running. Okay,
I agree with that.
So let's get to this real quick. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. It helps the channel the most. Mike, what about the conversation, man? You kept saying, "Are we victim this, victim that, victim this?" You saying a discussion can't be had about different things that are happening in this society?
No, I was trolling. Dead ass.
Okay, Yardi didn't like that shit one bit. Yardi, he is here.
$5 to troll. That's crazy.
Would you like to converse with your brother?
It was a
He
few
was
$5.
trolling, so it doesn't matter now. He said he was trolling.
He just
Come
threw a
on, man.
funky ass $5 like I'm trolling, bro.
Trolling all day. No, but I jumped in. I'm sorry. Are you done?
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I jumped in because this is the part I can land. I just like what y'all saying at this particular point because Jay was on fire. You know, I in these spaces I understand the plight. Like, how could you not? You know, you go to school with Black people, you understand their plights and how their history is tied in, and the relationship dynamics between Blacks and whites has always been pretty contentious. You know, white people basically own the media, so they get to do what they want to about, you know, with it. So that much I understand, but I think Jay kind of took it from the surface level to the deeper meaning of what's going on. Because I think I tried to preface it once by saying, I used to listen to everything Black people said, everything about how I should move and what the factors are against me, right? The only part that I had to kind of depart from was, well, if I just go straight to I'm a victim or I can't do anything with my life because these people hold me back, I would never accomplish anything. And I really, really, really want to fucking be great. So those two things never really agree. And that's where I started a bit of separation, right? And that's why you always see me on these platforms. Like, do you know how I stop myself from being more affected by what anybody else is doing? Any kind of racism, it's keeping that family, that community aspect. Because it we could say it's the whites because they are the dominant population in the United States, but everybody is going after the person they could keep a customer forever. So when Jay said they're going after your children, they're going to indoctrinate the weak-minded individuals of the United States. And whoever falls into that category will be their perpetual customers for till the end of time. They need to control you for their dollar's sake, right? So that's where I started to deprogram myself and take myself off that hamster wheel.
I know, but that is so. I understand that that's kind of where we are, right? But let's rewind, though, right? What keeps you on the hamster wheel is misinformation,
yep,
otherwise known as propaganda,
yes, sir,
and the lack of edification, right?
Yes,
so for so long we've glossed over that column, right? And so what we're simply saying, hey, let's acknowledge the column. Let's look at another white boy say it, right? Tim Tebow. Let's hear Josh out so he can literally in real time illustrate, right? The what the do's and don'ts, the cares and cares not, right?
Yep.
And then have the conversation so we can properly edify and prepare the children. That's exactly what needs to happen, because if you don't go to schools in predominantly Black places, Trigger Mike, the heroes on the wall are George Washington, not Medgar Evers, right? And so you see what I mean? So there's an entire what's the word I'm looking for? Programming that's happening, right?
Yeah.
But when you go to school in like Washington, D.C., they actually have Medgar Evers up there, not just Malcolm and Martin. You know what I mean? They have several people, right? And so the programming is different.
I got
you know, so if you never highlight the fact that, oh, there's levels and threats of violence depending on the category that aren't just Black people, what happens? And so when we were trying to converse about this, it kept on saying, okay, now what? No. People don't even acknowledge this.
Absolutely.
Which is the substance of the conversation. Go ahead.
Absolutely. And I think because I can't disagree with that, right? You're laying out systemic facts that have been laid out for all of us to see that are present. I think we don't really differ. What I'm saying is the method and what we got to do about it. That's where I think more people need to start changing up, is because I noticed something that because I made that statement like they're trying to keep their base. They need people that are easily indoctrinated to have people to sell things to and people to control and their workforce and all that type of stuff, right? What's the guy Rockefeller? He did that with that's why they took trades out of the school and everything,
That
right?
was I forgot the Board of Education.
Yeah. So
They did the
I'm
same
like
thing at college too.
the one thing that I would like, if I could share something where I'm like, oh snap, if they're always responsible, if we're going back and forth about the reduction of Black history in schools, I'm already on the side that they're going to win that battle, because we were 13% of the population when we started fighting that battle. We're still 13% of the population now, with another minority group about to become the majority minority. So I'm like, we're going to lose that battle. So now I teach my kids Black history. Nobody else can. I don't even want them. I'll pull them out of school. So I'm on a different wavelength to say, y'all know what? I get that we want to fight because it looks on its face terrible. They're removing Black history. I don't even trust anybody else to teach Black history to my kids. The preservation of your history is to take everything onto yourself. Like that, I don't fight white people on nothing, right? Because they own the media, they have all the companies, the money for the school, the lobbyists, and all of that. So I'm gonna fight the enemy where they aren't. That's my.
No, but why you spend a lot of time fighting Black people on everything?
Well, I gave you the premise as to why. I gave you the
No,
premise.
I understand, but it just, I don't know. It good for the goose, good for the gander. You know what I mean? Like, regardless of advantage, right? You've gotten to a place to where they have less and less advantages over you. So now what? You know what I mean? Like, it's like, I'm glad you teaching the kids so-called Black history. It's funny, we would call lazy after we stopped working for free.
Facts.
And I just looking at this shit like, yo, now that me and you, Mike, we up here, and I'm talking to you, right?
Yeah.
We up here, right? In comparison to a lot of our brothers, right? Because like, I'm not expecting the women to do no fighting. I really want them to sit the fuck down and load the guns while we shoot them, right? Just in terms of a hyperbolic situation, right? They not built for that shit. I don't care how tough they talk, But now we here. And now, we have a duty to push back, right? And I'm not even saying be volatile, but call the things out that need to be called out. Me and we go in the earth and we work with everybody, white, Black, blue, don't matter, right? I'm cordial. Most of my clients are white. I make sure my team is consistent and etc.
Indeed.
But if I have to address something, I address it, right? In a way in which it needs to be addressed based on set and setting. We can't gloss over it. You know what I mean? Because we have too much. Hold on, Josh. Because you and I have too much influence.
Indeed.
They can't talk that shit to us, Mike. They can't talk that fatherless home shit to us. We don't got no money shit to us. We ain't married. They can't talk that shit to us. So if we acknowledge, like, now this is an issue, even if it's not me directly, just like how the men do it for the women that they don't deal with, but apparently other brothers deal with, right? Every nigga up here arguing get pussy, but he arguing for the niggas that don't get pussy, I guess. Right?
Indeed.
You hear that shit all the time. When is it our responsibility, Mike, as influential Black men to do the same, regardless if it affects us directly or not?
Hey, look, I mean, here's what I'm going to stop doing, because my way ain't better than your way. What I'm saying now is that I think we need to embrace both perspectives.
Okay.
My issue, long-standing issue, is that the reason white people have always snuffed out the progress of Blacks is because they always see you coming. We make too much noise with every movement. So your way, I mean, be honest with you. If we were just a group of leaders, I'd be like, y'all know this HAMP, right? He gonna go back at these motherfuckers. So we're gonna let him lead that initiative. Somebody got to lead the quiet storm too.
Okay.
Right? They cannot know everything that we doing, especially from a family perspective, because that's what becomes that. It's easy to squash that, right? When I made that one super chat where I'm like, if Charlie Kirks of the world can easily get some of the most influential people to talk about him by triggering them with words, he gonna be the most popular person ever. You see, so that's what I'm really saying. I know we got to go back at him and let you know we ain't no punk.
Mike,
you know what I'm saying?
let me interject on this, and we don't disagree at all with that. When I first saw the Charlie Kirk shit, I said, right, we telegraphing our punches. Right, we literally showing them we about to throw it by over exaggerating the shoulders and all that, right? 100%, prepare, because even if the fact that people think it's racist and others don't, the people that don't, right, like you got to deal with a whole lot of shit. Let people reveal themselves, have a conversation so they can clarify themselves, and then steadily do your push-ups.
Indeed. I mean, I'm getting a lot of education because people say what they want about me being, the child of an immigrant. I told you yesterday that I'm sending my children to HBCUs, and I told you why. I told you why.
Yeah.
And one thing that I realized is that that's a distraction method.
Yeah.
My wife had just finished reading Ketanji Brown Jackson's book. So anything she reads, I read by extension because she always want to discuss that shit like I'm a part of her book club or something. But one thing that she said in that book that I had to read the chapter for myself is they said they did not know integration was going to do this to black people, because immediately after they integrated, black businesses started closing because we were so worried about going to their businesses. So these are the things that I'm realizing, that if they can distract us and keep us in motion, it keeps us less focused on issues and community building and going to our own schools because we want to go to PWI. I see the power in the cluster, in the black cluster. Yeah, and it's not even racial. It's just that I need to create opportunity for my kids where where they get the preferential treatment. So I'm 100%,
Yeah, like even if, but it's so, but Mike, you know what? It's okay to say that it's racial though, right?
Yeah.
When we used to, Mike, me and you hustle. When you go to networking events, what do? Right? And I'm not even shy. I find black people first. You get warm. You take a drink or two, then you start to pour out. Like the women will find women first if there's nobody, right? And then you start to kind of branch out once you get a little bit more comfortable, or you got another person with you as a security blanket. That's fine. One thing I never heard, Mike, was the Teva shit before I came up here. Sherelle had to literally define it for me. I didn't know what that shit was. You already know up north is we all live on top of each other. Pause.
Yeah,
it don't matter. Like now, East New York, look, but it's just like like we all live together. So I never even heard that shit before.
Before they was calling niggas tellers, it was what they call us banana boats. A bunch of
but y'all, we'd be talking shit to each other, right? Yeah. And then niggas would go party together, right?
Yeah. Like you have black Americans in the Labor Day parade with the flags on.
I got niggas in college that be like, I didn't even know you was African, nigga.
The dance hall party is the biggest party in Connecticut. The dance hall be
Jersey
so
too.
Yo, we say, fuck that goat, man. Tell your mom the curry the chicken, my nigga. We don't fuck with the goat shit, right? If I go to my man house and he Jamaican, you know what I mean? But like that's how it's just regular shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? We don't want y'all to cook collard green because y'all don't know to clean them first. You know what I mean? Like regular shit, right? Mm-hmm. You know the foo-foo niggas and all that. I ain't fucking with that shit, bro. I know what a fork is. You know what I mean? Like it just, but we all was still vibing. Like it wasn't nothing crazy, you know.
I be inviting my black homeboys to Nigerian parties. These dudes be crying like, "Thank you for this experience, man. I feel connected to the
It just the only thing about the Nigerian party. 2 hours in, that shit get musty as a motherfucker. But other than that, that shit,
yo, my nigga, and it's worse when he right. It's only funny when he right.
Mike, no. Mike, no.
Yo, a chick came to me once and was like, "Can you tell your dad to not stand by the fan?" I was like,
"Yo,
can I ask?"
That's fucking funny.
Let me. Can I go?
Yeah, go ahead, Sean.
Oh, don't go nowhere, Josh. Don't go nowhere, Josh. I'll give you a second, Josh. First of all, I want to give my big dog shout out to him for the 50K. Y'all, we gonna take a shot, him, because I mean, you pulled a bottle out. We ain't even took a shot. What are we doing right now? Let's take a shot, right?
We got triple black too. You know we drink.
Triple black.
With triple black come, you know the vibes, nigga.
Hey, Josh, come back. Josh, come back. Josh, I want to talk to you for a second. Come back, Josh.
Yo, I seen triple black get drunk off a root beer, nigga. So I know we drinking.
Let's take a shot to
yo, hey, triple black. Last time I seen Sis Triple Black, I cussed her out, man.
All right, so I want to apologize to Josh for my people. You know, sometimes we don't get a guest in the house sometimes, so we kind of forget how to do things, right? Because today's supposed to be a conversation about the white man's issues, right? And you see we all fighting. We don't even want to analyze. It's not even about. I got you, love. See, I'm gonna do that too. It's not even about a comparison to one-on-one. It's like it's having a conversation that we don't have to have, Josh. So, I grew up around white men like you did, very candid. So I appreciate your candor. So I want to ask you a direct question, Josh, because no one seems to address this, right? I want to understand because we often contribute black males' crime to single parent homes. We talk about the education system. So I got a question for you directly, Josh, because you might have some firsthand information. I work in statistics too, but I know stats don't always tell the full picture. So you might have some firsthand anecdotal information. So help us understand a little bit better what contributes to the white male archetype that makes them do things like shoot up schools and some of the crimes that you guys commit in America. I've never heard a white man explain this to us. So I'm interested to know, what do you think? What drives a good Christian white man to go shoot up a school, to go kill kids in the school? What could you kind of break that down for us a little bit? I've never heard that before.
Yeah, man. It got to be a good Christian man, right? Because I don't think Christians do this.
I'm just in a way. It's always, in the news. When they talk about it in the news, it's kind of the way they describe it. So I'm trying to stay aligned to how we hear. You know what I mean? I just want to get more information. That's all.
So if you're talking about, like, let's just say the guy that shot up the Mormon church, I'm pretty sure he was a right winger, at least a Republican. So he would have been on like my end, and a veteran. So maybe he was far right. I have no idea, right? But it would be the case that we generally have like specific agendas, things like polygamy or polygyny. We'd have a big problem with, right? So the idea is if you oppose something, you're eventually going to do this. This is only fringe groups, right? Very small fringe groups are going to act out. They're going to basically do something to kind of draw attention to the thing that they oppose, and usually it's going to be in a violent manner. It's going to be the same thing with the Kirk shooting, right? It's basically, I call it the gay agenda. Some people might call it the transgender agenda, right? We're going to utilize this to say, hey, look, this evil, nasty thing, how do we shut it down? How do we break it? It ain't about Kirk. To us, we consider him a moderate. And I kind of consider moderates to be like, God, I hate to say this, political cucks. They just basically do nothing but talk, right? And at some point, shit's got to end and got to get reversed. And so we end up utilizing violence, nasty little tactics. So the concept of twisting stats to serve an agenda would be a thing.
So
there's something in
wait, hold on, True Black, give me a second. I'm almost done, bro. You can jump in, give me a second. We gonna just me and Josh iron it out a little bit more. So you would contribute. Let's use the Sandy Hook situation, right? Because that was babies, right? 20-year-old, how old? 21, 22? Went into a school.
Weren't they high schoolers?
No, these were elementary school kids.
Okay. Sandy Hook.
Went into
6-year-old.
Yeah, went into an elementary school and killed about 25 kids. I'm trying to see what you just kind of stated. Is that similar in this situation? That's a similar tactic.
It could be the case. Because generally, if you're going to go after in a community, right, you go after the kids. Jay's actually a little bit more right on this in several different areas.
I was just about to say that.
Hey, just so you know, Sandy Hook specifically was 12 girls and 8 boys.
Who was the shooter?
The white dude.
White dude, yeah, but what right-leaning, left-leaning, gay?
I didn't even say. This was before all that shit was popular. But it was 12 girls and 8 boys. 16 of the children were 6 years old. And 4 of them were 7 years old.
So, Josh, one more question. I'll let somebody else jump. I'm interested that you keep mentioning right wing, left wing. Are you doing that purposely, or does that matter?
So basically, everybody has an agenda one way or the other, right? So left wing would be Democrat, but I don't consider anybody in the moderate, like basically like a centrist, come out a little ways. Like on the right would be conservatives. We consider them moderates and completely do nothing but this. Once you go past that point, it'll be the extremists. I consider left-leaning, right-leaning, and it's usually agenda-based. Agenda-based being like, if I'm on the right, I want I want states' rights versus, like, say, the state indoctrinating the kids, aka the education, federal education system we want gone. Let's see here. Go on down the list. We want the gay marriage. We want it completely reversed. Like it goes on down a long list, but this is more like right-leaning agenda. Left-leaning is going to be kind of they're going to say basically unity, but it doesn't appear to be that way. It's going to be like in the concept of unity in their direction. It'll be fascism by popular vote.
So are you saying it now? And I'm peeping Uncle Jeff's face because I think he's probably thinking the same thing I'm thinking. But I'm just curious: are you attaching like white violence to politics for some type of like greater good agenda? Is that where white violence?
Yes, it would be the case that a person that is going to enact violence is doing it based on the concept of terrorism. They're doing it with the intention of having some type of effect on the policy.
Who would you say does it? Who would you? Which side would you say does it more frequently?
I honestly don't know. I would like to believe that it's our side that does it more frequently, but I don't know if that's true or not.
Hold on.
Can I help you out?
Real quick. No, I got it.
Hey, I just
DOJ
want to
did
say,
it for us, right?
Jay, I just want to say Triple Black was next. I just want to say that before you move on.
How far down am I?
You after him. You after him.
And I just
DOJ was the DOJ did that for us. They actually hit it. This administration specifically, in their findings, they saw a high propensity of right-leaning extremists to commit more of those heinous acts compared to the left.
Yeah,
and they pulled
the
report.
They hit that.
And
they hit that report.
Just real quick to Shaw, it's gonna keep happening. Like the crazy thing is, historically, this is about power. I know Josh was given like a super watered down thing, but I think it has to do with the concept of perceived dominance by white men. I mean, let's just be honest. This was their country. So you're going to see this continue, right? Because everywhere on earth, like Canada, the Muslims are taking over. They don't really have the same, they don't have the same capacity because they don't have gun laws anymore, right? To do what we can, but it's only going to get worse. When they see the scaling up of gay marriage, when they see the LGBT movement, this dismantling the structure that gives them power. So they're going to fight. Like, you know what I mean? They're the ones with the most to lose. So even though it's not warranted, like, I'm not excusing it. From a historical standpoint, I understand this. It's exactly what people do when they get knocked off the top spot. That's how the way people gonna behave.
So one more. I'm sorry. One more direct question to Josh. So Josh, it's not mental health illness that causes white males to commit these types of acts. It's more of a political hero complex that they're trying to fight for the greater good. This is being taught in white households.
I think indirectly that would be accurate, right? So like if you take like the transgender movement, right? Like somebody's going to like say that it's a mental illness, right? But at the end of the day, what they're generally fighting for is the thing that they believe. That person believes that the stuff that was coming out of Kirk's mouth was anti-them. And it was, to be fair, right? And believed that he was a mouthpiece that needed to be gone. Just normal. So it would be in that person's mind that they're doing it. They're doing it with an agenda. We all do things with an agenda.
Josh, I think I'm gonna shut about this. I promise y'all, Josh. I think this explanation leaves kind of room for justification in a way, where I feel like people can find like these acts being justified, which is why it's not treated with the same scrutiny when people of other colors commit crimes. So I'm just interested in what do you see that as like kind of an excuse or a justification for some of these acts that happen? Do you look at it the same way?
Well, so now like the concept of good and bad, I consider to be relative to a goal. So like if you say killing is bad, right? And I say killing is good, it's relative to the goal. Are you trying to kill your opponents off? Yeah, okay, it's good, right? That's the concept of justification. Let me ask you a question, because you're a big guy, right? So I've been on Risky's panel once before. I've got a question as to if it is the case, and this is a question with Yardy too, please. The idea was that we don't like the idea of the black man being considered to be violent. Why not? It's an advantage. And here's why. Here's an example. I've said on Risky's panel, and I said that a really good prescription is if it was the case that people wanted to get rid of the gay agenda out of the black community, like in the school system, right? Why wouldn't 10 black guys your size just go to the damn school board meeting, stand in the back, don't smile, don't say nothing, just stand there and look me mug? people would generally be afraid. It's effective. It works.
Because there's a
Why
narrative
not
that
do
has
it?
been painted on black men that we're this big creature, violent dude. So why would we take that approach if already we're being we're being painted
He's
with that
telling you
light?
to embrace it.
Yeah,
but
why not
it's
use it?
consequences.
This is borderline ridiculous. It's ridiculous because, like, I don't even understand, Josh, how you could fix your face and say some of the stuff you just said. Like the dude that shot Charlie Kirk was a right winger, right? And they hung the whole trans shit on his fucking neck, like he was dating a trans person. Why the? If he's a right winger, why would he kill Charlie Kirk?
What makes you think he was right leaning? He was a gay man.
He wasn't right
There are
leaning, bro.
gay right leaning. Let's not do that.
Thank you.
No, he's been proven to be
There are
left
gay.
leaning.
There are
he
gay
had
right
he
leaning
had all
people.
the makings of a right winger. But
Please,
anyway,
Lord,
that
my
doesn't even matter. Like, you go in there, like, I don't understand what dumbass would have any type of justification of going and shooting up a bunch of fucking kids that haven't even identified as nothing and be like, well, you know what? I'm fighting for the gay agenda, the gay agenda not to be in school shooting kids. They have nothing to do with it. Like, what type of
what their parents
keyword. Because Josh gonna go around the merry-go-round. Keyword. He has said he is a Christian white nationalist.
Well, Christian must have a caveat
That is the
to it.
answer. That is the answer for your question.
Okay,
he's
what
a Christian
caveat?
white nationalist.
So, are there caveats in the 10 Commandments? Thou shalt not kill.
No,
It doesn't matter. That doesn't matter when it comes to that type of psychosis. And yes, it's a psychosis to me. Whether Josh wants to admit that or not, it's a psychosis. They don't care about the commandment of thou shalt not kill. They're doing it for a bigger goal, and they think it's a religious, righteous goal.
Mm-hmm.
Just to be fair,
Period.
I'm atheist, right? I'm atheist.
Yeah, you're atheist,
What?
but you align with the ideology. Please don't get hung up. Please
That's
don't get
crazy.
hung up on the atheism. His point is he aligns with the methods that they use. Period. We don't even have to go down that road. Point is, he aligns with what they do, meaning he can find justifications for why they do what they do. It's weird. It's fucked up, but it's the truth. He's preserving his people.
Preserving
his people.
Right? You're
Yeah, you gotta
preserving
listen, understand.
the right. I just want him to confirm. So the whole goal, atheist or not, is to preserve the white race and to keep America where y'all don't become a minority.
So, Dr. Cresswell
let him answer.
Religious rule. Bring back the book of Deuteronomy and Leviticus. Those are the rules. Those are the rule of law that we want.
He's literally telling.
Okay. That's why I'm mad at y'all for like running. Like, listen, give him a chance to talk. We need to hear from the horse's mouth. That's why I was like, why y'all not engaging?
Man,
because I already knew. I thought I already knew.
He's gonna break his neck.
What time
he's gonna break his neck talking out of both sides of it.
I mean, that's fine. We smart enough to make sense of it. Triple Black. I want to hear directly from him.
Exactly.
He's not going to answer it directly because he doesn't want to be seen as too extreme. Because then
I heard what I need to hear.
But
I'm talking to Triple.
I'm saying even hearing Josh mention right wing, left wing in a discussion about white man murder is interesting. Thinking it's just a news thing, propaganda. You see, even in the rank and file, it's discussed that way. When we talk about black crime, we don't talk about the political party. We talk about was the mom in the house. Josh didn't mention any of that. Josh talked about political agendas for the greater good of an agenda. Yeah. Josh said this, and I'm sure Josh. Go ahead.
Yeah, so within the white community, I guess if you're looking at us like as a monolith, as a group, right? We don't give a damn about our trailer trash. We'll throw them in the fire faster than hell. We don't care. So we have no problems taking like subgroups within the white race and throwing them off the side.
Mm-hmm.
We just don't care.
Until you need them for an agenda, then you speak to their ills too. So
we effectively need them for a voter base. That's it.
Yeah.
But that would be the point, right? Like there's
but also
even a fool is useful for something, right?
Not just for the voter base to be your police officers, because we know who takes those jobs to fight for America and in protection. We know who takes those jobs. You this poor white man.
You
Hey,
disagree?
Josh,
can't be a
would you
poor
consider
white man.
yourself a white
You can't be a
supremacist?
poor white man to be a police officer. You have to pass a credit check. You can't be in debt. You can't be any of that stuff.
But
Come
Josh,
on, Josh.
Josh,
Come on, Josh. I'm from Mississippi, Josh. By the way,
I'm serious. Like, you can't be a
I'm from
police
Mississippi, by the
officer
way,
and have a
Josh.
bad credit.
Josh, let me ask you a question. Do you believe that the Southern strategy that was used for a political party, you think that that could be like reverse engineered for the Black community?
Remind me of the Southern strategy. You have to
Where
bring that
you
one up
had
to me.
It's like a mass exodus from traditionally Black people were Republicans from Abraham to really to JFK.
Oh,
JFK
okay.
is Yeah. So do you believe that taking that same agenda, because what I hear you saying and what Shad is saying is that y'all are moving in a political way and you're identifying who your people are by your politics and not the race.
Yes. It would be the case if there was some way that I knew to convert like more Black people over to the Republican Party, yes, it would be like, and I knew how to do it. Yes, I would be all for it.
So you're
don't
not
like
a
you
white
guys
supremacist.
being Democrats by major numbers, right? I just don't like it.
You know what's crazy? Like, I know Fantastic says some inflammatory things. You know what I'm saying? He gets people triggered, right? The fact that somebody went out of their way to pay $150 to get his ass off the fucking show, which I mean, I ain't pocket watching whatever, right? But you got a full-blown white supremacist on the goddamn panel. Ain't nobody fucking pick up their fucking wallet and kick this motherfucker off.
Triple Black.
I'm not a white
Question.
supremacist.
Hold on, bro.
I'm
Triple
not a white
Black. What's
supremacist.
the threshold for white supremacy? I'm gonna be honest. I don't think they get up.
He
there.
just said he's this white supremacist. He was shaking his head.
No. I'm a Christian nationalist. Jay kept adding the white part.
white supremacist. What do you think white supremacist
Oh yeah,
groups
because you're
call
white.
themselves?
You're white.
So hold up. Wait. Is HAMP a Christian?
Could I? When I gotta.
I didn't recognize that Christianity had anything to do with race.
It has everything to do with race.
It does.
Okay.
If I may, a couple things. Number one, peace to the panel. Few cats I ain't seen in a minute. Mike, everybody got that. Number one, Triple Black, I got to disagree with you. The absolute mistake, the mistake of the loser is that he does not pay close attention to his adversary. That's a misspent $100 to get rid of this man. If nothing else, those who watch later need to be able to form their own opinions. Throwing out those who you think counter to you is a great way to fucking lose. Second, let's be clear. Every Black person in America would be a Buddhist if his slave master was a Buddhist. Christian, that's exactly. Christianity is not naturally yours. It was force-fed. Number three, I believe that Democrat, Republican, liberal, and conservative are terms that white people use to describe each other. They're not talking about you at all. They ain't talking about your Black ass at all. Your right to vote is still voted on. Four, when the white man figures out that he has been screwed over just a tick less than the Black man, there will be smoke in every city. That was January 6th, and that was me 12 years ago. What you are finding out, what we are seeing here, is an attack on common people. Whatever this white supremacist that you keep accusing this man of, the same country clubs your Black ass can't get in, he can't get in either. They have no need for him. The appellation, the DEI that black people up in arms and stomping their feet about, they didn't get any of that, or not most of it.
I said that earlier, Jeff.
The biggest beneficiary, brother. Let me look here, Kish. Black folks so happy, so quick to be victims. No,
I said it, not the country, Jeff. I said earlier.
Sure.
I said earlier that when the those people went up to go to the HBCU to I guess debate them in Tennessee, I said they went to the wrong place because liberal and conservative white women benefited from DEI more than black people as a whole.
Thank you.
Why did they go there?
Well, here's why they don't. Here's why they don't. Because the face of poverty, the face of adversity, the face of ignorance has always been painted black. When the truth is, the most people on welfare are white people. The most ignorant, backwoods, inbred, banjo picking, barefoot country fuck trailer trash in America lives in the Appalachians. Do you know why welfare was started? It was not started to help black people. It was started to help ignorant, backwoods, inbred white folks in West Virginia. That's a fact. Now, I'll say this and land the plane. I can't even believe we was in here trying to pretend that there was not someone in first place for violence on this earth, and that would be the European white man. And if there's any confusion, I suggest you watch the History Channel. I'll land it there.
Uncle Jeff, why do you think salute? Why do you think there's such a redirect when we're having a conversation? So I know you didn't see the beginning of the show, but I just showed a couple images of several white men, Timothy McVeigh's, a whole bunch, right? We looked at the statistics of the percentage of white men and then this disparity in the crimes of which white men commit and etc. And then as we were just conversing through that, because I think a lot of people are ignorant to a lot of that information, just meaning they don't know, you know what I mean? Because we usually focus on our statistic when we look at the FBI crime stats of 2019. Why are so many black people quick to redirect right back to black people? Why do they feel like, and I'm saying feel like, we shouldn't even have the conversation?
Because black people are in love with a crumbling, diminishing default. I'm taking you on a ride. It's going to be worth the trip. You ever hear the phrase, I don't see color?
Yes.
Well, here's the bullshit in that. If I don't see your color, now I don't have to respect it. That's what, and when I don't see color, well, what is the default? It ain't Puerto Rican. It's white. The default behavior, the default patterns of conversation, the default what to wear to work, the default what's fun, the default what's good is Caucasian European thinking. Black people are in love with that default. Black folks love telling you how you ain't supposed to dress in comparison to the default. So when you come against this default that they have busted their Jasper ass shade tree house coon asses to make, because here are the two negative categories in my opinion, and I made these up. You have Jasper ass shade tree house coons and Jubilee buck dancing pickaninnies. The Jasper ass shade tree house coons are the black people who go to college, and once they graduate, they think that they much mightier than those who paid for them to go. Those people, the last thing they want to see is this thing crumble. We sick, massa? You know how hard I worked to separate myself from the niggas who slam dominoes on the table too hard? Do you know how hard I have worked to brag about being the only nigga on the block? Those people are always going to point at you in order to make a stark contrast to their accomplishments in a system that never really had any place for their monkey asses in the first place. And I hope they don't like it, and I hope I can find somebody that wants some of this smoke. I'm in just the mood.
I don't know. I think they time is almost up.
Well,
has any of you guys read the ISIS papers by Dr. Cress Wilson?
Yes, Francis Cress Wilson. Yes.
Yeah, the ISIS papers.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, can we really attribute it to a genetic annihilation? Why a lot of this stuff is happening?
Of course.
Do they really feel like we're gonna wipe them out?
Look, bruh, not feel like, and anybody else can jump in. I'm not trying to monopolize the conversation. Yeah. It is no secret to the Caucasian male that the Caucasian footprint on this earth is only 6,000 years, and that his time is freaking up. On some, Triple Black. Let me show you how good the shit is I smoke. You remember? I don't know how old you are. I know Playboy Will probably, and maybe HAMP. Do y'all remember when there was 3 things you could count on? Death, taxes, and white women didn't have no ass. You could bet your house on that. One of them things ain't true no more. And I'm gonna tell you, and I ain't talking about BBL, I'm not talking about frumpy fat chicks. I'm talking about if her arms is covered, she looked like Keisha from the back. There is a reason for that. If evolution is to be believed, then the female always changes herself to be attractive to the strongest member of that species. White women are evolving to get around what they man can't. They man done tried that white man to try. Oh, is Josh here? Yeah, this for you, Josh. You didn't try to hang me, burn me, kill me, poison me, and you can't get rid of me. You know how I get rid of you? I fuck your daughter.
Hey, Triple Black, just to answer the question real quick, that's a different perspective. So when you say like, do they think we're actually going to erase it? Yes. So I don't just see oppression as a device of hate. I see it as a device of jealousy. And I use the Olympics as a metric. Do you know, like, when people are running... Yo, hold on. I use the Olympics because do you know how intimidated it is to watch the best people in the world race each other and they're all black? That you know what an Indian man is thinking, a white man is thinking. Every time my kids show up to swim or to track or to baseball, they like, oh, I guess little Johnny's not going to be the star player on this team. That's extremely intimidating to them. I'm not saying we should care. What I'm saying is we should make a mental allotment to say this might lead to some jealousy, and that jealousy might lead to oppression of some kind.
But I just think it's an irrational fear because they control 90% of the resources.
This is why
but necessity, invention,
babies with their women. So now you have more mixed kids than you ever will. So now the white man can't reproduce with his woman because we're doing it. They're fearful of that shit because now you're just gonna have a bunch of mixed kids. That's what they're fearful about.
Yeah, but
yes.
Josh said earlier that black people should be violent or something to that to get certain things done. So that could be one of those.
But 1 second, and Mr. Will, I hear you, but here's the thing, and this is where I think Uncle Jeff was talking about, and I'm even thinking about Josh. We don't really think, and we don't look at that even in the sense, and the person that I will say is, look at Mahomes. Black dad, white mom. That boy married a white woman. One more generation, and those kids are going to have all of the sports, all of the abilities, but they're going to be white.
That's the workaround. All they have to do is get your genes in them to proceed their life. Easiest target, get your genes, get your sperm.
Don't you think that's the second best? Don't you think that's what they've assimilated to?
Absolutely.
Right?
I think they
prefer they don't marry the white man, but they like.
They need one generation to take. They need one to take an L. You take the L. You marry the top echelon. You marry athletes. You marry up because they will marry the best of black men. You get one generation. And then that you teach that child to marry white. So
especially black men's biracials, their alliance is going to be with their white mother. Children align with their mother. The majority of children are raised by their mother and influenced by their mothers.
Yeah, in black culture.
Yeah, them black men biracials go right into that second generation marrying white.
Yeah, but
they get right back out that pool.
And put a few mixed joints through the mattress. So I think the males definitely like the white girls. Yeah.
But you said that, so that means that black culture would be a matriarchy, or matrilineal at least. If it's in a patriarchal society, whoever that man has sex with, those kids belong to him and his culture, like that they create. So I get you thinking.
What? Wait, say that over.
When you said earlier,
you said the black man. You said black community is in a matriarch.
Black culture is a matrilineal, or if it's a matriarch, or at least a matrilineal in that sense. So if
it pretty much is, we talk about that
right,
all the time.
yeah, but then when it comes to white men, the one they go out there and they conquer, whenever they conquer or they conquer those women, those children belong to those white men and their culture. So maybe
but we're not
black men
talking
can
about
change it
white
from
men
a
sleeping with
matrilineal
black
society and be more patriarchal, so that whatever woman he sleeps with and whatever kids he curate, those kids belong to him.
Yeah, in your mind, in theory, right?
That's not theory. That's how patriarchy has operated for the past.
What happens in reality is children are influenced by their mother.
No,
well, I mean, Yardi.
Well, who are they fed by?
I was gonna say Yardi. Yardi. That's 100% a black thing because it's the marriage. Whoever is married, right? That's tends to be the predominant culture where the patriarchs take over. That's why I said marriage is the control device on earth. Yes, my children are black children. I'm married to a black woman, but for some reason, everybody, even in their family, be like, "Look at these Nigerian kids." Like, but I'm just like, but it's because I'm the patriarch. And there ain't
that's one thing, Uncle Jeff. Sorry, triggering.
So what I'm saying is,
hold on, to Cheryl,
getting a black man sleeping with a white woman.
She becomes
majority
part
of the time they're not going to get married, and then those children are being raised by a white woman and her white family, and they're typically more influenced by their white mothers and their white family. Yes, they are.
You know why? Because black men have been taught to bow down to matrilineal structure.
No. Bad news, dude.
I don't want to know why. You just told me that it didn't exist, and every time we talk about, you say it don't exist, and then we say it exists, and then now you want to tell me why it exists. But your original point was it doesn't exist.
Guys, if I may, here's the problem we're going to have. Everybody here is smart. There's not a dummy up here. What we're going to have to try to get around is who's the most right. Because everybody's right. Sister Sherelle is right. That is a demographic of people. See the city Stockton. Stockton, California is chock full of white women who have been baby calved by the wrong dude, parenthetically, baby calf. That's where you put it on a woman so rough that she get up. She walk. It's so many of them there that there's a whole demographic of mixed race being raised by a disgruntled white family. That's a fact. Now,
can I challenge you on that?
Sure.
So I go with the young man, Nation, the last name Nation. I ain't got my glasses on. And I think what he was saying was, it don't matter at the end of the day, whatever the man is, the baby's going to be.
Bruh, we agree. We absolutely agree.
I think that's what my point is.
I don't think what the problem is that you both of you are implying that the two cannot exist, and they do.
But there are no two though, Uncle Jeff.
Absolutely, there's two.
But
I wish it wasn't, but there is.
Can I present this real quick to you?
Sure.
If a black man sleeps with a white woman, what color is the baby?
Black.
If a white man sleeps with a black woman, what color is the baby?
Black.
White.
Okay.
They call it a black baby. I don't know how it's white.
Okay. Well, let me explain.
Last thing, Uncle Jeff, and I'll be quiet. My thinking, I think, is with Nation is the man determines the race of the baby. That's the way I was.
Absolutely.
Can I add it
I
to
don't think that was.
Uncle
I don't
Jeff?
think that was what he's saying because that's understandable.
Can I,
It
can I
doesn't.
add
It
to,
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if they're black and all of
can
their
I add
interest
to
is
it?
white.
Can I add to it,
That's
Uncle
the
Jeff?
point I'm pointing out.
And
Can
you
I add to it?
no, please don't, because what we're on right now is the Who's Right 500.
Yeah, what's the convo? I stepped away. What
I
is
have
the what are we arguing? It seems redundant.
It started off with Triple Black bringing up Cress Wilson,
Okay.
and her papers basically theoreticize white people feeling threatened by
Okay.
us because they feel like we're going to annihilate them from the planet,
Okay.
right? And the black man on the panel, of course, Uncle Jeff, Sugar Mike, was saying that it's very true, right? Uncle Jeff said it even is to the point where white women are evolving to be with the hierarchy of men, which means they're becoming more attractive to black males. So Trigger Mike was saying when we do the Olympic Games, when you put the races, it's so many, the elite are always of our descent.
In the most popular races, yeah.
So what it is they were saying how white women are sleeping with them, but me and Tiff are trying to say, yeah, it's like a way that they're trying to steal our genes to prolong their lifestyle, because that's a breakdown in there too, right? So they'll send their daughter to get some black sperm because we need to try to fix our genetic coding, make our kids a little bit more athletic, make them a little bit stronger. Don't keep them with the black people. Make sure the next generation becomes white. But if we're trying to survive, we're going to have to mix our DNA with theirs. Our DNA alone is not going to survive this planet another 10,000, 15,000 years.
Oh, okay. If that be the logic, that's not how that works.
Well, we use technically, if you look at, like, the joke is the NBA is called the National Beige Association now. When you look at somebody like and I use Patrick Mahomes. Patrick Mahomes has a black father, a white mom. He's married, but Patrick is married to a white woman. When you see those children look white. When they get married, they will still have their grandfather's DNA, but they will have white skin.
Yeah, did you see Amon Ross St. Brown's dad talk?
He's straight Negro.
He said, I got the gold because I'm black, right? So they mom is white. He's like, but y'all don't have that luck. You can't go get no white woman. You'll dilute it too much. That's what he told his sons. He's like, sorry, I already diluted it once. You can't dilute it no more, or else they ain't gonna have that athleticism that you need.
So you prove it. So you're proving the point. It's just like again,
No, I'm not. I'm just saying that Amon Rock. He's saying that they have to date black women. That's what he said.
And Tiff, I didn't even think to submit this.
It's funny how you said it, though. It's funny.
It's not just whites. I didn't think this was true until Japan asked for black men to come have babies with their. I thought that was fake. That was true.
This is why I
exactly. And then not to mention this whole idea of black women can't afford in vitro like that. But yet it was a crisis that we don't have enough
Nobody
black
can,
sperm.
Sherelle.
No, that's what I'm saying. But it was a crisis that we don't have enough black sperm so that we can have the babies. Who do you think are trying to get their hands on black sperm? Because it's a crisis. Because they need more black sperm to be able to do the in vitro processes.
And DJ Hamp, I said, if black men were more patriarchal and I'm stand on it, they'd have be in more control of that. Whatever kid they make, because it's how patriarchy works. If your daughter marries to me, your daughter belongs to my lineage. You don't have access to me besides your daughter. That's how patriarchy works. Because before, most indigenous tribes were matrilineal. So the clan resources went where the mother was. That's how Europeans were so able to conquer everybody so easily. All they had to do was fuck somebody in your village, and they took over your mother's clan. But if black men had that same patriarchal structure, it wouldn't be so easy for them to do it. That's what I'm saying.
I don't
think
Where'd you get that?
Machiavelli? You said that word more than one time.
Matrilineal.
Matrilineage down through the mom.
Down through the mom.
That means that they have the mom's last name. The land gets passed down through the mom and all of that.
Yeah.
And what was the word again? One more time.
Well, that's not true.
Matrilineal.
That's not.
It's really
not
like
true
the elder
regarding the
women
tribe.
who run it.
Yeah, but that's not actually true with the majority of the native tribes, though. I think they depict that often in these movies, but that's not actually true. You
Which
know,
part? Which part?
that the majority of the native tribes were matrilineal.
Right.
Well, the major ones were like the Cherokee, the
Okay.
Iroquois,
Okay,
and
let's
what's
slow
up?
down. Let's slow
Well,
way down.
the Lenape weren't, which is major. Go ahead. I don't want to talk about the tribe too much, but go ahead, Uncle Jeff, because I
I
feel
think
like I'll
what we
derail a little bit.
okay, and I don't want to derail. And let me know right out the gate. I'm finna is talking about where the word family and marriage actually comes from. Is that a derail?
No, I think we're off the main topic, but we also been here
Okay,
for 5 hours and 30 minutes. But
so
I mean, go ahead. We'll see. We'll see. I'll feel it. Go ahead.
okay,
Talk about it. Go ahead.
it is my belief that the destruction of the black family is right on time, and there could be nothing better. Because the cliff notes is we don't come from families. Family is a word that the Latin meaning is famulus, which means group of workers. Back in the day, the King of Scotland, the King of Ireland, England, they wasn't finna do all that shit they sell. So they had lords and dukes and earls who were in charge of the land. What these dukes and earls would do is they would hire these men known as house bonds. And the house bond, which is where the word husband comes from, was excellent in areas of husbandry. He's a blacksmith. He's a farmer. He's a carpenter. He's excellent at those things. He was the lord of that particular land, which is where the term landlord comes from. He took care of it for the lord of the land. He needed help. So he would go to someone else and say, here, I'm going to take your daughter because you can't make babies with her. She ain't really doing nothing over here. I'm going to bring her over here. You give me some 2 pigs and a horse, which is
Yeah, we off it, Uncle Jeff. Yeah, we off the plot.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we all just cause and I understand the history. I'm just trying to see how we got to here. So, and I walked off a little bit. You know what I'm saying? What was the sure you said what was the reason for the origin of that convo again? Just remind me of the
It was
origin.
Triple Black bringing up the ISIS papers that explained the annihilation of white people. So I guess it's just to speak to the overall topic of why they create systems to keep us oppressed is because their survival is based on our oppression.
Okay, Josh, do you disagree?
I don't know, because the United States has always been multifaceted groups, like a whole bunch of groups. I don't know if I can or cannot disagree with it, just because it's always been multiple groups. I assume each group is going to have different agendas. I mean, it's what we have now. I don't understand why it would be any different back in the 1700s.
You don't understand?
I don't understand why. If we have, let's just say we have different groups within the United States now, right? All with their agendas. Why would I think that back in the 1700s, the United States was all a collective and we all had like one idea? I don't think that was true.
Here's why I think I can help you with that. Because the collective, the collective ideas, especially in as analog as the 18th century, has always been around European white male money.
Okay.
They don't have to have quarterly meetings to have the same agenda.
All right, let me do this. Did Robert get in yet? Is he here?
No.
Hold on, Robert, did you get to speak aside from someone responding to someone?
I just wanted to bring a one point out that's kind of bothering me. I heard Patrick Mahomes name a couple times, and I heard Japan is importing Negroes and things like that. I feel like y'all are perpetuating racial stereotypes, and it doesn't help anybody by just talking about it. Well, you know, the black man is faster and quicker and this, and we all know that I think someone said about Armand Green's daddy said you gotta marry black girls. We ain't got no white blooded, and I think you're just perpetuating racial stereotypes. There are athletic white people, there are athletic Asian people, there are athletic black people. If we stay in stereotypes, we're gonna talk in a circle.
Okay.
What makes what how do you you have to debunk the stereotype for us not to be credible in what we're saying.
I mean, I'll go historical because people don't like to talk historical.
Who
Jimmy
doesn't?
the Greek used to be a famous sports bettor. And Jimmy the Greek one time in DC had a drink with his friend. And he said black people can't be quarterbacks because they ain't smart enough.
Okay.
Jimmy the Greek lost his job because he expressed a racial stereotype. The majority of America at that time believed black people weren't smart enough to be quarterbacks. Jimmy the Greek promoted a racial stereotype and he lost his job.
He was not credible. So let me ask my question again. How do you debunk the stereotypes to when they're not credible, right? So he was not credible and that was disproven. How do you disprove?
What made him discredible?
Let me finish this statement. All right. Don't get foolish. Right? So if I'm not mistaken, you were in the chat saying things that were unproven also, right? So here's what I'm asking you directly.
Don't confront me on
here's what I'm asking you directly, because I didn't realize it was the same person. So now that I do, now it's a different understanding.
I got time.
So when you're saying what of those stereotypes are you deeming not credible? So when Mike says that everybody looks the same that's on a 100-meter yard dash track, right? How do you dispute that, and how do you debunk that?
Opportunity.
What do you mean? It's the Olympics.
Opportunity.
It's the Olympics.
You have to have an opportunity to get to the Olympics.
Okay, so every country has an opportunity to get to the Olympics, right? In which they don't qualify, black, white, blue, or purple. So how does that opportunity not exist?
Hold up, say it again, sir. I got
no.
He's saying, in other words,
Uncle Jeff. So now, it's the Olympics specifically that Mike was talking about, right? Just like they give scholarship to the best players in any college arena, right? And then they have NFL combines and etc., right? Where the opportunity exists. We have white men who do well, get drafted early and etc., but the overwhelming majority look like me. Okay, so the opportunity is there. So that doesn't even make no sense. So how can you, again, when we say the stereotype, unless you can debunk it, you have to accept it, right?
I'll debunk it again. I'm gonna throw another because you throw a lot of stuff at me, so that's why I asked you.
You good? I understand.
Back in the 50s, black people played baseball. I remember the other day I was listening to y'all and y'all talked about the Great Negro League.
They play baseball. Go ahead.
How great they were. Now, fast forward, black people ain't playing baseball.
They do play baseball.
Not to the degree.
Are Cubans black? Are Dominicans black?
Right. I don't know what
Are Cubans black? Are Dominicans black? Are Cubans black? Are Dominicans black?
I don't think so.
Well,
They're black.
Yeah, so what happens?
Jordan Alvarez is black.
Yeah, so what actually happens is, right? People get dropped off in different places.
See, you want to be?
They're direct, right? David Ortiz, is he black?
I think he's Hispanic.
Huh? Is he black?
Dominican,
David
right?
Ortiz.
The nigga look like me.
Yeah,
It doesn't matter what he looks like. What does he identify as?
Identifier, that's not how you debunk somebody saying identifier. They are black, right? They are Negroid people who play baseball. What you're actually talking about is what black Americans subscribe to. It doesn't mean that we don't have an opportunity to play baseball. It means that we don't play baseball, right? But if we did play baseball, then we would be the majority there too. And you see it based on the Negroids that actually play baseball and how they are the best players in that league.
I think you got me. I'm gonna go ahead and let other people speak.
Yeah.
CJ, what's poppin', kid? Let me just get CJ and Mike, because ain't no telling they about to kick him off and all that.
What's good, man?
Oh, he got his do-rag going, though. He might be on to something.
My time is limited. All right, let me start where I heard the shit. Uncle Jeff was the last thing
What
I
up,
heard.
CJ?
What's good, Uncle Jeff, man?
Y'all look alike,
He said
too.
the default is what you said. We look alike.
Yeah, y'all look alike.
He probably from my tribe, dog.
Uncle Jeff right there, feel me?
Hey, y'all didn't see Uncle Jeff when he was young. Me and Uncle Jeff did an interview. I played one of his Def Comedy Jam clips.
He was a player.
The lady said, "God damn, that's Uncle Jeff."
Yeah, because I've grown old and hideous. Like now,
Uncle Jeff, are you famous?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh no.
Hey Rob, Uncle Jeff won Star Search. Yeah, you know. Yeah,
I saw you on
leave.
Star Search,
I'm
dog.
gonna
That's what
leave.
I be saying.
Rob, he won that shit.
I thought he was funny. Congrats, sir.
Thank you, brother.
I need a autograph or something. What can I get?
Hey man,
Get that man an autograph, Uncle
You
Jeff.
know
All right,
what?
CJ, what's
You know
poppin'? Let
what?
me get CJ.
Look,
They
I got a list real quick, man. Let me get down the list.
Go ahead,
Right,
CJ.
Uncle Jeff, you brought up default is white. No, the default is civil. We want to live in a civil society with not a bunch of violence, a bunch of theft, a bunch of whatever else you want to bring in. The default is not white. We don't think about white people and say, hey, let's aim to be white people. No, let's aim to be civil. Let's aim to be a better people. All right.
What, nigga?
Can I?
Who want to argue that?
Is it all right?
All right.
if I
Why do
respond?
people
It's
say
my word.
Eurocentric beauty standard if it's not white? Why do they use that term?
Because ugly women get mad that they're not pretty.
That's actually a good rebuttal. We'll go ahead.
Thank you. All right, so let's go to the next one. All right, the argument about violence is interesting. I think Big Aaron made the best argument. Violence isn't inherently bad. It's uncontrolled violence, which is the problem. So it's like the savagery. I think that's the word y'all used last time. It's savagery. So I believe we're displaying a level of savagery that is kind of uncalled for.
So we should go back to the 1700s and people just stay in fucking line, and one army just marches up to the front and be like, fire, and then the other one. So that right there is civil. We should go back to that.
Can you clarify? Can you clarify who you mean by we? Do you mean like U.S. or?
I'm talking about people at war. People at war.
I'm talking about black people in our communities. I'm not really.
Wait, let him get to his point. Let him get to his point. Let him get to his point. All right. Here's what I need y'all to do. If y'all want to converse with him regarding one of the points, just write it down a little bit. All right, so you can realize it, because he might. If I think Li left, so he might be good. But I just wanted to get his points off before they potentially kick his ass off. Okay,
and that was a good kind of a good rebuttal, Josh, because Blue brought up why are we talking about this, and that's a good point. Like when we bring up the black stats, it's because we're affected. We're black. What we're bringing up the white stats for, to say, haha, this happened to y'all too. Like, are we looking for change? What are we looking for? Like, are we just trying to say, hey, let's make it equal? Y'all do it, we do it. Or are we trying to say, hey, be better, white people? Because I'm pretty sure when they bring up the stats, they're not just saying, haha, you guys are doing this. They're saying, hey, y'all need to. Y'all need to.
I would hope it.
Did y'all hear Mike? Did y'all hear?
I would hope it.
Let him get through his points. Y'all
happens.
remember? Let him get through his points. Let him get through his points. All right. So that was one of his points.
And I just got two more.
Right.
Oh, well, one more. All right. And they brought up the stats about white people listen to black music more than the black people.
Okay.
Yes, in totality, because it's more of them. But in per capita, black people listen to black music the most at an 80% rate, and we only listen to majority black music. White people has a variety, a diverse selection of music they listen to. They listen to country, they listen to pop, they listen to all kinds of things mixed into the black music. We focus on black music only. The hip hop, the debauchery. That's what we focus on. We don't go out of our range too much. Black men a little bit, especially black women. They really don't really go out their range.
I'll let Jeff go and I'll go after.
Okay, first, I am willing to forego the abject wrongness of the first one, which is the one that I brought up. So let's go into music.
No.
Is it my turn or not? Is it my turn or not?
Wait, your wrongness or my wrongness?
Your absolute wrongness with regard to what you brought up with me. We're not
Uncle
going to
Jeff.
talk. Yes.
Yeah. Well, sorry. Not to. I just want to. Here's the dynamic of this. Right.
Mm-hmm.
There has to be a little bit of back and forth in discourse, right? So there may be an interjection while someone's talking. However, let's not make it overt to the point where we can't even converse. I'm saying when y'all trying to contend with, we discuss with CJ. All right, go ahead, Uncle Jeff. My bad.
Okay, let me make it even faster. Damn, what I had a problem with about what I said. You are, brother. You are grossly inaccurate with regard to music, because you brought up pop and country. Let me inform you that rock and roll is the blues sped up and country is the blues slowed down. All music. That's why I'm not going to even ask you this question. There's no such thing as black music. All music come from you, bruh. All of it, to include classical. Look it up. It is all your music. So to say that what we're trying to get at is that the main consumers, regardless of per capita, who listens to ignorant ass music, are we really going to get into who listens to ignorant ass music debate? Ignorant ass people. With regard to who buys hip hop, the mansions that Jay-Z live in, and LL live in, and Rakim live in, and Nas live in, were not bought with just black or even predominantly black money. That's an unavoidable fact, and I will land here. One of the things that those of you who believe in this system somehow have going for you is that the white people who are making change now went to college with Wu-Tang on their walls. So this is a whole different group of people. I'll say that. I'm done.
Damn, I got a Wu-Tang on my
Let me respond to that real quick, Josh. And then you can get the mic. It's gonna be quick. So he brought up the first point was that we've made classical music and jazz and all of this. Most of us aren't listening to that music now. So we can act like we're listening to the negative music now, most of us.
That's another point.
I'm not saying that. Well, no, it's the main point. You made it like class, like we're just because we made this stuff that we're listening to now. No, we listen to now.
No, you separated. I said that because you separated.
Yes, but wait.
And pop
music we listen to
from black music.
What's it called? What's that Chicago music called?
Drill music.
Drill music, trap music. We listen to.
That's a great other point.
Uncle Jeff, because I didn't interrupt you, brother.
Yes, you did. But go ahead.
It did not stop, and I'll let you finish. All right, so country music is nothing like drill music. It's nothing like trap music. It's nothing. It's not even close. So we don't act like because it got black roots. No, we don't listen to that type of music the way that we don't diversify your we don't diversify our portfolio the way like black people, sir. Hey, mama, it's my skin. Black.
Have you listened to Morgan Wallen or like some of these country people now? Mm-mm. I mean, they talking about guns. They're talking about drinking. They're talking about drugs. They're talking about
death metal, heavy metal.
They're talking about hoes. It's the same things as hip hop. Same things.
What about the gothic music that they bite heads off a pigeon and drink blood in and do satanic work?
That got nothing to do with killing each other. That got nothing to do with what we do to each other, man. Our music is talking about stumping on each other's graves and peeing on each other's graves and smoking each other dead ashes. What are we talking about, man?
He has a point. Why he has it, I'm not sure. But let's explore it.
I made that point. Why did I make that point?
CJ, you are right. Nobody is more in love with the destruction of black people than destructive black people. If you need that point made. Is there something else we need to say about that subject for you? What else do you need to hear?
I made 4 different points. So any other
on that point, on that particular point, the point that. Right. Okay, no, you are right. I think I'm trying to agree with you, and I'm trying to make sure we can get past it. Is there anything else you need to hear from us other than nobody listens to bad music about black people or makes more of it or uses more of it than black people? Absolutely agreed. Is there anything else that we need to Uncle? Is there anything else we need to say?
If the point is conceded, then
it is absolutely conceded.
Yarde? I think Yarde really had a problem with the point. That's who made that point.
Okay, could you?
Yeah, I was the one who made the point earlier about white people listening to hip hop or destructive hip hop more than like Uncle Jeff. You brought up that Jay-Z got paid off of whatever. I was the one who made that point earlier. But if you want to concede to that, all right.
I do, in the interest of moving forward.
All right.
Right now we're watching fat kids run.
No, I mean the only thing I kind of push back against is attributing a race to a music because damn near everything is a fucking sample. Like even with hip hop, you know, a lot of those damn songs are like samples from rock songs from the 60s and 70s and things like that. So I don't really think that you can put a race on music. I don't think you can put a race on music because everybody samples shit. Go listen to a country song. They're remaking hip hop songs. You know what I'm saying? They're R&B songs. They're remaking country songs. You know what I'm saying? It's all over the place.
It's because you to keep music basic, you're only going to use 5 to 6 different chord progressions in 3 to 5 or so different keys, because we got to keep this 4/4 music to keep the masses in a trance. So there's not going to be much difference out of that. That's why jazz only appeals to so many people, because that's for people who can think outside of this cage. And this ain't no crazy shit I'm making up. Y'all can look this up. This is real shit. The chief bone I had to pick is when people try to make popular music that is simple come from anywhere else than Black people, because it doesn't. It plain old, and if I'm wrong, then Billy Joel is wrong, David Bowie is wrong, Eric Clapton is wrong. It's a bunch of people that ain't Black that's wrong too, that know a lot more about music.
Yeah.
What about it?
What about Blue Eyed Soul?
What about it?
Them white boys can sing.
Yes, nobody ever said Bobby Caldwell, Daryl Hall, absolutely, Eric Tagg, absolutely, they can sing. But
forget about the other point I made, though.
No, it doesn't defeat your point. No, it doesn't.
No, I'm saying, don't forget about the other point. What we bringing these stats up for if we not talking? What we saying? Haha, y'all get violence too.
Okay, cool. So I'm gonna talk now because y'all two been talking.
What we doing?
Hold on, because the other side was already doing Black people 13% commit 50% of this and that. So they're already saying What we are pointing out on this show today.
No, they wasn't.
Yes, they are.
Oh
I said, hold on. I'll let y'all talk. Right? But the point of this show today, when you looked up those stats that HAMP showed, and I did 4 videos on it breaking down those same stats. Just hold on, white people. You were saying to us. What about your culture? You're talking about what we doing. What about your side? You were and us, but you weren't holding your own accountable. But Charlie, you can't say the word because it's a trigger word. The guy was saying that Black culture needs to be policed. But there's issues of SA, 45% of your group is murder in your group, and whatever other problems going on in your group. Why are you not over policing your own group?
First of all, they would already do this when they were talking about the trans issues, the LGBT issues. They were talking about their own people. What are we talking about?
They weren't
pointing a finger at us. They were pointing issues in America in general. These are problems in America. These are problems. They're not talking about this is what happened to y'all. No, they're saying, hey, we need to fix some issues.
But they were specifically talking about Black people and not his own.
And we have issues that we need to get fixed. That we act like we don't want to talk about
it up here. We do talk about it up here.
No, we don't. We say, why are we talking about this? Go ahead, Jeff. Sorry,
gentlemen. So let's explore this. CJ, do you believe that young white males between the ages of 18 and 34 who make up the glutton of the percentage of lone gunmen, do you think they're ever profiled?
I'm assuming so.
I'm sorry?
I'm assuming so.
I can tell you that they are absolutely not. The only people
how do you know?
I'll tell you how I know. The only people who do profile them are the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
So they are profiled.
Okay, then they are. Okay, forgive me, CJ. No local authorities, no judicial, no regular judicial municipalities profile adult
how do you
white
know
males.
this?
Because, dude, This is common knowledge.
No, it's not. You just made that up.
Okay, so what you're telling me then is that there's a rash of young white males in the wrong neighborhoods being pulled over, or being pulled over anywhere, just because they're young white males. Is that what you're telling me? Is that you've heard that? Have you heard that as a complaint? All right, I think I got it. Have you heard that as a complaint? No, I'm asking you. Have you heard that?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay, well, do you know why that is? It is because that demographic is not profiled. That's why you don't hear it. Does that make sense to you?
No.
Okay, then we'll leave it alone.
Well,
They
see,
do. They are profiled.
You're right. You're right.
What he's
and I'm
asking is, when you heard the term, they fit the description. Who do you associate that with?
It depends on what's being described.
I'm asking you.
It depends on what you describe. If a person describes a white male that's 6'4", and I run across a white male that's 6'4", and I say you fit the description, he will fit the description.
Okay, so you're saying that when you've heard that profiling, fit the description, the stop and frisk stuff, you're saying that everybody was subject to that in that same levels?
I wouldn't say no, because we fit the description more than the other race.
And who made that description?
If the description was black people are doing these crimes at this percentage, and you black, so you kind of fit the description.
You know what?
You're saying that what did you say? Sorry, you said that doesn't resonate. That it was more likely to be black people. You're saying it's because they were doing bad things, which is why they fit the description more often
in those neighborhoods. Yes.
CJ, do you eat
hold on. What do you mean? What do you mean those neighborhoods? What's the
in the crime-ridden neighborhoods? It was majority black, right or wrong?
Wrong, right? When we look at, and this is the thing, right? And that's why this conversation is actually so important, because there's a column right here, CJ, and this is what I was trying to, because remember Uncle Jeff said it's common knowledge, and you're like, no, it's not. But when you look at crime-ridden, right? That's actually good. How you said it. This column right here is white people, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you're looking at like crimes against women, 70%, like rape right here, 70%. Just come looking at more violent things, you know. Sex offenses, 75%, drug abuse, 71%, offenses against family and children, 65%. And this is just arrests, you know, drug abuse violations, 71%.
DUI.
And
so the question.
Well, when I'm looking, crime. This is the point, right? Crime ridden is actually interesting, because when you look at the disparity in these crimes, right? Rape, as an example, almost 70% sounds pretty crime ridden.
But the thing is, those are kind of two different points. 70% of rapes are committed by a certain group of people, but how prevalent is the rapes? Like, how often are these people? Is this happening? How often is it? Hold on. Can I finish my point?
Yeah. So just the answer. So can we understand the point already? Pretty
prevalent within the white community. Matter of fact, all you have to do is pick a state, any state, pull up the sex offender registry, count how many white people versus black.
Another point though, if we're talking about in specific areas, right? So that's spread out. But in specific areas, we have where we live, it's happening at a higher rate because we're what's the word?
Yeah,
we're all
but
it's area. We spread it out. We're just doing.
That's not.
Yeah,
true.
but it's kind of an
true.
unfair. It's kind of an unfair thing, because within black communities, they tend to just like every other race, like to group together, right? So this is the whole concept of the inner city. Go to Chicago, go to DC, go to any big city, right? Black people just want to group together. Okay, fine, right? But now if you take that as a statistic, and I'm saying it from my perspective, if I wanted to be an asshole and say, look at all these black people in this community, right? Acting a fool kind of thing. That's the thing. That's what basically the panel is fighting about, saying you're taking a statistic and you're twisting it to push a narrative. It's not technically true. If you're looking at like rapes, within the violent crimes, you're going to hit the white people. Just how it is. And it would be unfair to pick on like the major metropolis cities. It's just an unfair way of looking at it, is really what it is.
But we got to be fair across the board. Where he's talking about, there's a larger concentration of black people committing crimes. It depends on what crime it is. Like I used to have this neighbor, right? They lived in
This is
Portland.
why it was kind of important. I
No.
try to let y'all get in, but the point is the point, right? We're looking at 75% of the crime, right? For him to even try to exact an argument about density is the disingenuous portion. It's 75%. There's no way you gloss over 75% of anything.
Especially if you're the bigger group and you're the natural part of the ecosystem. You're the natural bigger group.
Not even especially. That's the thing. We like it. Just I'm just kind of talking to not to dismiss what you're already saying, but just when you hear 75%, we don't instantly go to the reasoning and understanding when we're talking about women, when we're talking about each other, right? But we have this overt, this like benevolent understanding when we're having a conversation about this particular demographic.
It's not
It
a
throws me
benevolent
off.
understanding. Man. That's the part. Wait. It's not a benevolent understanding. It's just an understanding. So even if it is 75%, there's 65% of the population.
Not the men.
Doesn't matter.
35%. So
Not
then
the
we
men.
have to relate to say.
But CJ, not the men though.
No,
the men are 28% of the population.
I understand. I'm replying to what you said.
Okay.
So then we have to say that what's the crime rate for our demographic? Is it like 30% of or whatever it is, right? We say 14%, but we have to say 7% or 6% if we're just talking about the men, right?
Mm-hmm. And then it becomes equal.
Our numbers is still about our numbers is still.
I got you, Ron.
Then
but look at CJ, right? Because we're on the same page, right? So now it's 28%, 75%, and then you got 7%, 26%, right? The math is damn near. It's still a disparity for that side, right? But somehow we hearken and harp on the stats when it come to us. But it's still more of them, even when you just exact the mint. It's still more of them doing the harm and the crime. Why wouldn't we say, you know what? That's an issue that needs to be explored because raping a woman is killing her, in my estimation.
I mean, is using
black.
illegal.
It's really important that we just have. I'm almost done. I swear to God.
Yeah.
And then Triple Black and Rob could jump in, right? But when you look at it 1-to-1, it's still a disparity on that side. Why don't we have that conversation?
Because ours is affecting us. Let them talk about what's affecting them. We need to talk about what's affecting us.
No, that's inconsistent, right? Because we use Asians and other demographics of women to disparage our women and disparage our men in terms of how much money we get and how married we are.
Because
right?
that's affecting us still, HAMP.
Well, what I'm saying is
affecting us.
But we highlight them, right, to make a point, and then when we're highlighting them to dissect how our country is moving, right now we can't. See, it doesn't make sense, right? If we're gonna use other women to leverage, why can't we have this conversation as well?
It's the comparison a problem. It's the comparison itself is a problem.
I'm almost done. I swear to God.
You saying that we should be comparing their crime rates to our crime rate and saying that it's even Steven because they do it.
Not even Steven, but consideration, right? But instead we're dismissing it. But when we talk about different things, we pull in other cultures to prove a point all the time. Now you're saying because we're not affected, don't worry about it, right? That's the inconsistency in the logic that I'm trying to explore. Triple Black, I'm done. You can go, then Rob, then John.
Wait, let me respond to that real quick.
So, yeah, I'm done. And then
we don't talk about how they women treat them. We talk about how our women treat us. So we talk about how bad our crime rate is, our bad.
That's not true. What you're saying is not true.
I married an Asian. You think I want to date a white woman?
Yeah,
no.
And the reason why I had to jump back in because we don't discuss it like that. We're saying how those women is why they are better options. So how we know that? Because of how they treat their men. We literally talk about Maria treating Jose like gold, even though Jose ain't making no money. So we know that that's not true. What you said. That's the reason why I had to jump back in.
I'll give it to you. I can see. I don't want to keep.
I love you. Triple Black, go ahead, bro.
I know, but the thing about it is that like some of those crime statistics don't really tell the story. Like for instance, is drug use, is that a crime? If it's an illegal drug, yes. You know, I used to have a neighbor, right? He used to live in Portland, in the area in Portland. Damn near 80% of the people were on fucking drugs. And when the cops came, they didn't even arrest them. You know, they would pass out needles to them and shit, right? Is that, I mean, that would be an impoverished neighborhood, not a crime-ridden neighborhood, right? Like there's places in, was it West Virginia, where damn near the whole goddamn 70% of the population are on fucking opiates and drugs, illegal drugs, right? But you will never see that in the crime statistics. You'll definitely hear about Camden, you'll definitely hear about Chicago, but you'll never hear about Independence, Missouri, meth capital of the fucking world. You'll never hear about all that shit. That's all I gotta say right there.
This man got deep pockets, man. Shout out to him.
Let me get Rob, what you was trying to say?
The man that just spoke before me, I can't remember the name. Do you live in Portland?
No, I didn't. I had a neighbor. He told me all about it. Like around a lot of those areas, they don't even take prostitutes to jail. They don't do nothing. They only kind of police certain crimes.
So why do you think the National Guard's there?
In Missouri, right?
No,
Portland, Oregon.
Portland.
Oh, it is? Okay, I didn't know that.
Why do you think?
It wasn't for violent crime. It's because they are protesting ICE. Like you need to go and do.
Okay.
It's not.
Yeah, he just asking. He asking.
Yeah, I was just asking because when he brought up Portland, it just came to my mind. They're occupying Portland right now. Now he's talking about drug use.
But the point I was trying to make is a crime is a crime is a crime. You know, and there's certain crimes, like for instance, because Chicago has a high murder rate, we're gonna put, Chicago is crime ridden, but West Virginia, where everybody's on drugs and selling drugs and prostituting, that's impoverished, not crime ridden. There's a difference.
I think that's a good point. The only thing I'll say is when people talk about stats, I think about what Mark Twain said. There's 3 types of lies in the world: a lie, a damn lie, and statistics. Which one do you want? And I let it breathe.
I think we need to answer your question for real. The reason the National Guard is in Portland is the same reason that the National Guard really is in any state right now. They're in the failed states that have viable assets to our enemies. They don't give a shit about what's going on in Independence, Missouri, because Independence, Missouri isn't a port. That's what you're seeing right now is but then that now we're getting off I don't want to derail. That's a whole nother topic.
Well, there's one thing that I wanted to ask, right? Let me read these super chats. I'll ask the question, I'll read these super chats, When we're talking about this violence, right? Then there was one thing that threw me though, interracial dating.
Mm-hmm.
When the women say, right, and they agree, white men are the most violent, and then there's a recommendation about dating interracially if that suits you. Go outside your race if that suits you. But isn't the proclivity to be violent a cause for pause? Or am I conflating shit?
The white man ice is colder.
What your problem is you're trying to think about this with a man brain. Okay, this is a group.
Hold on, let me read this. I just wanted to propose it. You got first dibs. I just want to read the super chats, and then you can. I'm just trying to understand it, right? Mm-hmm. And logic be falling off the board a lot of times and shit like this. Li with the 10 out, but I could be bugging, so Uncle Jeff will explain it. Y'all can tell me if I'm bugging. Li with the 10 out says about damn time. Shy came up and did everything Tiff was trying to do before Fantastic came up here and derailed the whole thing. To the Mr. Fantastic. Li at the 10 out says Triple Black asked him again. I think that was a little while ago. Zeke, what up?
What up, buzzing, bird flipping dozen cousin. Holla at your boy, you thought your cousin was.
Salute to my aunt Ezekiel Ben Israel who gifted 10 This Might Be Risky membership. Perfect. Whoever got blessed one, please maintain it. Just say thank you. John with the 50K. Li, chill, I got it. Bye, CJ. Salute to the 50K. No doubt. Frederick with the $5 says Black men created classical music and urban lifestyle created hip hop. The Wimbo Way song was performed by Africans. Aaron with the $2 says y'all niggas scared to talk about master and it's sad. And Law with the 100. Perfect. Out of here, CJ. It's a damn shame that White Buddy got more heart than you. Wow. I'll play the jingles for y'all in a second, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Uncle Jeff, what's good?
We were just discussing, and yeah, you're gonna have to refresh me on what we were just discussing, because again, I smoke the best.
No, essentially, like we had this conversation all the time, right? Well, not this conversation, but interracial and all this other shit, right? And if they saying, yo, white men have been violent, they've shown us, right, etc.
Yeah.
Why would that even be a thought of a recommendation?
Here's why. Because you're thinking with a man brain, you're kind of derailed around the thought, around where these women are thinking. These are women who have already told you that they would prefer bears. Now, the thing is, hopefully they're better at picking good bears than they are at picking good men.
Oh, I see.
Just what you have to understand, and this is not all of them. And I'm going to piss off 3 groups of people with the next thing I say. I'm going to piss off the black women I'm talking about. I'm going to piss off the black women who defend the black women I'm talking about. And I'm going to piss off the sons of the black women I'm talking about. And I don't give a fuck about either of the 3 of those groups. What these people, what they are, the foolish goal that most low frequency hyena thinking black women are on is to somehow get even in this gender war, because they choose Isaiah 4 to ignore right now. Every other race of woman got they man in this time of crisis, while the North American black female's man has a nickname for those who is fleeing her. And they don't see that as an issue. Well, Isaiah 4 got to be talking about somebody. So I don't, and for that, I say this. This is what I say to young brothers all the time. Do not concern yourself with women who tell you that they don't need men, because you have a need to be needed. And she's telling you in your face that she is not going to fulfill that. There are sisters, good thinking, logical, earthy, smart sisters out here that life is being made hard for by these other women. It is your duty, brothers, to ignore these other women. You ain't got to talk about them. You ain't got to malign them. You ain't got to beat up on them. Leave them to God. Leave them right. Dare them to look at where they are and where we are right now, and who they are and where we are right now. And I'll leave it there.
Uncle Jeff.
Yeah.
So you just made the white woman the whole devil, a whole villain, right?
No, I said nothing about her.
That's the impression I got.
Well, that's what you got.
Wrong. No, I wanted to confront you about it.
Sure.
The way you presented it was leave them people alone. Stay with your people, right?
No, that's not what I said at all.
Okay, clarify for me.
Okay. That is another subject that we can discuss if you like.
That's what I heard. That's what I'm trying to clarify with you. You're an elder, and I feel like you could break it down for me to make sure my dumb ass can catch on.
Okay. I'll pedal slower.
I got enough time. I don't know how long they got.
Okay. Well, I'm trying to cross the street, brother. Cars keep coming. This is 2 different subjects. If you're asking me flat out, am I a separatist? Absolutely. I think that black people need to separate and heal.
I didn't want to get deep with it. That's all. So you're saying you're a separatist, so we could agree.
Yes. So
you don't know black man. So I'm gonna make a general statement, and you tell me if I'm wrong.
Mm-hmm.
No black man should lay with a white woman.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Where's the hesitate? Where's the butt at?
The butt is here. The butt is, no matter if, as a black man, whatever I make a baby with is black.
Understood.
Okay. So it doesn't matter. The people who need to be spared in the perpetuation of the species is the black woman, not the black man.
Okay, I'm done.
That's what I'm saying.
I see your point now. Thank you.
You're very welcome. So that's all I've ever been saying in any of this, is that I'm not anti anything. I'm just incredibly fucking pro-black.
So let me ask you one funny question.
Sure.
You ain't never laid with a white woman.
What's that?
You ain't never laid with a white woman.
Brother, let me tell you something. I think you need to, number one, I think you need to Google my name. Number two, if God sent a woman here on this earth, I'd have had some of it on every continent.
Well, thank you.
Which is, and this is the other thing to land it here, Robert. You, like many others, will lay headless at the feet of the altar of trying to find some shit to catch me on, because I catch me first. And I ain't telling, no, I'm not telling you what it is. I can't tell you what it is, but I can tell you what it looked like. And what it looked like is that you comb common Black esoteric conversations looking for a place to stand. You will find, that means general too. Like if you go to a picnic with Black people, generally there won't be any raisins in the potato salad. That's a general too. That's what esoteric means. So
you say,
I'm saying that as I watch you and as I've seen you before, you comb Black conversation looking for some place to be funky. You're not going to find that with me. I know it's not true. I didn't say it was true. I said it was opinion. This is my opinion. It has nothing to do with truth. I can't tell you what it is. That's the truth. I can tell you what it looked like. That's opinion. And in my opinion, you comb common Black conversation looking for a place to stank. This will never be that place.
Hey, I got a question. I got a question for Josh.
Can I respond to that real quick?
Oh, go ahead.
Okay.
I feel like you're saying I'm an instigator. I'm an agitator.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I can be clearer if you like.
I mean, be blunt. I mean, if I'm not welcome here, I could go.
No, I didn't say that.
I came here just for the conversation. I'm not trying to be obtuse. I'm not trying to cause arguments. I just feel like a lot of times, as a person of my age and my experience, I hear things that don't meld well in my mind, and I ask questions. That makes people nervous for some reason.
Mm-hmm.
So
okay.
I don't know.
Well,
go ahead, sir.
If I may ask, since you brought them up, what is your age and what is your experience?
Sir, I heard that was a disqualifying question, but I answer it for you. I'm 53 years old.
Okay.
And I'm retired military.
Okay.
So the way I was trained, being in the military for 20 years.
Mm-hmm. What branch?
Army, sir.
Okay. That explains a lot.
The way, I'm sorry, sir.
I said that explains a lot.
Right?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you for your service. Mm-hmm. I know about you
likewise.
Too, sir.
Likewise, Doc. Likewise. Thank you. Thank you. And a matter of fact, hold on. As a matter of fact, to cut you off, this is some real shit. Regardless to how you think about how Brother Watkins thinks, him, like scores of brothers before him, have put their asses, their lives on the line so that you can live the life that you live. They have lost limbs. They have been left behind. They have been burned. They have been punished. They have been sick crazy just so you can chill like you chill. So when you say thank you for your service, mean it.
Well, what's the question on the table?
Yeah, I'm confused as I don't know. I'm confused as I don't know what.
Yeah, I just have a question for Josh. Oh, actually, two questions.
Is anybody going to answer the question that HAMP posed?
What is it?
What is it?
I feel like
He was asking when we come to the conclusion and we look at the stats on how violent white men are. Why is there a push for Black women to partner with white men?
Because they want to get even in the gender war.
Yeah.
They don't care. As long any stick in the eye of a Black man. I thought I said that.
No, Uncle Jeff answered, but he flipped it. He flipped it and said, wait, do you mean so you don't think that Black men should have sex with white women? He flipped it. He turned it around. Robert turned the whole thing around, and now we're somewhere else.
Can I answer the question?
If I could just say real quick, I'm going to leave after this. If I get time just to talk to Uncle Jeff real quick. I apologize, sir. What I heard was different than what you said. I heard what you said, and then I said, okay, my bad. Let me flip. Just the same thing I get every time I come on this platform. People just want to be right.
You never been here.
I've been here multiple times, sir.
You've been here one time, I think, right? When you said, "How old are you to be nice?" and I asked you a clarifying question about, did you actually mean it to disqualify him? You said no, and you were able to expound on your point. Stop doing that. And I'm asking you to stop doing that. Right? You had a conversation with Uncle Jeff. It was uninterrupted. I wasn't even here. Then I came back. Right? But don't do that, right? I don't appreciate the narrative, especially from a man, an elder, from yourself, right? I don't do it. You notice I don't do stuff like that at all. I don't play that type of game. I'm not facetious. But stop doing that. And I'm asking.
You're a slick talker. That's what you are.
I'm talking directly to you. Stop doing that. And I'm asking.
No, you're not. Don't be. I'm
asking you. I'm talking to you directly, right? And I don't even have these type of conversations. But what I realize is you doing it intentionally and deliberately, right? And then you get in the chat and play victim. Don't do that.
I'm never playing victim, sir. I'm in your face, nigga.
So
Don't
we'll
play
see.
with me.
We'll see you later. Be safe out here. So Sherelle, we didn't get an answer to the question.
Can I answer it?
So we try. Yeah. I just want to make sure because Sherelle, go ahead,
Uncle Jeff did answer it.
Oh, my bad. I had stepped off for a second.
No, because I was just trying to say like Uncle Jeff answered it, and then
it was flipped around.
Yeah, and they went somewhere else. He took Uncle Jeff somewhere else, and I'm like, now we're about to get totally away from the original question. And I think everybody else on the panel had wanted to answer it.
Yeah. Damn, my bad. I had walked off. Then I heard y'all talking about that, so that's on me. Oh no, I did hear Uncle Jeff. Uncle Jeff said there's some gender war shit.
Yeah.
It's a way to get back, disregarding the realities. Yeah. Okay, I did. I'm bugging. Okay, my fault. I did hear. Yeah.
Right.
All right. So
go ahead, Yardy. My fault.
I think black women think that them marrying a white man is like a path to privilege or freedom. Because every time in the past, when you hear them speak on why they want to date interracially, it's because black men are broke or ineffective, or we're the reason why they can't get anywhere they want to get to. So they want to date the white man or interracially because the hypergamy thing, right? So they feel as if them dating white men or having mixed children by that white man is going to give them a pathway to, I guess, freedom and privilege that white men are getting that black men are not able to provide them. So. No,
Damn.
If you listen to the arguments in the past,
no, I ain't tripping. I'm just listening to what you said.
You go back. I've done a video on it already. If you look at the past, all the solo
content. Tell me about one more video you done. What's your channel, man? So we can put it in the chat. Jesus,
right there.
Hey, Empress, find Yardy channel, please, and drop it in the chat. Good grief.
If you listen to all the solo content, if you listen to all the Ebony K. Williams and all those other people, they say the reason why they want to date outside their race is because black men are broke, or they're not educated, or hypergamy, or whatsoever. So.
Well, no, I catch your drift. I understand. Go ahead, Triple Black, and then
it was. If it was to me, it's almost like a status symbol, like what I'm saying, like a gold medal or something like that I won the race or whatever. That's what I think it comes out to. By any means necessary, what I'm saying. If I have to suffer through this, but as long as I get that gold medal at the end, that's how I look at it. But I don't know if we're gonna be on this topic much longer, but I wanted to ask Josh a question, if I could.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Josh. There's a lot of black men that champion like your white nationalist talking points. They go out of their way to kind of validate your points. One question that I have: do you respect them? And the thing about it is, you just said that you don't care as long as they vote Republican, right?
Yeah,
under any circumstances, would you trust a black man more than a white man, like your counterpart?
Well, yes, and unfortunately, yeah, it's just my experience because I've been partnered up with a black guy since 2011, We
So you don't really
basically
believe in race loyalty?
Well, it's not about race loyalty. It's we've been forced to work together for so long, right? I literally have to trust him with my life. He has to trust me with his life. We're forced, right? It's just we've been put in a position to where we're obligated to rely on each other, and so it just is there. But I don't see him as like, oh, he's a black guy. I just see him as a partner kind of concept. It's not that I don't see race. I realize that it's a marker when you identify a person. I just don't care. Because at the end of the day, I'm going to align with people that have similar views and similar prescriptions, similar goals as myself. Is really what it's going to boil down to.
But do you have respect for that, though? That's what I'm saying.
Oh, hell yeah.
Because I don't.
Yes. A family man to me is pretty much as high up as the totem pole as you can get. Everything's kind of a little bit downstream from that. So a dude that's married, hopefully has kids sometime soon. That's the higher up. That's the higher.
You don't think it doesn't make them look weak, like where they're going against their own, like going out of their way to oppose like their own people. You don't think that there's a level of weakness in that? Do you mean?
Can you give me an example?
Like you have your white supremacist talking points, like white men or have higher IQs, like those little coded things or whatever, those type of things. Like you don't. I mean, when another black man agrees with that, you don't look at him a little bit funny.
I would question like what his goal is. Like, why do you? It would be like a question form of if a black guy's saying, and I'm assuming we're talking about Ashkenazis, right? Because those are generally like the high, whether they're white or not, I have no idea, but generally they're Jewish people, right? If a black man comes along and says this race right here or this ethnicity, whatever the hell they are, it has a higher IQ. My first question is why do you care? On something so trivial, it's the same concept as if a black man says, well, I should trust black people because they're black skin tone. That to me sounds weird. Now, however, from all of the communication I've ever had with anybody within the community have always had very specific ideas. Like, for instance, the last panel that we had was on HBCUs. And I asked Trigger Mike specifically what his expectation was from the school. And he was very specific. Like, he was very specific on his thing. That's all that I care about was the reason that he had it. Had nothing to do with skin tone or anything like that. To me, that matters.
Do you think most white nationalists have your type of ideology where you're just going to go with somebody that aligns more with your views?
But believe it or not, so I'm not a white nationalist, but there's a very thin line between myself and an ethno-nationalist. There's a very thin line. You wouldn't be able to tell.
So you're a white conservative. I mean, earlier you said that I thought you said you were a white Christian nationalist.
I'm a Christian nationalist. Christian nationalist is just a political movement.
Not white. Okay, not white Christian nationalist. Okay,
Jalen added the white.
I misunderstood that because I thought you were talking about because most of those talking points. Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's fair. Jalen added the white concept. I happen to be white. Like it's not an issue to me. But to answer your question, I'm also an authoritarian. There's a very thin, small line between my position and an ethno-nationalist. All you have to do is basically put race as a priority, and then you would have exactly an ethno-national or an ethno-nationalist.
Okay. Well, I misunderstood. I thought white was part of like you were. Like part of is like white loyalty or race loyalty and things like that, but you don't really believe in those concepts. It's like whoever aligns with your ideal.
Yes, it's more from my perspective. It's mostly a political agenda, right? But I also understand the concept of within the black community. A lot of people through here say like basically breed black. To me, in my mind, is like, okay, well, I want to preserve my own culture. Why wouldn't a person do that? So I kind of tend to agree with HAMP. We're all racist at some point. We will all backed into a corner where we're provided a situation where we have to pick one side or the other. We're going to pick our own kind. Hands down, every time it's what we're going to do historically. So I can't deny the concept that eventually we're all going to become racist at some moral group stance at some point. So I don't deny that.
Remember, triple black. You also have black people who are also black nationalists too.
I don't oppose their situation either.
Right? No, I understand that. Like I was saying, if I was a black nationalist, right, and some white person came behind me and was trying to validate all my talking points, I wouldn't trust them too, and I wouldn't respect them.
Okay.
Mine's 100 or say 95% political agenda. I generally care that, look, as a Christian nationalist, I want Deuteronomy and Leviticus to rule government law. That's what I want. We're stoning people. We're throwing people in volcanoes. We're like doing all of this stuff based on the concept of those regulations, not this modern day stuff where, oh, it just feels good because that stuff pisses me off. We know what the rules are. We just try to skirt them.
So how do you feel? How do you feel when the media, a lot of times, they try to paint the picture as black men inherently violent?
That was a talking point. I'm wanting to say, I think back in the late 90s, we had read that. And across the board, white people mostly don't give a crap. It will be the case that you're going to have fringe groups, aka ethno-nationalists, that are going to push agenda. I don't know who's been pushing the agenda because Red Pill took over and the whole concept of the black man this and the black man that. Maybe it got lost in the sauce and maybe it's now women pushing it. I have no idea. The first time I'd ever heard it was in the late 90s, and I didn't care then and I don't care now. I've stood on this very panel and specifically said, black people dominate the entertainment industry. So like when we're talking about music, like what Uncle Giop was talking about, black people by majority economically lead entertainment, music. Second one's going to be athletics. We would have an absolute civil war if black people went on strike when the NFL. If just the NFL, if y'all guys went on strike, we would end up having a civil war because we all want our damn football. Plain and simple. Let's see here. We pull up different stats. Like, for example, if you take per capita, if we're talking about like income, generally speaking, black people per capita have about a 2%, a 1 to 2%, I think 2% index point uptick from white people. So technically speaking, if the population was equal, you'd have an uptick about 2% on us. That's simple. We just don't care about things like that. I want you to be middle class. Of course, I just want you to be Republican, more right-leaning, if that makes any sense. I don't like the idea that
we can't be just balanced. Like we have in the middle. We're not too far right. We're not too far left. We're in the middle. Right now, both parties have to work to earn our vote. Why can't that be?
This brings up what one of the things that CJ had brought up, and I talked about it. He brought up black people within the concept of like attention to white people standards. Why would the black community look at white people and say, you know, why talk about it? Because you need to know who you are first. So you need to actually know, look, the concept of the comparison is black people do this, white people do this. That would be a kind of culture difference. But if there's something that you can learn, specifically in this case, tactics, use them. An example would be if you wanted to be, and again, I'm kind of like pro-violent, but if it was the case that you had a school board in your local community that pushed an agenda within your school that you disapprove of, you are well within your rights in your community to lead that school board. And if it takes the case that you need about 10 really big brick wall black dudes to just stand in the back wall, why wouldn't you do that? This is why I oppose the idea of, well, we're black, right? But we want to be seen as big teddy bears. Why? There's no value in a teddy bear. There is value in a big scary black guy. Because at the end of the day, he's going to cross the street and walk away. There's just value in it. Why give up that advantage?
Answer this question. You said that
I agree with
you want to use violence for an agenda, right? And you feel like maybe Democrats, you know, they pose a threat. You know, they pose a threat. Majority of the Democrats voting bloc are liberal white women. So how come, and I'm not condoning any, how come there's not an uptick in violence towards them? If they're the one that are through, they're probably the biggest threat to the fringe right.
You're not wrong at all right there. The concept is what we can do. So generally speaking, within Christian nationalism, the agenda is actually to remove women's voting rights, which will eventually we're sexist as hell, and will also boil down to eventually to get down to you can only vote if you have property rights. Like if you own property, then you can vote. But the concept is
Victorian era then.
Yeah, we don't pay attention to what women do. I don't care what women do. Generally, within our spectrum, we don't care what women do. If they're going to misbehave, fine, throw them off to the corner. We don't care. If they're going to act right and be with us, fine, then we carry them along. Outside of that, we just toss anything. A common thing you're going to find within the white community, we have no problems trashing whatever group it is and just throw them off to the side and give no.
So you think going in and shooting up a school or I mean, I'm not talking about you personally. Burning a church down. Is that put fear in white women and get them to get right so they can vote?
Yeah, it instills fear, right? But the problem is, and I think CJ was a little bit right on here. From a term of a tactical position, you're never going to hit exactly on. There's always going to be an offshoot. There's always collateral damage. Innocent people die all the damn time in the concept of any type of conflict. To us, and this is where Hamp was right, we don't have much empathy. We don't care about the guy off to the side that accidentally got shot. Why would we care? Because at some point, it's just, for us, it's a political battle. So when we look at the black community, let's the concept of I don't agree with CJ about the violence without reputation within the black community. My opinion of these mass shootings is really about, they'll call it gang violence, right? But they're not out in the streets shooting each other willy-nilly. Maybe they're fighting over a street corner. Maybe it's capitalism, right? But there's some type of competition going on. It ain't for no reason whatsoever, because nobody even walks out their front door for no reason. There's always a reason. So I don't buy into that concept, right? But in that same aspect, we have the same thing on our side. Okay, so some gang decides that they want to shoot at each other, right? And some kid in the playground takes a stray bullet. We have the same thing on our side where it's going to be innocent people that are going to get hit. I'm just openly saying we don't really care one way or the other.
There was something that he said earlier. I don't know if I didn't get your point of view on that. He was talking about how white men are profiled also, just because we make the argument that white men are not really profiled, but black men are. How do you feel about that?
I think what he was talking about, and I'm assuming, I'm just guessing here. I think what he was talking about was profiling within criminal nature. So it would be the case if you're a sheriff department or a city police officer or a police chief, right? You're going to basically, as a department, your sole priority is to make sure that you have the funding, right? So the funding is going to come with, you have to make arrests, you have to justify your existence, you have to do all that. So if it's the case that you want to basically go after crimes, right, you're going to go after the most prominent thing that the community is talking about at a given time and the easy arrest. You're just going to naturally go after it. So if you're talking about the black community, maybe you're looking for a little bit of weed, which might be legal now, depending on what state you're in. Might be, I don't know what the hell else, because I don't live within a black community, so I don't know what they would profile. But if he's talking about the white community, it'll be what we call white collar crimes, tax evasion, embezzlement from corporations, things like that. Basically what we call money crimes. But he wasn't wrong, or he was wrong about the concept of rapes. If you can take any state, pick any state you want, I don't care which one. Open the sex offender registry for that state, look down the list. It's something like 8-1 for white to black. Everybody's got their thing that they want, or everybody's got their thing that there's a representation of. People don't really care about truth. They care about their agenda. That's what the reality is. So when you get to like the gender wars, right? Men versus women, nobody really cares about what's true or not. They just care about beating on the other side. That's it. It's the agenda always matters most.
So you do admit that a lot of police departments and stuff like that have
absolutely
a racist agenda, because you kind of almost said, like, for instance,
profiling is a requirement. Yes.
Okay. If you see a black guy with dreads and gold teeth, you know, there's very likelihood he might have some drugs on him or whatever. But if you see a dude with a MAGA hat, neo-Nazi haircut or whatever, I mean, he may have, you know, a gun or illegal gun or illegal drugs, but it's not in our, you know, it's not to our advantage to harass him, to get, you know, charge him with something. It's more to our benefit to get the other guy.
Profiling is definitely a thing. If you want stats on it, like I'll even give you access.
So they do try to skew the stats more to certain race of people.
A profile, like a profile is like, say, the commissioner, the lieutenant, whoever's in charge, right, of routing system. It's them putting out a directive saying, you will go to this neighborhood, you will look for these type of crimes, and they literally just flood that area for no other reason than
they're not looking for those type of crimes. They're looking for a certain look. They're looking for, like,
that's what the profiling is.
Maybe Dickies.
Yeah. This is stood for. It's early. My mom was the sheriff's deputy, right? Since the 90s, that has always been a thing. That's always been a thing. It's even true today in 2025. I don't know why people would say that's not a thing.
So why do, like, some of, like, especially, like, you know, like CJ fight against the notion that this does happen? Like, why does he fight against that whole notion when you're a white guy, your mother was a sheriff, you're telling him, yeah, they do kind of look for this, and they still deny it?
Because at the end of the day, we all want to look like we're a nice guy. Like, it's all about, I'm a good person, right? That's the problem. We're all trying to sell ourselves as being the good person. It's that simple.
Okay. I mean, that's enough. Well, at least you let the cat out of the bag.
I kind of actually respect Josh for that. He being honest. This is the most honest person, white person, I've ever break it down, but the truth about what they do and how they operate. So
don't make the mistake. HAMP ain't right. He ain't wrong. He's called me the devil multiple times. He is not wrong at all.
Yeah, I mean, when how come the R word is not really synonymous with violent crime?
What, like racism?
No.
The other one.
Rape.
Oh, I thought it was.
Because if
like,
it
you asked me, I thought it was.
Well, I mean, because when you think of violent crime, you think of gang members, you know, that type of stuff. When you actually saying if you look at the registry, like 80% of the assailants in that are of
white.
Or white.
Yeah, if you're looking at the sex offender registry, white predominantly.
But if you say violent crime, it mostly other races are synonymous with violent crime.
It's probably a reputation concept, right? Like I said, everybody's got an agenda. So when they talk about, look, you can say one thing and you can say it 5 different ways and it look like 5 different things. Just depends on how you phrase it. Everybody does this. That's the point of an agenda. They even do it here on panel.
Yeah. I mean, because violent crime happens pretty much, I guess, everywhere. I mean, but, you know, Chicago, or what's it, the inner cities are the, I guess those crimes are a little bit more violent than other places.
No, because they're a political. So with large cities, here an example. I'm in upstate New York. Our demographic is predominantly conservative, but we're dominated by New York City and Albany, and they're just prime Democrat. Like they're just 100% Democrat. It seems like, right? So our voter base can't really do much against 2 major cities within the state. So 2 cities rule the entire state, pisses us off. I would imagine that it's probably the true with like Chicago, Atlanta, things like that. They're hyper focused on the city because they want to try to like basically address that voter base in some format or another. Even if it's the concept of getting convictions, registration, which I'm pretty big about. You black, you got your damn felony conviction, you can get a registration restoration. Get your voter rights back. You can even get your gun rights back off of a felony. Most felonies.
Hey, since we're being honest, you just said what do you said about that? Mostly it like words like left, DEI, what's the other one? The coded language, DEI, left, Marxist. Is that coded for black people or Democrats? Is that
no? Mostly like for us, no.
Literally or leftist
Democrats.
Mostly
leftist. Democrats. Yeah, leftist would be like mostly Democrats.
Okay.
But if we're talking about like Marxism, now we're talking about college students mostly.
No, because every time I hear like that the word Democrat or leftist and stuff like that, I think they're kind of almost pointing some way like towards the area of black people. Like we'd be like, oh yeah, this is what's wrong with this area. There's too many leftists.
There has been an association with like I think I don't know how true this data is now. It's kind of old, but I believe that it was something like if you take the black population, roughly about 90% were Democrats, but that's about 5-6 years old, and I believe currently that might have changed. We just don't know yet. Need another year to get those stats.
So it is a dog whistle.
Kind of, yes. It can be. It really can be. If somebody wants to be an ass, yes, they can.
I want to ask Triple Black why should we concern ourselves with that?
Nah, I don't know. I'm just making conversation because like you said earlier, it's a good thing that we have him on there so he can kind of tell the truth and not muddy the waters and stuff. So
okay,
that's all.
For the sake of fact. Mm-hmm. Okay, I personally believe that politics is way down on our list of concerns.
Would you believe that? Would you believe that your culture would be like down, or would you believe that politics or culture is downwind of the other? Which one is the priority?
Oh, priority for me and those who believe like me is the reestablishing of what is culture.
Okay, all right. And so, do you believe that the enforcement arm, I mean, the thing that makes that happen, or at least lends it in that direction? Do you believe that politics plays some type of role within that?
I believe absolutely. The grand role that it plays is that it's about to abjectly fail.
Damn, I don't disagree with that one.
I don't. You can't because if in order to disagree with it, you would have to deny centuries upon centuries of human history and empires that have gone exactly to the letter like this one. So for me and mine and the way we think, it is absolutely something to step back and let happen, which is what you're seeing. And not so many of my age, I'm 60, not so many people my age are this way. We are the we shall overcome Jasper ass shape, Treehouse Coon mooning and shining, and oh Lord Jesus, and so many of us thankfully are dying off. It is the younger people.
What do you? Since we don't have, I wish we had a couple more younger guys. Damn it! I think Kish. How old? Yeah, you're going to be the younger guy here. So
No.
like,
No.
no.
Shirelles.
I'm 33.
I'm 46. How old are you?
33.
Oh, I thought that was Triple Black that said that. I was like, wait, how long?
No
It
offense.
looks like it. So, politically speaking, like, do you guys like generally? How does this work? Politically speaking, what is more of a priority within your age group, family or politics or community? Like, what's the
I mean, right now, for my age group, if you look at 33 to down to 20, it's basically economy. Like, 'cause in my group, the reason why, if you look at how apartment in New York, right, they're coming up with the minimalist apartment. Before, you used to have apartment that can house 2 families. It's more minimalist now because we're not looking towards family and whatsoever. The only reason why young people voted for Trump is because of what? Economy. We couldn't afford basic groceries. A lot of us want to move out of our parents' house, that, et cetera, et cetera. So most of the younger people now, we are looking for more like, what's the better word to put it? Basically, to build ourselves up and enjoy, because mind you, today's generation, especially in Black culture, is not what it was in the 80s and the 90s.
Right.
Okay. Yeah.
Like, racism is not brute force in our face. It's more, it's there, but it's more, it's repackaged in a way. Both out of the left and the right? So, but today we want to now more enjoy life. You know, Black people, we're not in fear of the threat of somebody in the 90s, I guess, like harassing us or whatever. It's like we're more free and more mobile now. We can travel, we can go across America, we can enjoy life. So that's what my demographic is more interested in. So if we were going to vote, and Trump did a smart thing by going to Aiden Ross and all these different platforms with speaking to the younger kids, that's what we're looking into.
But you know what, Yardy, the same thing has been true, because when we were younger, when I was younger, it was called, it's the economy, stupid. That's always been a thing. However, y'all really are the first generation that you're going to do worse than what your parents did. And I can understand the sense of frustration that people that are younger, my son is 27. And at 27, I had been out the house, had multiple apartments. It was just different. So the way that it looks for y'all is completely different. And I do believe, and I actually like it to see there's more diversity within political parties, because I do believe the worst thing that Black people ever started doing was consistently voting Republican or Democrat without an ask, because they depend on the vote, but we never have an ask. And then when it's time to do the asking, it's a not yet.
Yeah, it's always the, and I think that's what a lot of the black.
Yeah, I mean, it took me to about 35 years old to realize that, like, it doesn't really matter. Like the whole 2-party system shit doesn't even matter. I mean, when I was young and impressionable, 21 years old, you know, people would come to the campuses, and then you would really think there was a difference between a Democrat and a Republican, and then when you get older, you realize that there's no difference. Like they're literally the same.
Well, I disagree.
They're the same.
I disagree.
Trump was a Democrat. He ran with Bill Clinton.
I first off, the very discussion of Republican and Democrat points to the fact that hopefully you will agree with me that this system was never made to work for you. And if you can agree to that, then I don't understand why you can argue Republican or Democrat. You're asking these hockey players to play baseball. This system was never ever meant for you to have a fair shake. You're not going to vote your way to it. You're going to have to let it collapse. So this is arranging deck chairs on the Titanic post iceberg is what you're doing. This system that you're discussing with the left and the right and the Democrats, you're watching it melt in front of you.
I agree with you.
I don't.
My thing is, I don't think there's a distinction. I don't think there is. I think it's fake. I think both of them are the same thing. You know, it's fake. It's a fake system. It's a fake system.
Yes. That's I often say they are the left and right wings of the same vulture that has picked us clean. There's the biggest difference to, and I don't want to monopolize it if we're supposed to be talking about something else. Is there, Brother Hamp, are we going in? Is there a direction we supposed to be going in?
No, not especially. I mean, I had asked a question, but it kind of the answers were kind of given, and then it kind of moved forward. We got a long way to go. So I'm just kind of listening. I saw Triple Black trying to ask some questions. Seemed like Josh was answering pretty well. Then I had to take a call. But I just overall interested in what we are invested in, because one of the things I've been talking about overwhelmingly is the fake outrage. And what I mean by that is we talk about enemies and then we don't look like we are surrounded by enemies. But we constantly talk about, well, like, we got opposition on every side. But we the most obese people in the country. Most unhealthy, right? We ain't married, so you don't got no teammates. So I just look at how we talk, and then I look at the actions, and I'm thinking, damn, we don't really take shit seriously.
No.
It's easy just to talk about it. You know, even in this conversation, I'm talking about a specific demographic, and we can't even mind through it because we got to fight other black people to even have the conversation.
Hamp got the skinny white boy. Hamp got the skinny white boy on the panel, right? Now it's got to pop up.
You know? So I just look at this shit like, when we're talking about a demographic, when we say, hey, there's opposition out here, we can't even talk about the demographic without us saying, what about us? Well, if you watch This Might Be Risky, you know we talk about that often. On the POV, the women kick their own self in the ass every Tuesday, right? You know, on Monday it's Mr. Fantastic and Aaron, right? You know what Mr. Fantastic talk about, so you know the conversation is had. And then we try to have this conversation. It's like, well, what about us? Well, we did that 6 weeks straight. You know what I'm saying? So,
to your point, DJ Ham, like in the 80s and 90s, again, you had the Nation of Islam out there in these streets telling niggas pull up your pants, stop dope dealing, whatever.
You're still out there.
You're still out there. So we've had black people holding black people accountable for whatever our actions is. When it comes to this situation and with the guy, he was specifically talking about black culture, but he ignored, or their group ignored their culture and what they're doing. You understand? So which is why you made the title of the conversation, or your panel, the way you titled it today, right? They ignored the same place they got.
Well, no, not because of him, but
not because of him, but because of the talking points or whatever, right?
Yeah.
On the stats, the same place, everybody get the stats about black people. You went to that same place, everybody get the stats about us, and it's like they neglected the stats about their own community to talk about us.
Yeah, well, even neglecting the stats about a community that's not yours was the overarching issue today.
Yeah.
Right? And how we like to use things is just odd to me. Like when CJ and I were conversing, right? We always talk about other communities. Why not today? Right? Exclusively though, right? That was the only ask. They say Asians are the most married. Asian women are the Latino women are the nicest. Like, so we always do that.
When it comes to average earning income, the Asian woman and the Asian men are dominating that in America.
Yeah, but that's adjacent to what I'm talking about. I'm just saying the fact that we even know that though, right? Yeah. Is the point that we converse about the cultures all the time, knowing we ain't dating no Asian women. For real.
Boss, I don't think it's
enough. I mean, the reason that we talk about that is because, I mean, part of this whole black gender war is, these things are always being thrown in each other's faces. You know what I'm saying? You don't make you don't make the money that the Asian man makes, or you don't make the money that the white man makes. So that's why we know these statistics. You know what I'm saying? Because it gets thrown right in our face.
I'm not disputing that. I'm saying that we include other cultures to talk about ourselves all the time. Why not now? That's all I'm saying. Just in kind of logic consistency.
And then something that Mr. Fantastic said earlier, why we don't highlight the good things about those cultures? Why is the good things about our own culture not being highlighted? we say we don't like the gang banging stuff. They say we don't the hip hop, but this other stuff about our culture that is good too. Why as we ourselves don't speak about the good things, the black men that's achieving, the black men that's making good money, the black men that's taking care of their kids and being in the homes. Why we don't highlight them themselves?
Because good news does not market well.
It's triggering.
You got to define we.
1 second, y'all, because I haven't said anything, but please go back. Triple Black, what you just said and what HAMP said. I want you to marry what you just said. He said, we're not serious about anything. And then you brought up the gender war. That's not a serious conversation. Specifically, if you have somebody like Josh up here saying they don't give a damn and they're marrying more and they're partnering more and they make more money. So if we're not listening to what's being said, we don't have time to have a gender war.
It's just not true.
They're plotting and planning.
Our marriage rates is just as bad as y'all's. Like that is definitely a Western culture thing.
And if I must say, are of absolutely no concern, because as we move forward into crisis, here's what mathematically you're discussing, Tiff, and why that won't work. For every sister that gets married this weekend, that's 16 other sisters that won't, if they are expected to marry a black man. That's what the math says.
Yeah, better start competing.
No, it's not even a matter of competition. It's a matter of either Isaiah 4 is right or it's not, but it's right around the corner. There are going to be, in the future, if you want to be with a black man, the bad news is you're gonna have to share it.
But to Uncle Jeff, is that a good context when the Bible explains that, or a bad context?
No, it's neither. It is a factual one. Where we are going, and this is not just about sex. This is about how many black women are going to be without a covering. Period, bro. These the numbers, and nobody ever wants to have this mathematical conversation. That this is, it ain't my prophecy. It's me looking at the Most High's prophecy, the prophecy of Isaiah. This is there if you look at it. And Brother Hamp, if I'm left on some stuff, I yield to your knowledge. But it only looks like to me where we're about to go is qualified, capable men who can exceed in an area that another group needs. Those men are going to get together and survive. If somebody could tell me where I'm wrong about this. And those men are going to be able to choose the women of their tribe. And they ain't going to be choosing no bullshit, because they ain't bullshit men to begin with, because bullshit men ain't going to be able to survive. You see the circle? I'll leave it there.
Tiff, were you finished expounding?
I'm good. I'm doing what you say I've been doing, chewing. I'm eating. I'm good.
Yeah, the only reason I said that to Hamp was he was asking. I thought he was asking the reasoning. Like a lot of these stats we know a lot of these stats, and I was thinking, yeah, I mean, a lot of times these stats get thrown in either direction. You know, that's why I'm saying it's part of the gender war. Like, the favorable stats for the men will get thrown out, and then the favorable stats for the women will get thrown out. It's like a back and forth, and that's why we know that.
Yeah, no, Triple Black, I got you. I understand that. What I'm saying is we include other cultures all the time. Right. So then when we started mining this one, I was like, why are we talking about this? That's what I was saying. You know what I mean? Because everybody's always included in the gender war conversation specifically. That's all I was saying, but I catch your drift. Here's another thing. When we do have that conversation about who being with each other, not being married, right? That's another thing. About how much people allegedly care about shit, because marriage isn't being pushed anymore, right? By men. And then the women do this thing where they say marriage ain't a goal, right? They say that, and then a lot of the brothers will say marriage is a bad deal and I ain't fucking with it, right?
So both sides are saying
Yeah.
Well,
I
they're
mean,
saying, hold on. This the let me finish the point, right? Now, here's the thing. We know who own the most houses, right? Couples. Now, here's the thing. Josh said one parameter he would put in place is you would only be able to vote if you were a homeowner, right? Think about that ideology. Speculate who else thinking like that. We had a white boy say repeal the 13th. You heard Josh say repeal the 19th, and you got to own a house. Uh-oh.
Okay, there's a couple of holes in that, brother Ham.
No, I'm just presenting it. Y'all can feel free to tear it
Okay,
apart.
number one, I disagree with being a homeowner as opposed to being the executor of an estate that owns homes. What about those people? What about the people who own land, who control land that's not in their name because they execute a trust?
Yeah. Does the trust belong to someone?
No, the trust belongs to a corporation. There's no this. It's basically that's what I'm saying. What
What I'm saying is is an executor of the trust, right?
there's no, not that's named.
there's trustees. There's
They
a
have to
trust.
be. They have trustees.
Yeah, there's
and
a
then
group
they
of
have
trustees.
Yeah, so that's what. Sorry. So there's usually like my grandma's an executor of my aunt's trust, right? And then my mom is a trustee. But
No, that's an estate. That's an estate. The executress
what
is
I'm
or
saying
personal
is,
representative is a state.
So take this walk with me, right? There's an executor of the estate. Within the estate, they have trust. The house is in a trust specifically, right? There's an entire estate, though, right? So my mom is a trustee, but my grandma being an executor, she has to sign the majority of the paperwork. My mom, if her signature's not on it, it don't matter, right? Just
Right.
as an example, yeah.
Right.
So that's what I'm saying. I apologize, I wasn't using.
So then in that,
But those people will qualify, right? Essentially, or 12 more. What?
No, only your grandmother.
Only, she would qualify.
So everybody under her does not.
Well, they could own their own houses, right? And
Yeah, but
Aaron
they
already
don't.
edified me on that. Put your stuff in the trust, let a business own it, right? Things of that nature. So I understand that, but I don't think the people who own the trust are disqualified, right? They're still landowners, right?
I think
so was your grandmother the executor of your grandfather's estate?
Of the estate itself, the one that was entrusted to her. But I don't know if that. Here's what I'm saying, right? I don't want to disqualify the point, but mining this through, does it help us understand, right? Even in this premise, teammate, right? Buying a house with someone is easier, right? The fact that you can put stuff in will and trust and have an executor probably means that you achieved at a different level because you have a different level of understanding.
From one.
But the bigger picture is family. I thought that's what you were trying to get at.
That's kind of what I'm framing.
Yeah,
but
it's family, like togetherness. Some type of like. The only way that you're like, we talk about this generational wealth all the time. The only way that you can really achieve it is if you have some type. Is through unions.
Nuclear family.
I mean, it's through family. You can do whatever you like. You're not going to win. I mean, you can win the lottery, but the most effective way of earning this generational trust, wealth and all this is through building families. No ifs, ands, or buts about it.
That's the thing. So
I disagree with that. But
so, and this
is Uncle Jeff. You got to remember that is the core of capitalism, right? In the American capitalist society.
But no, it depends upon how you're told to spend your money.
But we talk about making a nuclear family, producing children to pass down that wealth to those children. Those children, remember, it's American capitalism off of patriarchal structure. You pass down from the father to the sons. The son take that money, what he learned from the father, innovate that, grow it, and then pass down and so forth, and repeats the process. That's all based off of, unless we're going to go back to, like you said, Uncle Jeff,
the transfer
we'll take the African model, we can do polygyny. One guy got 2 or 3 wives, and that's how that go.
Brother, this is what I'm trying to explain. This, even the concept of how you're looking at buying a house to create wealth
Mm-hmm.
is the European model given to commoners. That is not the best way to create wealth, is with another person buying a house. The best way, that's what we were taught, but that's not the best way to do it.
I don't think that's what they're talking about. They're talking about a union. Union.
Yeah, but we missed. But
Me
see, that's
too.
what I'm. Did you hear what Josh was saying? Right, he's saying that it's a fringe group. I disagree. Right, because look how many things are being enacted by the president.
Oh, he's saying what's a fringe group? I'm sorry.
Just Christian nationalists and etc. Right, but I
Okay.
disagree.
So what Josh was saying is that
Hey, now the listening, we just got to go up one level. Okay, I'm listening to what Josh is saying, what he proposed. Right, repeal the 19th. He may not have said it today. We had that conversation previously. Repeal the 19th. We have another white dude who identifies as something similar, even if Josh rejects him. He said repeal the 13th. Right? You need to be a homeowner if you want to vote. I'm lit. Look at the title. So this is the stuff I'm listening to, and I'm thinking, yo, this is why you gotta have the discussion.
Okay.
Because what Josh is saying is that he wants to bring it back to something like a Victorian era law, where in Victorian era, the man owned the land and the property, and the man was in charge, and the vote was based off of him.
Okay.
Right now, by culture, we're not talking about family units no more. I told you in New York they're making minimalist apartments. It's no longer apartments or that's constructed to house a family in it. Till you eventually buy a home in
Now
Long Island or
he's
whatever.
saying what he's saying, but here's this. See, there was another thing. I lost my train of thought.
Can I,
Right.
if I may, Josh, I just want to stick with the repealing of the 19th Amendment.
Okay.
With regard to making it so basically only men can vote.
Step one, yes.
Okay, step one, yes. Okay, let's put that with this. I believe the feminist movement in this country is about the white woman not getting her fair share of what her man stole from the Indians. And that doesn't have shit to do with my people.
Probably don't disagree.
Okay, you probably don't. Well, here, let me give it all to you. I put it all in the same filthy cauldron of finding another way to vote on the land you stole, and you know you stole it.
So if it is the case that we stole the land, hell, I'll even concede it. We took it from somebody else, right? Yeah. We took it from somebody else. Who's going to take it from us?
Well, I can tell you who. I can tell you exactly who. The people who are going to start it, and this is no big government secret. Right. Will be the British. No, excuse me. Will be the North Korean, the Chinese, and both of them backed by the African who is rising with his own money, backed by his own gold. They're going to help. What you know as 48 states will soon be about 7 or 8 zones, and this won't be called America. That's what
I got a question. Like, why would we repeal it and then say only homeowners could vote when we know that in America there's not enough homes to house everybody? Because it's actually impossible for everybody to own a home.
Bro, this what I'm asking us to think about, right? Because it don't matter about you, really. Who gives a shit if you can vote or not? Who gives a shit if I could vote or not? The right people need to be able to vote. That's the plot.
Because I'm like, repeal the 19th. I'm like, okay, hold on.
That sounds ridiculous. What it sounds like is being pushed is put back, make the people who want to oppress everybody, just put them back in rulership and take everybody else's rights away. So who cares? They're poor. They can't afford a home, even though we monopolize businesses, even though we monopolize all of the economic things.
What is
And
a
we
right?
stand at the top and we smuggle out. We go place Walmarts and kill all local businesses. This is what we're allowed to do to let corporations like Amazon put fucking average people out of fucking business, even though we create a system like that. Then we're gonna say that even though we can't actually have the system that we have, if it's not built on the majority of people being broke or average earning, and then say, if you can't afford a home, newsflash, everybody can't afford a home because there's not enough homes. That's why we have apartments. That's why every time you go down underneath the bridge, you see homeless fucking people. It ain't even set up to find everybody a home. But only they can vote. That shit sounds dumb as hell. It really
doesn't sound dumb at all. It doesn't sound dumb at all.
Well,
I disagree.
So I just wanted to swing back to Yardy. When you said Victorian, you don't even have to go back to Victorian, because a lot of people, and this is what I'm concerned with, is we don't know history. Women could not have bank accounts until 1972. So when we're talking about women's rights, it's just like, I find it odd that the people are in power are still trying to find ways to take power away. Like, you run everything. You outnumber people. Even if all Black people voted, we don't have enough power to swing your elections. So at this point, it's beginning to seem, and I'm going back to white people, cruelty is the point. Y'all are cruel people. Y'all like to be evil, and it's unnecessary.
Why the moral claim on?
That's not true. Which, Tiff, you said that Black people have the power.
Let him answer. I'm not.
Hey,
This is the thing.
Tiff, let me get one real quick.
Yeah.
And I'm really trying to. I want y'all to walk this path, right? We kind of get derailed on little things. Josh don't give a fuck about how you feel. He don't care about morality. He care about the outcome.
Yeah.
Right? You saying evil don't matter to them. That's the part. And so there are constructs, to Yardy's earlier point that him and Uncle Jeff were kind of going back and forth, that we've seen work. The ideology may not be ours, but based on the society in which we live in, we see families, married people, be more successful for all races.
Yeah, regardless if you want to say it's European or whatever.
Yeah, that's what I just said, Yardy. You got to listen. That's what I just said. That's what I say. Even though we didn't originate the construct, right? And that's a conversation that I just don't want to have right now. What we're looking at is the society in which we are in, right? The construct that we've seen people be more successful and pass generational wealth down is through marriages, right? And they also own more houses. And then I'm listening to what Josh proposed. And I'm thinking about how serious do we take it? The conversation now lies beyond the violence that white males have exuded, but also the control that they potentially want to take back. They said white men fight back after they smoked Charlie Kirk. Fight back against who? Against what? It got to be everything.
Leftists. If you're a Dem, so there are roughly about 9 websites open right now that they're going through each county, grabbing voter registration for Democrat voters and publishing them with addresses and phone numbers.
For what reason?
Because the right is pissed off at the left, aka Democrats. Republicans are pissed off at Democrats and want a piece, I guess is how you would call it.
And that's another thing. That's that whole I think y'all are all sitting up here, all y'all Black people are sitting up here crazy, because guess what? Every time they see a nigga, they see a nigga. Y'all keep letting white people try to make it seem like, oh, it's not us. We're not the bad whites. It's the left. It's the right. It's all them niggas. It's evil. All of them. They're all devils. Left, right, left, right. It's the same quarter. The fuck. It's the same quarter. Heads or tails.
Okay. I need you
heads or tails on the same quarter.
Okay.
And every time you get the head, it say it's the tail. And every time you get the tail, it say it's the same quarter.
I think I understand what you're saying. Is it all right if I respond?
Well, I'd like to go. Let me respond to Josh, because we were going back and forth. So Josh, and I think Hemp made a very good point. The white men fight back. What are you fighting against? When you're winning, what are you fighting? You have the president.
Okay, so
go ahead.
So currently, the presidency means crap. Like, if you want to repeal,
you got
exactly,
the Supreme
right?
Court.
Yes,
you've got the Supreme Court. You've got the Congress. You've got all levels of government. You control. You have
the
racial
Republican
profiling that's available now. There
The
are all
Republican Party does not have enough seats to actually repeal a bill or repeal an amendment.
well,
Do
why
you
would
know
you
what it takes to repeal an amendment?
okay, but your president is running the country by executive orders. So
So he can basically write down a to-do list on a piece of paper. The next president that comes in here can reverse that instantly with another piece of paper.
But no, because again, the laws and the things that he's reversing are being signed and co-signed by the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court is so cold-blooded, they're doing it on a shadow docket. So even when the decisions are made, they're not even publishing the law or what it's referring to. So again, I'm asking, if it's stacked 6-3, you've got the Supreme Court, all three, what are you fighting back? What is
the left,
wrong?
aka Democrats, the left.
But
are you a registered Democrat? You are the enemy if that's the case.
I'm an independent.
Then you're just basically off to the side and don't matter to anybody.
Josh's point, most black people are registered Democrats. So now the black people are mostly registered Democrats. They're going to be enemy to whatever that other group is.
So
that is probably why. Hold on, Tiff. That is probably why a lot of those staffs was manipulated to paint black people a certain way, because black people has been the weapon and sword and shield of the Democratic left for past 60 years, almost a century.
And that
So
would
when Lyndon Johnson said, "I will have these Negroes voting for the next 100 years." So
well, it kind of explains why they're threatening HBCUs, because at the end of the day, you don't want to fight the left. Y'all want to fight people of color. You want to fight black folks. Like
that so happened to be a Democrat.
It's just like when 9/11 happened. When 9/11 happened, we went to war with Iraq.
Yeah,
it's like when 9/11 happened and Iraq had nothing to do with it. What the hell does black people have anything to do with another white man shooting another white man?
No, they don't. No, they don't. You just so happen to be a wrong voter Democrat.
I just told you, because you're part of a base.
It has nothing to do with it.
Yeah,
So
but you're part of a base.
I'll wrap it up. 1 second. Let me finish. Josh, because you're not going to make me believe if everybody black started voting Republican, y'all would create your own system. You would find a way to offshoot it, i.e., the Republican Party, the what do they call them? The rhinos are completely different. The Reagan Republicans are not MAGA. MAGA is an offshoot of the Federalists and the Tea Party. So even now, the Republicans that are there, the MAGAs, are completely different. So all I hear is you want to weaponize systems that people try to use for liberation, and you want to take them back. You don't want women to vote. You don't want. Okay.
Yes. Yeah. But we have to operate within the framework of what we have. Like basically, these are the set of tools in front of you. You can pick. You can select 1, 2, 3, or all of them. Whatever. Yes. What's wrong with weaponizing a system? What exactly is wrong with that?
I don't think. I think you should absolutely weaponize the system. I think that from where I sit, nothing works better for me. And when I say my people, I mean the GPS people, the good potato salad people.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the certain group of black folks.
I know what you mean.
Okay. For us, I think it is fantastic that you are weaponizing this. And I think what is also incredible is that the Democrats are weaponizing against you, because neither of you have ever been purely for us. Whenever it came time for something for us, when I say us, I don't mean minorities. I don't mean people with one leg longer than the other. I don't mean Mexicans or anybody other than the good potato salad people. Both sides agreed that you would look into it, and you've been looking into it for far, far too long. We've allowed you as oppressors to teach our children for far, far too long. I could not wait for whatever is happening next, so we can take our place in that, because I think that this fight between you is it's so caustic that it is the last thing that this country will be able to survive with all of the enemies that it has made, that is watching this infighting and waiting on the right Tuesday at 2:30 to say go. And when they do, all this shit y'all talking about finna be different.
Do you believe that infighting within a nation is uncommon?
No,
Yeah, but
I believe we're young. I believe we're young with it.
Can I answer him right quick? So, Josh, right? We've had 2 incidents in the past in our modern time. We've watched Donald Trump almost get get assassinated, and we just watched this person, this guy get assassinated. If you want to look at it objectively and asymmetrically, everybody's watching. Yeah, that our country does not respect freedom of speech that we claim that we have fought for over the years. Shout out to Uncle Jeff. Shout out to Aaron, who fought for that. And they're watching. If you go watch the movie Superman and the Red Sun, when he said Superman, what happened if Superman landed in the Ukraine? It was 2 ideals fighting. It's just based on the Cold War. 2 ideals fighting on who was the best country.
To be fair,
now, America is proving that we don't believe in the ideals that we say we uphold. If we're not going to now assassinate one person for freedom of speech and then assassinate another person or try to attempt on his life because of it, because he's
Wow.
Damn.
What's up, man? You know I'm live streaming, man, but salute to the panel. Salute to you, HAMP. Congratulations on 50,000, man. Onward and upward towards the light, man. Pretty soon it'll be 50 million. What's up, guys? What's up, Jeff? What's up, Iceman? What's up, Big Aaron? What's up, guys? Salute to you, man. I just want to call in real quick. I got about 5 minutes. I can hang on the panel.
Appreciate
I'm running the live right now.
Yeah, I know you live right now, man. I appreciate you hitting the link, good brother. You always grinding. You stream every day, huh?
I do, man. Yeah. I love it, man. My goal in life, man, is to have 1 billion people listen to me, man.
That's a lot of people. Anybody ever achieved that?
I beg your pardon?
Anybody ever achieved that?
I don't think so, bro. I mean, I don't know. I mean, considering the fact that a lot of the planet speaks different languages, that's pretty hard, man. Unless I learn Mandarin and shit,
Mandarin
or some Indian languages, that's a lot of human beings, man. 1 billion. How many English speakers are there? About 1 billion of us.
It got to be more than 1 billion, right?
It might be a little bit more. Yeah, yes.
I think with English being the language of commerce, I think a lot of people speak English just because you could probably conduct more business. Although I think it is transferring to like Mandarin, Spanish, right? Because
I might have to learn some Mandarin or something, man, to get to those numbers, man. But salute, man. What are you guys talking about?
1.5 billion speak it. 380 million as a first language.
Oh, okay.
So we were just.
I got this thing that may help you. They call them interpreters. So, like, if you speak English, your word gets out through ASL.
Yeah.
So you can reach that 1 billion people if you get it outside of English.
I'm thinking YouTube eventually will, and that's a great idea. But I'm thinking YouTube eventually will have some sort of like universal translator, like you're speaking, and then it automatically translates to whatever language.
It already does.
I think they already got that, or have that.
It does for the captions.
You
but
can
not,
do that.
I'm talking about like the audio. Like the audio will come.
No, you can do that with an Apple device.
Really? Okay, yeah.
No, he was saying YouTube specifically, but they do translate it to different languages, though, for sure.
Yeah.
There's actually a couple Indians that's like solicited it in my email box, like, "Hey, we can change this into Punjabi or whatever it was, whatever."
We could change your language to whatever language you want. Go ahead.
No, let me get your 2 cents. I know you got to go back to your stream.
No, I got some time, man. We have a kind of like a lax topic today.
Okay.
I got some time.
Well, we've been cooking up, and I want you and Aaron, because you guys haven't spoken yet. Essentially, we were looking at the FBI 2019 data, right? That chart that everybody always looks at.
Yeah.
You know which one I'm talking about, CZ?
The ones that the whites always go back to and say per capita. That one.
Yeah. And so
per capita.
We were assessing the column that says white, because we always go to the one that says black and skip over it. And we were looking at what I would deem violent crimes like rape, family abuse and all that other stuff, and how the overrepresentation is loud, but it seemingly gets glossed over. And it's always said that we're the most violent and etc. But when you look at those crimes, there's an overrepresentation for white people too. and we glossed over it. And then we looked at who killed Charlie Kirk. We looked at the last two guys who shot, I think it was New Hampshire and somewhere else, right? And then you constantly see it from Las Vegas to Buffalo to everywhere else. And we like, hey, let's baseline this conversation, right? Because it's always pointed out as like black people are so this, but when we look at the white people and you take the percentages out, is a lot of similar conduct, if not the exact same or worse.
Well, whites do constitute 70% of the U.S. population. So obviously those numbers, they're going to have a lot of numbers in terms of a cumulative amount. But I got to say this, though, Ham.
Sure.
Judging by those numbers, if our numbers were multiplied to the same percentage rate within the population, it'll be far greater than the whites, bro. Okay. And that's something I gotta agree with these hillbillies and rednecks about. I'm forced to agree with this. I have to, bro. I mean, if let's say, for example, man, some city, some hick city probably had about 50 murders, man, if that, which they don't even have that much. And they only have a population of, I don't know, let's say a million. But then you have a place like Chicago that has 700 murders, bro, or a place like Memphis that has about 500 in a smaller population. If you increase those numbers by, let's say, 3 times, bro, we're talking about 1,500 to 2,000. Or if you increase the overall population, man, we're talking about astronomical numbers, man. That's just based on I understand when the whites talk about per capita. Bro, I got to say this, Hamp, man.
Go ahead.
Hamp, God knows I love my people, man. We're violent, bro. We're violent. We're a violent race of people, man. We're violent, Hamp. So I get it, bro. A lot of things go underreported. I get it. People say, oh, those types of behaviors don't happen in the black community. Then how do you explain a lot of these people getting older saying that somebody did something to them when they were kids and this, that, and the other that just went underreported, bro? I just feel like a lot of times whites are more prone to tattletale, to turn your ass in far quicker than maybe somebody in the black race, man.
So that's his. All right. See, so hold it there. Now that's Chaotic's argument, right? Y'all heard what he said. I could bring up the data table. We can mine through it. Does anybody have a retort? Well, I want to ask Big Aaron first.
But Ham, before you do, real quick, Ham.
Yeah.
Portage County, Ohio had about, I think, 10 murders in like 12 years, something like that. Cuyahoga County, which has a majority black population or a larger black population, had, I think, 200 in 1 year. And the population is the same, right? It's like 1 million people in each county, maybe a little bit smaller in Portage County. I could be wrong. Just think about this for a minute. So if you increased it by 10, by 20, by 30, think about the numbers then. So we do commit a lot of crimes for a small population, man.
Okay. So it's mostly men, right? What do you think about rape? You think it's men predominantly?
Now, here goes my thing about grape. And God, please forgive me. I think 95%, I'm just throwing a number out, right? I think 95% of grapes are regrettable sex. Some chick got drunk. She's sleeping with somebody, woke up. She like, ugh. And then, something like that. I don't think men are in the back alley grabbing up chicks like, oh, gotcha. And then that's what they sell you in the media. But nah, I think most grapes are sort of like that. Like college kids getting, too drunk and then they blame the guy or something like that. I just don't, but men generally aren't going to just violently grape somebody. That doesn't make any sense to me. It just doesn't make any sense, man. And also considering the fact that women, when they go out, they're accompanied by somebody. They're, generally you don't see women just randomly walking around by themselves unless they're a strawberry or something. But
So can I ask CT?
Aaron, you're squinting your eyes. So
so Aaron's up. All right, so
strawberry.
All right, so Chaotic has laid out all his stuff, right? I have plenty of retorts, but I'm moderating. So Aaron, what you think?
I'm going to lean on what I always say: the culture and the fact that we don't take ourselves seriously. Yeah, I mean, I don't have a problem with violence. Hell, I'm a former United States Marine from in a highly specialized infantry unit. Violence is my middle name. Excuse me, dog. Get lost. Go. Pardon me. Greetings to the panel and congratulations to DJ Ham for 50,000 subscribers. First of all,
Yeah.
Right? Like the conversation is important, but let me not lose sight of my priorities here. So my apologies for that. But violence isn't the issue. It's the direction with which we point it. And with our culture, we exact violence for the sake of economic gain against one another for the most part. That's my issue. And we're the ones that have very little. We own very little that means anything. Our culture suggests we exact violence in pursuit of material things that depreciate. Right? We're not talking about actual gold that will appreciate in quantities that will be beneficial to us, but trinkets, dime store trinkets, fashion labels and shit. T-shirts made in China, marked up 1,200%. So that's my issue. We're pointing violence in the wrong direction. What direction do we need to point it at? We need to point it in the direction of people that have oppressed us, whatever direction that is. And the fact that we're leaning on current bipartisan politics to get the job done further exacerbates the point, because they're going to leverage us as the resource that we are, being the human resource, and our own greed to get the job done for them. Yes, I'm talking to you, Democratic Party, because what have you really done for us? Made a lot of empty promises, but have delivered them very little over the years. I mean, there's been a paradigm shift from the 60s when black people were actually Republican, right? But since then, what have you done? The narrative seems to have been all we have since the 60s, since the civil rights movement, is drugs and single-parent homes and the crack epidemic and all that. Well, how come the Democrats let that shit in our fucking communities? If we're voting for them so faithfully, why haven't we fallen under the umbrella of some sort of protection provided by the Democrats? Because it doesn't exist. There's no umbrella. But we want to shoot at each other on the streets. Culturally, we're fucked.
So you're saying white men and their conduct have nothing to do with it?
At this point in time, very little to do with it. Not saying they don't have anything to do with it. Their conduct has put us here, right? There's a cause and an effect. The cause is absolutely the conduct of the historical white establishment. And there are systemic remnants that are left that definitely don't help the issue, but it's nothing we can't overcome. I think the cultural damage we allow to persist and exist does more to keep us in the space that we are than the actual remnants and residue that continues to exist systemically. And I know that because we faced far more systemic and systematic racist practices and have covered way more ground post-Reconstruction, right? Point A to point B, we've smoked the planet. But all of a sudden, since the civil rights movement, we seem to have deployed a parachute out the back window. Either that or hit a wall. But at this point in time, we have enough momentum and enough gas in the tank to where we can accelerate ourselves. We did it before the parachute was deployed. Why can't we do it again? But we're not, because we're stuck on dime store trinkets. We're addicted to bullshit. And we don't take ourselves seriously. We don't treat one another with respect. Motherfuckers will go walk down the street and talk to each other like they don't mean anything, but catch themselves in a well-to-do white neighborhood. And it's all kinds of certain the best they can. So, try and straighten up. Oh man, put it down. Watch out. Look out for the cops and shit. How about look out for grandma? She's watching. But because she can't put the silver bracelets on your ass, you don't give a fuck. Because she can't take away your freedom or your life, you don't give a fuck. But she gave life to the person that gave life to you. So why don't you give a fuck? Can I say something, man? If it's okay,
Yeah.
I agree with majority of what Aaron said, but I get tired of this YouTube shit where people who act like they know about politics don't know shit about politics. I am so sick and tired of hearing about the Democratic Party because a lot of y'all was fucking kids when I was voting at 18. The Republican Party has always been designed to keep poor people poor. The Democratic Party has always tried to look out for the poor people. I don't know where they got messed up because one of the best economies we had was when Bill Clinton was in office in my lifetime. I'm 49. But everybody knows about politics and I'm an independent, I'm this. You know what? Y'all full of shit.
So 1994.
Hold up. I ain't done yet. Now you had your time. No, because I want you to research what I'm talking about. See, y'all like to do this bullshit when it comes to, this is left. This is wide right. You know what? It's Republican and Democrat. Either you with it or you not. Republicans have always been for the rich. That's it. Period, point blank. Just to put it plain. And the Democrats have always tried to look out for the poor. It is designed that way. Even now, Republicans are trying to kill out the middle class. What do you think that does? Only the 1% will survive in that. So everybody that's upper middle class and middle class, you will be having a tough time as well. That's all it is. It's placism and it's racism. But y'all don't as much knowledge and everything y'all claim y'all looked at. Go do your research for real.
I like to respond to that.
I like how
Democratic. Now you can do the Joe Biden. Hold up, nah, y'all done did. Y'all can do the Joe Biden and all of that shit. But look at how the economy was.
Nobody's been cussing the whole time, though, Mr. Will. Like nobody's cussing.
Don't worry about how he talk. As long as he's not cursing you,
because I'm so tired of hearing the same narrative when most of y'all don't even vote. Y'all don't even vote. Y'all know all about this politics. Y'all want to do this, but y'all don't even vote. You're not making a difference. You know what y'all do? This is a YouTube talking point. Go vote locally. That has nothing to do with the Senate. That has nothing to do with the president or anything. That's why we got a moron in there now. His first term, I've never seen so many Confederate flags in my life. That was when I was like 10 watching the Dukes of Hazzard. Now all of a sudden he gets his first run and I'm seeing Confederate. Hey, they just bold enough to just ride around with their flags and hanging out. They protest. No. See, y'all, no.
Mr. Will, you do know that black people were Republicans.
No, because black people are.
Real quick. Sherelle, what were you about to say?
I just find it crazy how this whole conversation was just exposing the propaganda that black people are more violent by showing factual stats that white men who are not 80%, so we're just gonna let Chaotic Truth throw that off, but of course that's what he does, right? They're not 80% of the country. No, they're not. They're around 60% in black, and white men are around 27%. Go look at your updated stats. They're very much declining on being the majority. But we were still talking about them at 27%, still actually committing the most crimes. We let rape get off as just girls lying on boys in college. No, the fuck it's not. No, it's not. That's very dismissive of an experience.
Absolutely.
Very, very disrespectful and dismissive. And that's what we do. When it's a white man, we want to be very, I understand racism because they gotta survive. I understand slavery because of this. I understand everything that they do because they're white. And then when it come down to black people, y'all about to sit here and fry, cook, and barbecue these niggas. Nigga, they're down.
They don't get a pass though. They don't get a pass.
I'm not talking to you, Mr. Williams.
Gonna take it off the white man so quick to run back and talk about the same shit that we already heard y'all say 10 million times about black people. We heard everything y'all got to say about black people. We know everything y'all don't like about niggas. We know.
But CT.
Wait. CT said they 80% of the population. Rape is a woman who just regret what she did, and y'all start talking about some other shit.
Exactly. Y'all just let it slide.
No,
that shit makes a zero fucking sense. zero.
CT,
Why does it? Wait.
And this is my question to CT. CT, if black people are so violent, so racist, so dangerous, and we're all of this, and white people are not, they love everybody, and they're so docile, it shouldn't be nothing for us to snap our fingers and go kill all them niggas tomorrow. But every time y'all talk race war, y'all talk about how we not gonna survive it. Why are we not gonna survive it when all of them docile? They don't know how to do nothing. We could just go over there and take over they shit. That's what white people do when they think that they better than people. They go over and take over some shit.
Is that a rhetorical question? Because I have an answer for it.
Jesus. Yeah, because that ain't happening. That shit ain't happening.
Yo, what exactly? But so how the fuck are y'all gonna talk about? No, it's really us. It's really us.
Nah, I'm crackers ain't.
Where what white neighborhoods do we go in and put poison in it?
This isn't funny, Josh. Don't laugh.
We don't even go in white neighborhoods to do crime.
She's talking to CT.
When the last time you caught a nigga in Beverly Hills breaking into cars?
Well, that again,
the white people don't know how to leave people alone.
Okay, why do you keep stopping? Why do you stop and then start again?
They've been fucking with everybody else since they came out the cave. Everybody left them in the cave. Nobody was going in the cave fucking with them. Ever since they got out the mountains, the Caucasus Mountains, these niggas been running around fucking with everybody else. They fuck with everybody on every continent. But y'all just got so many excuses for these people. It don't make no sense.
Okay, shit, bro.
It don't make no sense for y'all to have
She just turned it in a circle and shoot.
The Indians was over here at peace. Niggas was over there at peace. Niggas was just fucking they came over here destroying shit for no reason. Because that's just who they is.
She just on the merry-go-round.
Who does cannibalism? Why do we even know what cannibalism is? These people eat people.
Those is real bullets.
Talking about
Uncle Jeff.
But did you see?
They have a family who literally slept with everybody in the family and created a whole
lot
ice
of skater
insects.
just spinning real fast.
Some shit like that.
But you're letting chaotic off the hook. You're letting him off the hook because with this tangent that you just went on. With this tangent that you went off, you're letting them off the hook.
She didn't go on a tangent though.
She didn't go on a tangent. Literally, you just got here. Josh literally said, "Who cares if they shoot up a school? It's profitable. Who cares?" Literally the whole conversation is, I don't care. I have a strategy. If I have to kill, steal, and destroy, that is what I'm on. And all the other stuff that y'all are talking about, we don't give a damn. So we're going back and forth at each other's neck when this white man is literally sitting up here saying, I have my agenda, I have my orders, and I don't give a damn what you niggas do. And we finna sit up and box, and then you chaotic too. Got some goddamn rape is a choice. Like, I really tried to fall back as a rape survivor. I promise you, it wasn't regurgitable sex, and I guarantee you it was taken forcefully. And those stats that are reported, do you know how many people get raped and never reported?
And never fucking reported?
Completely underreported. Those stats are probably phenomenally lower. So
not to mention y'all leading in incest, not to mention they're leading in molestation. Why you gonna talk about this? The fact that y'all are leading in molestation. So let me guess, them 5-year-olds, they having sex and regretting it too. Cause you know who fuck 5-year-olds? White men.
We just
and then y'all be on that bullshit. Y'all letting Josh get off on that bullshit like white men just want a better place. There was only one person that white people have to kill to make it a better place. Them fucking selves. And if all of them decide to do that tomorrow, I'm pretty sure the world would go to a better direction. Because y'all did 6,000 years of fuck shit. It's y'all whole history. How your whole history of existing been nothing but murder, pillage, rape. That's your whole fucking since you got here.
What kind of history? A history
You're the devil.
No.
You're literally the devil. You are literally the devil. And I don't care. Shoot up the school. We don't care.
Uncle Jeff.
We don't care.
Uncle Jeff.
That sounds dumb as fuck.
Uncle Jeff.
Let him reply.
Somebody reply, cause.
Well, I think that y'all. Now this is what I'm gonna say. Y'all acting like she just went all over the place. I disagree.
No. I'm not saying she went all over the place.
Well, she was exact. It wasn't a merry-go-round, Uncle Jeff.
I'm sorry.
The shots were deliberate.
Okay, no, I'm not saying the shots were the shots were deliberate.
Okay.
The shots were accurate.
Mm.
The shots were out of time. The shots are the shots she fired are the very reason that there's no such thing as 2 p.m. in the Marine Corps. There is 0200 and 1400. So you don't unnecessarily drop a bomb or attack 12 hours early or late. It's not about whether she was right. It's not about whether we agree on it. What it was a pickles and mayonnaise and peanut butter and soup sandwich. I like them all. Just right now together at this funeral? No. No one said she was wrong about any of it. The point is, it's almost like when I speak with women, I always say a woman will answer your question, just not first. You're gonna get a bunch of other shit. Your question's in there, your answer's in there, but that's not first. So this was a lot of stuff that I agree with. I just think it was the wrong approach, and she was right about this. That you cats let Josh off the hook a lot. You do. I agree with her there.
Well, that's the thing. Here's the thing. Here's the issue. Everybody's sitting up here, and if there was a hook he was left off, why didn't you, whomever thought he was left on the hook, put him back on it?
Because I was being courteous and waiting my turn.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because we've been talking for a while. Even there was times where I was doing additional things outside of the stream, and people were conversing, but not about, I guess, letting Josh off the hook, apparently. What I also saw was after CT finished, Aaron addressed something that he heard previously, which is fine. However, when Sherelle brought it back to what the actual topic was about, I don't see it as bad timing. So that's what I'm kind of more focused on. Even when Mr. Williams started talking, he started talking about the other thing that Aaron was talking about, but CT addressed the topic directly and nobody addressed him directly. So when it was Sherelle's turn, she finally did.
I'm going to agree with you because I'm high. That was a lot of terminology.
No, I mean, I personally think that she kind of let him off the hook by like hitting him that hard because he said some bullshit, and it was like a good Jedi mind trick.
Please, they don't need you to fight for them. Like, do you understand? You're about to say, "Oh, she hit him too hard." No,
no.
No, she did not. That's a whole white man. He don't need you. And then
that's not what he was saying.
That's not what I'm talking.
That's not what
That's not what I'm talking about. That's not what I'm talking about.
All right, let's do this. Let me do this real quick. Triple Black, finish your thoughts so that we understand exactly what you're talking about.
No, what I'm saying, Chaotic Truth was talking about the crime rates, right? He was trying to compare was it 20-some thousand murders to about 150 rapes, and he was like, well, if you time those numbers, it's going to show that black people are way more violent, and it's just simply not true. You know what I'm saying? Murder is not. I mean, it's a violent crime, but also rape, domestic violence, and all those things. You got to put those things in the fucking number too. And then if you look at those type of crimes, white people are just as proportionately doing those crimes as
representation.
Yes.
Way more. Not even just.
He's taking that murder number, right? He's taking that number.
Hold on. Let him finish the point.
He's taking that murder number and conflating it to everything. You know what I'm saying? And not taking all those 200-some thousand other crimes that white people have a disproportionate amount of versus black people.
Yeah.
And he just got away with it.
Yeah. So he's saying disproportionate amount and disproportionate representation, as is the murder stat used in arrests. So that's a reply along with Sherelle's reply, right? Triple Black was just more exact about the numbers that were used to kind of skirt the question I had, what I had told him.
Yeah, Josh himself said if you go through a sex offender registry, right? Like if you got 10 people on there, about 8 to 9 of them are going to be white. Look at that proportion. That's crazy.
I got a question. There's two questions.
Now I know when CT doing that off to the side look, he only listened about 60% of what was said. I know that by now. Yep.
That's
See,
nice.
Told you. Go ahead, Aaron. I know this nigga. I know he was halfway listening.
You can't even say you lied.
That's a nice mic, CT. Who is that?
Thank you so much, AKG.
Go ahead,
Let's
Aaron.
let's say we concede to the stats, and let's say we place blame appropriately and all that sort of thing. So these crimes that are being committed, who do they hurt? The crimes that the white man's committing and is known for committing, and the crimes that black men are known for committing, who are they hurting? Who's the primary victim in those crimes?
Whoever's in proximity. Whoever's in proximity.
Yeah. What it be when you look at the crime specifically, black men, if you're talking about the murder rates, are killing black men majority wise, and then women and children are being raped and molested.
Right. And what women and children?
It's presumably based on the marriage and all that, white women and children.
Okay, so how does it benefit us to highlight the crime stats of white men that are affecting their community? And how does it benefit us to reduce the awareness of crime stats that are hurting our community? What's the strategy there?
Okay, so this is great because this is actually what the show was talking about. Why is it beneficial for white Republicans to keep talking about black issues, right? When y'all don't have an issue, y'all don't have an issue with that. Somebody up here said, "Why should wait?" No,
I have to stop
Uncle Jeff, I know how to articulate my. I didn't stop y'all, bro. I let y'all rock out for 3 hours and didn't say nothing.
Here's why. You're answering a question with a question. That is disingenuous.
All right. And let me be disingenuous. Since everybody else, the white man can do whatever he want to do. Let me be disingenuous. Y'all let Josh be disingenuous for 7 hours.
I don't think.
Like I said,
I'm gonna talk while you're talking.
That's what the conversation is about.
Once upon a time, not long ago,
somebody said the
when
propaganda.
People walk pajamas and live life slow.
I promise you, we're gonna go all day with this.
Laws, rules, and justice.
And let's just let you know the bounties is on, and I can't be kicked off this bitch.
Look here.
So I want you to understand. I bet you I get what I got to say.
So here's what we want to do.
Y'all honestly let the white boys sit up here and say bullshit, but I can't get my shit off. That's the fuck. Yes, y'all is the niggas who want to talk about shit. Who be the
here's what we want to do. Here's what we want to do. Sherelle, listen to me. All right. So, regardless of how a question being answered, I'm going to allow it until I get that same sentiment. All right. Go ahead, Sherelle.
Real quick, guys. I'll be back in 15 minutes.
Keep trying to figure out why do white people get to do it. Somebody said, why should propaganda be true? Nobody said propaganda needs to be true or have facts. Propaganda needs to be checked. And that's what we're checking. Don't put us at the face of fucking violence. But when your stats, the same people who want to say that we're the face of violence, your own stats say, no, you actually commit the most crime. So guess what? We can work with our issues, but don't try to throw extra shit on us. If you made a mess in your room, you want to clean your mess up. You don't want to go clean your brother room, your cousin room, and the neighbor's room, and the people across the street. Boy, fuck you. We're going to work on what we got to work on, so we don't need you extra dumping shit over here. Because yes, it's a reason why they have propaganda to try to make it seem like, oh, we're the worst things ever in history, while they're being the worst things ever in fucking history. So both are very prevalent. For us to focus on what we need to do and to remind them who the fuck they is while they keep trying to look down on us. Do you know who the fuck you are and your ancestors from the inception of you motherfuckers being on the planet? Please don't be looking down on nobody.
That's good right there.
Everywhere you at is because of murder and rape.
Close it.
I'm confused. Who is she? Who is the accusation levied at?
Not you. Hold on for 1 second, Josh. So, Aaron, so I know you consumed her answer, right? But just because it's 400 people, there's propaganda out there, right? That is constantly pushed by people that don't look like us, right? They make sure to prop up the worst of us, even though that's a nominal number of us, right? That are doing violent crimes. So now, in order to properly reset, you have to highlight, well, in fact, there's a disparity here also, but you don't see it being propagandized in the same way, right? So you give people understanding accurately to assess the numbers in totality, and now we have a real conversation about violence, not just a propagandized conversation about violence.
That assumes that their opinion of us matters.
What do you mean? Well, so here's the thing. You know it matters. As an example, when the people were trying to sell their house, right? And they knew it was a black family's house, the house was considered to be $100,000 less than what it was worth. When they put a white family in the house, right? Then it was the value was exponentially increased. So even though it doesn't matter to you and me because we beat the system and the odds, the fact that things like that happens let us know that the opinion of us matters.
Yes, Mr. Miyagi say best defense, no be there. What better way to shape propaganda than to not embody it?
But hold
on, Triple Black. Okay. Y'all can see him and I are conversing, right?
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry.
Right. No, it's okay. I just want y'all to realize that, right? Real quick. Right. Say it one more time, Aaron. Sorry. My battery died.
Miyagi say best defense, no be there. What better way to reduce or eliminate or defeat the propaganda than to not embody it?
Understood. Now, is that how propaganda works?
Yes, because there has to be some sort of evidence to support propaganda in order for it to work.
Yes, there's evidence, right? But we understand it's the minority of us, right? So to my question, I'll just answer it. That's not how propaganda works because the minority are being highlighted. And so when they see a black man, you are that black man because of propaganda, whether or not you like it. And whether or not you exude it. Now, if they give you an opportunity to talk and etc., now you may be able to change the stereotype they thought about you. But if you don't get that opportunity, then what? Because of propaganda.
Right. So these minorities are across the board. That is a relative component to the population, the people that are committing the crime relative to the population. You know, even on the other side of the tracks with the propaganda, if you were to correctly assign the amount of crimes that the white man's committing, you make the same argument. It's still the minority of white men.
Understood. But like you said, Aaron, and this is how you defeat propaganda, by bringing understanding that it's the same across the board. Right now, it's painted as it's only us or primarily us. So when you have the conversation in totality, now people understand that this is a subset of people. Josh said, and I agree, and him and Mr. Fantastic, about 4 or 5% of the population, yet and still being depicted as such. But it actually proves that all people in that 4 or 5%, and they look white and they look black, have this conduct. So stop saying it's just black people.
Understood, and I agree. Now, my last, I don't want to say last question because I don't know but my question then would be, where is it more efficient to put your energy, or most of your energy, right, in actually solving the issue, or in the back and forth, the tit for tat? Let's just call it for that, for the sake of argument, to make it efficient. There's tit for tat, and then solving the issue.
Let me add. Okay, now this is why, answering a question with a question, the presumption that is disingenuous. I push back against that a little bit, Uncle Jeff. Aaron, what do we talk about on the HQ every time we get a chance?
What do you mean?
What demographic of people?
The conduct of black men or white men?
Yeah, the conduct of black men, black women, primarily, right?
Yeah,
so indeed. So in fact, we addressed the issue overwhelmingly. Right. I was looking at several different things that came across my timeline. As you know, I get a whole lot of stuff, and I realized, damn, these stats were being said incorrectly, including me. I only looked at the black column, and I ignored the fact that they were arrests. I ignored the fact that it was 57% exonerations were black men. I ignored all those facts. So now I said, damn, they shot up this fish market. They shot up the Buffalo. They shot Charlie Kirk in his neck. I said, we need to assess this demographic because there's a stereotype of those men that seemingly continues to rear its head. So now we're having a conversation, and then Josh's his prescriptions almost verify that demographic. So now if we never would have had that conversation, what happens? That's why I deem it valuable, so we can properly baseline the conversation about violence for real.
All right, so this might close the debate between us then.
Okay.
So what do you say?
No, I say yeah. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. So I will agree. that it is sound advice to be more aware of the stats of your opponent, so to speak, right? Of what's happening across the tracks. And if what we're saying is we want to know those stats for the sake of educating ourselves, so we are aware of the landscape, fine. It just sounded tit for tat at first, but to address what you said before that about how much we discuss the behavior of black men on the panel and black on this panel, yes, but I don't see that in the culture. And that's one reason why I enjoy being on this panel, is to promote that awareness of our own behavior in the culture more so than it already is. But again, I will concede to the fact that it is beneficial to be more educated on what your opposition is doing.
Mm-hmm. That's what it is, and well, I think Aaron and I had a good back and forth. So I know Triple Black wanted to chime in. I'm sure Uncle Jeff has something to say, Josh, etc. So I think we understand each other, right?
Yeah.
The reason why I'm so pointed because this is the topic of conversation today, and we kind of keep on moving past the plot.
No, I appreciate the accuracy of the dialogue. You know what I mean? And so, yeah, I mean, I'm with it.
No doubt. I think Triple Black, Uncle Jeff, Josh wanted to say something.
Yeah, I wanted to say something because he actually, Josh, I mean,
right back.
Very candid about him embracing the fact that they're violent, and he likes. I guess you embrace that you guys are violent. Do you think you are the exception to the rule, or do you think most white men, deep down inside, embrace the fact that they are violent?
I hold an authoritarian position. Well, yeah, I hold an authoritarian position, which is basically like calling somebody a fascist, just minus one step down from it. It's basically like the guy with the boot is effectively what it is. We are a fringe group. However, politically speaking, I guess this is where the moral standards that are being prescribed, right, that's actually a majority group of the right wing. It's just I'm the fringe group that actually proposes the idea that violence is the ultimate solution.
So you don't think that they see themselves as violent?
No. The vast majority of moderates, both on the left and the right, not particularly violent. They're just a lot of talking. But that's majority of population, right? It's just the voter base would be reflective of that.
Josh, you say that, but if we've gone back and forth, but based on I feel like we're having a circular conversation. I almost feel like just own it. Like we've literally talked about. Right now in America, you have the presidency. The Supreme Court is 6-3. You have all of the branches. You outnumber people. The 300K jobs that were lost for Black women, 364K white men are working. Everything is working for you, and you still want to be violent because you're violent people.
Because it's not enough to affect any type of bill reversal. You need a lot more seats. We don't have enough. The Republican Party is not the dominant party within the United States to be able to hold enough seats.
Majority.
No, ma'am. Not. You can be 51%. Yes, that's the majority. It's not enough seats to affect any legislative change.
So if you're 51% and you only need 8 people to flip because you need 60,
you need 3/4.
But
you need 3/4.
You need 60 votes to pass certain laws in Senate. If you're 51, then you need
not passing laws, reversing.
So I do not understand why y'all find it so hard to work with people.
Because we're not trying to promote new laws. We're trying to reverse old ones. Meaning, so like your right
to bring us back.
Your right to vote, we want to throw it out. To do that, you need 3/4. That's 3/4 of House, 3/4 of Senate. It's not a small number.
Is it rational to believe that you're going to get this nationalist
probably?
Utopia,
it's
like
probably
this
not
nationalist
going to
utopia
happen, no.
where women can't vote and you get all these damn things? You think it's really like realistic this will ever fucking happen?
It will happen. It will not happen in the next 45 years. The reason it will happen is because 2 bills have already been proposed. They just got taken out by, they got voted out by the House chair, which is always the case, right? But somebody did propose them. I can send links in the back chat if you need. But it's not like it's never been done before. It just doesn't get enough traction. Not going to for the next 45 years, probably the case.
I got one question. This is just a clarifying question. So I know what when you said your right to vote, you were speaking to Tiff. You want to throw that out.
Women.
Okay, all right.
But
Yeah,
and he also said
I
he
just wanted to
took
make the
it so far as
distinction.
to say no, he's fine with men, and then he went and he said property owners. So even in that sense, because you don't have a lot of people that own property, essentially there's only going to be a certain amount of people that can be in the voting class.
Correct. Yes. Yes.
Let me ask you this: do you think currently active service members and veterans should be able to vote even if they don't own property?
No.
You don't believe that currently serving active duty military should vote for the people that determine the fate of their
Same reason why I wouldn't grant that such a vote to police officers, firemen, whatever. You either own property or you don't. But that would be the standard that is ultimately being shot for.
Firemen and police are public servants internally.
No public service. Not even defense service. No.
Not even defense.
I think you're trolling us at this point because you said you wanted stuff roll back. When was America ever fascist?
It was.
When was America ever fascist?
Fascist? Never that I'm aware of. Never that I'm aware of.
But you said you wanted things to roll back. I mean, it sounds like you want a fascist society.
No, it's an authoritarian position.
Okay,
authoritarian.
So
that part. Hey, Josh, real quick, I don't have no time.
What's up, Sean?
Violence. You say violence by who and against who?
Well, so for right now, the stance would be violence against the right toward the left.
How would you determine who's on the left?
Voter registration would be the starting point. Basically, if you're a Democrat or if you're a registered Democrat, you'd basically be on the list. There's currently already several websites that are actually publishing names and addresses of such registered voters.
Who enacts this violence?
I don't know. See, I'm not even so. I don't honestly believe that we would get to that point. We thought it might pop off with Kirk, but to be honest with you, it doesn't get enough leeway, right? Like you're talking about like school shootings, fine, no problem, right? But you need somebody on the left to take a hit like Kirk did, right? You have to feed that flame. There's not enough
going door to door. Hold on.
Hey, hold on, Mr.
Hold on. Door to door on.
Let me finish talking because y'all didn't ask these questions before I got up here.
Well, so see,
look,
I didn't go, but I want to know that.
Hold on, because y'all
just let him go, Mr. Will. Let him.
Sean,
did you speak?
About other shit, and it's boring hearing y'all talk about other shit. Hey, so Josh, is a race war gonna be a part of that?
I don't know. I guess if you classified like the dominant voting bloc of the black community being probably 90% Democrats, could be classified that way.
Would you say that the people that you're saying are going to or need to enact the violence would see it as if, yeah, let's get these black people?
Yeah, there would be. There's within the extreme right, there are a group called ethno-nationals. They would definitely be involved with that. Like that would be a goal that they would want.
Okay, so people with dumb fucking hats on, like Chaotic Truth, would he be safe because he has a dumb fucking red hat on? I'm serious.
Would he be what? He'd be safe because
would he be safe from those people?
He would be safe because he's Republican registered from us right now. There's just as much a far left extreme group, right? They would basically come after us.
No, you just said
from us, yes.
You said the far right. What did you call them?
Ethno-nationals are basically like social nationalists, not Yahtzees. Yahtzees. That's the word I'm using.
Great. So they wouldn't see his chocolate skin and look at that dumb fucking red hat and put a bullet in it?
Mostly right now, nobody would care because he's basically useful.
but
he's
right.
useful.
So look. So what if 100,000 of us put them red hats? How do you delineate? Because we're talking about war.
Yeah, voter registration is the first line. I don't know past that point.
But you would agree that most of the people, or a great amount of the people that would be on your side, would be people that say fuck them niggas, that hate niggas, right?
I believe there's a huge racist group on our side. Yes,
exactly. So why would we even assume that they would delineate?
I don't know that, right? Because there's multiple groups on the right.
So what we know is that they won't, and that they go knock his fucking block off too. You know what I'm saying?
They could, like, it could be the case. I don't know that.
Oh, okay. Hey, well, Josh, you may be a nice guy, man, but you know, if it kicks off, man, you know, we got.
Yes, that's how it works. We've all agreed to this point,
pick
right?
a side, man. Pick a side and stay there.
Yes, sir.
Hey, look, y'all stop asking these goofy fucking questions, man, and ask some manly questions. You stop getting mad at Sherelle when she asks the manly fucking questions, man.
Oh, Sean.
Damn. Damn.
Dun, 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 dun. He
He called you useful though, like that's nuts. Like, so you really feel like the Black Republicans, like, legitimately, y'all, you're seeing them as a tool, like they're being used.
Ma'am,
that's how you call it.
Everybody with two legs as a tool.
That's how you call a person a Sambo without actually calling them a Sambo.
Yeah, if you're human and have two legs, I consider you to be a tool. You're useful for something. What you're useful for, I don't know. In CT's case, CT technically really damn good at riling up the right and getting them going, right? Like, this fucker's good at what he does. Like, he's really good at what he does. I hate to say it, but I mean, it's effective. It works.
So I don't think you're the minority. I think more white men, and I think, frankly, more white women think like you. I think you're just bold enough to say it out loud. I think that you represent the majority of white people.
I wish that was true.
If it weren't true, again, the things that are being walked back, the things that you're saying as far as the 19th, the 13th, these aren't foreign ideas. These are not things that we have.
He didn't say the 13th.
No, but I'm just saying, when one person said the 13th, right? He said the 19th. Y'all are thinking bigger in a different way, to where it's like, oh, you know what? We, like, literally, when you say a person is playing chess and somebody else is playing checkers, y'all are playing chess, and we better get on the checkerboard, because the way you're thinking is complete, like, it's so nuanced, novice to me, but you can't be like a sheep or a deer. Like, you really got to realize y'all really own this shit.
That's exactly what HAMP just said. That's what HAMP has been saying 10 times over
the whole time. That's why Sean was upset, because I'm like, yo, like, y'all asking Josh knows better and don't know no better. Damn. He gonna answer the questions. Know what I'm saying? And it's a microcosm into the macro picture. And that's why Sean came up here with what you know what I mean? Perturbed.
Well,
you know what CT gonna do?
We've been up here 8 hours. So we started off this way, and like you said, the conversation's kind of going all over. But in my mind, I'm just like, I think the thing that's bothering me the most is like the defense of, why can't we hear what this white man is saying and really like tune the hell in? Because every time he says something, specifically if somebody talks about white men and their violence, the name of it is Caucasian problem. We started off talking about the 5 mass shootings that happened this weekend within a 24-hour span. We talked about them going into churches, and this man said, I don't care. It's profitable. But we want to be polite.
Yo, the another thing is, though, right? You're talking about this porn shit. Hold the mirror up. Because we had to fight tooth and nail over that twerking shit at a fucking Democratic rally, too.
Oh, yeah, that was wild.
Fought you.
No, you didn't. Because you didn't. Just remember when I told you.
No, I forgot who I was talking. I understand that the jokes be going too far, right?
Cut it out. No,
I don't want to get derailed on the joke. Never mind. I retract the joke, because there's a whole lot of shit I had to fight you on that I shouldn't have had to. But here's the point, though. Here's the point, right? Yo, this pawn shit that Josh is saying, he used the word tool. That's exactly what he means, but he's using it as literally this person is useful.
Right.
But also we understand the connotation when you call a person a tool, especially a black person, right? Now, here's the thing. That ain't no different than what's the liberal side called?
The
Those
Democrats.
are the left, right? What's the right?
Democrats,
Left.
leftists.
But the left do that shit to y'all all day long. Cause
No,
niggas ain't got shit yet from voting for them.
And I can agree, which is why.
But here's the thing, Tiff. They don't say it to you. Josh, smart enough and dumb enough to say the shit. To mean it and not, and I don't mean he dumb. He not, but he don't got no filter. That's what I mean.
Well, you know what, Hamp, it's not even that, because if we go back to Joe Biden, he said, if you don't vote for me, you're not black.
Ooh,
And
no, it is exactly that though. Why it is exactly that, Tiff. It's not even that. It's exactly that though.
But they're saying it to us too. We're not listening. If you don't vote for me, you're not black. Kamala, are you going to do anything? I'm not going to do anything specifically for black people. Like, she was offended when the question came.
I know, but here's the thing though. We had these conversations and nobody never said that until Josh said tool to UCT, and now we all like, well, he called you a tool. Well, he said if you wouldn't vote, you ain't black. Why didn't I hear that sentiment before?
I didn't vote for Biden.
The what he said though.
I hear you and I get it. I'm just like, I cannot.
Did you say Kamala said something similar to?
She said, if you, Kamala, let me tell you the two things that she did that pissed me the fuck off.
It's fine. I'm asking you, did she say something similar? Yes or no? Just real quick, yes or no? Real quick, yes or no?
I'm not doing anything specifically.
Now, question is, did you vote for her after she said it?
I did not.
Oh, you didn't vote for Kamala?
No, I did not. I vote down ticket.
Biden.
I didn't have to vote for either one of those idiots.
Okay, fair.
Josh, I want to ask you this one thing though. Like,
yes, sir.
You talking about the fact that they would get our information and think they wouldn't get a hole blown in their ass? Like
your voter registration is already a matter of public record. It's just
I
trying
know
to basically it's just trying to basically put it in one list because you basically got one list for every county. So people try to do it. It's already available publicly. We're just trying to consolidate it down.
And black people are violent. Damn, that's crazy.
If you're trying to eliminate a party, a political
Black
party,
people are violent.
Really close to communism.
They're about
yes.
to wipe out half of each other over politics.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because the first person who's going to go left and right are white people. Y'all are going to definitely wipe out.
Let me do this.
Yeah,
Let me get Aaron in. Really, let me get Aaron in and then CT.
We'll kill each other.
if your goal is to eliminate a party on which the population would vote, but you want to maintain votership, who else you gonna vote for if not for the one party? It's starting to inch its way towards monarchy.
No, theocracy. Or at least my direction is theocracy. There are other people that generally will go monarchy.
Okay, so in a theocracy, who are you voting for if there's only one party and one?
No, sir, you won't vote.
Right. So what's the purpose in saying is you want to repeal you want to have voter if the ability to vote is only given to people who own property, why even have the ability to vote if there's no reason to vote?
In that concept, there's going to be some form of taxation. There always has to be one. That's basically a local, basically say county or state, at highest at state. But when you're talking about national assembly or anything like that, no, there isn't. It would be a theocracy. It'd be a small board of a group of people that just basically say, this is what the Bible says. These are the laws. Do it or die, one or the other.
This sounds mighty Roman.
But you're an atheist, though. Didn't you say you were an atheist?
Yes, an atheist talking about theocracy.
What the fuck are you talking about the Bible for if you're an atheist? I don't.
Because effectively speaking, within the Christian nationalism, the idea, the promotion, the rules being promoted are Mosaic law.
He's gonna get more buy-in, Aaron. As if he gets Christian white people, like let's look.
So what
at
you
why
saying is you white
part-
people are way more retarded than what we really do.
Why do you think that Christianity in itself would be either
Because
passive or
if y'all don't believe
retarded?
in the Bible, but you're going by Bible principles, that means
You don't. You don't have to agree, or you don't have to hold faith into a thing, like into an idea. I don't believe in Santa Claus, but I buy Christmas gifts for nieces and nephews, aunts and uncles, right? But I don't believe in Santa Claus. We do this stuff all the time. It is irrelevant.
Celebrating Christmas as Jesus'
It is irrelevant whether God exists or doesn't exist to bring in Christian rule. You don't need it. You absolutely don't need faith to agree with the prescription.
Shit I've ever heard in my life.
I can't wait to hear the amount of buck dancing that chaotic truth about to do on the behalf of this white man. I can't wait.
Ham, do you mind if I ask the two ladies just 3 initial questions?
Damn.
No, go ahead.
And these are just pretty much solid answers. Tiff, Sherelle, sweetheart, can you name me the black equivalent to Maersk?
To who?
Okay.
No. I didn't say what you're saying.
Oh, Maersk. Okay. Can you name the black equivalent to KPMG? Sherelle, Tiff, can you do that for me, sweetheart? Okay. How about this? Better yet, I'll make it easy for you. Can you give me any black steel company?
No.
Sherelle?
I don't study white people.
Okay.
What are you? Well, you're asking.
I've been waiting to speak, Ham. So, do you mind if I get like 2 minutes? Just 2. You tell me when to stop. Our society runs on industry and systems.
Okay.
The only reason why you two ladies are on the panel is because of the benevolence of what men have done, particularly the white men. Women don't create anything. Women don't manage any systems. If it were up to me, none of you would be able to vote. In fact, if it were up to me, most blacks wouldn't be able to vote. Voting should be for patriots, particularly those who have served and or owners of land, like it was originally intended. I'm not finished yet. Let me finish, sweethearts. The best thing to do is to align yourself with whites. It was the whites, no, not Josh, but it was the whites who founded the Western Hemisphere, the same hemisphere that you two and you guys on the panel benefit off of. When a system like the Western Hemisphere collapses, you are going to get a very barbaric planet. You are going to get the Arabs and their Islam. And you see what their Islam is about in their countries. You are going to get what's going on in Pakistan and India. You are going to get what happened in China. Look at how the Chinese treat the Uyghurs right now. Yeah, Josh might be a white nationalist. But do you want to live under black nationalism now? Why not go to Africa? There are 54 black nationalist states right now. There are places in Africa right now where you probably won't even find 5 white people in the country. You guys want white people to like you. They don't have to like you.
What are you?
I don't. Oh, I thought I could talk. Hamp, I was quiet. Was I not quiet? Let me finish. There will be no race war. You blacks have no submarines. You have no fighter jets. You make nothing in defense. That's our fault as black men. Our ancestors weren't intelligent enough to make weapons on that scale. Now, they made little bows and arrows and little spears. But the reality in which we live in, ma'ams, is that we live in a global system here. Maersk is a cargo shipping company. You got most black men. Hamp, you know Jay Prince. The nigga on my panel the other day said,
CT.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Okay. Black men won't even travel across the Atlantic and be on a boat for 45 days without going to any other port because we can't handle not having sex. Man, we don't have it as a race. If we did, we wouldn't be in this position. This guy that got on the panel, which is my fraternity brother, think about how absurd this is. Me and him are wearing the white man's letters on our chest. Nobody wants to talk about that. Nobody wants to talk about our entire lives are based around white proximity, voluntarily speaking. Sherelle, Tiff, I'm not picking on you two. I'm only talking to you two because you guys are victims of what the men are doing. You're not even speaking a black language. How are you going to be able to communicate in any race war using their language? How are you going to be able to communicate and you're speaking their tongue? You can't even communicate in your own tongue. Ma'am, we've lost. The best thing to do, and I'm going to land a plane here, make these people your allies because these are your only allies. Those Arabs, they don't believe in diversity and inclusion. They don't believe in what you talking about. Truth be told, Tiff and Sherelle, they'll have both of y'all black out. You can smirk all you want. You can smirk all you want. But those violent savages would have your asses covered up and you wouldn't muster up a word. I'm not pointing at y'all in a mean way, but y'all won't muster up a word to them. Those Chinese, those Orientals, they don't have a concept of anything other than being homogenous. So you guys can keep playing this game you want, but it was the white man. It was the white man that ended the longest horrific institution known to man, which is slavery. Slavery still goes on in the Middle East right now. It still goes on in China right now. Roll your eyes all you want. But see, the thing is that you have the luxury of not knowing this shit. This guy right here, Aaron, he knows the reality of man because he served in the military. See, y'all don't know the reality and how cruel and evil and vicious men can really be when systems fail. So you should pray to God. You should pray to God that people like Josh, who's a lower, and no offense to you, Josh, he's a lower kind of white guy. But I'm not talking about Josh in a bad way. He's not the elite white man. But you should really want to ally with a Josh. Because you don't want to ally with Muhammad. You don't want, okay. Hold on. You don't want Tyrone to be in power because systems wouldn't even work. That's all I got to say. Thank you so much, guys.
I got a question. Why did you only address the women? And in the same way, you kind of patronized us by saying, well, basically, if I cut through the bullshit, that Black men historically are weak and stupid and inferior to white men. So we should be grateful for the white man and actually become allies with the white man because our own men are too inferior and stupid to actually run the world in a proper way. So we should actually just be grateful.
So you want me to answer your question? Because, C. Banter with the $5 super chat. This man got this shit off with no interruptions, laughter, and over dramatics. Hashtag whenever you're ready. Sherelle, Victor Olympus with the $2 super chat and the membership. Useful idiot. Sherelle, I'm going to be blunt with you. Just like Aaron with the $2 super chat. Y'all need to watch the movie Bushwick.
No, the fuck you don't.
Real says, pick the crime. If we are above 13%, it's a problem. Aaron with the $2 super chat. We have to stop saying that it's just white people.
Okay.
C. Banter, salute to you with the $5 super chat. They really are up here doing this. She never interrupted, never disrespected, is on the topic and waited. I get it. Hashtag whenever you're ready. Laugh out loud. Wow, Joseph with the $2 super chat. Sherelle got the Malcolm Jean, y'all, Martin. Wow. Says Sherelle dropped the mic and picked up some Cheetos. Congrats on 50,000. You going all day, way up. Damn, look at that. See, Banter with the $20 super chat. Not gonna lie, Sherelle, I get it. It was only HAMP that didn't interrupt. The rest didn't listen. Disregard, uninterrupted, and laughed. I get it. Fam, laugh out loud, bruh. Only one on topic, but you crazy or wrong. I get it. Wow, Aaron with the $2 super chat. It is Sherelle's show. She said, give me the mic back. in night skin, light skin, nay, with the 15-month super chat. Look at you, blue vein society. Wow, Aaron with the $2 super chat. Black women, we ain't shit. Go get your Josh. White man, love y'all. Victim Olympic says, are y'all being willfully obtuse? Great way. Wow, Aaron with the $5 super chat. I feel, and I'm saying feel HAMP voice. They only gave everyone rights like voting to prove that everyone shouldn't have the right. New World Order. Reaper's Rail with the $10 super chat. If you pay taxes, you should be able to vote. I can agree with that. Simple as that. And with BlackRock growing control over the U.S. real estate, which they are, our voting people process will be owned by corporation, essentially by your premise. Now, that's the New World Order. And Aaron with the $2 super chat. If you vote in 2028, you want 2053 to happen. Damn, look at that, HAMP. Reaper with the $10 super chat. Salute to HAMP for bringing his former cellmate, Josh, to come speak to us about race relations. This is like Ed Norton and the guy in Guy Tory in Americana History X. The fuck is going on today? Get the likes up, guys. Victim Olympics with the 13-month membership. Y'all literally found a way to put black women in the conversation about on SYSBW.
Save yourself, black women.
White on white.
Jalen with the $20 super chat. Congrats on
I started that.
Josh, if the relationship wasn't forced, would you still feel the same, Josh? Okay, John with the $5 super chat. My man never saw HAMP in person. He might be 5'5", but he built like a bull, though.
Now, why would
Aaron
you
with
say
the
he's
$2
taller
super
than what
chat.
he really is? 5'5"?
Bro hit 50,000. Here come the CIA Judas. Protect HAMP. There we have it. And Aaron with the $2 super chat. These military guys got to be agents, secret agendas. Aaron with the $2 super chat. Robert got me thinking he's a plant. Smelly smell. Look at that.
Wow.
Champion Feminist. Oh, what's up, Champion Feminist with the $50 super chat? Congrats on 50,000 subs. Look at that, Champion Feminist.
Thank you, man. I ain't never seen Keisha spend money before. She must really love me, man. Salute.
I still want to answer Sherelle, but I still got to answer Sherelle too. A sophisticated jerk with the $50 super chat. Congrats, HAMP.
It is jerk in the building and rocking out with This Might Be Risky for a minute, man. I humbly appreciate you for always being here, good brother. Hope all is well.
My ache made it past. Oh, my Ak. See, I don't speak that language. My Ak made it past 50,000. Love you, Ak. What the hell is Ak?
I mean, brother, you asshole.
I don't know. I don't speak this lingo, man. There we go. Ezekiel with the
And
$100.
when I'm feeling broke, E and J by my side, Henny like $40. This shit like 25.
Josh, when music is
So let me
playing,
answer Sherelle.
Josh, you gotta dance
Sherelle,
when music's playing, man.
Sherelle, I think I'm comfortable enough to be just as honest with you as you were with me that one day when we had the topic of men being ugly, and you said that I was ugly, or you agreed that I was ugly. You never said it, but you agreed when I said it. Sherelle, women are dumb, and what I mean is that you're dumb in the sense of you live in an artificial society created by men. You don't have to worry about wild animals. You don't have to worry about, you could defecate in a toilet. You have light. You have all this because men have created this system for you. That's why you are able to be on this panel. In the real world, you would be behind a sink washing dishes. And you would be, and you know that, and you know this. That's the beauty of it. Even you.
Wait, where the real world at?
The real world is the possibility of where we might be going. And what I'm saying is, I bet you when World War III hits the fan, oh shit, you ain't gonna be on this panel, and you're gonna be trying to find the best man who could protect your ass. And so what I'm saying is that this is the reality of life. And it's brutal. And I know nobody tells you this. Your dad, he loves you to death. He ain't gonna tell you the truth about the brutality of men. But that's why I say,
I know y'all are brutal.
But that's why I say, but what I'm saying is, I never said that the black man was inferior, by the way. What I said was,
You said our ancestors wasn't intelligent.
They
and
were
that we
not.
don't
If they
create
were
any-
intelligent enough, they would have created these things. They did not. They didn't create the
So
submarine.
if
They
you're
didn't
saying one
They
group
didn't.
of people's ancestors is more intelligent and ours is less intelligent, then isn't one more superior than the other one?
Yes. Yes.
And then
Okay.
if
Yes.
somebody's superior, then what is that saying about the
Okay.
people that are
Sure.
not
Okay.
superior?
Okay. So when it comes to
I thought I said
rocket
cut through the bullshit
propulsion
with what you're
technology,
saying.
when it comes to rocket propulsion technology, the black man is inferior. It just is what it is. And there are days, Sherelle, trust me, when I'm looking at these things, I just want to cry to myself. I got a man up here who called in. This is my own fraternity brother. He called in talking about my stupid hat. My stupid hat. But he over here wearing clothes made by the same white companies, the same white supremacist linen companies, textile companies that make this stupid hat.
Chaotic.
He doesn't even understand the world. He doesn't understand the world.
I want to give you credit for being your
Wait,
best.
who is your Greek partner? Who's your Greek partner though?
Sean.
Sean? Oh, okay.
I just want to thank you for giving your best white man impression, because you know what you tried to do? You came up here and hit soft targets, because that's what they like to do. They go to soft targets. That's what you did. You put your inner white man in and you said the women, and you was like, oh, I'm gonna kill him with this one. Thank you for showing that your best impersonation. Appreciate you.
Hey,
We don't even have to argue.
Kate,
If we're victims. It's not our fault. Everything
Kate,
is the black man's fault. Because
chaotic.
they're inferior. How can we fix black male inferiority?
You can't. It's over for us, Sherelle.
But chaotic.
We're never gonna do it. You can't even get a black man.
Chaotic. You actually proved this
chaotic?
podcast. This podcast, because you name all those things like submarines, rockets, and all this stuff that were made to kill people were invented by the white man. So who is more violent?
On a global scale, of course, the white man is more violent. He's the Michael Jordan of it on the global scale.
Violence.
Duh.
That's what we've been asking your ass.
But earlier you just try to act like the
We're talking about I thought we were talking about. See, I came in. I thought we were talking about at the civilian level. At the civilian level, blacks are more violent. Why do we want to get away from blacks as soon as we get money? Because we know, hey man, I don't want to be around these niggas. I live in a beautiful white community. I don't want to be around blacks because I know.
So there's no black affluent homes. Don't you live in Texas? Don't you that
I live in Ohio.
Okay. And there's not a black affluent area near you, because you might need to leave Ohio.
Why you left?
There's a lot of.
Why you left Nigeria?
Damn, I hate y'all.
I was born in Ohio, ma'am. I didn't leave Nigeria.
Oh, okay.
I hate y'all arguments so much. Oh my god, I hate these arguments. I just don't like the lack of pursuit, man. Aaron and I had to go back and forth about something.
No, I want him to explain. Like, do you feel like they're not gonna get you too? Because clearly,
ma'am.
He's their friend. It's gonna be the pet.
Ma'am.
What happens when you're not
Tiff, sweetheart, sweetheart. There will be no race war. The powers that be keep whites in check. The powers that be keep whites in check. Your average white ain't thinking about a black man or black people at all. Most whites don't even live around black people. And even if it did hit the fan, you got 54 countries you can go to. All of you got a passport. Go to Africa.
Why the
Go to
powers that
Africa.
be keep trying to save us? What's going on with that?
No, but here's the thing.
Why are they protecting us?
No.
Wait, no, let them ask that. Why are the powers that be protecting us?
Because the powers that be don't look at the powers that be wouldn't spit on Josh in a minute. The real white, and I'm not knocking Josh, but the real whites don't even look at Josh as being white, and even Josh knows that. The real whites want to keep their institutions in play. They want to keep their money in play. Hold on for a second. Do you let's break it down something simple as sports. Do you think that the white owners of sports teams are going to let anything happen to their product, those blacks, you out of your goddamn mind. They'd kill. Ooh, I gotta be careful. They'd K-word an entire little hick town if they found out that they were gonna do something to black people. Man, it ain't happening, man. You got too many powerful white elites, man. They know how to keep this shit in place.
And you gotta keep
man,
us alive because the LeBrons and stuff come from the fucked up communities, right? So you gotta keep us all because you never know when the next LeBron coming.
Sherelle, you didn't know what Maersk was. Most people on the panel didn't know. Ma'am, just shipping and logistics is a $100 billion, if not trillion dollar global industry. If there were a race war, could you imagine all of these powerful shipping companies? Could you imagine the stakeholders and the owners and these people losing in an insurmountable amount of money? They would never let that happen. They would never let their systems fail. They're not going to do it. The automotive industry, if a race war were to happen, what would happen to the automotive industry? If a race war were to happen, what about the airline industry? People ain't flying in no goddamn planes if you got open warfare in cities because now your airspace is unsafe. Damn. If I own the airline industry, hold on, let me just finish. Let me finish. Let me just finish. No, let me finish.
He married out of his own race. Let me just finish. He would jump on a goddamn grenade for his own wife and her.
If I own,
so I'm gonna tell you that Josh is full of shit anyway.
Got a delay or something?
Because they cowards. I'm gonna tell you the truth. Josh didn't marry in his own race. Josh is married out of his fucking race. They eat rice and shit every night. No, fuck no.
What he's saying is Josh is irrelevant.
Right.
Even Josh knows it, but the fact of the matter is
wait, but chaotic. Let me ask you this.
Still not irrelevant because he's
Josh
black.
may be irrelevant. What about Stephen Miller? Is he irrelevant, Stephen Miller?
You got. Not Josh is not Josh is this is where CT. I understand what CT's saying, right? Here's the actual truth. Josh doesn't know he's irrelevant. He could nod his head all he want, but the policies that he wants to enact, understand when those policies get enacted, the power goes directly to the top, but they're still willing to do so, right? And when I'm saying Josh, I'm talking about the archetype, or Aaron kind of edified an archetype, the stereotype, right? And that's the parts that we are misunderstanding. You know what I mean? So CT may be right about an entire war because the country would go to shit and piss. But the skirmish is what I think won't be avoidable.
HAMP.
And we ignoring a lot of stuff. Hold on, CT. We ignoring a lot of stuff in terms of the disposition of what Josh wants to happen, willing and etc. And remember, he don't give a damn about them 30 kids in Sandy Hook. He just know it's tied to money for somebody.
HAMP. If me and you own,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
HAMP. If me and you own the airline industry,
where you going?
And we got the hint. If we got the hint that there were some militias that were going to attack, let's say Chicago, and let's say 25% of our customers come from Chicago. You mean to tell me we ain't so powerful to have a National Guard and the shit go in there and do something to that militia like that without anybody knowing it? Man, these elites, man, you never know what they do behind these closed doors. Hey, man, we got word like 10 militia guys, hey, man, go in there and make some accidents happen. Man, dude, these elites, man, I'm telling you, they operate on a different level. I'm almost willing to believe it because if I had $1 billion airline industry, man, I wouldn't give a goddamn if a blue, purple, pink, whatever color y'all got on my plane. Because you giving me, all I care about is green. I want that paper. I want that paper.
I understand, right? However, we've seen elites be subject to the modus operandi of the citizens, i.e. Target, right? So they didn't plan to lose $1 billion. So there's a level of people in which can galvanize, which the elites may have to acquiesce in different ways. All I'm saying is white men fight back. There's going to be a skirmish somewhere. And I just don't want people to get it twisted. Here's my biggest problem, CT. Today, 40% of this show, but it was a panel, had to argue with niggas that look like you. When Josh was sitting up here, you know what I'm saying? White as a motherfucker, white as snow. Well, he's not leprous, but you know.
Damn.
And I'm just like, God damn.
He a little dingy, Hemp. Let's give it to him. He a little dingy.
Yeah, it's just, and I just like, yo, Josh is willing to answer every question. See, that's the part of the spectrum that Aaron don't talk about, right? Josh is so transparent that you can ask him anything, he gonna answer as honest as possible, even if he implicate himself. He don't give a fuck, right?
That's what real.
That's the liberal nature of the spectrum that Aaron don't talk about as much, right? When Aaron say he Aspergerish, because Aaron will answer the question exactly. He don't try to obfuscate or avoid shit, right? But that's the gift and the curse of that linear logic.
That's freedom. That's real freedom, though.
Good morning, Knight.
Good morning. Good morning to everybody
Go
on the
ahead,
panel.
Knight, because you had dropped off earlier. You got the floor. What's popping?
Yeah. Good morning to the King, Queen, Sherelle. I appreciate that beautiful lady right there. Shout out to the Blue Vein Society. Whoever brought that up, I think was chaotic. I can appreciate that Asian woman let Josh take his mask off today and really let us see who he is. Get a little, that ash off the camera. But yeah, when them white folks want to do what they want to do.
You confused me. Who'd you say? Beautiful. What the fuck you say?
I'm talking to Sherelle. I can't call Sherelle. Wait a minute.
I know we was drinking this early night. That's all. I got confused. You fucked me up for a second, Night.
He never reached 5 foot. He never reached 5 foot.
Hey, Night, I ain't know, bro. I know you taking shots.
Wait a minute. Okay, let me take a shot. Hamp, let me take a shot with you. I didn't know that I was doing that.
Yeah, come on, Night. One thing, Night, you messed up on one thing. A woman is not a goddamn king ever.
Well, I'm the first king of Fight Club.
You're the first king. Yo, come on, Night. Hey, Night, appreciate you.
You're a woman. I ain't doing that.
Night been drinking before
King
me.
Sherelle.
All right, go ahead, Night. What's your point, bro?
I love you though, Sherelle. Always.
Playboy, calm yourself down. Listen.
No, I'm good. I'm getting married.
Go ahead, Night.
Shout out to Chaotic Truth that came up here and let it be known that when Massa's sick, we all sick. If Massa got a cold, we got pneumonia. It is what it is. You know what I mean? Yeah, when they want to do a man to be doing 100 miles down the freeway and crash into a palm tree. It's different. It's levels to it, right? Shout out to my good FOI and my good Hebrew Israelites that form together. And I appreciate when I see the little young NOI standing in step and know how to talk. To Khalid Muhammad and his son Farah. I think that's beautiful. But when these people that Chaotic was talking about want to do what they want to do, they just do it. And the ones that are like Josh, he's a liberal. Because the other ones really don't care nothing about nothing but them greenbacks. And they'll do something nasty to your water systems and the food and everything else. They don't really care. So salute to everybody up here, Triple Black, William Playboy, Chaotic True, Big Aaron, the beautiful Tiff, and everybody else. A shout out to the shout outs. Hey, one question that I had to Josh about this land ownership in the voting rights and shit. I mean, is it straight up land ownership where you have to own the mineral rights, not have a mortgage?
Yeah, no. You can have a mortgage, or at least there isn't anything that would.
But do you have to own the mineral rights? Like, do you own, like if you find gold on there, is that land yours?
Jesus.
So this agenda was published in Project 2025. I don't know why. Like HAMP went over it one time, right? It's a lot there. It's out there. So the idea of voter removal is a thing. The concept of going back to who could vote and who couldn't is basically the principle of stakeholder. You ought not be able to vote in a thing that you hold no stake into, if that makes any sense. So you shouldn't be voting on your school board if you don't have a house, because that's how property taxes work, and that's how it's funded into schools.
That's the dumbest shit I ever heard about.
Does the valuation of the stake that you hold influence the weight that your vote carries?
No, it's never been discussed. Like if you hold like more property versus less property, that kind of thing, it's never been.
you guys, disqualifiers, right? Disqualifiers is what I want y'all to hear and understand. Home ownership, who owns the least amount, right?
Black people.
Well, I think the Latinos are a little bit below, but theirs is casually climbing, right? And a lot of them identify what? Who do they align with? The
As
Asians
white.
too,
As
right?
white.
So what
But hemp, y'all
happens
forgetting
when
one
home?
thing.
Wait. When what happens when home ownership is one of the boxes you have to check in order to vote?
Right.
Right. So not only do you repeal the 19th, actually by proxy, what's the one that gave us the right to vote?
Is it the 14th?
14th.
14th.
You repeal the 14th by proxy of putting that in place. That's what are y'all listening?
So those are black
Yes.
laws right there. Yes,
But
I
hemp,
am.
let me say this, hemp. For
Those are the
one,
black laws.
Even with home ownership, majority of white people, they can pay a mortgage, but they don't own their homes. They live above their means.
But Mr. Williams, you were replying to something he already answered. He said as long as they have that mortgage on that house, that's their house. You can't walk into nobody's house and say, "Hey, the
But
bank
he's
owns it."
talking about
He's gonna
if
shoot you in
they
your mouth.
own their home.
No, he didn't. He said, "Hey, they have rights to that land by proxy of the mortgage that the bank gave them as a loan. So when you look at that deed, their name is on it, right? Don't that game ain't gonna work."
Yeah, that's why I asked the question about stake matching the voter power, because stake and ownership are two different things. Stake, equity is your stake. You have equity, you don't have to have full ownership, but if you have equity in property, that's the stake you have in
It's
it. Which is
as
why
it exists now, right? All of us who own a mortgage, if you ask somebody, do you own a home? Because they ask you, do you rent or own, right?
Right.
You say own. Then they'll ask you, do you have a mortgage or do you have a
Right.
car note or something like that? And then you answer
Right.
that question after. But that's what's being said. Josh,
Exactly.
it is the agenda, does it involve minorities, black Latinos, right? The agenda that you want to put in place, even if it's not said outright by proxy, does it eliminate these groups purposely?
It would have a massive impact on minority groups, right? So like
Come
if
on,
you
man.
own, let's just stick with the black community, right? If you only own, let's just say like 3% of the houses within the United States, it would effectively remove everybody but that 3% owners. However you define ownership.
Yeah.
Yes.
And Josh, when these conversations are happening, how are black people viewed?
Subpar, because you're basically not giving. Effectively, you're not putting in your fair share. You're voting, right? You're having say within society, but you're not putting into the society. You're not contributing. You're not buying a house. You're not building families. You're not all of the same problems that we have on our side, right? It's just across the board sweeping it out. But if you ask like on the concept of a race, yes, it would be applied in that.
How are black people seen as savage, as lazy? What's the viewpoint from the Christian nationalist groups that you freaking are a part of? Even the ones that maybe not the one that you're a part of, but the ones adjacent to that have like-mindedness.
Well, now from the Christian nationalist point, there is no, like, generally speaking, but if we're talking about from the 90s, yes, it was construed as like being lazy, less productive.
Black people?
That was the stereotype.
Let me are black people deemed as a drain on society? Do people think that we take the most from the system without giving back?
Yes, by definition, that would be the thing. If you don't own property, if you're not paying in property taxes, you are deficient in your promotion into the system.
Okay, are we viewed from those groups? Hold on, y'all, because I tried to let y'all ask questions. Y'all, I just don't know what was going on. Now, in terms of black people, what's the view? Are we looked at as dangerous from those groups, from those conversations?
No, I don't think so. Just less productive, because you.
Okay, so the danger part, the violence part, doesn't have nothing to do with
too small of a group, right? If you had 14%
there we go.
of the population,
pesky,
they're not big enough to be a threat.
Yeah, that's the part, right? We would look so dangerous, and I was about to say it. We look at pesky, like the things break, like when we saw the things about black fatigue. How does the group view black fatigue?
You're gonna have to help me. What is black fatigue?
So black fatigue was like, you remember when they had the hundreds of kids breaking into stores and stealing stuff, and
yeah.
These purge laws where they said don't chase the police and etc. Right? Oftentimes those things were related to black people. What's the view on that?
It would just be the concept of when black people tend to get together and riot, they tend to loot, pillage, plunder, burn cities, that kind of thing. Like going all the way back to Rodney King. Generally, you don't want to have a group of black people pissed off in the community because they'll burn it down.
Their own community.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question, right? And this is going to be a hard question to answer, but I think that the answer is clear based on the information we've already gathered. Would it matter if black people were here or not?
To our group, probably not. Wouldn't matter.
Would they miss them if they were gone?
No, not in any concept other than personal friendship. No.
Last question: would the country be better off? And I'm asking you, but I'm asking you to speak for the majority of the group as well.
The vast majority would not care. So, like, better or not would just be non-existent, meaning that the belief would be that if you're not contributing, you're useful or useless. You need to go.
Yeah. Now, Josh, I don't think it's by happenstance that black people are eliminated for several different reasons. Do you think that because if you're not contributing, you need to go, and they just happen to be black, or are they black and they not contributing and you need to go?
It would be more to the point you're not contributing. So they would probably fight to some degree to keep that 3% of homeowners and then boot everybody else.
Go ahead, Knight.
I think they look at us like gnats.
Damn. Yeah.
Yeah, they're pesky, yeah.
Yeah. And not really a problem, but just annoying. Because they have insurance policies. So when you come in there and you steal whatever you steal, they can shut down some Walmarts because they want to shut them down anyway. They want you to have food deserts so you can. A lot of this stuff that happens, they allow it to happen. They allowed a lot of crimes to happen so they can recreate a new crime bill. Back in the day, what did Hillary call us? Super predators. We super predators. Terrorists, urban terrorists. That's what they said about my generation. So they allow you to do the this thing where it's like 15 kids go and steal stuff out of a mall and something. They call it mob. Well, I don't know what they call it, but they allow these things
Flash
to happen.
mobs.
Flash, yeah. So they allow these things to happen so they can give you a new Rudolph Giuliani. If we go way back when it was them and it was the Italians and whatever else, they had the Pinkertons that would go after them. And then Pinkertons were some real gangsters. That's the FBI and real shooters and whatever else. So they're going to go get John Dillinger and Billy the Kid and whoever else. That's what that movie with Clint Eastwood, when they sent the Pinkertons out across the land. And there was some real, so what they're going to do now is they want your young kids, your YNs. That's the new thing, the YNs. They creeping in the low. They going, and they only looking for their own self. Nipsey Hussle said when he was in his gang mindset that he would pass all the nerds and all the regular black folks, and he would look for somebody to look just like him to go and delete. Gang members look for gang members that look just like them. So they really going to delete themselves. And they can appreciate that, and they allow it to happen. So when they decide they're going to, I just got through listening to Trump and them say they got some FBI, so what, COINTELPRO type stuff, and another person, generals, to go after these threats. We only 13%. And we've been at 13% for the last 50 years. We either deleting babies or not having babies at all. And we're not even conscious of the fact other people that's having babies like it's going out of style. They got 13 kids. We got these PhDs having one child, and the one child is too much for them. So are we conscious of the fact that we are destabilizing ourselves?
Well, I think that just even the fact that the abortion number is pushed in front of us so much, right? And we are overwhelmingly conservative. That is the one. I don't really question the statistics that much. I think it's an exercise in redundancy, right? But that is the number that doesn't resonate with me well. 13% for 50 years when every other population is growing. That just doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
how do we fight back when we don't grow our numbers?
Well, what I'm saying is that number doesn't make sense to me, especially when you look at if black people were a nation, what our GDP would be. You see, that doesn't resonate with me well because the GDP number is so large, but yet we're only 13. It just the fact that it hasn't grown in 15%, 50 years when everything else has, that's one number I do question.
Yeah,
We spend all our money outside of ourselves, though. We don't spend money on. We spend money on Gucci, Louis, Fendi, Prada.
No, that's not my argument. Our spending habits are poor. I'm saying the amount of money we have to spend with only being 13%, that gives me cause for pause, especially with a 50-year average.
Yeah, it's either niggas is not in the census or new white people are farming. It's like if you've been an Asian for 5 years, you can then say you're white. It's not that many of them. They're lying.
If you're
they make
biracial,
anybody white who ain't black.
As much,
but I mean, if you're biracial and you have a baby with a white woman, if you're biracial and you have a baby with a white woman, I mean, you can claim to be white.
What's the question? You're saying that the population?
Yeah, no, that's true what he said. Like if you're a white, let's say you're a white woman, you go to the hospital, they don't know who the daddy is, the baby classified as white.
I should have let Knight Point just live, and I went into the nuanced shit that derails. So
You should have just let him marinate.
My bad. As soon as I finished talking, Knight, I regretted it because then everybody else started. I said, "Fuck, I just did."
Eat some more here. Eat some more there.
I apologize, Knight. Let me read these real quick. Reaper with the 10 ounces. Hamp, didn't you say you don't care what white people think about you or black people? This is Forrest Gump and Bubba all over again with you and Josh. Sherelle is Jenny. Tiff is fat black lady on the bench. No, you misunderstand the context of the conversation, right? Me not caring doesn't change what exists, right? It's also convenient for me not to care because I've been able to give. There's different things that you achieve to where you get a little bit more comfort. You get to position yourself in a different way, but that would be me being irresponsible to the fact that how they think matters, right? How they think matters, regardless if I care. I could be being willfully obtuse, right? It may be ignorant not to care. So I'm not saying that's right or wrong. I'm saying we assessing what we assessing based on the topic. Aaron with the $5 says Trump said today's National Guard should use these cities they are going to as a training ground. Think about that for a second. Sent you the clip, Hamp. A training ground is fucking crazy. No captivity with it. Freezy with the $10 says, to sum it up, Chaotic Truth was saying the white man is God. Aaron with the $2. CT so smart. Only if he was on our side. Victim Olympics with a $5 says Asian men are colonizing Africa as we speak. Africa is now China too. I thought it was the Caribbean. BJ, perfect. Salute, my brother. Put your money away, homeboy. Been a member for 9 months. BZ, perfect. Shit like that. Formally, I can't say that name. The 20 ball says Sherelle not wrong. Chaotic is a Michael Blackson looking motherfucker. Congrats on the 50K hand. You don't look like Michael.
Not at all. He don't look nothing like Michael Blackson.
Fat boy was popping. Salute my G.
Wow.
Salute the fat boy in the building with the 50 ball. He said, congrats, big dog. Salute the fat boy. I'm proud of you and all the accomplishments you made in the last year or so, B. Got married, had a baby, you know what I'm saying? Taking care of his, and everything that he do. Still take care of the kids that he was responsible for previously. Fat man's a stand-up nigga, man. Salute. Great was popping. Dre with the 50 ball says salute to him, and this might be risky massive. This is the best community on YouTube. Blessings and prosperity, my good brother. Appreciate you, my you. Jay Millie with the 20 ball. Says congrats on the 50K champ. Next up, 100,000. They know what up.
What up, buzzin', bird, flip a dozen, dozen. Holla at your boy, you thought your cousin was. What up, buzzin', bird, flip a dozen, dozen. Holla at your boy, you thought your cousin was.
Salute to T and Thanos in the building, man. Two of my best, greatest supporters, man. I love y'all. T, fun fact, she was the first ever moderator for This Might Be Risky, man. So Roots, what's popping? Perfect. $25 says, glad to see my two favorite hosts together at the same time. Exclamation point. Shout out to HAMP, CT, panel, and chat. Omar was goody. Perfect. Omar with the 20 ball.
Shit like that.
1065 Edward Street, Linden, New Jersey. Black/minority owned freight forwarder. Journey Steel, black women owned steel company out of Pittsburgh.
Shit like that.
She does your highway signs, debris certificates. I have contact information for both. I do wear dark matte. Perfect.
Shit like that.
He got the exclusive hat. AL, what's popping? Congrats, King. Salute. Cheeky with the $5 said, this man got this shit off with no interruptions, laughter, and overdramatics. Ellipsis. Whenever you're ready. Hit the like button. Hit the like. Oh, hold on. Zeke done hit us with the.
What up, buzzing, bird, flip a dozen. Holla at your boy, you thought your cousin. What up, buzzing, bird, flip a dozen. Holla at your boy, you thought your cousin was.
Perfect. Zeke gifted 30 memberships, man. I better see 30 thank yous in the chat. 30 thank yous in the chat. There's so much members only content is crazy. The shit that you wanted to see and all that is definitely up there, man. Perfect. Zeke, I love you. I appreciate you, man. 100%. Big Bad Boy. Perfect. Big Bad Boy with a 20 ball says, niggas be way too stuck and stupid on blaming the white man for everything. They miss all the sick/corrupted shit we do to ourselves. Our biggest problem this day and age is ourselves. Perfect.
Shit like that.
This is my OG Big Back Bull in the building, man. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. Hit the like button, man. Go ahead, Knight.
Yeah, Big Bad Bull and tell no lies. Everything you just said in that last comment is true. I know they like to go off on my guy Chaotic Truth, but I wish y'all would listen. Listen, right now in 2025, white man is the god on earth, on the ground. Because I don't know what's going on with us. We spend a lot of time attacking each other online and talking about YNs, and all that is to me, and I say this all the time, is the Willie Lynch letter. I know that was a hoax. It wasn't a real thing. But it's young versus old, light versus dark, man versus gender. What's the gender war? It's not a gender war. It's a gender war. You're getting away from owning property and doing all. And listen, once you own a house, let's say you completely pay it off, you still going to have to pay property taxes and insurance. Because you don't own the land. You just own the physical house. Understand the game. It's a what they Ponzi scheme. That's what they call it right now. A Ponzi scheme. Home ownership is a Ponzi scheme. Wow. But your property taxes pay for you to have better schools. So if you haven't told the kids pride in ownership, and we need to keep a 3-inch blade on the grass and keep trash away and whatever else, because that keeps the property value up and the taxes so we can have better schools. It keeps the schools messed up because you don't have a property tax. That's why where I live at, it's a bunch of signs tacked up on poles that say we buy houses. And a lot of these houses don't got new windows, don't got new roofs, don't got new plumbing, don't got new weather stripping. They're not insulated properly. There's so much wrong with your house, but you the auntie that's been raised 3 generations of kids. Everybody come to your house to have a party. But they never had a party where they fixed the windows, the new windows. They never have a party where they fixed the roof. They never had a party where they fixed the plumbing or the electrical or nothing.
What you mean?
Really just, the house is falling apart, but everybody partied there for generations.
Call them beer parties. When you basically you bring a couple cases of beer and you get a bunch of drunk people to paint a wall. We just call them beer parties. Yeah, it's a thing.
Yeah.
We don't do that in our community is what I'm saying, Hal.
We do.
We party, but ain't nobody painting the house. We party, but ain't nobody fixing the roof.
It's fun too. Not gonna lie. Being drunk with a paintbrush.
So you're saying that to say what though?
property taxes pay for better schools, educate our kids better. But we just, and I don't even know how to explain it. We just, they taught us all this Willie Lynch stuff that we actually living out, but we're not doing the things we need to do to empower ourselves.
Well, that's a conversation I do when after the wake of Kirk, right? That was my main focus. Like, if we think it's really real, what are we preparing to do when it gets real? What do we own? What do we have? What's the gun percentages? We don't
know how to shoot. We don't know how to break a gun down and clean it. I watch an 8-year-old white girl break a gun completely down, put it back together, and then go out and shoot it.
Even if you've got a felony, you can actually get your gun rights back on most felonies. You just have to basically file for it. Restoration of rights. Same with voter.
No, the violence is tough, though. The violent felonies are a lot tougher.
Yeah, but let's face it, right? Like, most arrests aren't going to be like the violent. What are you talking about? Like 12,000 people? Come on. Nobody cares about them. Talking about the rest of the crowd. Get a couple of DUIs. Get whatever, whatever felony you got hit with. Generally, the chances are it can be it's not overturned. You can still get your restoration of rights back, and you should.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's a different convo. I'll tell you, but Knight, you 100% on point. This is why this conversation is even more important, right? We talk about, well, here I've having several conversations about just black and what we doing and not doing, but I think that we don't understand who we dealing with. You do, but you like a historian. You care about a lot of shit. You know what I mean? You've been doing stuff for a long time to have great understanding. When I see you in the morning, I listen while I'm brushing my teeth, getting the kids together and shit like that. Because even your take on shit is different. You know what I'm saying? But we don't, overwhelmingly, people don't know all this information. You're making a conscious decision to say what you're saying while knowing all this information. We gloss over the white column on FBI 2019, Night. Now we just are analyzing it because I don't think people really know who they dealing with.
They don't. They have nanotechnology. They have things that look like gnats. They got cameras on them.
Well, that now when you go into the tinfoil hat shit, that's not what I'm talking about so much. I'm talking about
what
when you talking about regular.
They've been studying us like, how do you say it? Like fish in a fish. You know how you have a fish tank. That's how they study black, and they not just now. They've been doing it. So I don't understand why black people don't understand it. Even though we 13%, it's a very small group. They study us all the time. They say that the black woman has a high pain threshold. So when she go in there and say, I don't know what's wrong with me, I'm sick. She might have cancer or whatever. You strong enough, you can do. They'll pat her on the back and send her back home without medication.
Yeah, Night, and that's what I'm saying, right? When we talk about syphilis and all that other shit, right?
Yes.
Like, and that's what I'm saying. People glossed over the white column just like I did. And I'm pretty intuitive. Like, I look at a lot of stuff, right? Analytics, numbers. And I even glossed over it and allowed this stuff to be perpetuated. And I've been arrested. And that's an arrest sheet that we've been looking at since 2019. That's not a conviction sheet. And then when you look at exoneration, it's 57%. When you look at the arrests for rape, it's 75% white. And the men in their population are 38%. Right? Like, and we just been glossing over it. So it's important to bring the data back out and assess it correctly so people can really understand who it is they dealing with.
They never do that though. What they'll keep saying is that
that's what we doing right here, right now.
The real threat is you, even though first off, you 13%. So you a minority starting off. So the percentage of us that's committing crime is a minority of a minority. I keep saying that when it comes to black people, let's eliminate women when it comes to crime. It's supposed to be about 46 million of us. So let's cut the women out. That's 23 million. But it's only like 700,000 black folks in jail. So what is the percentage of us that's really doing that? So they ignore the majority of us that's above the poverty line, that's not committing no crime at all. They just focus on the minority of a minority and say, More black men per capita are locked up for violent crimes. Not really. We're not violent like that. And the real threat we are is a threat to ourselves. We're not a threat to nobody else.
And HAMP, I'm gonna tell you the one stat that they didn't. I'm gonna tell you the one stat that they didn't do for white people was how much they get off on mental health. They don't have that. They get off a lot on mental health shit. They can go and say I'm crazy and all of that shit. They haven't put a stat up for that. Does anybody have a stat for that?
Yeah, I don't like that. And let me tell you why. Because they'll say we're super
crazy,
predators.
I killed my mama.
Right. So they need to study you instead of locking you up forever and putting you in the guillotine. We got to study Charles Manson. We got to study Jeffrey Dahmer. We got to study Ted Bundy. We got to study. No, you don't. Get him up out of here. He got to go.
Even right now, currently, they'll send them to the damn hospital. And guess what? 24-hour hold, their asses is out.
I will now read them into the record. As to count 1, the verdict reads, we, the jury, find the defendant, Maxwell Anderson, guilty of first-degree intentional homicide as charged in count 1 of the information. As to count 2, we, the jury, find the defendant, Maxwell Anderson, guilty of mutilating a corpse as charged in count 2 of the information.
God.
As to count 3, we, the jury, find the defendant, Maxwell Anderson, guilty of arson of property other than a building as charged in count 3 of the information. As to count 4, we, the jury, find the defendant, Maxwell Anderson, guilty of hiding a corpse as charged in count 4 of the information. At this point, I will poll the jury. What that means is as follows. I'm going to have the first juror stand in the back row on the far right. I'm going to ask you your juror number, and I'm going to ask you. I will now read them into the record. As to count.
Exactly. Listen, if you break a brother heart, he might fight with you and do it. They're going to break you down into pieces like protein and spread you all over the city. They're going to find pieces of you over here. Tell them, Josh. Go ahead. You got it.
Cutting up dead bodies is just nasty. That's just nasty work. That just, God, that's going. Yeah, there's some sick people right there.
And wrap you up in butcher paper. A little bit of you is over here in this park. A little bit of you is over here in this forest. They've been doing that.
The Sicilians and the Irish been doing that back in the 40s and 50s. A lot of dead bodies buried in concrete under half.
I'm not going to let you disrespect the Sicilians because they got a little bit of Moorish blood in them. Let's talk about the Neapolitans and the straight Italians. Let's not put it on there.
Like you can hit them all, right? But that was the thing, right? It's just nasty work. The more I think about it, dismembering a dead body is just that takes something right there.
A little too comfortable with it.
Yeah. I got no qualms with killing, right? But now dismembering dead bodies, that's work. I could do it.
I would like to know how. Did I cut you off?
White people didn't even consider us.
Go ahead, my fault.
So back to the Christian nationalists and ethno-nationalists. How well represented do you think they are in the elite community?
I don't know, because so this is the argument that I had. Like, I think you and I had this argument probably about maybe a year ago within like conservative groups, right? And I had stated that I was of the belief that the conservative community, at least within the white community, 70% or just fake bastards, right? They're espousing when they get on TV, right? They're espousing all of these moral standards, right? But the moment that you open up like some dating app, at least within my town, right? You open up a dating app, they're all cheating on their wives. They're fake. They say one thing, but they're doing another thing. I don't know how to count them in that concept. So it would be the same thing in the elites. If you're talking about like large scale people that own corporatists and considering them the elites, I don't know. I have no idea who these people are.
I'm talking about the people responsible for the compartmentalization process.
Big Aaron, they're a secret society.
Wait.
That group itself, I can link you in the fact like who that was that formulated that the like Project 2025, the ones that basically formulated it.
Older, therefore slightly. The pyramid effect, that's row 2. So, but yeah, all right. So, but that would that would be one of the blocks on row 2. I'm talking about row 1.
Yeah, I have no idea. Like nobody knows.
You get what
I
I'm
don't
saying
know.
now. Okay, all right, okay.
And I'm saying I understand what you're saying. They're a secret society. They're not counted.
No, Nightish, don't. That's that tinfoil. Don't.
It is not no tinfoil stuff. They don't count them.
Please, Nightish, don't do that to my comment.
If I had just to try to be fair, if I had to take an honest guess to it, we're talking about 50, 60-year-old, most likely going to be very white, well-to-do, and I mean economically well-to-do people within society that we ain't never rubbing shoulders with.
2 words: aerospace banking, right?
Probably, yeah.
Right. Okay, so we know what we're talking about. Okay.
No, Josh, say what you said again, because that's what I said.
I'm not saying it.
They're like a ghost society. They don't even count them. They don't acknowledge them.
I am never saying that word on an open panel, right? Like I like panel way too.
All right, you just said that to hold up because I've dealt with them. They still, they're cowards at the end of the day. Oh, but they will share shit with you, just like what you're sharing with us. I've heard this shit before.
But that's always been the case. That's always been the case. We're all pawns playing around.
They are willing to deal with someone who they feel like is, you know what, I am going to teach you this. And they know eventually I'm going to use it against them too, because it's about Black empowerment.
Right. Before we get too far off, and I apologize for this because I'm real late with this question, William, you basically stated that you believe the idea of like removal of women's voting rights, like this is a crazy idea, like it would never happen. Would you ask that same question if you were to like basically go back and look at, say, the red pill community, the gender wars, and say the last 3 years?
Who are you addressing? Just
Mr. William.
Thank you.
Would you believe that, or do you believe
that shit? No, I don't.
What was it? You okay? I thought it was. I apologize.
No, I believe that every Black person should vote. All the hell our peoples went through, my family went through. No.
Well, I don't have a problem. I'm not talking about like having Black people vote. I'm talking about women voting.
No, I never
whether
said
Black women would be included in that.
No, I think it was one of them little youngins. No, fuck no. I'm old as hell. No.
It's a good
to vote.
But it's a good question because the red pill would say take the women's not to you. No, Playboy. I understand I understand what you're saying. But it's a good question because the red pill would say take women's voting rights away.
And I don't believe in that.
You're not red pill.
Votes. I take my mom to vote. Even
right,
now,
you're not red pill.
I'm taking her to goddamn vote.
The question was about red pill. And when you talk about red pill, you might as well throw manosphere in there also. Yes, they would love to take women's right to vote away. They want to take them back to primitive. They want to be able to club a woman in the head and drag her in a cave.
Damn, I want to club a woman in the head right now. Can't
listen
disagree.
to these.
I'm not even red pill.
Listen to Rollo Tomasi. Listen to the 21 Convention. Listen to Tommy Sotomayor. Listen to these people that's manosphere and red pill. They don't think women should have any rights because they feel they're abusing every right that they have.
I'm going to tell you what. Then they goddamn stupid. I'm going to tell you that. For one, hey, I have my dad in my life. I'm fortunate with that. But my mom has always been a placeholder. She's always been her. But fuck no. Without a lot of, man, I wouldn't even acquired a lot of shit just with the motivation that my mom did with me as well. Now, I would be dead if it wasn't for my father. But my mother taught me the basic shit that I needed. Fuck no.
So, let me ask you guys a question.
My bad, huh?
No, you're fine. But just kind of on the premise. With more freedom, is there less compliance?
Yes. It's less compliance, yes.
Oh, less compliance, yes.
Wait, more freedom is there less compliance?
Yes.
Would it make sense that you had to vote as a household? Would it make more sense? Right? Oftentimes people need what's the word? I forget the word I'm looking for. But could we just trying to assess an issue, right? Like for instance, let me ask Tiff, what you think about this? And this is a extreme question, right? If women were to give rights back for the how you say the like the bolstering or the
What do you
like
mean?
like for like family, like let's say there was like less rights, right? So it was like family voting, right? But you had to be in that construct.
Right. No,
Would it help us, or you think it would just be more of the same?
you know, we've actually talked about this because I think it's coming. I think it's going to come to that. And we talked about, oh yeah, for sure. I think the feminist movement, as large as it was, you have this people wanting to reclaim tradition. And I think, again, because we don't necessarily vote at the same level, yeah, I think there are a lot of rights that could potentially be taken away. And I see, you have to think if it's 1972 that you just could get a bank account, it's not so far removed that it's like, I could see it, and that is a concern. And we talked about it. If we had to vote as a house, then that's what we would do. Even to the point to where part of Project 2025 is your passport is supposed to match your driver's license. But if you get married, a lot of times your passport and driver's license don't match, or if your birth certificate, because your maiden name is on the birth certificate. If you need that kind of verification, essentially you can't vote because your birth certificate is, unless you're not married, and because you're not married, you don't qualify. So your husband would have to vote for you. You'd have to be married.
Or the household votes, right? You know,
So
like
Tiff, I'm
essentially.
gonna ask you this: so if your husband decides he wants to vote this way, he tells you that, what would you say?
That's my
I
husband.
want to vote for this person. This is what we're gonna do.
Mr. Will, we have a traditional home. I mean, at the end of the day, I don't think he would make a decision that's going to harm me. So we'd have to go in that direction. A lot of people will not feel comfortable with that. My question is, if you felt uncomfortable, why would you marry that person? If you felt like this,
if he would have told you to vote for Kamala and you said you independent and you said you didn't, would you? Would you have voted?
It's a household vote. So if he went and voted for Kamala, there's not much pushback that I could give.
That wasn't a yes or no.
Well, because you're asking a question that I wouldn't have.
It was a yes or no question. If he
Mr. Williams just is asking if you would
voting
agree.
for Kamala, would you have voted?
Yeah, I would have did it begrudgingly. Yes, it would have been. I wouldn't have liked it, but yeah. What I mean, that's my husband.
Just to be fair, right? That would be conceding the point from the red pill community is if you remove women's choices, they will have no other choice but to follow.
Certain women will. All women won't.
They can. Well,
it's not even. This might be risky. Accept the way to answer.
Oh, sorry.
Do you think that the majority would fall in line, or you think the majority would revolt, Tiff?
I think the majority would revolt. Just the way looking at it, how it is now. Like, if you say traditional wife, like I won't even look in the comments right now because I'm sure
Well, no, it's all good. But Tiff, let me ask you: isn't that the reason why we can't lose? Not that we can't, we won't lose a war. Is because our military is volunteering to be there, and when you have to force those people, what's the output, right? My players play hard for me and run through the wall because they love me, right? And they have benevolent fear, right?
Mm-hmm.
When I talk, there's undivided attention.
Mm-hmm.
But they doing it because they want to.
Right.
You see? Not because they're being made to.
Right.
And what's my outcome?
Right.
Right. I can look at them and say, hey, I need you on this play.
Right.
and they can get it done.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at that and I'm putting it to, you see what I mean? Like
Mm-hmm.
forcing the women to do X. What's the actual outcome?
I think again, you said the key thing is
I'm
that
just asking.
no, I mean but you're saying your players love you. So the things that you do for people that you love is completely different. And when you talked about like a volunteer, we've had a draft before, and I think that once you get in the military, you may not have wanted to be there, but now there's a camaraderie and commonality to fight for your country. But again, I don't understand, why would you get married and then try to buck your husband? Why'd you marry this person?
And that's what I was gonna
People
ask.
disagree.
Like,
That's
you
why.
did choose to marry him, and he's supposed to be the head.
Mm-hmm. Say again.
So just like what you were saying, you said that you didn't, you know that
She said,
majority
"Why would
women
she buck?"
maybe would push back, but you married this man so he could lead you.
Yeah, we would have a conversation, but ultimately he has the final say so. It is what it is in this house.
But you said that you don't believe that
No, I don't think
majority women or minority women
I
will
don't
follow nowadays.
I think a majority of women will not follow that.
Can you explain what revolt would look like? Just give me an example, because I don't I know revolt is to oppose, but how so? What would that look like?
I think we're kind of seeing it already, like the 4B movement, where you see women not marrying, you see the traditional life having kids. It is its own silent revolt to where women are not choosing to be married. That's right. So that's a revolt in itself.
Oh, okay.
Josh saying men don't give a shit if y'all revolt. Like, I think it's more important for our community that we understand what teamwork, the benefits of teamwork is. Like,
so this is the one thing I can say about the black community that I think does not exist within the white community is the idea of family values, the tight-knit family unity kind of concept doesn't seem to. It seems to be the case that it just disappeared. Sometime back in the Victorian era. So my grandparents didn't even know about this concept. They're looking at my grandparents are looking at a black community. To them, you guys are still a little bit more tight-knit than what they grew up with.
Josh, we having babies with y'all women. We hitting y'all women.
Yeah.
We having kids by y'all women.
Hit it all you want, right?
Women. No, see now your grandparents, guess what? They embracing them little mixed babies. So that's full of shit.
Well, no,
they're
from
I'm telling you, they embracing the mixed babies. Because
what percent though? What percent is that?
At a high clip.
What percent?
I'm raising one right now.
Right. What percent of the U.S. population is mixed marriages?
Now it's more than it's ever been because
yes, it's more than. Is it more than 10%?
Down y'all women having babies back.
Is it more than 10%?
Yes.
I'd like to see that
there
stat.
Are so many biracial kids right now. Why do you think the white man is fearing what's going on now? Because we having babies with y'all women. It's more than 15%. Look at the numbers. I believe it's more than 30. To be honest.
Damn, I would like to see that data because I haven't seen anything.
If you look outside, you will see a black man with a white woman, and they have kids, whether she's fat or what have you.
If I look outside, I'm going to see 400 acres of forest.
That's what the white man is fearing the most. That the fact that y'all having mixed kids out of a high rate. Josh, you got kids with a woman that's not your race.
Who's afraid of this? One more time. Who's afraid of this?
White men.
I really don't think we care that much.
White men, because I'm gonna tell you why. Because that's part of my DNA, and I'm gonna tell you even further than that. My brothers, some of them cousins. Guess who they having babies by? They having mixed babies. My brother did it twice. He has 5 kids. His 2 oldest are by a black woman. His last 3 about white women. That's how I know. Yes.
It's 7.9%.
What up, I'm raising a baby out of 5. She's mixed. So that'll give you that info.
Yeah. Okay, so I've got some data here, and I'll share it if you'd like. But it's basically it increased from, and we're talking about mixed race, born in the U.S.
Kids.
yeah, was 2% or 2.9% in 2010. It has officially in 2020 reached 10.2%. This ain't just black though. This is going to be all races combined.
No, don't do all races combined. Do black.
That's what the stat is within the United States is combined.
Black and white.
If it's going to be black, then you're going to hit less than a 1.5%. It's not going to be some big number.
They do get kind of loose, and you know what? They have a baby by Estrada, they have one by Derek, and they have one by Kenny. No, don't play with me with this bullshit. No,
I got the data here. This is
white men are scared that black men. Think about it. You see it online all the time. How many times you seeing white people now holding their mixed grandbabies, their great grandbabies? They've had to conform. Yes. Don't hit me with that shit. I am not a baby, bro.
You're saying these people. You're saying that white people oppose this or are afraid of it, right? I don't see the stats. I don't see the stats that would indicate that they're scared of it.
The truth. I might be kin to your ass because my great grandfather was white. Don't play with me with this shit.
Well, if your grandfather was white, how are you black?
My great grandfather.
Oh, great grandfather. Okay.
My grandfather.
Look at you finally using my clips.
What great grandfather was white? Your mama's? Your mom, grandpa?
That's your man. That's your man.
Then you right.
Me and Hamp, we was on the show with Hamp.
Come on now, dog. Come on, man.
So you think because you had a white grandpa, you kin to Josh? You think all white people are
No,
kin?
that is not what I said, Sherelle. See,
You a white man.
Look at
No.
Chuck. Chuck said that shit lame, right, Chuck?
Chuck don't want to be with you.
Because for one, my mama's daddy was an Indian.
And go by the seat of your who?
I'm going by my father. Even
Your
though
father was a white man because his daddy was a white man because his daddy was a white man because his daddy was a white man.
You ain't listen. No, my father was not a white man.
Your father, daddy was a white man?
Both of my grannies, listen to me. Both of my grannies were black.
It goes by the seat of your father.
Why are you talking and let me finish? See, I'll let
you
y'all
wrong.
do this shit.
You're talking around the point.
Drop, Mr. Williams. I can bring myself back up.
Hey, let me ask.
Drop them, y'all.
The question is, your father's father is what?
Nick. My grandfather, William Williams Sr., you know I'm the third, Hamp. You know that. My grandfather was mixed.
Okay, your father's father was what?
Wait a minute, my father's father, he was a white.
Oh my God.
Then all y'all white men, because all white men that produces white men.
My grandfather, my mama's dad, was
your father's father, your great grandfather. What was he?
You an Edomite.
What was he?
That I don't know. I know my great grandfather was white.
This might be risky.
Mr. Williams will be back in 10 minutes, man. Mahogany.
What up, buzzing, bird, flipping, dozen. I let your boy, your cousin was.
Salute to Mahogany in the building, man. Salute to my big sis / auntie / everything. You know what I mean? Appreciate you for the membership. Blue collar was popping.
Perfect.
Keep it up. Blue collar in the building with the 50 ball. He says, great show, Hamp. Congratulations again. Salute, man. We need you on the push-up challenge too, my G. Riri. Congrats on the 50K, King Hint. It's a little bit of birthday month. My birthday in December.
It's my birthday.
Your birthday ain't till
Friday. This Friday.
Yeah, it's Tuesday. Blue collar. Remember for 18 months. Matreon was popping. Perfect. TT sounds like you already gave up. Let me see. Aaron with the $2 says the longer the stream go, the crazier it gets. 50K. CJ.
Perfect.
Reedy, what's popping, man?
Shit like that.
What up, goody?
I've been trying to make it up here, man. I've been working all day, man. I had to look you in your face and tell you congratulations. Damn, man. You working, bro.
I'm trying my best, man. I love you. I appreciate you.
Same thing, man. Nah, I was gonna ask you that's an FBI statistics chart you were showing, right?
Correct. That 2019 one, the popular one.
Yeah, it seems like every time we always go to that 2019. Like I've been like all the time, bro. I'll be searching for 2020, 2021, 2002. They always say they don't have an updated list, updated version. I truly believe that white people, even by per capita, represent more crime, violent crimes, even murder. I think that white people have surpassed black people. Because I just that's my belief. I don't even count the 2019 chart no more.
It's so old now.
It's just too old. It's too old, bro. You know what I'm saying? So and then you have to ask yourself, why haven't they updated this list? What's the problem? You know?
What, the crime statistics?
Yeah.
They do it every year.
Well, I Google all the time, and they always say it's not available. If you Google it, it's not available. The latest one that they always show is the 2019. That's why I asked Hemp. I was curious because maybe Hemp had a later version, but he said 2019. I always go back to 2019 when I Google it. That's it. They never update it.
Crazy. That's the one. That's like the only one that's formatted in that way.
Yeah.
Right.
Like they give you different statistics, but the fact that they never gave us this format before is weird.
That's a fact. Yeah. That's a fact. And then another thing, Chaotic Chu said, and shout out to Chaotic Chu, shout out to everybody on the panel too. My bad for being rude. He said that we wouldn't, if we were of a certain, I'm not quoting you, Chaotic, but you said something to the effect that if we were of a certain financial bracket or whatever, we wouldn't move to black neighborhoods or what. Didn't you say that something like that earlier in the show?
No, I said that generally speaking, when blacks get money, they move away from blacks.
Okay. So on that 2019 crime report, even on there, whites make up the largest amount of burglaries and robberies. They make up the largest amount. I mean, by far, it's like not even a contest. So, I just, you know what I'm saying? Like, I just think that we should actually take a closer look when it comes to these lists and stuff, That's all I'm saying, And I think I truly believe that I'm less likely to get robbed in my old urban neighborhood than I am in a white neighborhood. I just truly believe that. So.
Hemp, can you pull the stats back up or drop it in the back for me? Because I just want to look at it.
Pause.
What was that, a pause?
You said drop it in the back or some shit.
Oh, geez. And can you show the other thing that you played earlier where it was the white people and it broke down like the incest thing was 74%? It was on, I think you had it on Instagram.
Yeah, it was 75%. But you have sex offenses right here that eliminates rape and prostitution, 74% right here. You see it?
Yeah. And then if we're looking at drug addiction, gambling, Damn, they're driving under the influence is wild.
Yeah.
Drunkenness.
Wait, you didn't know rednecks get drunk and drive around backwoods? Just hell, you can get DUIs on lawnmowers now, apparently.
Suspicion is crazy.
Can you go to the white collar crime? It was like fraud. Because that's the other thing. Like we be dismissing, but it's folks be out here taking people's whole retirements. Like property crime is out. Look at the assaults. I just don't understand how we can get up here and be like, we're the most violent people. And then it's per capita, like, stop it.
I'm pretty sure we dominate across the board on basically anything that's white collar that involves financial. I'm almost sure that's across the board we dominate.
Embezzlement, fraud, forgery. Like, are we talking about crimes? Like, come on, they're criminals. These are Vikings. Like, you colonize things.
But what's wrong with colonization? What exactly is wrong with that?
You come up, you steal people's property, you rape and pillage land.
Right. What is wrong with it? You exist now on. Are you going to give your house back to the Native American?
I am Native, so I'm good, beloved.
Oh, okay. Where's your feathers? Where's your feathers?
That was a very racist statement, sir.
Well, I'm a racist person, apparently.
I mean, I'm glad you're realizing it.
Oh, thanks.
I mean, by proxy.
So you're not black, you're Native American. You're Indian.
I am FBA, Foundational Black American, and I have Native Blackfoot.
What does that mean?
That my people, my family, I don't know anybody in Africa. I can go back at least almost 8 generations with landmarks, with death certificates, with property that my family has been in wars. My family has served. I am just as American as a white person. Y'all don't question them folks.
I'm not asking if you're American. I'm asking, are you black or are you
No,
Indian?
I'm a foundational Black American.
Okay,
But
what does that mean?
Foundationally, as a part of this establishment, Black, I am Black and an American.
Are Indians black?
It determines. I mean, when you look at the reclassification, no, you this is when we start talking about history, because a lot of why Black people were knocked off was there's a classification. So if you go back and look and see how many classifications Black people have had, we've had far more than anybody else, which again is another one of y'all tricks. It's an evildoer thing.
What trick, man? As far as I was understanding, like the
No,
Redskins were red, if that's what
No.
you want to call them.
No,
I'm calling them brown, but
no, if you go back and look and actually see how a lot of land was stolen from Black people is from classification. And if you go look at, if you go, just trust me, go back and even now you can go from African American to Black to Negroid to colored. Like it's a thing. So I know you do research. Do the research, and then we'll talk about it.
Okay.
I think.
Okay, I'll get CT to educate me.
No,
Josh, real quick. She's saying the Indians are black.
Okay, that's what I was asking. Okay,
and they're also the same people in the Redskins helmet.
Okay. So it's like, okay, that makes sense. So okay, so if that's the case, you had land, you didn't do anything, you couldn't defend it, we took it. That's not counting like the Louisiana Purchase where the French owned it. Then like say Texas all the way up to California, that was Mexico, right? Like so all of that stuff we just took it, right? And what, you guys couldn't defend it?
Not only took it, you poison people. Like y'all done bring smallpox over here, like y'all do guerrilla warfare.
Have I taken any stance that said that killing was bad?
No, we know you haven't.
Okay, then. So like,
there's no
I found it.
Okay, send it to me. There's no rules in war, Tiff.
This is what I
Well, now there are, right? We have those rules of engagement, but there ain't no rules
I
in war.
knew they still had it.
No, they're trying to get rid of the Geneva rules
Share
too.
it, share it, Jay.
We selectively
My screen or
comply.
the link?
You can share
I'll
the
just
screen.
share my screen.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
I'll
better.
just share my screen.
Well,
There you
then,
go.
correct me if I'm wrong, Tip. Wouldn't that imply that your priority, if it was the case that okay, so FBAs, right?
Okay.
Wouldn't you then have a priority of self-defense, defending what you have now? Wouldn't that be the case?
Absolutely.
Okay.
All right, yeah, we're gonna go through this shit together. So
let's
this
do it.
is their new data database.
Right.
I kept hearing y'all say that they didn't have it. I'm like, there's no way they don't have it. They just moved it somewhere else. All right, so give me a crime that y'all want to look at by race.
Let's look at rape.
Rape? Cool.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll put the link in the back so that y'all can share it with everybody in public. All right.
Cool.
So we go by race. This is a offender statistics, and this is a victim statistics.
Zoom it.
This is a national data.
All right. So, all right, break it down. Black / African American, white, unknown. It's like they group every damn body into black or white.
Yeah. Let's say 3 months. So in the time frame of 3 months, it breaks down the calculations by race. So
Okay.
this is their statistics for the past 3 months by race.
Okay.
So in total,
So
19,674
we want to look at it as a year because that's what we've been looking at, I guess.
a year. There.
So that's for the year of 2024.
I got a
Let me make
question.
sure. Custom.
Oh, 2025 is not over yet. Okay. Yeah, do last
You
year.
want to keep it like that?
Nah, do last year.
Okay. January to December 2024. All right. This is for all of last year. So 245,000 offenders. Out of those offenders, 66,000 were white, 31,000 were black, and
So you
unknown.
know, so the unknowns we can't. It's hard to quantify. Freezy.
Yo.
You know what this shows?
I'm already knowing what you're gonna say. Real. It's just like it's a lot of like it's like what you said a couple of minutes earlier. They're grouping a lot of people, especially in the white category and the black and African American category. Now I'm forced to ask, where are Africans that live in America in this list? Where are people who we would call non-FBA blacks in this list? The people that criticize black Americans as well. Where are they? Right. So
black.
So when we actually examine this, FBA could be considerably smaller. You feel what I'm saying?
Can you zoom in just a hair bit more? I'm about half blind. Pretty please.
Yo, I'm at 150%. You need some glasses.
Well, I got a small ass screen. I'm blind.
See. Oh, ethnicity. There we go. That's where the Hispanics
There
are.
we go. All right. So
Not Hispanic or Latino. Hispanic or Latino. Yeah, it still groups people up.
Where are the black people?
Not Hispanic or Latino.
Yeah, it's hard. Yeah, it makes
They
it
grouped
work.
it up differently.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is their updated database. If y'all ever wanted to go and find demographic statistics. It's here. It's different from what they used to do, but you know we got.
So
That group of us got to be intentional.
now here's what
Sam.
here's what we're looking at though. The black or African versus white shows that 30%, and it still has us as 14%.
That's nuts.
So it got worse.
Yo, peace, y'all.
Yo, Q was popping.
What it look like?
Man, shit was goody.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I love this. I love the new updated website for the FBI, man, because they don't do the percentage game. I think that percentage game creates a cop out
So what you think about this?
that white America has an issue. Why are there that many white men running around raping women when they have their highest education, they have access to resources, homes, better communication, allegedly, speak better, talk better, read better? Where's the rationale for their excuse?
Well, we got a motto for it: old, retarded, or crippled. If they can't walk, I'll drag them.
We got all of the offenses, so if y'all want to look at another one,
murder.
Oh, the murder one is the murder is huge, but when we really like examine this, like the effect of crime on the country, when you look at tax embezzlement,
they only got homicide.
yeah, we know we're going to be the top in homicide, but when you go into selling data to other countries, espionage, financial theft, prostitution, gambling, drug. If you want to see a crazy one, type in drug equipment. There's I think it's like 300,000. It's crazy. Like white America has an issue. Black America, everybody talks about the issues with black people every single day.
That would be meth labs doing that.
That's crazy. So they don't have a thing for the victims, but it's not. But let me see the violent stuff.
Of course, you want to see the violent stuff. Okay,
Homicide.
this is aggravated assault.
Okay, aggravated assault for last year. 275,000 black people, black or African American. White 326,000.
But that not specified, like, I'm not buying it.
Homicide.
Not specified and unknown.
8,000, 6,000 for last year. 2,300 not specified. 1,800 unknown. It is odd to me that the Latinos don't have their own category at this juncture.
I would assume they put them with white. It's the only thing that makes sense. I don't know.
And who are all these unknown?
Rape. This is robbery.
Robbery?
Yep.
Damn.
See what I mean?
Look at the robbery and then look at the victims for white people.
It's just don't make no sense, man.
Jesus.
But that would mean black on black. Come on now. Stop.
No, what it's showing is it ain't black on black. It's literally, I guess, who you next to or who you got access to.
Well, to be fair, right, it could be the case because they don't exactly explain right. But you think if you have like a riot and there's looting kind of thing, wouldn't that kind of inflate the numbers if they had a conviction?
Yeah.
As I say,
this is an arrest report. So yeah, if you were a part of a riot, but when we look at all that riot film, it's a bunch of them Antifa white people out there.
I was going to say January 6th was this. Like, come on now.
Let me see.
Do y'all want to look at the arrest reports?
That's what we're looking at, right?
What were we I just clicked on it. We were looking at the crime data. This is the arrest report.
No. What does crime data mean? Those were convictions?
Yes.
Oh wow.
The arrest report doesn't. I'm. That's just how many people were arrested.
Slow down. All right. So, because we used the arrest report for all of the data for the last 6 years, right?
Mm-hmm.
Go to rape. Let me see.
Rape not specified.
Nah, that says legacy.
There we go. That was for last year. Arrestee. There we go.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. What else y'all want to see?
Go to do they have one for burglary?
I would assume. There it is.
Still have like.
How about drugs? Drug like possessions?
Drug possession, marijuana.
Opium?
Outperforming us.
Would have to be most
Synthetic.
opiates are pills. I
Yeah,
kind of
synthetics.
pill poppers is a white thing, isn't it?
No.
No?
Synthetics might be though. Because you got the methamphetamine.
There we go.
Nah, that number don't seem right. I guess it got so many categories. So what are we looking at? What are we seeing? What are we saying? What is this? What do we deduce from 2024 crime statistics?
Well, I will say it's kind of looks similar.
Keep going, Jalen. Just do as you please. Go ahead, Fiji.
I was gonna say I will admit that the numbers kind of look similar. I don't really see a big difference. But one thing that you did bring to light, like a lot of foundational Black Americans are getting blamed for other perceived Black Americans' crimes as well in these categories.
What's the but Freezy, what is that? What does that mean though?
So when we witness these political debates and stuff and these conversations and the way they try to break down, we talked about Charlie Kirk and how he always, pointing the arrow at urban communities and all that kind of stuff. I think there's more. I think what it explains is there's more nuances to the conversation when it comes to these type of crimes. I just think there's more nuances to it.
Yeah, this is a website if y'all ever wanted to look at it on your own.
One more. You going one more. Do the sex offender too. Is there?
Yeah.
It was at the bottom.
Go down. Sing the ABCs. Okay? There you go.
What?
How y'all doing, man? What's up, HAMP, man? Listen, could you do child molestations?
I think it's sex offender.
It's sex offender
excludes rapes and prostitution. So that would be the children and stuff like that.
Oh, okay. But
I think it breaks out incest. I'm not sure.
Also, with crimes, there's two parts of the law. There's the enforcement of the law,
meaning you're going to get arrested, you may pay a fine, you may do some time. There's also the leniency of the law where you may get arrested, you may be charged, but they'll give you a diversion program where you can go clean up on the side of the road, do some community service, and they'll wipe your record off. It'll just be an arrest, but it won't have nothing under it. So a lot of other races, particularly blacks, they'll get that initial offering where black people, y'all go pay a fine, you're going to do some time, be away from your family. So, you know, it's a good time for people to look at this in real life and be willing to make a change. Those that don't, you know, the days of Keith Sweat and the handouts are over. Every man, woman, and child in America, you're going to have to pull your own weight. That's why it's important to start teaming up right now and finding somebody that you can at least work with, because they're going to move slowly throughout the entire country, and they're going to make sure that everybody's documented. Get your real IDs if you haven't got none. If you got children, 12, 13, get them an ID and just start really following the law and learning the law. And I don't know, man, it's going to be a lot of people are running scared right now, but here we are. The numbers are real. And don't let the numbers scare you, because again, we modern. Y'all moving forward past this. These are old bad numbers that's always been skewed. So don't get frightened by the numbers. Just know that there's work for us to do, and I believe we can do it. Those that don't understand, you'll find yourself outside the fence, and you don't want to be out there with the chaos.
Yeah, I guess I don't understand, like, what does all that mean?
What does all what I said mean?
No, I think you can't. What is that a conclusion based on what you know, or is
Yeah,
that
based off my experiences, based off what I know through the government, what we're seeing, based off, you know, past history, you know, from being in the military, from getting an education and everything. And today, you know, when I'm seeing the most prime of our generation, probably the most aware of us, of information that wasn't available 20, 25, 30 years ago. It's all coming to the forefront. We finding out a lot of stuff that we've been buying is fake. We don't spend thousands of dollars on it. A lot of things we've been learned is backwards. So now's a good time to sort of take the information, especially when it's revealed to you, and hold on to it and move accordingly.
what does that
Protecting
mean?
your family.
Saying, like, get married?
Well, again, that's going to be to the people who are not married, brother. They're standing in that quicksand, and it's an opportunity.
So Coach Fur, you got to give us something that we can actually apply.
Okay.
Do what you got to do. Most of us ain't married. So what does that?
So they have to get out of the mindset that they don't want to get married. Get away from people who say they don't want to get married. Start connecting to people of the like mind and like body. Start investing more in our children, ensuring that they are equipped with the information that they need going forward. Stop, right now we need more of a communal aspect. And the young brothers are working it together. It's a great era. We never been in this space before. We never been here. And here we are because we've been under the democratic welfare mindset all of our lives. And now it's about being able to stand strong. If you got to cut back on spending, if you have family, try to connect with them. I'll say this just for the ladies' part. Let the fathers be a part of our sons. They could change. Even if he's a bad dude to you, you know who he is. Find a Coach HAMP. Find a big Uncle Aaron. Allow these boys to start being around men who have intentions about life. But here we are, man. I'll say this and I'll shut up. If you're single, you're going to need some protection if shit go haywire. There's some good dudes around. Find one. And make a deal. Because we all ain't got shit. Everybody still got to go to work, whether you work in YouTube or you got to go check in.
So I would hate to see you trying to go the next 40 years trying to do it by yourself, because it ain't gonna work out in your mind, in reality as it is in your mind. But it's everybody's choice to do what they want. Don't come crying in 5 years if you missed the opportunity, because America's going to be different.
I had did a show last night, and I just wanted to bring to light that I hardly seen black content creators. You, along with a couple of others, HAMP is very few that actually covered these mass shootings within the past 5 days. Since Charlie Kirk's untimely demise, black people have been getting reprimanded for having their opinion on what took place in his death. Black men in particular have had a lot of passion when it came to defending Charlie Kirk and his death, and speaking out against black people who they feel like should be ashamed for speaking their opinion about it. From September 24th of this year to now, none of these people in particular who I'm thinking about have they don't even have an inkling of these mass shootings on their channels. And I just wanted to bring notice to that. This is why I don't allow these people to, in my presence, to disparage black folk and to defend white men in my presence, especially when black people didn't have anything to do with nothing. These people are frauds, and it's obvious that they're afraid to offend white zaddy. I just wanted to bring that to the light, because if you're going to stick your chest out there, I'm going to pay attention to how you move. I'm going to do that, and because I like for people to be thorough. You know what I'm saying? Don't just be sticking your chest out at who you feel might be low-hanging fruit. I went over the massacre at Grand Blanc, Michigan. Bro, that church, did you see the video of that church being on fire?
No, I didn't see the video.
Bro, you gotta look at that church, bro. That church is the size of a grocery store. And I'm like, how, another content creator I was listening to, he was like, he had to have an enormous amount of time to actually accomplish that size of a fire. Like, the entire roof was on blaze. And he had got me to thinking. I was like, yeah, that if you look at the size of that fire, I was like, how did he get that off? He deleted 4 people, injured 8 people, and then got that fire off. Like, that fire was so huge, None of these people reported on this. None of them. The same people who try, you should be ashamed of having your opinions on Charlie Kirk. You can't say nothing. No, listen, don't say nothing no more, please. I'm talking about from Joshua Young to Thomas Jacob Stanford to Nigel Edge, from September 24th to now, nothing from these same black men. I just wanted to bring that to the light. That's all,
Yeah, Yeah, I mean, we had that conversation today, just in terms of the topic is the topic, but we derailed the topic multiple times. And it kind of, and I don't even know the intent of it, but it was kind of like so what now? You know, now that we know this, what we gonna do about it? Or what about our community? But we had those conversations, you know.
Right.
So when it's topical, right? And Josh was open and honest enough to where we can ask really, really honestly invasive questions about his prescriptions and modus operandi. It wasn't done at the point where I don't think the opportunity was missed almost, but it's like almost. You know, a lot of people don't know this stuff. They just don't. And we kind of try to gloss over this shit, right? Because we never really looked at that one column in 2019, Freezy. We always skipped over it and looked at the black people, right? And everybody who spewed the stats looked at this arrest record and skipped over the column right before the black column. And now we try to assess it. We can't even get through it because most people want to skirt over it. And it's just about having a conversation. Ain't nobody ignoring the fact that we got shit to work on. We have that conversation. But I'm just trying to understand to your point, why? What is that? You know what I'm saying? If I'm talking about football, Q Butter can't come up here and start talking about basketball.
Well, I'm gonna
that
go
ain't
back
how
to,
shit works. You know what I'm
I'm gonna
saying?
go back to chaotic truth. What chaotic
Go
truth?
ahead, and then we'll get Q in after.
My super chat was kind of facetious, but I was being serious at the same time. They're not going to say it outright, but I truly believe that they kind of feel like the white man is God, you know, and you know, you would be a fool to actually go against that. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, instead of insulting him, we need to impress him. What's the best way to impress him? By disparaging black folk.
Damn.
It's a mentality. Nobody wants to admit it. Josh know it. He probably know it. You know, nobody wants to admit it, man. You know, and so, you know, at this point, black people themselves just have to stop looking at themselves as low hanging fruit. At this point, don't let people just talk to you any kind of way. Tell you, just like, you know, when Chaotic Truth said we would not move around black people, we would rather move around white. Well, we just seen white people at an enormous rate are the highest in burglary. You might as well say home invasion. Yeah, white people putting on that black mask, that black ski mask, and they coming off in there. That's what they doing.
Hell yeah. My house got some nice stuff in it.
Yeah. So
what it is.
Let's just stop painting this picture. You know what I'm saying? Like, what there's, to me, in my opinion, there's an agenda to make black people so unappealing, and the only way people will actually deal with us is if it's centered around sports or singing. You know,
could it be the case that if you're talking about like online, let's say YouTube podcasts, stuff like that, right? Could it be the case that most of that talking points are just basically entertainment, just people talking trash for no other reason other than bad news appears to gain attention?
Yeah, because white people, y'all buy some damn houses that y'all can't afford and be on an air mattress eating noodles yourself to keep up with the Joneses. So no, fuck no, we not great shit on us for them when they live above their means anyway, because it's always about a face. It's my brand. Oh, I got a $200,000 home, but I have shit in there. I don't even have furniture. But they'll never host a party. They got to go somewhere else. Fuck no, we're not doing that one. White people have always lived above their means. That's why they used welfare and everything. That's why white women did it first. Even now, black people are not leading in welfare.
Well, to be fair, right? Like that's not a bad move.
Hold on, Cutie Buddy, did you go yet?
My bad.
Q,
It was,
went?
it was cool. I was just listening. It was cool.
Oh, all right.
So why would that be a bad thing? If debt is if debt itself is a non-taxable thing, why would you not do that? Right? Because you're basically
y'all have more debt than we do, though.
Of course. But again, what does it mean? What does it matter if I have a mortgage, right? And that mortgage I can write off as a tax deduction.
We need to stop doing one thing: following suit. Y'all have always done that. Y'all lead in more welfare shit than we do, and then it's after that, it's everybody else who's came over here.
So let's break it down.
Have the lowest point of welfare, but even when it comes to the housing market and everything, white people, they the motherfuckers that, yeah, they'll get them, but you can't upkeep them either. Y'all bankruptcy shit is high, but y'all get a house, and guess what? Y'all have y'all ramen noodles, y'all have y'all air mattresses, y'all don't have no furniture in there because you want to keep up with, and y'all go to work, eat y'all little cheese sandwiches and shit. Fuck no, we're not gonna do that one. No, that's what the fuck y'all do.
Okay, go rent an apartment.
We just we're believing this shit because it's vibrational slavery, and I'm so fucking tired of this. Black people need to understand our value, our worth. Pay attention to them. You actually will learn if you apply yourself. I've been saying this shit. So we have to apply ourselves, get up our ass. Listen, man, John, I told you, I don't believe shit you say. You're married to a fucking Korean woman. Come on,
Vietnamese, but close enough. Right? Like all Asians look the same. Okay,
I don't give a damn. You eating rice and noodles and beans and shit.
I'm eating crackers, sir.
I don't want to hear that shit.
I'm eating crackers.
Thank you.
What's wrong with crackers?
Get a fork.
What's wrong with crackers, Mr. Williams?
No, I'm not hearing that shit.
Who eats crackers with a fork?
Y'all fucking around again. Let me get this system real quick, man. Pardon the body. Hey, look. So in terms of those numbers y'all pulled up, what y'all was looking at was the dependent variables, which means that the output is only as good as the input. When you look at crime data, you have to understand what the inputs are. So if we think about it, if 24% of Black men are in poverty, if 33% of Black youth are in poverty, isn't crime a game of the impoverished in general? Wouldn't we agree to that?
Yeah.
Okay. Right. So
well, I don't know, Sean, because you have such an uptick in crimes like white collar stuff, fraud, espionage, things of that nature, which have large numbers as well, and then you have less crime in less densely populated areas.
All right, but by and large, it would, people with something to lose probably are not out here robbing niggas and stealing shit, committing violent crimes, like by and large, because I think we're talking about that type of stuff, right?
If we're talking about violent crime, then I think the association with poverty is more clear.
Right. So, like, take the white collar crimes off. I think, if you think about it, right? So, crimes of whether in their mind they feel like it's necessity or whatever, it's generally speaking across all people. It's people with really nothing to lose. We can call them lazy. We can call them whatever we want to call them. But generally speaking, it's not us making $300,000 going out here robbing shit. You know what I'm saying? Shit like that.
Yeah.
Speaking. So if we overrepresent in terms of poverty, you would expect people across all spectrum to be the perpetrators of crime. So we exponentially overrepresent in terms of poverty. So then also we have to look at bias in policing. If we literally have shows where we were talking about where we're over police, the top risk, all these different things. If most of the police force looks like Josh, and their goal, as Josh said, is literally you go into these neighborhoods. So at all these other crimes that we're going to overrepresent. Coach Ferg spoke to this. Diversion programs. I've talked about the station house adjustments here in New Jersey. Anybody can look them up. They're exponentially at a 70, 80, 90% rate given to white kids. So they don't enter the juvenile justice system. We do. So we overrepresent because we're not offered those programs. Why? Because implicit bias. Implicit bias training does not make racist white cops not be racist white cops. It just gives them some other shit to do for a day or two. So when you think about the policing, you think about the poverty, you think about the programs that they get and how they're kept from being in the system, it would make sense that we would overrepresent. We can't just look at these numbers and be like, oh, what? Those are the numbers. Because There's a lot more that goes into it, or that should have gone into it.
So Sean, hence that's probably why the exoneration rate is so high for us, right?
I don't know. I'd have to think about that. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, because some of us get locked up under false pretenses once it's all mined out. So yeah, but here's the thing though. Here's the trick.
About overrepresentation, as far as yeah. So
I'm talking about if Josh, we heard Josh talk. If Josh pulls up on 10 kids, 5 of them black, 5 of them white, it's highly likely that those black kids are taking their ass to jail. They're not getting a program. They go into fucking jail. And so if you think about how many Joshes there are compared to how many us's there are, then you are absolutely going to overrepresent, because that's what he's looking for. This nigga that fits the fucking description.
Hell, I'll stand on it, right? If my directive, the thing that basically funds me, like I'm my paycheck is based off of like numbers of arrests or something like that, and I'm incentivized by this. Yes, I'm going to go after the numbers, which, depending on where we are, probably going to go after the black kids.
Absolutely, and we, you know what we do? Us as humans, we generally speaking, people who look like us. We just do it without even thinking about it. I can see a little me and James to some degree. Josh is gonna see Chad somewhere, but like, but he reminds me of me or my little brother. You know what? Come here, let me talk to you. We got this thing called a station house adjustment or a diversion program. If you do XYZ, then 6 months from now, this will never appear on your record. So now that kid that did the same exact crime, multiply him times whatever you want to multiply him by, and he won't end up in that system. Where the other kids that look like us, they end up in the system. They smoking the same weed. They popping the same pills. They doing the same shit. Don't let these numbers fool y'all, man. I told y'all who deals with numbers, I can make them numbers say whatever the fuck I want to say. I promise you. We do it in science, stats, we do it in politics. Same methodology. I'm a cherry pick.
What I was gonna say earlier, I think like we've allowed white people to put the percentage gain in front of their accountability. Like, they got to deal with the fact 5 million white folks were stealing cars in the last year. Like, they keep bringing up black people. It's like, why did you have 5 million white people steal cars? Why did you have almost how many thousands of white men commit rape and stealing? Like, when they think about how much money is stolen from the government, they bring up welfare. That don't got nothing to do on tax evasion. The annual tax evasion white people do, the embezzlements that white people do, it's like you can gobble up all the welfare queens y'all want to call them. It ain't got nothing on tax evasion. Nothing. And so
tax evasion's actually getting worse, because we can't, all of the loopholes they find, they can't close them.
And the other thing I wanted to post to y'all was, you know, everybody knows I have a program for black students and black kids, and where the country is going, the conversation on black is now becoming something that we're being told not to say. And like directing, so if we're saying, if we acknowledge as black men that these are issues, or black people in the community that these are issues, and we say that we want to focus on our community, that right now is becoming an issue in America. And I think that's something that we have to have every platform should have a conversation on, because nonprofits right now can't say that they're focused on black children, black youth, they have to term it completely other things. And there's a complete fight against, we see them removing history. They're attacking and firing black women across the board. They're going after schools. They're going after any program dedicated to black people. And if we don't get in front of this conversation, I don't know where it's gonna go.
Nah, real shit. And yo, Q, this one thing I always experience when I do these episodes, and we talking about something that has a racial epithet, whatever the proper word is there, right? The white people that are in the chat never ever go against white people. Josh said white people are willing to do whatever to make sure they get what they want. And
Amen.
we got softball questions coming from our brothers for the last 8 hours. Bullshit questions we can't get no traction with. Oh, Josh, what do you think about climate control? The fuck? It's a weird dichotomy between how we revolve around the conversations, like you saying, what we willing to attack or confront, how hard we go at each other. That's what still mans the points about the violence. Cause we ready to do a nigga at any point in time. And we see it during a conversation who we willing not to do it to.
Yep.
I don't know, man. And the thing is, when the brothers offer what they offer, if it's in a different conversation, it's not bad information. But it ain't the conversation that we trying to have. And somehow that get like we don't understand the premise.
What it might be a little unfair with me specifically. I think you
Hush,
probably have,
Josh. You know what I mean? Like it just don't make a lot of sense. We go dumb hard. We had boxing matches because of how hard motherfuckers was going at each other. Now, to be fair, Josh is sociopathic, so he ain't gonna give a fuck what you say to him no way, right?
damn, this is true.
Yeah. So, but it's just like I'm just assessing this shit, Q, and I get disheartened, I guess you would say. You know what I mean? Like I seen. Go ahead. You got a delay. Go ahead.
Oh, my bad. Okay.
No, go ahead.
It's just standing on the square thing right now, and I think there's enough platforms to deal with the conversation. It's easy to talk about Black folks. You know, the Minstrel America made it like that's a running platform. Making fun of Black people, talking about Black people, characterizing Black people. Any of those categories, you can make a lot of money. Talk about Black women, talk about Black men, talk about Black kids. Any of those categories, shooting Black kids, any category that's against Black people. That is perfect for American, storytelling. When it comes to like empowering our community, or even just holding white folks accountable. Like I have no problem with that. Look, anything y'all want to say Black people got an issue with, our totem pole of issues is really not that high globally. It's very much pocketed. When we think about the global effects of criminality by white folks and white men right now, that's a reality. You know what I mean? Like when we talk about espionage, like, oh, that's just bro, they were selling secrets to the other governments and military. What are we talking about?
They gave him the weapons.
You comparing that to Rondell who shot a nigga in Brownsville? What are we talking about?
Hey, Hamp, but I gotta, Hamp, this is the reality of this shit. Today,
hold on.
What you learn? You're a prisoner of your own success. Today, you reach 50 subs. Today, 50 subscribers. A lot of people don't do that. But you're going to have also, you built this platform to bridge the gap between Black men and Black women to get this understanding. Now, we seeing we have to do more work from the other races and everything. So, sir, you are a fearless leader, and guess what? I told you, get the big head today. God damn it, you still got work to do.
Nah,
so
word is born, man.
Else in.
Well, here's the thing. Yeah, 100%.
Your ass gotta work now. Don't you say nothing. Take your flowers.
I said thank you.
Head. Mama, take your flowers. Now you know you got twice as much work to do. Get the big head today. Have all of it. You know, I'll text you. Get the big head. But you still got more work to do, bro. He ain't done with you yet. So
No.
I love you, but hey, this is what it is. Now you
I
got
disagree.
So I'm
I
done.
disagree, Brother Wills. I disagree, right?
No,
And listen,
you can't. I don't give a no. Nobody's gonna do one thing. This might be risky. Reach this platform because this man had a dream. He did it not only with his sisters, his friends, and all of that shit. No, we gonna give props today on this one because he deserves it, and that's what it is. No, the sauce is gone. No, I ain't put it there.
Hey man, I love you. I appreciate it, 100%, man.
But I'm just saying, like, people really need to take his shit serious. He's actually has built something that's wonderful.
Yeah, we definitely building it up. Miss Coach Furry, before you, there was one thing I wanted to say too. Q, and I'm asking Q because he don't like he be here, but he don't hit the panel a lot. And Freezy, well, everybody, right? I see this victim thing every time we had these conversations, right? But there's no way you can complain about weak ass women and not be a victim in that circumstance also.
If any get mad at you, Hemp.
But that's the thing, it just throws me off. So we talking about things that happen, right? And these are men that are successful in their life, right? So it ain't like we talking about how much somebody helped. Q Butter got a school. Let me say it again. Q Butter got a school, my nigga. He got a school. Right? And that thing just told me, they always start talking about victim, do this, that, and the third. And then when niggas is complaining about women, it's so good. Women are, and I'm not saying women can think, but women be weak as shit.
Damn.
Yo, dead ass, bro. I had my wife and all the kids and nobody could get loose. Q, I got 6 kids. I got everybody wrapped up like this. Nobody could go nowhere. They struggling. Everybody looking stupid. Huh? It just throws me for a loop. Victim is used so conveniently. When ain't none of the men up here talking about the white man holding me back. No, we know what the circumstances are. Just because I know how to navigate it don't mean that it ain't an issue. Don't mean that it ain't a problem. Don't mean that somebody didn't help me navigate this shit. Somebody discussed this shit with me to where I had clairvoyant understanding, right? While still trying to run through walls as opposed to just going around the shit. I've always been a fucking hammer and not the nail, and it take it long, or and not a knife. It always take me longer to get there, but I'm gonna get there. But if I don't learned it like this, why don't I discuss it so everybody can be a fucking knife as opposed to a hammer? That's more football terminology if you understand it. Get skinny in a hole. I said, fuck that. I'm running through everything. And I used to get ran over too because I didn't get skinny enough. You know, but it's just weird to me. Like, oh, we could the women this, the women that. But then my white counterpart can't be a problem. He's a fucking man too. The reason why my daughters can have bad attitudes is because you got to go through me to get to them. And that shit just get glossed over. The reason why my daughter going to judge you for not being able to change a tire in 15 minutes is because she's learned it from me. The reason why the shit that black people go through look like Candyland and not Monopoly is why. Because there's systematic things and systemic issues based off that. But is there a finish line in Candyland? Yes. But it looked like this. And it's like we can't fucking like shit crazy, man. Go ahead, Coach Ferg. My bad.
Brother, listen, just in response to it, man, what you saying is spot on, man. And you know, and again, man, I've gotten aware of your space when you was about 13,000 subs, and that wasn't even, I don't even know if that was a year, 6, 8 months. I don't even remember the time. I just been tuning in to the work that yourself and brothers like Freezy doing, right, and how it moves, and the fact that you have 50,000, and this is why I say this is a unique space for us. I would challenge the 50,000, man, just to go get other 50,000 people, man, just to start taking the information that's being processed and learned, man, and start having conversations, man, at the table without alcohol, without drugs. Where you might be able to pass your little tuka around, but that's only after we had a conversation on how we're going to just start from within our circles. How are we going to be better? Because we see that numbers are skewed. And again, there's always going to be a device to make sure that you're going to be subjugated in some capacity, whether you're going to lose your money, you're going to lose your time. There's going to be some, I guess, level that you have to go through. And being a part of this modern so-called America, I really believe it's a good time for young brothers and sisters to start really moving with intentions, start really focusing on things around them, not waste the money on stuff you really don't need. Start getting back to some of the basics. That's going to be the key, because you speak of children, and that's what the greatest feature. If the way you protect, it's going to carry on for generations. And if we can just find a way, man, right now, again, I'll shut up, man. Listen, this is no time for you to be 21 to 41, maybe 51, to be crying about the past. When you see stuff like this, the next day when you wake up, you have to move with a little more intention for yourself. If you don't have the family, do it for yourself. If you have a family, set people down. Have those tough conversations. It might take through Christmas. Ain't nobody got to get no Christmas presents. We can pool our money together and see how we're going to create our family, create our business or something. But
Coach, you know what's ill about the building you talking about? Now this going, let me see. Every time I say, yo, let's donate to a cause, right? Like I interviewed Q Butter, right? Honored to do so and all that, right? My boy Shaw, y'all seen Shaw? He trying to create another movie and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Guess who always donate first?
The women.
Maybe it's just coincidence. Maybe, I mean,
Who always
Nah,
donate first?
let's just call it what it is, man. You
So
know,
who always donate first?
and I'm not saying that the guys don't donate. Obviously, you see how much love I got today, right? So I'm not, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But it just, when I see, I'm just talking about who hit it first, like on a lot of, and I'm talking about these campaigns, right? So my boy Homeboy, we raised $1,000 for him to get his business up and running. Shot, our goal is $5,000. I think we had like 1,800. I dropped Q Butter's link and etc. I Dr. G in my head right now. Now she was already familiar, but when on the stream specifically, she's like, boom. You know what I'm saying? Hamp, send me my shirt, nigga. She don't say nigga, but you know. But I'm like, am I just reading too much in? Maybe that don't mean nothing.
No, I think I'll say this. There's two parts to it. No, you're not reading into it. And yes, you're reading into it. Yes, you're reading into it because just by man's nature, men are always a little bit more apprehensive to give up money, right, based off speaking. They're so more visual, right? And the fact that guys are actually doing the work. So, and it may take a few more conversations to be had to show that that person is legit and man would give. Yes, women, they're just, it's funny, they talk about us, but they're nurturing, really. By nature, they're nurturing, and they're going to give more freely initially. We see how they spend. When they go out, they spend. They really have no money or limit. If they go spend something that they know, if they
the same city, Ferg.
I know.
We from the same damn city.
Shout out everybody that made it. So y'all see,
the whole STEM school, son.
Y'all see where it went to.
From the apartment building.
I see what it went to.
Yeah, that's dope.
I'm working on the magnetic door. Yeah, I'm working on the magnetic door right now, so we can get the automated door system in the band.
That's the one in Brooklyn, right?
He is the one in Brooklyn.
Yeah.
That's dope, Q.
Salute, man.
Awesome, man.
That's
dope.
dope.
God, B. Yeah, you right. I was gonna show up, but I'm like, you right here. There's people out here doing shit, B.
Yeah.
I think to your point though, Hemp. Well, this is just my opinion. Within the so-called black race, we've been so caught up in this gender war conversation for so long. We've just, we just out of it. But in my opinion, I think black men's within the black race, men are just naturally competitive. We want to be better than other men. So you understand what I'm saying? And so a lot of times other black men within our race, again, I just want to make sure everybody know I'm just talking about within the so-called black race, right? You're going to have more of an enemy in another black man than you are in a black woman. The reason why these gender wars became so prevalent is because of sex, man. Let's just call it for real, man. It's just, once men start having sex with these dudes done got their heart broke. They never got a lot of this stem from that, she wrong. And then, some guys went through divorce and, divorce court, they ended up giving up some stuff or whatever. But I've had that same experience too, as far as what I'm trying to do, as far as projects and everything, especially in my personal life. I have less resistance when it comes to black women. I really do. And I think that, I don't want to push that on everybody. I don't know if that's other guys' experience. I don't want to make that a blanket statement as well, but I know that's my experience. And I've said that, especially if you're not trying to have sex with them, especially if you exemplifying a level of discipline and you just dealing with a black woman on a professional basis or whatever, and you showing her respect or whatever. And I've had more loyalty when it came to black women than black men. Not saying that I don't love my brothers, but I do understand the level of competitiveness when it comes to black men. It's just, that's how that's my experience.
Yo, Crazy, I think that's good, right?
Yeah.
And I hope that you're right. You know what I'm saying? But I want my competition to be at their best. I remember in high school specifically, they wanted to kick a kid out for doing. I said, ref, do not kick him out. They need him. Right? But I don't want none of my W's to be with an asterisk. Right? And as a kid, I was a senior, right? I was a captain. Do not kick him out. That's a part of the game, It was something in a pile up. Pile ups get crazy. Right? They need him. He was one of their better players. I don't want them to say we beat them because he got kicked out the game.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? That's not what I remember in one-on-ones in college, right? We go on one-on-ones. We got these transfers in JUCOs from this big school and that. I want to go with him. Oh, my ankle tweaked. Never mind. I don't want to go with him. Right? If you tell me there's something wrong with you, I don't want to go with you. Right? I want you to go at your full. I want to see why you went to Georgia in the first place. Right? And one of the motherfuckers was good. I'm like, okay, I see why you went to Georgia. But I need to see. I want you to be at full strength.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's competition. But if envy, jealousy, greed are the reasons why you can't do a thing, I can't respect that.
I was trying to softball it,
Yeah.
My bad, because I want, the reason why I do that, I wanted to kind of try to land with black men without them being sore with my statement, because we're so, what is it called, pessimistic, when it comes to, when somebody's trying to explain something. I'm not disparaging black men at all, I understand what you're saying, and just to keep it real, it is more of an element of what you said as far as envy,
Freezing
and
and Hemp. Can I say this real quick? I know that we have some difficult black women, but it wasn't until YouTube, until people were talking. I've heard this, that the black woman was our enemy. Fuck no, they're not our enemy.
No, they're not an enemy, but no, that's the one thing. We're not talking about even like we talking about exactly what we talking about. We don't deny that conduct need to be upgraded and worked on,
That's
right? We ain't even like, let's get that clear.
Yeah, but you know, it's like, when I'm hearing this stuff, it's like some of this stuff I never heard. Just like what you was talking about even earlier during the show. Like some of these things, like tethering out, I didn't hear about this until I got on YouTube.
Well,
Never knew that was even a thing.
What about this? Do some men get more respect from women than other men on a normal basis?
Come on now, we know that.
Well, but the issue is,
you know, you're gonna get more respect.
But if we say some, though, I can't really gather that.
Okay.
Are we saying? I think the issue is the minority of men seemingly don't get enough respect.
Minority, okay.
That's what the argument continues to be, right? Why do you have to be some exemplary dude to get a level of almost human decency? That's the argument that continues, right? And that's a different conversation, right? I'm not even trying to highlight that, but I just, Freezy, when you say healthy, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, yo, I need to go work out. Who gonna push me to be great? Right? I'm not bringing a nigga I can outwork in every single facet. What's the point? I might as well go by myself.
Right.
Unless I need a spotter.
Yeah, that look different though. Yeah.
You know?
You're right.
You want somebody to push you.
Yeah. But at the same time, that same dude, he wants to see you grow. And he wants the best out of you. Feel what I'm saying? That's love. That's real love to me, you know. And maybe I did use the wrong word earlier as far as competitiveness. Because there is a positive competitiveness too. But I think a lot of the problems, these gender war conversations be so simple to me. That's why I don't really have them a lot. A lot of this stuff is grounded on sex and not being disciplined. That's it. You don't even if a woman is disrespectful, why are you even continuing to entertain this woman? Because you started having sex with her and you've gotten a little possessive. Just be real. Come on. You don't want to see another man have sex with this woman because you feel like she yours right now. And you feel like she disrespecting you, you can't let that sex go, bro. You just can't let it go. You know, that soft body, you know, she tell you she love you sometimes, you like them dimples, you know, but at the same time, she a monster.
Yo, real shit. Motherfuckers, hey, Freezy.
You know.
Yeah, that's what it, yo, niggas, I was telling them the other day, women don't have to apologize because she got a vagina. She don't need to say sorry she put the pussy on you. Weak ass nigga. Me included. And that's enough. And it's the last part. Me too. You heard? See, that's the other part motherfuckers leave out. It's ain't never us dealing with what you're talking about. Right? Like we getting our women from the earth, in the earth. Right? They learn how they learn. They learn what they learn. They come from similar circumstance. Boom. We gotta wean them off this shit. Reiterate, right? Reinforce. She don't listen. She's like it just, and we just act like this ain't. That's another problem, Freezy. The men that's in our position don't say all of it. You know what I'm saying?
You gotta say all of it.
You gotta say all of it.
You got to. You know.
Hey, what I tell you, what I had to do this past weekend, I felt like it was some white people shit, but guess what? I did it for
Camping?
my fiance, and I was happy as hell, like a little kid.
What was white? What you went camping or something?
Engagement photos. You know I sent that shit to you. Gone.
Oh no, that's not white people shit. That's gay.
Photos. Yeah, it was. But hey, guess what?
I did them too.
I'll be a lesbian for the day.
I'll pick. Yeah, we did them. We did them shits. You know what I'm saying? Waste my money and time. You know, he was happy, so fuck it. You know.
Yeah, I'm about
that's the whole thing.
I'm about to drop down, but I think that it was warranted to continue that conversation about these shootings that we've been witnessing lately because like I said on my show, I might be wrong, but I'm seeing a pattern here, right? Under this political and social climate, especially under the Trump administration, I'm seeing a pattern of these type of events. The last shooting that happened in Grand Blanc, Michigan, the FBI deemed it almost like a, I wouldn't say almost, I think they did deem it like it was like a terrorist act.
Of course it was.
You know? Right. So we talking about Ray Ray over there on 63rd versus the terrorist act, right? And then we're seeing patterns. Why wouldn't you continue that conversation? Why you go straight to Ray Ray?
Because
why?
Generally because we support one idea or another. If you example, let's say you're anti-polygyny, right? Who would be a group that you would generally oppose or target? Mormon Church, maybe?
Polygyny, yeah.
Like it's just everything has got an agenda one way or the other, and dude was definitely a right winger. I'm pretty damn sure of it. I think he was actually part of like my group basically, and he had an agenda. What that agenda is, I don't know, but it's pretty clear.
Well,
because you don't just go after church for no reason.
Well, here's the thing that gets highlighted, right? You know, I'm reading these articles. They still don't have motives. They don't have motives for a lot of these shootings, you know. And then this dude, Thomas Jacob Stanford, the last guy on Sunday morning at the Mormon church. What was I going to say? Oh, he's a veteran, right? He served in the Marines for like 4 years.
Yes, sir.
I think he was a mechanic for 3 of those years, and then he had active duty like for like 6 or 8 months or something. And I forgot, it was one of those Middle Eastern countries or whatever. But when we talking about these things, right? And salute to him for talking about it, right? But I'm telling y'all right now, when Carmelo Anthony, his trial start, watch these same Negroes come out of the woodwork and start sticking their chests out, calling this boy a damn hooligan and thug. Watch these same guys who did not report on these topics that we talking about from September 24th to right now. Watch they hit these panels, and I'm gonna be right there to check your ass. Yeah, because I know what's going on. We're not low-hanging fruit. Black people are not low-hanging fruit. If you know, like I know, and HAMP know, you are chosen. But see, that's another conversation. That's a whole nother conversation. And that's why I'm so passionate about this right here. You feel what I'm saying? Like, there's a scripture in the Bible where it says, Satan casts out Satan. Yes, that's a spiritual scripture. But there's a lot of meaning to that. We're living in the times of revelation, what's going on. That's why I said we having a conversation about Thomas Jacob Stanford or Nigel Edge or Joshua Young. Those conversations, we can have 8 hours of that conversation, and it can spiral into other things as far as what's going on with these political crimes or social crimes that we've been witnessing. We don't have to go to black folk all the damn time. We don't. That's all I'm saying. Like one live stream, we just can't keep it on white folk. It just get on my damn nerves, man. It does, you know. And so, and here's another thing. Like, why do people think we're so incompetent? Black men. I'm gonna just highlight black men. Why do people think black men are so incompetent that we're not in understanding that, yeah, we do need to improve violence in our own community? We already know that. They like we so dumb we don't care about our own. We know we care. But we are intelligent too, and we can have other conversations too about other demographics as well. We read, quite the contrary. That's crazy though. I'm sorry, I just wanted to spaz out before I left, man.
Hey, Freezy, you about to go?
Oh yeah, Aaron, I'm glad you finished. I need your information too. I started my garden, bro.
I was getting ready to say I'm gonna leave it in the. Thank you.
Yeah, I started my garden. I need your help, man.
Excellent. All right, yeah, I'm eating some zucchini right now. Well,
yeah.
I'm
Let's
on the
get it.
back. Hit me up as soon as
You
can.
left your information in the back.
I'm doing it right now.
All right, good. Oh, Hemp. I love you, dog. Listen, Hemp. You killing them, bruh. You killing them. I'm telling you, bruh. You need to be studied. Keep doing your thing, dog. For real. Real talk,
man. I love you, Ak, man. I was
I love
hoping
you too, man.
I see you in the chat. I'm like, he must be busy. Especially with
man. You
this
see, look, man, I got holes in my damn shirt, man. I've been working and stuff, man. You know.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, you know I was coming up. I had to holler at you. I had to look at you in your face. And listen, shout out to all the everybody. Shout out to my sister Sherelle. You know I've been meaning to holler at Sherelle. You know we went over you in my VIP Wednesday. I said, well, they bought that old Sherelle out, because I see you, sis. I know you. I know you. You know. You concentrating, you know, every now and then, but you know, I just want to say I love you, sis. I love you, sis.
I love you,
you holding it down. And shout out to everybody else. And Q Butter, man, thank you, bro. Thank you for what you're doing, bro. Real talk, man. I'm talking about, bro, that needs to be like, I'm telling you, I'm looking up to you. You know what I'm saying? Thank you. I appreciate that. And everybody else on the panel, Coach Ferg, Playboy, y'all know what it is. Aaron, Josh, man, good to see you, Josh. You know, and listen, everybody, I appreciate y'all. I'm out, man. And I got your number too, Aaron. I'm definitely gonna hit you up.
Yeah, man.
Cool, man.
Shalom, be safe, man. I love you, man.
Love you too, man. Love all y'all, man.
I'm honestly just surprised that other people are surprised that Black community is doing so well. Like CT was talking about the concept of there are no Black weapons manufacturers. I dropped 2 names in the back of Black weapons manufacturers that got contracts with Department of Defense. They exist. I mean, I know it's kind of probably like not cool to put everything on blast. It's just, to me, I'm more shocked that people are shocked by these things happening. It's been happening last 20, 30 years.
Can I ask you, Josh? What are your thoughts on black servicing, exclusive servicing by Black people for Black people? Do you feel like
what do you mean, like Black people doing business or something exclusively with other Black?
Specifically servicing, whether it be an educational program, recidivism program, business program, like a program dedicated to Black people.
Wouldn't that? I don't know. I don't care. Like, I mean, I would think that if you have a community, right, and you have a school in that community, you're serving that community. To me, that would just make sense.
What about if it's only for the people of that community?
What do I care? You should do it. It's a private school, right? Who says you can't, like, basically say who's allowed to be a student and who's not?
Donald Trump.
He's full of shit, right? Like, okay, it depends, right? If you're going to get, like, state or federal funding, then the law applies. If you're not getting outside of funding, you're allowed to do whatever the hell you want. I'll teach you how to lie about it too. Set up your application system and just basically screen and just say, hey, like, you're not good enough to come to our school. That's simple. It's what we've been doing.
Yeah.
Him, I was just about to say that. I was just about to say, like, even though you never grew to be 5 foot and you bald in the right there. It's in the back, you can't see it. But I saw it during the Arnold fight that you was balding back there. And you look like a pit bull and you don't got no neck. You all right with me. You know what I'm saying? You all right with me. I'm just saying, even with all that. And you can't read that well. You said Essalon. I'm the strongest man you know. Head ass. Shortest nigga I know too.
Damn, man. Thank you, Leslie. I read very well.
Can I ask the question a different way?
Go ahead, Q.
Is Josh still there?
Yes, sir. Sorry, I'm off cam because I'm smoking a cigarette and I refuse to smoke on camera.
What are your in terms of like many of the issues Black people face because of white folks' policies in this country? White folks' culture of the new forms of Jim Crow, their whatever ideological views they have of Black people, and so if we address it as that, like the reason why we're doing this banking program is because of the history of Black people being excluded or facing discriminatory practices within banking. So we've created a program specifically to help Black people in banking or housing or something like that. And the specific language is that this is in response to the history of policies and legislation that have been enacted by white people against Black people. Do you oppose that type of language?
Do I oppose, one more time, do I oppose what?
That type of language.
No, I don't oppose any kind of language. Have at it. Matter of fact, I actually think that you should combat look, everybody competes. Freezy just basically stated this openly. Everybody competes. You should compete. You should have your own schools. You should have your own banks. You should get in there and compete. That's how you win. I mean, it's really that simple. So, I mean, like, okay, you've got a school. Good. Now shove it down the next person's pause. Basically beat your crap out of everybody else with it. Right? Like, that's the whole point of it. It's competition.
Yeah, pretty much.
And at the end of the day, okay, so what? Maybe you might have to play a little finagling with some laws, regulations, or whatever. You do what you got to do. It's what we're doing, so I don't see why you wouldn't.
Man, don't try to get us in that white collar crime shit, man.
It's not white collar crime, right? Technically speaking, like if you're going to screen for students of a specific ethnicity, right? You have an application system the same way they do with job people, right? Like if you don't want to, based on somebody's name, you just, hey, that looks like a white name and just throw it away. Or put photos on the damn applications. Most CVs now actually have images on CVs. Same thing. Like it's real simple. You just don't openly say, hey, look, you're the wrong color. I'm not going to allow you access. You just don't say that. It's real simple. Make up some other bullshit excuse. So?
Right.
So now this goes for HAMP now question. Let me ask you this, HAMP, because this is a literal space where I'm at in this conversation with like our targeted population for servicing in the climate of today. So HAMP, do you feel like Black men should be in front of this conversation in the Black community where we're holding the banner of our realities on our shoulder, or should we play the game and play the paperwork and link, the verbiage game?
Y'all remember I had the boys up here that I coach, right? And remember I was telling y'all about one of them that I guess I framed it as like lost, you know what I'm saying? So
I remember hearing that.
He had he was on trial for a double murder. But the story is though the two other people killed each other. But they hit him with 80 years. He just got it. And we were just streaming. I had dropped my phone. So he in the Bing, obviously. But he tried to call me. I missed it. But one of the other boys had told me, right? And then look at this boy, right? I just want to show y'all this, right? Because what Q, and it just sparked because what Q doing is so important, and football is one way to galvanize the kids, right? But there's several ways. And so this Chris right here, right? This is him when I was coaching.
Yeah, gang in this. took his phone. Cause Coach HAMP sweet. Took his phone. Yeah. Yeah.
So this shit right here. So his name Christopher Jenkins. So he got hit with 80 years for a double murder. Look at this little fat stinking motherfucker, right? You know?
Yeah. Took Coach HAMP phone. Yeah. Ganging this. Took his phone. Cause Coach HAMP sweet. Took his phone. Yeah. 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 Took Coach HAMP phone.
I was gonna say Coach Hamp, but Coach Hamp, how old was he at that time doing that video?
They were freshman or sophomore. So 2000.
Okay.
Yeah, he was young back to 2016 or 17. Yeah. So they were freshmen, I think, because they graduated in 2019. So yeah, I think freshman, maybe sophomore. Yeah, freshman.
Yeah, 15.
So he got that
The reason
case.
why I asked.
Oh no, I'm just giving you all the info. He caught that case in 2021.
So not even 21 years old, 2 years out of high school, he's caught the case, right? And that's why my man, I guess it was reason why I asked, because with my man, what Q's talking about, right? I think it's important that we can get them young brothers in that space where you are, brother, at that preteen, teenage years, right? So they can get that quality reinforcement from men that look like them, from men who may have had the experience that they can teach them to avoid based off doing things a certain way, because there's certain things we have to do legitimate on the up and up just to be able to navigate and compete against the other men. And that's why I think it's important for the fact that you have a school, you have a space where you can get them there regularly, speak to them about how great they are, how smart they are. Yes, I think overall, and then they'll go to brother Coach Hemp and play a football game or two. Those reinforcements builds and reinforces that I can do it. I do believe in myself. But again, not very many brothers are in the mind space to really spend that time with young men who need it between that 12 and 18 years old. It's a critical time for young black boys in the community, and those that can actually do it. You know, I give all credence to those guys, man, because that's how I made my money. Shout out to Beans, man, on the south side of Chicago and the west side, all the way from Douglas High School to the Wild Hundreds, you know. So, yeah, man, salute to y'all guys, man. Keep doing it. Those brothers and sisters need y'all, man.
Good shit. Salute to E-Dub. Only been a member for 18 months.
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
E-Dub, he also came out when we had the meet up in DC and all that. Salute my G. He said salute on the 50K and having a tough conversation to move the community forward. I appreciate you, bro. Dedicated was popping. Perfect. So congratulations on getting the 50K. You deserve it, brother. Keep moving forward and helping grow our mind.
Shit like that. Shit like that.
Team
Shit
effort,
like that.
good
Shit
brother.
like that.
Next stop, 100,000. See, Rob was popping, kid.
Perfect. Shit like that. Shit like that.
Congratulations on the 50K.
Perfect.
I'm proud to be a member of this Might Be Risky family. DJ Hampton.
Shit like that. Shit like that.
Rob, salute my G, man. Good to see you, man. Hope all is well. I appreciate the well wishes. We're gonna keep grinding, man. Imperial with the $5. Congratulations on the 50, cousin. It's hard to argue with the truth. Josh's transparency limits the smoke. Ask more questions, allow him to speak. Listen. Yeah, that's true. That's a great point. That's a great point. It's an awesome amendment for 14 months. Salute. Friendsgiving, man, it's the biggest donation we ever received, bro.
Perfect. Shit like that.
Friendsgiving with the $500 said that sound crazy.
Perfect.
Congrats on the 50K! Exclamation point. You build up a beautiful community. Looking forward to seeing how you continue to push us forward.
Shit like that. Perfect.
I could make up a bunch of shit to say. I don't even. Bae, come here. I don't even like. What did you even fucking say? You know what I'm saying? How you look? You look stink. Come here. Look at this donation. What you think? Say something. Oh, you look decent. Yeah. Say something. I don't know what to say.
About what?
The donation.
Oh, wow. Hello, everyone. Well, thank you so much. I mean, it's amazing what they said it perfectly.
Your breath stink a little bit.
I just had a grilled cheese sandwich. Sorry, y'all. But I want to say thank you guys for coming along the journey with us. I think it's amazing what they said. Friendsgiving is what he said. He's so rude. Isn't he so rude, y'all? But what he said is important, like that we've built such a community here, and I feel like it's amazing what he's done, his dedication, and couldn't do it with everyone else without you guys. You guys are amazing. Thank y'all. All right. I gotta clean up. Bye.
All right. Yeah, man.
Perfect.
Careful, I'm crying in the car, y'all. Yeah.
I don't know, man. This is the thing, right? And maybe men don't say it enough. But when somebody believe in you, it make a big fucking difference to your days. Like and it's hard to articulate and writing this money, so you like, of course you happy. But the point is somebody believe in you. They believe in what you say or how you say it, even if they don't agree with everything. And it's so galvanizing. But I could put a bunch of words behind. It's just when somebody believe in you, bro, like it mean everything. I'm talking about Friendsgiving, just with the message, right? How many times Friendsgiving had done the 250
She did it for like every show 1 week.
Yeah, like 2-3 right, 3 times or so. Right? And it was the $5 ones. You know? But when somebody believe in you, bro, that put the battery in your back.
I remember she talked to us. It was so exciting. I was like, oh my gosh, she's a real
Discord, I wasn't even there for it. Yeah, Ella always donate, and that's another thing. Like you see it so often, you almost like, oh, okay, but not real shit. Like somebody believe in you. You know what I'm saying?
Ella had the GOAT. He is the GOAT.
Yeah. But I just want y'all to understand that, man. All this shit we talk, it's like that's the biggest point of contention. The fact that it's almost a sentiment like our women don't think we can do it. We say it in a way in which we have to prove we're the leaders, but the truth is that's the biggest part. Men should always be motivated, always, but your inspiration can come from everywhere. I read every comment just like everybody else. I just don't respond the same, but those comments make a difference, good, bad, or indifferent. But when people believe in you, that shit make a difference to how you wake up in the morning. So I just want to say thank you for real. Salute to Friendsgiving, man.
What up, buzzin', bird flippin' dozen. Holla at your boy, you thought your cousin was.
Salute to the 50 gifted membership. So my Ak, who, one of the biggest, if not the biggest supporters, him, Li, Friendsgiving, CC, a bunch of people, right? He said, well, so he had to do 50 of them things too. Salute to my Ak Zeke.
What up, buzzin', bird flippin' dozen. Holla at your boy, you thought your cousin was.
Salute to Zeke, man. For gifting 50, this might be risky membership, man. Whoever got blessed with one, please maintain it. And there's a whole lot of members only content too. So go through the archives, But that's real. Like Zeke believe in me. You know what I'm saying? Period. Every Sunday he there for so-called, for Bible study. Right? Zeke with the 50 ball. Put hearts in the chat for friends giving. Perfect. Yeah, KG, good shit with the $5. Said Shalom. Kind of great stream for the start of the Day of Atonement. Yeah, man. Yom Kippur soon come, man. Tequila with the $5. Salute, says congratulations, cousin Hamp. Salute. Love you and so happy to see my favorite Q Butter too. Now on to the next 50,000 subscribers. That's a fact. Man. Y'all don't live too far, man. When I get to DC, we gotta, it's only right. Uncut was popping my G, been a member for 16. Miss Val, right? Perfect. Miss Val hold it down, man. Everything. She be watching videos from from a year ago, old videos. She be giving sis the blues. Sis 2 years older. It don't matter. She told Dana she need to come run a stream. Like Miss Val, so much love, And there's a lot of things. Miss Val was like just going through different things, and she just let us know how much we help her get through them things. It's a give and take. 100%. But what do you say to Friendsgiving or Li or Miss Val, right? Or Zeke who just donate? You know what I'm saying? CC, literally the worst moderator in the world, but one of the top 5 supporters. She don't drop no links, none of that shit. But every day she show me love. Every day. And everybody, man, it's really a group effort. Even just following the rules in the chat. Like they'll like Miss Julia literally tell motherfuckers, hey, now you know we don't time people out over here, but watch it. You know what I'm saying? Like it just, I don't know. I just appreciate it, man. I'm kind of like thinking about the kid, Chris, right there, because there was so much I poured into that boy, because his attitude was just so, and you think that you help him get over that hump, but it's still there a little bit. It's still there a little bit, right? And it's not just me. There's plenty of coaches pouring into him, but he played for me until his senior year. He switched positions because his body type, but I just appreciate it, man. It all happened when it's supposed to, That's why I don't believe in free will. Tequila with the $2 says, we love what you are building. Well, it's a we thing, man. It's a we thing, T was goody. Beans, what up,
Hey,
kid?
shit like that.
Mr. Beans in the building. What's goody?
Hey there.
I apologize, y'all. I'm just talking. You know what I'm saying? But what's good? Beans was good.
What up, man?
Ain't shit.
Beans.
Sherelle, did you see my message earlier, Sherelle?
I did it.
I sent it to Cheeky.
You sent it to Cheeky?
Yeah, I said you got to start protecting us like we protect you. And then I said, Sherelle, a high value man. I still remember when you said that. So yeah,
Right.
high value man.
I'm a high value man. I got all the qualifications. Shit.
That's a fact. But big dog, what up though, man?
What's goody?
Shit, man. I see you still over here struggling and shit to get them numbers up, man. Just keep pressing though. You know what I'm saying? Like that's all. You just got to keep trying. You ain't really trying hard enough. Probably what the problem is. You know what I'm saying? Like you ain't consistent enough. So you just gotta tell wifey like, look, I can't do the whole husband thing today. I gotta focus on the YouTube thing because YouTube they want their consistency too. You two don't want to be nobody's side chick, you know. They want to be the main squeeze. So you just gotta keep trying. You'll get there.
No doubt.
What?
No doubt.
I know we not celebrating 50,000 subscribers. I know we not doing that, is we? Huh? Where's August Moore at when I need him? Come have my back, August, and tell this nigga that ain't good enough. Come on, where's Fantastic at? Talking about the white man having 4 million subscribers. Asian dude got 100,000 subscribers, but you over here with 50. And that's because it's your fault. This is America. You could have been here at 100K. Nigger. Woo, it took everything in me. Hey, I got through that shit though, didn't I? That Tasha real.
Yo, you almost made me choke.
T, please speak. Please speak.
That's crazy.
He's an ass on T.
Hey, yes,
I almost made half choked to death on the 50K show.
I felt like that was a really good funny. Somebody could have said it. But man, I did want to say it's so odd that I was sitting here grinding and working myself, man, and as soon as I tuned in, I heard Josh say, "You know, we need competition. We need to compete." I'm like, ain't that some shit? Ain't the nigga who got the whole game rigged want to tell you to compete? Yeah, go ahead, compete. Even though we know all your signs, even though we got everything real, we got the reps in our pockets, huh? We got everybody in our pockets, but you compete, Negro. That's all you just need to compete.
You don't think we got we don't have like black well, at least on Republican side, because I ain't recognizing the Democrats, right? But do you think we don't have black Republican senators?
What the hell that got to do with anything?
These are people of power by definition.
They pressing the same buttons everybody else pressing. What you mean? You know what? Those National Guards that's being dispersed, guess what? It's some black people in those National Guards.
Sure. You don't like them?
No. That's what my point is.
It's just the man?
My point is just because they got the skin, what my man say, all skin folk ain't kinfolk. You know that. How many have you recruited to go against their own kind?
Damn. I don't know. I honestly don't know. But hold up. Wait. So your premise is if they put on a National Guard uniform, they ain't black?
No, you can be black and still be a sucker.
Oh, damn.
Black don't stop you from being, it's black don't crack. That's what it is. And that shit ain't even true 100% of the time. But in black, you can still be a sucker. You can be black and whack. That's absolutely possible.
Yeah.
If you're a politician, you're a sucker. If you're a police officer, you're a sucker. You're in the military, you're a sucker, right? If you're one of those people who write tickets and leave them on cars.
Man, you just gotta just well, so what's the starting point? It's just hating authority?
Authority?
Yeah, these are all positions of power of some form. You just hate the authority?
Which don't apply to them a lot of the times, right?
Well, of course, cops don't go around arresting other cops, not normally, anyways.
Right, which makes it a problem. Yeah, that's the point.
So you want groups to turn on themselves?
No, I just want everybody to get high and live their life, man. I don't like ain't no answer to this shit.
Just to let you know, weed is still federally illegal.
Absolutely.
Just because the county sheriff's department can't bust you for it, don't mean the ATF can't.
Yeah, but the drugs that's killing everybody legal than a motherfucker.
Well, this is true.
See what I mean about the shit being rigged?
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. Right? Thank God Fantastic ain't here to help defend you right now.
Oh, so I need Fantastic to defend me? Damn. Hold up. You got to leave my boy Fantastic alone. I like him.
Pom-poms. He be rah, sis, scoom, bah, white man.
Damn.
I'm just talking shit to my boy. No, but yeah, I just think that's funny, man. Honestly, bro. Like, I hear people talk about competition and how much we need it. That shit is trash, bro. On everything I love, and then it's like when I do my research and I find out that the thing that they was using to demonize like the Panthers back in the day was communism. That was the thing that they used to demonize them. Not that they was grapists or warmongers or drug dealers or killers, any of that.
Yeah,
no,
I think
they community first.
Yeah,
how dare they be community first?
I think I remember reading back then. It was the same period of the Red Scare or something like that. So it was like anti-communist, and generally, if you weren't for us, you had to be part of them.
Yeah, that's exactly how it is today.
But I argue for propaganda. It's good for us.
Yeah, Beans. I think about like the competition thing. I think I'm a proponent of competition, but it has to make sense though, right? Like, so I guess how I can say it is and I apologize, I just can't think of nothing but like sports right now.
Mhm.
But we have weight classes for a reason, in boxing. Like, even when we be sparring, I'll be sparring professionals. But if the guys aren't heavy enough, there's a point where I can overcome the skill. You know what I mean? Because I'm not unskilled, and then I'm heavier, and I'm generally more powerful. And you used to getting hit by heavy weights, like it don't affect me the same way, And I'm heavy just because I'm so heavy, but I ain't been heavy my whole life. My average weight for like growing up is probably like 215, 220. That's what I was in college. That's how I played sports, that weight, And so those classes make sense. I guess that's the best analogy I have to say. I'm talking about people that I'm talking to that I think are going to push me, All that telling the motherfucker, like you were saying, like, yo, nigga, this ain't good enough. I'm saying, if you want to get here, this is what I recommend. But the people I'm competing with are either above me or at the same level I'm at. You know what I'm saying? I think it comes to issue when we, like you said, like punching down, I guess. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean the thing about it is this though.
Yeah, go ahead.
Competition in itself, right? Nobody would watch the NBA, the NFL, MLB, boxing. Nobody would watch that shit really if it didn't generate money, right?
Nobody would watch it, or they wouldn't.
Not
They
really.
wouldn't.
Nobody would really. You wouldn't see 70,000 people every Sunday. You know what I'm saying?
If it wasn't entertaining, or if it didn't generate money.
If it didn't generate money,
the people watching, even
you wrong, Beans.
Wait,
no, I'm asking him because I know he's gonna expound on it.
You're not gonna know until maybe I can make it make sense, right?
Yeah.
What I'm saying is this: watch. Right now, it's some niggas playing on the Lake Michigan right now in Chicago. Nice, floating, skying through the air, throwing oops, all kind of shit. And the only people watching them is the motherfuckers who know they there. And everybody knows people hooping there every day, right? Like, it just is what it is. You have a D League. The D League wasn't doing, numbers like they started getting a little bit more numbers when they got on TV, but it wasn't like 70,000 people pulling up to the D League or to the G Leagues, right? And all that type of stuff. So what I'm saying though is this, and the reason why I'm bringing up that point is because let's use the NFL. I should use the NBA because I know it by heart. But let's just use the NFL. How many teams is it? 32. How many of them have won championships in the last 32 seasons? Maybe 10? Maybe 11, right? So the majority of the time, the teams are losing. But nobody's calling them losers, really, right? Unless you're going 0-16 like they did, like Detroit did, right? But nobody's really calling them losers. We still got respect for them because they making millions of dollars, right? Still pulling up to see these teams knowing they ain't gonna win. No, they ain't got a shot in hell.
I don't respect that shit for the money though, Beans. Like, think about it, even when Jordan was playing, it was plenty of years where Jordan wasn't even the highest paid player. but he was the best player. No, I always loved it because I love sports. We know you got to make money with whatever the fuck you do, but I mean, think about it. Even with college sports, we love college football more than we love pro football. Why? Because they played their asses off and they were trying to get to the league.
No, but still generate but college generates money though.
Yeah, but then you still miss what they
so I guess. Well, Mr. Williams, what do you think about this though? If it wasn't, if it was about the talent and entertainment, you can potentially grab talent and entertainment from all facets. But why are the highest levels that are also the highest paid the most viewed if it was only about entertainment?
Well, you don't just want to watch a bunch of.
Hey, it's a good point.
Goofy ass kids that don't have the training, don't have anything.
But if they were getting paid,
but that's not the areas for competition.
Go ahead.
Like the area of competition is like education, refined areas of discipline. You know what I mean? Like electrical engineers, mechanical engineers, surgeons, anesthesiologists, like very specific refined areas. Like you said, weather mechanics. Like these are the areas where if we're not competing in these areas, the economic gaps that's created based off of just the income or the employability for the community gets stifled. And so for me, it's like the percentages matter in terms of like we're saying like, all right, at all of our HBCUs, the top, educators are Asian in all of these STEM programs. Not to say all, but then it's a large amount of them. You go to most community college, like you have to be able to look at it like, what are we doing to put ourselves in that space? Because that income level represents something in terms of mobility, strength, community resources. And so if we're not looking at like where can we compete at that's going to position us in a space that we can actually thrive in and also produce some forms of sustainability for the community. I think competition should be centered around that in terms of like what motivates us. I think we also dropped the ball in the past from like political and ideological views. We're not including like a very refined focus on areas in which we need to be focused on competing in.
I just want to make sure.
I just want to confirm.
I'm gonna tell y'all something though. Hold on.
Hold on. I just want to make sure. Hold on, Mr. Will. I just want to make sure because he said I want to make sure I confirm that he's saying. Are you saying that people should be competing to become doctors?
Yes.
Yeah, we should be competing in all areas of STEM. That should be one of the top priorities. Like that should be. If we're looking at our community, if you look at the top income-based family is Asians, and that's because most the Asian families have the wife and the husband are employed in STEM-based fields. You know what I mean? Like it's sustainability, connectivity, globalization. Like these things matter in terms of like how we positioning ourselves in terms of resources and political alignment.
Y'all always say this. Y'all realize a lot of them are married to white people.
Asians?
Yes.
Oh, Mom.
God, no. There's not even enough of us.
You were me and Ferg like we have a school that actually is doing black surgeons and doctors and nurses and everything. You in my damn state.
Did you understand the point though? He said that you need to compete. I don't know if we understand what the word means.
We don't need to compete.
Why do we need to
They're already
to
doing
become
that shit
doctor?
for themselves. They're competing for themselves. They're competing for that.
Listen, the fact that there's a medical industry is problematic. I don't think y'all understand that, right? And when you industrialize something, you create this industry, it needs to be able to be maintained, right? So if ever there's an opportunity where something may be invented or created, right, that will eliminate that industry, they will do away with the inventor before they allow the industry to be terminated. That's problematic, right? We got all these people facing and battling cancer that we know right now in the world, bro. Every time I see somebody black pass away, if they was past 50, it's usually cancer. This shit is irritating, right? But in real life, the radiation ain't good. The chemo ain't good. You really don't even really need that shit. And we saying, yo, go compete to poverty pimp basically. No. If you want to be a doctor, go be a doctor. I don't think we should be competing to become doctors, though, right? These aren't industries. I think they do more harm than good.
How do you get better quality without?
So Beans, I'm gonna tell you this right here, right now, right? My mom and my future mother-in-law is going through that shit right now. My mom has brain cancer. My mother-in-law, she has it in her chest, and that shit's been helping them survive. So I can't dismiss treatments, and I can't do all of that. I can't say, oh, we're gonna just live off the land and do it. Fuck no, we have to do certain things to preserve this shit and cure shit. So this personal for me.
They're not offering cures. That's the point.
Well, you know what? It's been sustaining my mom.
That's okay. That's fine.
And the shit is trying to shrink. I'm saying trying.
Right,
absolutely. Even with my mother-in-law right now, same shit. Her bill of health is higher than my mom. But that's what me and my baby, we going through with both our mothers right now. You know, yesterday I shook. I texted him, I'm like, hey, I got shake. Took her. Now I had to bring her home even earlier during the show. She's back home. So fuck no. I'm not dismissing nothing when it comes to what black people are doing, especially with this medicine shit, because a lot of my family are a part of the medical field.
Okay, but wait.
God damn it, I am going to fight for this shit. I
got you. I'm not trying to be dismissive, but
what I'm saying is right now it's preserving my mom.
I got you. I'm saying okay, I got you. But I want to
8 hour live last year was a rough one, bro. I'm just saying.
I got you. I'm not trying to be dismissive. I'm saying we all going through something. That's what I'm trying to tell you. We all got family members dealing with this shit, right? But what I'm saying is the problem with these industries is that when you get into them, you don't get to do nothing for your people. You got to play the game the way it's played, right? So you could literally have the cure. They won't let you give nobody the cure. Are you insane?
But we got to fight, though. That's the whole point. See, that's the whole thing. Us as a black community, we can't stop fighting.
I don't
know, man. Listen, I'm
not
trying to do it. Come on, man.
No, I'm telling the truth.
That's just broad. That's
problem.
What's that word?
No, we have always fought. We have always fought. Now we teaching them not to fight. Man,
nobody ain't talking about not fighting. Nobody's not talking about not fighting. What I'm saying is this. Don't get triggered. Right? I know you've been drinking and shit. Don't get triggered. Hold on 1 second.
I'm not triggered, bro.
Okay. I don't want to argue. I'm not gonna argue with you. I promise I'm not.
I know, Beans, and I'm sorry.
I'm not about to argue with
you.
I'm not, bro.
You know, I just brought her home even a couple of hours ago.
I got you. That's why I'm trying to change the subject, because I know it's personal, and I'm not trying to go there with you. You see what I'm saying? So that allow me to pivot. What I'm saying is that whether it's politicians, whether it's police officers, it don't matter, bro. When we get into those industries, we got to play the game the way the game is set up. And when you don't, they will get you up out of there somehow, some way. So I'm not saying nobody shouldn't become a doctor. I ain't saying that. Do what you want to do if you want to become a doctor. I'm saying, why would we compete? Why would we compete? Why do I need to go and compete with these people to poverty pimp? I'm cool on that, bro.
What would be the alternative to not competing? Let's start there.
Doing whatever you want to do.
You want society to individually go and do what they want to do, Mr. Democrat.
Right now, yes. The way things are set up, yeah, absolutely.
And this is why we Republicans cannot stand Democrats, because that's exactly what you got from it. You got gay marriage. You got the whole concept of the trans movement, all because, my dick, I get to put it where I want to.
Wait, Josh. Can you see my name right there?
Yeah, I heard you.
Well, you know you're not talking to no idiot, right? You can't say that dumb shit to me and think that shit.
That's exactly what it is. It's individualism. We oppose it in society.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though. So you saying what? That there's policies and laws in place right now that
There's always going to be policies and laws. You can't name a society that doesn't have them.
I think I miscategorized what he said.
You're saying that there's policies and laws in place that benefit that, what you were just talking about, the individualism, right?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, so here's what I want to ask you. Did any black people have anything to do with those policies?
Yes.
Checkmate.
Black people did institute some of those policies.
That's my point. That's why I'm saying we need to stay the fuck out of that shit. If you want to be a doctor, go be a doctor, but don't do it because you need to compete with some Asian because they make $157,000 as a total in their house. So fuck them and how much money they make. Be what you want to be. Do what you want to do.
Walk me through it.
Right now, y'all ain't doing shit. Right, all y'all Trump loving motherfuckers right now won't none of y'all admit this dude ain't did a goddamn thing for the people of America. Not nothing.
Not nothing?
Nothing.
Just zero.
Not nothing.
Hey, Q Butter.
Nothing.
Okay.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. Like I don't care about none of that shit really. I'm saying I don't want to. If I'm gonna compete to be something, I compete to be a rapper. You know, I don't got to hurt nobody with that.
But that's competition.
I don't got to bullshit nobody with that.
But that is competition.
That's cool, but I don't got to. You don't got to hurt nobody. I don't got to give you this medicine that's just gonna cover up the symptoms and let the disease continue to fester. And that's what you gonna do when you become a fucking doctor.
Can I jump in real quick just to what Q said? Right, I can, and just the competition thing. In a sense, I'll take it off of medicine. I'm gonna put it to an engineer. That would equip young men and young women to start building their own communities, building their own homes, being able to understand agriculture. That's all part of it, and that's why I took it as understanding. And even in the medical term of it, I would think that if given the opportunity to get into the knowledge of it, most Black people would try to come up with a cure. Now, if we are integrated with everyone else, the results may turn out well being says. But if we could find a way to build in that, we can make sure that at least we are living longer and living healthier based off the ingenuity and being able to be innovative. So salute to my man with the school. Send y'all slow kids to Q Butter School, man, so they can get better in math. Be a little bit in tune with the stems, man. But salute to you, man. Great show, man. Happy 50,000, man. As his brother William said, 50. But salute, man. It's always gonna be rocking, man. Y'all work hard, man. It's coming.
Y'all got to stop this competition shit. That's the white man's language, bro.
Okay.
You don't do it for competition.
If
anything, you do it. Hold on. If anything, you do it for community. But that competition shit, that's the white man's language, bro.
Okay, so then just sit there.
But
and do
I think, but that's
see what I mean. Wait, hold on, real quick, you see what I mean? I just said out of my mouth, literally, if you're gonna do it for community. And what was it? The white man's response? Okay, sit there and do nothing. Checkmate.
No, based on the concept of you don't believe in competition, so just sit there.
But I just said I believe in community. Why is doing it for competition more relevant than doing it for community?
Because you're still competing, no matter how you turn this around.
No. You're saying you're still competing because you're talking about what happens inevitably, right? Because there's multiple human beings out here trying to attain the same things. But we're talking about mindset. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about in my mind, I'm feeling like I gotta go compete with the Asians because they make this. I gotta go compete with the whites. We need 10 more Black doctors in Chicago. No, the fuck we don't.
Well, to be fair, we do actually need more doctors. I don't care if they're Black or white, but we damn sure need more doctors.
No, we need more. What's they call Q Butter? The herbalist
or the holistic doctors.
Yeah, holistic doctor. That's it. Holistic. We need more holistic Black doctors, right? That can transform people before they get to the disease.
So why don't you prove it? Why don't you prove that exists? Go in your garden, grow you some stuff, and then start your little herb store or something like that.
Why do I gotta do it?
Do what?
Why do I gotta do it?
Because you're the one promoting it.
Did I just make that up?
It's a combination of both. Like it's the community and the focus that we have as a community and where we want to position ourselves and understanding the economy or the ecosystem of that industry that we're talking about. So if we're saying as a community, and that's what I was speaking from as a community, like we know in 2025, we need Black doctors. Black doctors increase Black lives. Like that's on record. You know what I mean? Like more engineers equals more sustainability for the community. That equals more patents. That equals more patents, more patents, more patents, more patents, more patents. That's power for the community. Like, and as a community, and then understanding, like, all right, if we're getting into creating a manufacturing or rapid manufacturing or industrial design, whatever it is, we want to know how many other people are in that industry and what position can we put ourselves in inside of as a market share. This is any business you would say, like, all right, as a business you would say that. As a community, we need to say that we want to be able to carve out this market share within this industry for our community. And this is our goal over 10 years. And I think Pan-Africans, like nationalists, whoever it is, that should be something that we align with going in the future. Like, this is where we want to position ourselves so that way we can survive and have this type of resources that are coming back to the community based off of these connections and
beans.
I don't think the math. I don't think
You
the
in my
math.
state, bro. You know they just built 2 Black hospitals, and they got Black people working in my fucking city. You in my state.
What is that supposed to mean?
And guess what? That means we being productive. 2 new hospitals.
Okay. I don't know what that means.
Come on now, bro.
The number's not with the math is not with y'all. Even with what you just said, the math ain't with
because you know what? They're trained to do better, and they are.
Do better at what?
We got the University of Kentucky and Louisville, and it's both medical
Mr. Williams,
shit.
y'all not doing this to me. Do better at what?
At it all. Pediatricians for the babies, for one. Hold up, you asked me a question. Let me finish. No, you in my, hey, you've been here for a while now, but you know what they doing. We have more Black pediatricians than we've ever had.
What does that do? How does that help us? How does that benefit?
There's plenty of surgeons from Louisville, Kentucky that are nationwide. They go everywhere. One of the top sports medicine people for orthopedics, for anybody who's breaking their legs. That's what they was doing. He was going for NBA players. Come on now, bro.
I know in your heart you think
you're
saying
Black,
but you're not, man.
Black
You're not
nurses, Black doctors, all of that, bro.
For what benefit?
Better.
Do better at what?
We have 2 different hospitals now.
Here's what I'm gonna ask you. Here's what I'm gonna ask you. Hold on. Here's what I'm gonna ask you. I'm gonna throw it to Q Butter too, right? And I don't mean this when I say let's bet some money. I'm just doing it, for conversation purposes. But how much money do y'all? And I haven't looked this up. How much money do y'all want to bet that the life expectancy for Black people today is shorter than what it was in 1955?
No, it's longer.
You want to bet some money on that?
We can. Okay. It's longer. Do you realize that people are living longer?
Think so?
Yes. Hell, Mr. T just turned 94 today.
Let me ask you this. How old was your grandmother when she died? I know my grandmama was...
just passed away in July. She was 88.
88. Yeah. Now, my grandmama died young.
Hold up. Now, my great-great aunt in 2001, she was 102.
Right. You're about to make my point for me and you don't even know it. So
no,
go ahead.
I'm not hearing that. What I'm saying is now medicine and us worried about health is even more so. So now
it's just that they've been poisoning us for a long time.
Hey, some of my elders that should have been dead at 60, 70, now they're in their 80s.
Here's what's crazy. They was eating some of the same shit, if not worse shit than us, and they seem to be living long.
No, because you just want to prove you ain't no checkmate with me, bro.
It's not about a check. You're making my point for me that people from these older
with the diet and what they have,
and now we got folks dropping.
But beans, people
in their 40s
didn't
and
know
50s,
they had diabetes.
Especially Generation X.
They didn't know that they're high blood pressure. Now you get to prolong that because you have all these tools. So now you know if your sugar's high and all of this shit. No, you're not gonna fucking do that. Now they have more facilities for elders even now where they can manage all of that shit. So they living longer.
Right. Without actually changing their lifestyle.
No, they changed their lifestyle because now they
keep eating the same bullshit you eat.
Figured
Keep
out,
smoking the same cigarettes
I
you
can't
smoke.
do this shit
All
anymore.
of the goofy shit that we do, but just keep going to the doctor.
No, from 1955 to today, nobody's lifestyle is the same. Period.
What do you mean nobody's lifestyle is the same? What does
From
that mean?
1955 to 2025, nobody's lifestyle is the same. Black, white, Hispanic, pick a race, right? Nobody's is the same.
What do you mean as far as like?
How many of you
Well, generally,
vegans?
generally,
Y'all call yourself vegans and all of this shit.
Statements.
And I
Can
want
y'all be concise about anything?
Eat bread anymore? Nah, fuck no, beans. You're not doing that. Like, no.
Hold up.
It'll benefit you to stop eating bread. That's a fact.
Hold up. On your wager
y'all
from
drinking
19...
these motherfucking milkshakes and shit and all of that. No, fuck no. You're not doing that one.
So
No,
it's a little
hell no.
Hold up. It's a little unfair that he picked out 1955. There's a reason.
Yeah, I know,
why
and that's the whole thing. Y'all doing.
Come on, Mr. Williams. Can he finish his sentence?
We wasn't born.
Damn, that's why everybody don't need to drink.
What are you talking about drink?
I'm
not
saying
even drunk.
he was in the middle of a sentence. Hold on. Go ahead, white boy.
So there was a spike down post World War II of life expectancy, right? You can't really count during World War II because crap, it was a war, right? We were all fighting. But if you look at the stats from like say 1900 to 2000, it literally doubled, which would associate Mr. Williams' point, right? It literally doubled the life expectancy. White, black, green, pick a color, right? Doesn't matter. But now if you're going to start picking out specific time periods, like say 1955, yes, everybody, not across the board, but most people generally had a nasty spike down period within that range. That's because of post-war crap. It's a little unfair.
Is eating lettuce sandwiches and shit because
So
y'all
you see what you did? You tried to find a reason to say that it's unfair, right?
I
But
don't
you
need
missed the point of it, right? Which was that if we're saying that we live in these modern times with all of this great medicine, which I'm not trying to pretend like it's not no good medicine out here, right? But I'm saying we live in these great times with all this great medicine, and we got black hospitals being built, and we know black women as a demographic have really taken off in the nursing fields. They become traveling nurses. They get into the bag, right? And basically prolonging people's suffering.
Is your
getting healed?
Is your disagreement specifically that doctors are like not? I guess like to say black doctors are not exclusively feeding the black community. Is that what your contention is?
Why can't you just go off of what I'm saying out of my mouth? Why is this so hard for you motherfuckers on that?
Because you're just saying doctors kind of, not good. But they are.
What I specifically said was that I don't think black people should be competing. I don't think they should be thinking, oh my God, it's 47% of doctors are Asians. We need to make it to 23% of that. I don't think they should be saying Asians in household income is 157. We need to make it to 159. I'm saying fuck competing with these people in a game that's rigged. The hell? Figure out what you want and what you want to do, and then go after that. And be happy with the outcome and the consequences of your choices and your actions. That's what I'm saying.
What if it's the case? What if it's the case that, and I can't imagine a doctor giving up 10 years of his freaking life to become an MD, right? Because that's about what it takes. Wouldn't that be the case that they would want that? I mean, that's 10 years of dedication of their life to just Jesus Christ. I can't imagine how many books they have to go through. Their social life is completely shot for 10 years, right? Wouldn't it be the case if they want that?
That they want what?
To become a doctor. I mean, I can't imagine we're lining up people against the wall, putting a gun to their head, said, you're going to be a doctor or you're going to die. I don't think they're being forced.
I'm not understanding the point that you're making.
That they want to. They're doing exactly the thing they want. We're just basically stating
thank
they
you for
should
making
compete
my point for me.
because we want quality.
Okay, thank you for backing up my point.
Hey, y'all know him only got like 6 minutes.
I don't know what point it is. We want quality, thus
that's
the
actually
competition.
not true, but well, no, because my point is that you just said they do it because they want to, right? Not for competition's sake. I'm saying if you're gonna do it for community's sake,
right?
If you a Q butter and you looking around and you saying, man, my community needs this thing, I'm about to go become this thing that my community needs. But when you say, man, the white man saying I got to compete, then well, fuck you.
So it's really the difference between a black man saying they should compete and a white man saying they should compete.
See what I mean? So here's what I'm gonna say. If anybody else just heard me say that the black man